Li Sheng met her demise, yet she did not perish entirely. After toiling endlessly to incite a rebellion, on the day of her coronation, she was struck by a bolt of celestial lightning, reducing her to charcoal. Before she could mourn her fate, she was whisked away by a peculiar entity known as the live streaming system to a post-apocalyptic era where she resurrected in the body of a 10-year-old girl. Without the option to refrain from broadcasting, failure to generate profit for the system meant death. Abstaining from romance also led to the same grim fate. The once mighty empress was reduced to the status of an underage laborer. How can one encapsulate such a plight with a single word but tragic? Nevertheless, she resolved to endure, for survival was paramount. After all, she still harbored ambitions of unifying the realm. Chapter 1 Transmigration? Apocalypse? In the year 2505, Li Sheng was born in the imperial capital. 3 years later, the cherubic child lay in a hospital bed, pallid and devoid of vitality, while the members of the Shangguan family hovered anxiously by her side. How can you not even care for a child properly? How has the Shangguan family produced such a hapless creature? The head of the Shangguan family expressed his exasperation, his tone tinged with impatience. The recipient of his ire was Li Sheng's mother. This wretched spawn should never have come into existence. Her father never bothered with her. Why should I bear the burden alone? Simply because you are her mother. Were it not for the Shangguan family, do you think I would wish to be her mother? The elegantly adorned woman showed no regard for the potential consequences of her words. The gravity of her statements hung heavily in the silent room. After a moment, the head of the Shangguan family relented. The union between our families must continue. Since neither of you wish to care for this child, send her away. Arrange it among yourselves. However, let me make myself clear. She is of the pure bloodline of the Shangguan family. Should anything happen to her, I will pursue the matter to the end. Li Sheng was dispatched from the imperial capital to a remote region, an area sparsely populated, where the Shangguan family's residence stood isolated on the outskirts. By 2510, the empire had collapsed, ushering in the apocalypse. Let go of that worthless burden. The nanny attempted to snatch a bag filled with apples from Li Sheng's grasp. The young Li Sheng clung to the bag, unwilling to relinquish it. She was unaware of the chaos that had unfolded. The nanny had stripped the household of all edibles, leaving only this solitary bag of apples. With a forceful shove, the nanny sent Li Sheng's forehead crashing against the coffee table, drawing blood. In her previous life, Li Sheng had met her end on the day of her ascension as empress, struck down by heavenly lightning. Then, she had borrowed the body of this namesake girl. This frail frame lacked strength, and a mere 7 days prior, the world had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. In a single night, chaos erupted as people frantically sought food. Starved for 7 days, the girl had just taken her last breath. A mechanical voice echoed in her ears, and Li Sheng quickly steeled herself, brandishing a knife, while scanning her surroundings. Congratulations! You have successfully entered the preliminary signing stage of the Galactic Alliance live streaming platform. Would you like to become a contracted streamer on our platform? Host, interstellar streaming, streamer system. What do these terms even mean? She could not comprehend a single word. With no one in the room, where was this voice emanating from?
Who are you?
Why do you not reveal your true face? The system detected that the host had once lived in a feudal era. To assist her in completing her tasks, it would transmit contextual information about her time period. 3, 2, 1. Transmission begins. Still bewildered, her stomach felt as though it were ablaze. The gnawing hunger was overwhelming. All she could think of was food and water. She needed to satiate her hunger. Otherwise, she would perish. She could not last much longer. Dragging her weakened body around, she scoured every corner. Finally, beneath a cabinet, she discovered a somewhat decayed apple. Without a second thought, she seized the apple and bit into it, the sweet fragrance flooding her mouth. In just a few bites, she devoured the entire thing, even consuming the rotten parts.
So sweet, so delicious.
Even the spoiled apple tasted exquisite. The burning sensation in her stomach began to subside. In that moment, Li Sheng felt the spark of life within her. Seizing the fleeting energy, Li Sheng began to process the memories of the little girl. This girl had parents engaged in a commercial marriage, both viewing her merely as a means to profit. After her mother's infidelity, the Shangguan family, feeling humiliated, vented their anger on her and sent her to this secluded mansion in the countryside. These individuals were unworthy of being called parents. Her internal organs continued to protest, and she needed to find more food. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her mind as a torrent of words and images surged within her. Congratulations, host. Information reception complete. In that instant, she finally understood what live streaming, the system, tasks, and contextual information entailed. This was an era of rapid advancement, agriculture, industry, machinery, and technology continually reshaping her understanding. The world she inhabited was once a rapidly evolving technological society. However, 7 days ago, it had been thrust into a new apocalyptic civilization. Transitioning from modernity to the apocalypse, the majority of humanity had transformed into thoughtless, pain-ignorant beings, driven solely by the instinct to hunt down humans, commonly referred to as zombies. Welcome, host. Memory reception complete. You have successfully entered the apocalyptic era. The mechanical voice resounded again. Do you confirm the signing of the contract? Why should I sign a contract with you? What benefits would it bring? Li Sheng feigned bravado, yet her thoughts lingered on hunger, if only there were food. By signing the contract, the streamer would gain access to the system's marketplace, earning revenue through live broadcasts, allowing the purchase of food and weapons, significantly enhancing her chances of survival. Upon hearing that food was available, Li Sheng's eyes brightened. Although the system's terms appeared enticing, the potential for traps loomed larger. Where there is flattery, there lies deceit. How could a dignified empress bow for mere grains? Relying on external support was less favorable than relying on oneself. Li Sheng was confident in her ability to endure in this world. What if I refuse? The system will retract the opportunity for your rebirth and seek the next host. Retracting her chance at rebirth? Was that not a direct implication that disobedience meant death? Life is precious, and rather than gamble on whether the system would withdraw her life, a more prudent approach seemed wise. Then I shall sign. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed the contract and become a leading streamer in the apocalyptic category of our Galactic Alliance live streaming platform. A leading streamer. In other channels, that would be a coveted title. In the apocalypse, it was merely an invitation for ridicule. This system is a romance strategy live streaming platform, offering exclusive services tailored for female audiences. These viewers hail from various realms, including magical continents, interstellar aliens, fairylands, and worlds of ghosts and deities. Due to a shortage of streamers in the apocalyptic era, the system analyzed popular romance novels within this genre to cater to the market, selecting Li Sheng to undertake this initial venture. Chapter 2 Initiating the new user task for the live streaming system, achieved 3,000 views in the first week of broadcasting. From the information previously received, she grasped the general concept of live streaming. Reaching 3,000 views was not insurmountable, though she needed to probe the depths of the system first. What happens if I fail to complete the task? If the host fails to achieve 3,000 views within a week, they will be promptly eliminated in search of the next host. She understood. Failure to meet the requirements equated to her own demise. Sooner or later, she would eliminate the system. Those who dared to threaten her in the past now lay beneath mounds of grass. As for the present, a true gentleman knows when to yield. Since she had no means to resist, it was best to maximize her gains. What rewards await upon task completion? According to the system's instructions, Li Sheng opened the store, and a vast display appeared before her, showcasing a plethora of items, ranging from a simple needle to a space shuttle. However, these trivialities paled in significance compared to the shocking revelation that she owed a staggering 300,000 credits. How is it possible that I owe you this much without having done anything? Li Sheng exclaimed in frustration, feeling the weight of her financial burdens pressing down on her from the very beginning. The 300,000 debt was attributed to the expenses incurred during her rebirth, with a repayment deadline of 1 year. Given the unique circumstances of her existence in this apocalyptic era, the system also offered her a loan of 5,000 star coins, to be repaid within a month with an additional interest of 7,000 star coins. Would she accept the loan? What happens if I can't repay it? She inquired. The answer was a swift and merciless termination. Li Sheng found herself unsurprised by this outcome, as if she had grown accustomed to such harsh realities. Well, if I wish to survive, I must pay the price. That 300,000 seems somewhat reasonable under the circumstances. Having already accrued such a significant debt, she reasoned that additional burdens would not weigh her down. Ultimately, if she could not repay, death awaited her anyway. Accepting the 5,000 would at least allow her to improve her living conditions. I wish to take the loan, she declared. The system prompted her for the amount, and she entered 5,000, watching as her debt increased from 300,000 to 307,000. These unscrupulous merchants. With the 5,000 star coins in her possession, she wasted no time and immediately exchanged them for food and water. Fortunately, food was the cheapest commodity in the store, and this meal cost her merely 30 star coins. She settled down on the floor to eat. A few buns and side dishes vanished in no time. In her previous life as an empress, she had never endured such hardships, and the thought of facing many more such days weighed heavily on her. She decided to conserve her remaining funds. If she could not earn the full 7,000, she would only need to cover the remaining 2,000 in interest. With her hunger sated and renewed strength, Li Sheng slowly rose from the ground, wandering through the room in search of suitable weapons. In this so-called apocalypse, remaining isolated would only lead to demise. Moreover, she could not overly rely on the system. Self-sufficiency was the best course of action. Physical prowess was essential for survival. To meet her father's expectations of being both learned and martial, Li Sheng, the eldest princess, had begun her martial training at the tender age of 7, excelling in hand-to-hand combat, spears, and archery. If she could find substitutes for these weapons, escaping from this apartment should not pose too great a challenge. In the end, Li Sheng discovered a mop and a fruit knife, breaking the mop handle and securing the knife to form a makeshift spear. After testing the stability of the blade with a few swings and ensuring it would not detach, she felt a sense of reassurance. With this weapon, her chances of survival would significantly increase. Having made all necessary preparations, Li Sheng approached the door slowly. Upon opening it, she would confront a world filled with countless unknown dangers. System: initiate the live stream. Just as she was about to step outside, a sound suddenly erupted at the entrance.
Bang! Bang!
The previously sealed iron door trembled. This scene resembled a battleground, where the enemy relentlessly hammered against the gates, intent on breaching them. Li Sheng struggled to maintain her composure, gripping her spear tightly as her frail body pressed against the wall. She held her breath and peered around the corner toward the door. The sounds of impact grew increasingly fierce and frequent, and with a loud clink, the lock fell free. The door creaked open, revealing a zombie that thrust its head into the room with great effort. A pungent stench assaulted her senses, and Li Sheng shook her dazed mind, forcing herself to focus.
What did she see? A monster?
Or a mutated human, with ashen skin, serrated teeth akin to a sea beast, sharp claws, and milky white eyes. Though it appeared terrifying, its movements were sluggish. However, Li Sheng discerned that it likely possessed a keen sense of smell as it advanced toward her direction. This frail body was too weak to flee. She had to seize the opportunity to eliminate this creature. With her spear, she charged forward and thrust it into the monster's thigh with force, a gush of dark blood erupting forth as she swiftly withdrew her weapon and distanced herself. The creature remained oblivious to the injury, its movements still lethargic. Holding her weapon firmly, Li Sheng steeled her resolve to eliminate the threat. Climbing to a higher vantage point, she swiftly mounted its back as it moved slowly toward her, plunging her weapon into its heart. The monster continued to struggle, prompting her to withdraw the blade and drive it into the crown of its head with all her might. This time, the creature finally fell silent. Once the immediate danger had passed, Li Sheng found the time to notice the interface that had appeared before her. Ding dong. Welcome, user Starry666 and user Lisong Saigao, to the live stream. To have two viewers right from the start seemed fortuitous. Starry666. Oh, a streamer from the Apocalypse segment. It has been a while since I've seen one. Lisong Saigao. Most streamers from the Apocalypse don't last long. The host looks like a child. Do you think they can survive a month? Starry666. To the above commenter, I bet 5 dimes that the host won't last half a month. It seems we are increasingly bad at choosing streamers. Seeing the comments flashing before her, Li Sheng frowned. These spectators appeared to lack respect for her. Moreover, the notion that her life was being wagered felt utterly disheartening.
Roar.
Grr. From the corner of the staircase came a series of growls as 5 zombies staggered up the stairs. Li Sheng tightened her grip on her weapon, crouching slightly as she calculated how to dispatch them swiftly. Starry666. Alright, I take back what I said. With the host's little arms and legs, I reckon this live stream will be over in 3 minutes. Chapter 3. Let's make a bet the live broadcast room was a panoramic display, allowing viewers to observe every move of Li Sheng. Since this particular spectator was so quick to judge based on appearances, she decided to teach him a lesson. Li Sheng flashed a seemingly friendly and harmless smile and enticingly suggested, how about a wager? Starship 666. What kind of bet? I want to take advantage of you. Since you claim this live stream 1T lasts 3 minutes, I bet I can eliminate them within that time frame. Starship 666. Do you possess any special abilities? Special abilities? This was a novel term not found in the memories transmitted by the system. Li Sheng silently noted this word, intending to explore its meaning later.
No.
I only have this. She shook the weapon in her hand. Starship 666. You're relying on that piece of junk?
Starship 566. Fine.
If you can use that to take down these 5 zombies, I'll promptly send you 3 sets of 666 star coins. Upon hearing this promise, Li Sheng immediately activated the live task function, binding herself to this viewer. Binding viewers was a feature in interstellar streaming specifically designed for bets. After all, not everyone could manage the life of a streamer living on the edge. If a streamer were to bet with the audience, or if a viewer requested specific content, the streamer could initiate a task binding to ensure fairness. This was to prevent viewers from reneging on their promises and to protect against potential scams by streamers. The task binding function only took effect with mutual consent. Unreasonable demands could be declined. After initiating the binding, Li Sheng quickly received a response. And a 3-minute countdown appeared before her. The zombies were now less than 3 meters away, and she could even smell their putrid stench. Holding her breath, Li Sheng stepped back 2 paces, raised her blade, and crouched down to ensure stability while minimizing her profile. As the zombies closed in on her, their speed increased. But fortunately, they approached in a staggered formation, not tightly packed. Li Sheng pushed off the wall with her back leg and leaped, plunging her blade into the skull of the foremost zombie. Blood gushed forth as she swiftly withdrew the blade, grasped the chandelier overhead, and hung suspended in midair. The first zombie was dispatched, with 2 minutes and 17 seconds remaining. Fortunately, her body was that of a malnourished child, lightweight enough to hang effortlessly from the chandelier. The remaining 3 zombies had now gathered directly beneath her, reaching out in an attempt to pull her down. The clustered zombies posed a challenge, while the 2 solitary ones were her targets. The chandelier swayed due to inertia, and Li Sheng rocked her body to increase its movement. Just as it seemed the chandelier could bear no more, she sprang towards the nearest lone zombie. Stab. Thrust.
Li Sheng swiftly wielded her spear,
Executing a roll as she landed, severing the head of the zombie. 1 minute and 30 seconds remained. The last 3 zombies were now just a few steps away. Turning in unison and slowly advancing toward her, Li Sheng rolled 3 times to create distance, seized her spear, and aimed for the nearest zombie, stabbing it under the jaw before quickly rising to plunge her blade into another zombie's forehead. Only 1 remained. Li Sheng turned and drove her blade into the zombie's abdomen, forcing it against the wall, then retrieved a pre-prepared fruit knife to stab into its temple. With the final zombie dispatched, the time hit 0. The corridor fell silent, save for Li Sheng's heavy breathing, and the live stream was equally hushed. With a gentle smile, she withdrew her blade, wiped her bloodied hands on her clothing, and said, "Dear viewer, may I receive some gifts now?" As seconds ticked by, the live stream remained silent. Growing impatient, Li Sheng's expression soured as doubts about the live streaming system crept in. Wasn't he promised to safeguard her rights? This was absurd. Even after losing a bet, there was no gift forthcoming. How ridiculous. Li Sheng Sai Gao sent star coins. Starship 666 sent star coins.
Li Sheng Sai Gao. Ah.
What did I just witness? The little girl battling the golden zombie, 1v5, and she won. I'm in love, I'm following. Provided no unexpected events occurred. If she cleared her debts this month, she would still have a balance of 300, quite comfortable. Li Sheng decided to indulge herself and bought a bottle of water from the store, gulping it down to catch her breath before heading downstairs. The number of zombies in the apartment was disturbingly low. She encountered no further dangers until the first floor. This was fortunate, as the effort expended in slaying those 5 zombies had been considerable, and she was unsure if she could handle more. The night was dark, and the community had been without power for quite some time, forcing Li Sheng to rely on the moonlight for navigation. Not far away, numerous zombies wandered about. She pressed against the wall, crouching low, stealthily advancing through the brush to avoid their gaze. 100 meters ahead lay the community gate, and Li Sheng aimed for the convenience store beside it, hoping it hadn't been completely looted and that she could find some food. Being small had its advantages. Her diminutive size made her a less noticeable target, and by the time she reached the community entrance, she had not disturbed a single zombie. Finally, upon exiting the community gate, Li Sheng was taken aback by the sight before her. Countless zombies were gathered at the convenience store, frantically banging against the door, blocking the entire street. No wonder there were only a few scattered zombies in her neighborhood. The rest were likely congregated here.
Li Shangshai Gao. Holy that.
So many zombies, little girl, run. What could her little arms and legs possibly do? Fortunately, it was dark and she and T made much noise. It was still possible to retreat. Li Sheng quickly turned and stealthily left, but before she could cover 100 meters, a bus suddenly sped towards her. The roar of the bus attracted the zombies' attention, who turned and began charging towards her. The approaching horde was daunting, even though she knew they weren't targeting her. Li Sheng felt a surge of fear. Now, escaping discreetly was no longer an option. As the throng of zombies drew nearer, Li Sheng took off running. Beep, beep. The horn only excited the zombies further, and she cursed the bus 1,000 times. Suddenly, the bus made an abrupt turn and screeched to a halt before her. The door swung open, and a muscular man covered in tattoos reached out, grabbing Li Sheng by the collar and pulling her inside. How dare he lay hands on the Empress? Yet in that moment, Li Sheng felt like a small chick, suspended by her neck. As he gripped her throat, she dared not move. Chapter 4. The Tattooed Big Brother?
Li Shangshai Gao. Ah.
Demon, let go of my little girl. Starship 666. That guy has a nice physique and skills. The streamer should be cautious. Li sang Sai Gao. To the one upstairs. The other party doesn't wish to hear you speak, and intends to block you. The man executed his movements with a fluidity that left no room for dialogue. Suspended in midair like this was unsettling for Li Sheng. Regaining her senses, she quickly raised her weapon to stab at the hand gripping her. Starship 666. Look. Your little girl is fighting back. Li sang Sai Gao. Well done. She truly is my precious. Starship 666. Oh? Is a fight about to break out? Grab the popcorn. Li Sheng had only time to retaliate and didn't he notice the screen heating up. Be careful. Don't hurt yourself. The man cautioned as he loosened his grip. Li Sheng rolled her eyes at that. Now free from his grasp, she quickly distanced herself, vigilantly surveying her surroundings. The bus was sparsely populated, with only 4 men and 1 woman, including the driver. Aside from the man who had captured her, the others were not particularly tall. Li Sheng estimated that if the other party harbored hostility, she could put up a fight, but she would undoubtedly sustain injuries. Conservatively speaking, her best course of action now was to ascertain their intentions. Oh, look at you, little one, quite fierce, aren't you? A teasing voice came from behind. It belonged to a bespectacled young man. Judging by the attitude of her captors, Li Sheng's instincts suggested they might not harbor ill intentions toward her. What do you intend to do with me? She inquired, attempting to soften her tone. Hee, we were just watching you, with those little arms and legs. You wouldn't outrun a zombie. These creatures only turn their heads when they hear the sound of a vehicle, and since we brought you here, we can't just ignore you. The man who had brought her on board explained with a smile. When silent, he appeared somewhat fierce, but when he spoke, his grin revealed a certain clumsiness. He seemed to be a straightforward fellow, with a hearty northeastern accent. Perhaps fearing she would doubt him, he quickly added, "Rest assured, we are good people. If you're uneasy, once we reach a safe place, we will let you go." Li Sheng had confidence in her ability to read people and felt she could discern the truth in his words. Nodding in acknowledgement, she offered a faint smile and sheathed her weapon, saying, "Thank you. All right, sister, find a spot to sit. The zombies are more active at night, and we can't stop the vehicle until dawn." Though her guard had lessened significantly in unfamiliar territory, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Li Sheng chose a seat at the back, distancing herself from the others. As soon as she sat down, the man who had captured her came over and took a seat beside her. Confused, Li Sheng turned to him and asked, "Is there something you need?" Nothing much.
Suesen.
What's your name, sister? He seemed rather friendly. Li Sheng, she replied. His broad smile, revealing his teeth, starkly contrasted with his fierce exterior, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity reminiscent of a martial brother from her past life. While not exactly close, she did not find him off-putting. "Ah, a lovely name. By the way, sister, here, have this," Hu Shuesen said, pulling out a handful of lollipops from his pocket. Indeed, what a delightful name. However, I wonder if this man's exuberance hides some ulterior motives? My dear little girl, do not fall for any tricks. Suddenly, a rough-looking man revealed an unexpected stash of lollipops. What on earth? This peculiar uncle seems to have all the necessary tools for luring innocent children. Li Sheng found herself momentarily bewildered. In this post-apocalyptic world, any consumable item was invaluable. Why was he so casual about offering sweets to a stranger? Surely he wouldn't poison her? Unlikely. As she was no longer the vulnerable empress she once was, there was no need for him to resort to such tactics. Before the apocalypse, there had indeed been human traffickers, but in this new world, survival overshadowed such pursuits. Perhaps, she mused, this uncle simply had a fondness for children. Noticing her hesitation, Hu Shueson appeared a bit flustered. Ruffling his hair, he opened his backpack, revealing it was filled with food. Sister, do you not like candy?
No worries.
I have plenty of other snacks. Please take whatever you like. The sudden warmth of his gesture left Li Sheng at a loss. Just as she contemplated how to politely decline, he broke the awkward tension. Sister, don't be afraid. You just remind me of my late little sister, who adored sweets. I couldn't help but want to share some with you. Mention of his sister visibly dampened Hu Shueson's spirits. The familiarity he evoked in her, akin to that of the martial general, made Li Sheng reluctant to refuse him. I just ate, so I'm not hungry, but I will accept this. She unwrapped a lollipop and put it in her mouth, returning the rest to his bag. To her surprise, the lollipop was delicious. Li Sheng's eyes sparkled with delight. The sweet, apple flavor flooded her senses, lifting her spirits considerably. Once a princess of Dachi, she had a sweet tooth, particularly for the osmanthus cake her mother made. After ascending to the throne, the weight of the nation had eclipsed her innocence, and her memories of sweetness were reduced to the osmanthus cake her mother had prepared before her tragic end. The thought of that cake, bittersweet and filled with sorrow, brought to mind the man who had caused her mother's demise, the emperor, the one who had forced her to relinquish everything. If she were to die, it would be upon the dragon throne. A voice from the driver's seat interrupted her reverie. Sin, we're running low on fuel. There's a gas station nearby where we need to stop. Hu Shueson, sensitive to Li Sheng's emotional shifts, decided to give her some space, and quickly stood up to leave. With him gone, Li Sheng exhaled slowly. Having held the position of power for so long, she found it uncomfortable to be close to others. The vehicle continued on its steady course, and for the remainder of the journey, no one approached her. The dim, quiet atmosphere began to induce drowsiness, and she fought to stay alert, clutching her weapon and gazing out the window. The night was only inhabited by wandering zombies. And as she surveyed the disordered streets and grand architecture, a sense of melancholy enveloped her. If not for the apocalypse, this world would undoubtedly be beautiful. The vehicle finally slowed in a desolate area, where even the zombies were scarce. After a while, they arrived at the gas station. Chapter 5. A frustrating system. Hu Shueson jumped out of the car and turned back to Li Sheng, advising her, Sister, we'll go to the gas station for fuel and food. You just stay in the vehicle. I'll bring back food to share, so don't wander off. Everyone exited the vehicle, and Li Sheng intended to join them, but before she could rise, the door was shut, leaving her trapped inside. Feeling slightly vexed, she leaned against the window to peer outside. The sound of the vehicle stopping had drawn the zombies in, and Hu Shueson, along with several others, began clearing the area of the undead. At a distance of 300 meters, another small team stealthily approached the convenience store, using the commotion to their advantage. Li Sheng had initially planned to alert Hu Shueson, but upon spotting a young man in the group, she froze.
Yuan Montag?
No, that's impossible. How could Yuan Mo appear in this apocalypse? As the boy turned his face toward her, his exquisite features were laid bare before her. He looked so familiar. The resemblance was uncanny, even down to the beauty mark beneath his eye. His skin was pale, almost sickly, mirroring Yuan Mo perfectly, and in that fleeting moment, she felt transported back to her past life. When they first met, he had looked just like this. Throughout her life as a warrior, Yuan Mo had been her steadfast companion, her strategist. Two eras, two individuals. How could they possibly look identical? It was utterly unfathomable. Li Sheng chuckled bitterly, shaking her head. Her own resurrection, the inexplicable system, and interstellar broadcasting were all equally absurd. If it truly were him, that would be welcome. Before long, the military-clad team vanished from her view, and she turned her gaze back to Hu Shueson. Holding a stick, Hu Shueson sprinted ahead, rushing to smash the heads of the zombies he encountered with brutal efficiency, dispatching 5 or 6 of them in quick succession. Li Song Saigao exclaimed, Wow. This tattooed muscle man has some skills and isn't bad looking either. My impression of him has changed. He must be a promising candidate.
Oh,
You, the viewer, are still here? The barrage of comments had quieted for a while, but suddenly erupted again, surprising Li Sheng. She glanced at the viewer count, which had unknowingly risen to 60. I've been here, all along. In this apocalyptic world, you're the only female streamer left. It's hard to catch you. So I want to leave even if it kills me. Are female streamers in apocalyptic settings so scarce? Well, that's not entirely true. There are a few male apocalypse streamers, but female streamers tend to perish far too quickly, making them quite rare. Perish too quickly? Li Sheng felt a mix of anger and confusion. Surviving in this harsh world is difficult, while there may be differences in strength between genders. It shouldn't lead to such a vast disparity. Exactly. They either get killed by their man's original partner, by romantic rivals, or even by their own men. Female streamers in this apocalypse have been dropping like flies. You, sweetie, need to be careful. What a chaotic situation. Are all their deaths centered around men? Why are the ways female streamers die so bizarre? Is that strange? The female streamers are primarily focused on romance content. Their live streams revolve around romantic daily life or love triangles. Regardless of the era, that's the nature of their content. Doesn't he, my dear, not know? The streaming system hasn't he assigned you any tasks? As comments flooded in, a flurry of question marks flashed through Li Sheng's mind. The system had revealed none of this. What do you mean there are romantic daily tasks? And they are system tasks? As a streamer, she was oblivious that a former empress chased after men just because it was a romance-themed segment? Forced to become a heartthrob? A system? I might need an explanation. The interstellar streaming laws stipulate that no streamer under the age of 18 may engage in romantic activities. Once the streamer turns 18, romantic tasks will commence. Romantic daily task reminder. Capture the affection of a powerful survivor in the apocalypse, achieving a 100 favorability rating. The target can be selected by the host, and system judgment will determine their suitability. What the hell? What kind of situation is it to force someone to date at 18? This system is undoubtedly a deep pit. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Everything comes at a price. What if I turn 18 and can't complete this task? Romantic streaming tasks are fixed, and if there is no progress for an extended period, the system will impose certain penalties. Fortunately, it wasn't a life or death situation right from the start. Let them impose their punishments. After all, no one will dictate her romantic affairs. Watch out. Hu Shuesen's voice from outside the vehicle drew Li Sheng's attention. Upon looking up, she saw a pair of glowing eyes outside the window, one of the mutated beasts. In the dark, those enormous eyes startled her. Unbeknownst to her, 6 mutated creatures had surrounded the vehicle, each at least a meter long, prowling like tigers.
bang!
One leaped onto the car's roof, its paw smashing the window into shards before it nimbly entered the car.
Li Sheng girip et her weapon tightly.
Eyes fixed on the large cat, sweat beading on her forehead. These creatures were agile and fierce, their combat abilities far superior to the mindless zombies, leaving her with no chance of victory. If she couldn't fight, she had to flee. The only exit was the window the beast had broken through. She needed to maneuver behind it and switch places to escape successfully. Taking the initiative was paramount. She couldn't afford to relinquish control to the predator. Li Sheng charged forward with her weapon drawn, but the large cat dodged her attack, and without a second thought, she abandoned the assault and leaped out of the window. The remaining beasts were occupied with Hu Shuesen and his group. If she could just make it outside to the gas station, she could evade this crisis. Glancing back at her escape route, and then at Hu Shuesen fighting valiantly, she recalled how he had rescued her from the horde of zombies, and her resolve strengthened. Damn it, as a sovereign empress, how could I act ungratefully? Saving him once would settle the score. Quickly, Li Sheng opened the system store. Having previously noticed a particularly expensive potion, an all-encompassing enhancement elixir. This potion would drastically boost all her physical abilities, costing at least 2,000 star coins and lasting only 3 hours. 3 hours would suffice. She decisively purchased it and drank it down, feeling an immediate surge of power. Her senses and physique were enhanced 100-fold. Indeed, the price reflected the value. It was an excellent item. The crude long spear she had would no longer suffice. While it was adequate for mindless zombies, it was laughable against a conscious beast. Li Sheng spent another 3,000 on a red tassel spear. Upon grasping it, she knew it was a fine weapon, not too heavy or light, the spearhead gleaming with a chilling light, and the shaft displayed commendable resilience. Though she was unsure of the material, No time to lament the 5,000 star coins that had flown away. As she noticed a large cat about to pounce on Hu Shuesen, she hurriedly lifted the spear and charged towards him. Little girl, what are you doing? Hurry and run. Li Song Sai Gao urged. Streamer, the upstairs comments are right. In the apocalypse, there's no such thing as genuine emotion. Survival is paramount. Chapter 6, Abandoned? Having consumed the enhancement potion, she dashed forward at lightning speed, almost instantly reaching Hu Shuesen and instinctively thrusting the spear into the belly of the large cat. With a howl, the beast was sent flying, a gaping wound in its abdomen spilling forth a torrent of blood. The others, witnessing this, went berserk. Charging at her in unison, Li Sheng held her ground, blocking their advances. They seemed impervious to her strikes, their bodies as tough as steel, rendering her efforts futile.
Hey,
What are you doing out here?
get back.
Hu Shuesen shouted anxiously. Overwhelmed by the onslaught, she had no time to turn back and respond, instead yelling over her shoulder. There's still one in the car.
Ah.
Lin Tian screamed, drawing the attention of two burly men in the group. Tian.
Wife.
One voice came from a companion, the other from Hu Shuesen. Hearing the cries and screams behind her, Li Shen kicked away the beast lunging at her. Lin Tian was the only adult female in the group, and the creature had knocked her to the ground, ready to sink its teeth into her. Just moments ago, she heard Hu Shuesen call her wife. What poor taste this older man has. Or is he simply oblivious? It seemed Lin Tian was exchanging glances with one of his friends. Li Sheng had assumed they were a couple. Whatever, saving one is still saving. Two is even better. Li Sheng resolutely abandoned her slight advantage and pivoted to Lin Tian, striking and diverting the creature's attention, engaging in battle. Get out of the way, Hu Shuesen bellowed. Li Sheng instinctively dodged and turned around, only to see Hu Shuesen glowing with a mystical green light. Is this what they call a superpower? How impressive! In this wondrous alternate world, Li Sheng felt invigorated. If others have powers, why shouldn't she? The anticipation was exhilarating. Nearby trees grew wildly, branches extending rapidly to ensnare the large cat, tightening until it was torn apart. Before Li Sheng could process the astonishing sight, the roar of an engine suddenly filled the air. The entire gas station was occupied solely by these few living souls. The sound of vehicles was self-evident. She and Hu Shuesen had yet to board, and it seemed these individuals intended to abandon them directly. I've told you, there are no genuine emotions in the apocalypse. The streamer is in for a rude awakening. Being a bleeding heart is to be avoided, remarked a user. Be quiet. Can't you see that the little girl is trying to save that muscular man? Our child knows how to repay kindness. Not everyone is as cold-blooded as you. Another user retorted. The remaining four closed in, quickly pushing Li Sheng and the uncle back, further away from the truck, leaving them with no opportunity to escape. The vehicle began to move slowly, and Hu Shuesen and Li Sheng, back to back, could only watch helplessly as it departed. Suddenly, a mutated beast crouched, leaping into action. The vehicle, not far off, slowed down, and Lin Tian poked her head out of the window, tossing a dark egg towards them. Why was she throwing an egg at them? Li Sheng was unaware that the dark object was a grenade. Damn it! Lin Tian! Hu Shuesen shouted, hastily using branches to envelop the two of them. A deafening explosion left Li Sheng dizzy, as Hu Shuesen shielded them with the branches. However, the intense heat from the explosion ignited the branches, flames licking at their sides. Hu Shuesen held Li Sheng close, protecting her from the fire. The explosion was instantaneous. The branches were mostly incinerated, and the large cat outside was reduced to charred remains. Feeling Hu Shuesen's grip loosen, she fell to the ground with a thud. It was then that Li Sheng noticed Hu Shuesen's back was a gruesome mess.
Hey,
Uncle, wake up. Please wake up, Li Sheng called out anxiously. The injured must not be touched or moved carelessly, and she dared not shake him. Cough, cough. Hu Shuesen slowly opened his eyes, his lips devoid of color. His breath faint, as if he were on the brink of death. Li Sheng hurriedly accessed the system's shop to search for medical supplies, growing increasingly frantic as she struggled to find what she needed. Let me tell you, my sister died in my arms, the door was locked, and we were frantic, running around the room. It was just a minor cold, but I could only watch her perish. Since that moment, I've harbored a deep hatred for my own helplessness as an older brother. You look just like my sister, with those big, round eyes. Sister, this time, I've grown up and can protect you. In that moment, Li Sheng no longer doubted Hu Shuesen. Even the barrage of comments had fallen silent, the world eerily still. Hu Xuesen's pupils began to glaze over, and he fainted mid-sentence. Li Sheng forced herself to remain calm, focusing intently on the shop, her heart racing. The chaotic messages in the comment section were vexing, leading her to shut down the live stream. She concentrated on finding medicine and finally located a treatment for burns among the piles of supplies. 2,000 star coins, it was fortunate she could afford it. She uncapped the vial and applied the ointment to Hu Xuesen's back, thinking to herself, in the past, countless soldiers perished on the battlefield, yet now, as long as there is hope, one must not give up. In this world, how many are willing to sacrifice their lives to save others? Years had passed, and Li Sheng believed her heart had been hardened enough. Even when faced with the injured or dead, she could remain composed. Yet, upon seeing the uncle's bloodied back, she couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow wash over her. The system's medicine was miraculous. As soon as the ointment was applied, Hu Xuesen's burns began to scab and heal. The instructions indicated a 3-day course, and she estimated that once this bottle was used up, Hu Xuesen would be nearly recovered. It was truly astonishing. Seizing the moment while the effects of the enhancement potion still lingered, Li Sheng hurriedly carried Hu Xuesen into the gas station's convenience store, locking the front and back doors and barricading them with heavy objects. The zombies outside had been cleared by Hu Xuesen and the others, and the 6 mutated beasts were all dead, rendering this place relatively safe. Li Sheng sat by Hu Xuesen, her mind racing with fragmented memories from her past battles and rebellions, memories she had not had the time to reflect upon until now. As she glanced back at her tumultuous life, the most cherished moments were those spent nestled in her mother's embrace during her childhood. Before she knew it, dawn began to break, and fatigue overcame her, causing her to nod off. Groggily, she murmured, "Yuan Mo, is that you, sister?" A weak voice called from behind. Li Sheng turned to find Hu Xuesen sitting up. Rubbing her eyes to shake off her drowsiness, she asked, "How do you feel?" "Hey, my back feels fine. I remember being blown up by a grenade yesterday. How could I recover so quickly?" Hu Xuesen exclaimed, slowly realizing his situation. "That's great. I had just the right medicine for burns, so I used it on you." Li Sheng sighed in relief. There was still half a bottle left. Since Hu Xuesen was fine now, she would save the rest for emergencies. Relaxing, Li Sheng began to lament the star coins she had spent. In the past, she had never considered herself materialistic. Now, with the black-hearted system, her financial obsession had been ignited. Spending 7,000 in one night, she was left with just over 300, burdened by a debt of 300,000 and 7,000. The thought of it pained her. Wow, this medicine is incredible. My injuries have healed significantly overnight. Thanks, sister. If anything comes up in the future, just let me know. Given our bond, I've got your back. Hu Xuesen laughed heartily, while Li Sheng shook her head, feeling a mix of emotions. Lin Tian was not worth it. Someone as good as Hu Xuesen deserved better. Li Sheng admired Hu Xuesen's mindset. It was rare to find someone who could remain so open-hearted after experiencing betrayal. Oh, right. The outskirts are filled with farms. The mutations we saw yesterday likely originated from local livestock. We must leave quickly. If more mutated animals come, it would be disastrous. These untamed mutated creatures posed a danger similar to zombies. Hu Xuesen leisurely stood up, grabbing a few bags to fill with edible supplies from the shelves. Following his lead, Li Sheng tossed items into her own bag, but her small stature made it difficult to reach the higher shelves. In this world, her knowledge was still limited, and having someone to journey with and strategize was invaluable. Moreover, her petite frame was not particularly useful. Hu Xuesen, a muscular man, appeared formidable, brimming with strength. Once they had gathered enough supplies to last about a week, they climbed out through a window. As they passed the remains of the mutated creatures, Hu Xuesen paused, crouching down to extract a shiny stone from a mutant's skull with his dagger. "Here, sister. This is a crystal core. Both zombies and mutated animals possess these. Superhumans can absorb the energy within to enhance their abilities, and even those without powers can use them as currency. The crystal cores from mutated beasts are far more valuable than those from zombies," Hu Xuesen explained, handing the stone to Li Sheng. She examined it. The crystal core was beautiful, resembling amber. "What are superpowers?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued by the jewel-like core. "Superpowers are special abilities. I can't quite explain it. On the day of the apocalypse, many turned into zombies, while others awakened their powers. For instance, I can manipulate plants, while others can control elements like wind, fire, and lightning. So that's how it is, Li Sheng mused, as the mystery of superpowers was finally unveiled before her. The sensation of supernatural abilities bears a striking resemblance to that of sorcerers, though sorcerers require talismans as tools, while those endowed with psychic powers can directly manipulate a specific attribute. Sister, you should take these remaining 5 crystal cores as well. After meticulously excavating the crystals, Hu Shueson carefully wiped away the blood and extended his hand. Aren't crystal cores supposed to enhance the powers of the psychic? I lack such abilities, so there's no need for me to take them. They belonged to Hu Shueson, and Li Sheng felt it inappropriate to accept them. She shook her head in refusal. She had only truly dealt with 2 creatures, and merely admiring 1 crystal core sufficed. Keeping the rest held little value. Brother, there are plenty of these. And, in the safe zone, they are worth a fortune. Even without powers, they can still be useful. Hu Shueson stubbornly pressed the crystal cores into her hands. Before she could respond, the system chimed in. Crystal cores are recyclable. A second-tier crystal core can be exchanged for 700 star coins, with a transaction fee of 10. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Such a diminutive crystal could yield so much money. If that were the case, wouldn't it be prudent to hunt more zombies and mutated beasts to swiftly repay the substantial debts? With her finances strained from extravagant spending the previous day, coupled with mounting debts, Li Sheng felt a shameful surge of desire. Then I won't be polite. Thank you. She accepted the crystal cores and exchanged them for star coins through the system. Her balance rose to 4,001, stirring a complex blend of satisfaction and guilt. Most of these crystal cores had been obtained at Hu Shueson's peril, who had also saved her life. It felt rather ungentlemanly to keep them for herself. Yet the allure of money was irresistible. Well, it's done now. Even if it's borrowed, I'll repay him when the opportunity arises. With the excavation of the crystal cores complete, they prepared to depart. Thankfully, there were abandoned vehicles aplenty at the gas station, eliminating the need to walk. They found a drivable car and left the gas station. Hu Shueson navigated through sparsely populated back roads, where zombies were few and the environment was relatively safe. After a night of turmoil, Li Sheng finally relaxed, dozing off in the car. Upon awakening, she discovered dusk had arrived. Wake up, let's eat something. Accepting the backpack handed to her by Hu Shueson, she rummaged for bread and milk to quell her hunger, but the more she ate, the more disconcerted she became. Earlier, while in the apartment, she had consumed several buns, attributing her ravenous appetite to prolonged hunger. Now, after downing 3 bottles of milk and 2 loaves of bread, she felt no sense of satiety whatsoever. Silently placing the bread down and setting the backpack on the ground, she ceased eating. The amount she had consumed far exceeded that of a typical 10-year-old child. Moreover, her physical strength did not seem particularly formidable. Continuing to eat might risk overindulgence. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt, nearly launching her from her seat. Gripping the steering wheel for stability, she glanced outside. A group of mutated pigs stood before the vehicle, each towering at least a person's height, their tusks glistening as they glared hungrily at the car, drool dripping from their mouths. Holy cow! Hold on tight! Hu Shueson exclaimed, flooring the accelerator and veering into the adjacent wilderness. The pigs pursued relentlessly, as if vowing to chase them down without relent. The rough terrain made the ride jarring, causing Li Sheng, who had only been in a car twice, to feel nauseous. Damn! Why are these pigs so fast? Hearing Hu Shueson's words, Li Sheng turned to look back. Most of the pigs had fallen far behind, save for one that was still gaining ground at an astonishing speed. The trees outside blurring into indistinct shapes as it kept pace. It appeared unfazed by the exertion, suggesting a likelihood of catching up. Hu Shueson had no choice but to drift in an attempt to widen the gap between them and the mutated pig. At that moment, survival took precedence over any route considerations, and in just a few turns, they found themselves entering a village. The pursuing pig had been shaken off several times, but it grew increasingly agitated. As they entered a straight road, it suddenly accelerated and rammed into the car's rear. The rear tire was punctured by the pig's tusk, triggering the alarm and rendering the vehicle uncontrollable as it spun in circles. Hu Shueson swiftly turned the steering wheel but failed to regain control, crashing into the yard of a nearby house. Quickly grabbed the long gun. Let's get out. Just as she prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the mutated pig, something peculiar occurred. The once ferocious creature now hesitated at the entrance to the yard, circling warily, seemingly reluctant to enter. Li Sheng remained still, curious to observe the pig's intentions. After several laps, it abruptly turned and departed. Even after the pig's exit, she did not dare to lower her guard, fearing a potential ambush. After waiting a considerable time with no sign of danger, she cautiously stepped outside to investigate, only to find the pig had vanished without a trace. Chapter 8. Rescuing others. Having confirmed the absence of threats, Li Sheng finally exhaled slowly. Although the reason for the pig's departure was unclear, it seemed fortunate. Sister, hurry. Help me out. I can't get out. The front of the car was crumpled, and Hu Xuesen, tall and robust, found his legs trapped beneath the seat, struggling for ages, without success. Fortunately, he was uninjured. Li Sheng hurried over to assist, and after some effort, the uncle finally managed to extricate himself. You scared me. I thought this was the end. What was up with that pig? Why did it chase us only to leave when we got here? Hu Xuesen brushed off the dust from his clothes, perplexed. I don't know. It seemed frightened to enter the yard, circling outside a couple of times before leaving. Forget it. Who knows? I've heard that mutated animals that haven't turned into zombies are quite intelligent. They even recognize their former owners. Perhaps we just happened to stumble upon a familiar place for it. Mutated animals retain their wits? This world is truly fraught with danger, if that's the case. The least troublesome foes are indeed the mindless zombies. Of course, those are the ones without brains. These creatures evolve rapidly. Sister, with the car wrecked, we're stuck here. Zombies are active at night, and there are so many mutated pigs around. Should we stay here for the night? Hu Xuesen glanced at the sky and inquired. There must be pig farms in the village. The mutated pigs are particularly numerous. All right, let's head inside. Since the mutated pigs won't enter, at least for now. It feels safe here. They quickly approached the house and pushed open the door, only to be met by an overwhelming stench. On the floor lay a decaying male corpse, beside which rested a bloodied butcher's knife. Ugh, no way. It's too foul. Sister, wait here. I'll drag the body outside first. Holding his nose, Hu Xuesen advanced to pull the corpse from the house. The interior layout was quite simple, consisting of 2 rooms and a kitchen, furnished only with necessary items, all covered in a thin layer of dust. Various butchering knives hung on the right wall of the kitchen, and the cutting board looked somewhat worn. The previous occupant of the yard must have been a butcher. No wonder the mutated pig hesitated to enter. It likely remembered the many companions that had perished here. Understanding the reason for the pig's retreat brought Li Sheng some comfort. The man committed suicide. No wonder he didn't turn into a zombie. His mental fortitude must have been quite weak. Sister, you mustn't follow his example. It's better to live, even in hardship. Hu Xuesen re-entered, startled by the kitchen setting. Was this guy really a butcher? After years of such bloody work, he ended it all? What a pity. Let's take a few of these knives. We might need them someday. Indeed, sister is right. Hu Xuesen chuckled, selecting a cleaver to wield, satisfied with this new weapon. This will do. Let us go, sister. I've just brought over some food. We'll stay here for the night. The owner of the courtyard passed away in the master bedroom to the east, while the door of the secondary bedroom to the west remained tightly shut. The stench was not overwhelming, and due to the night air being unbreathable, we could only rest in this vicinity. After tidying the bedding, I lay down, feeling the tension of the past 2 days ease considerably. I recalled that I had neglected to check my live streaming tasks or initiate a broadcast. With a flick of a switch, I opened the closed panel. The host had logged into the live stream. The backend interface was impressive, featuring data analytics. The peak online viewer count had surpassed 100, with a total viewership of 1,200, averaging 600 viewers daily. The task of 3,000 views should be accomplished in less than a week. The pressure from the system tasks had lifted, and I felt considerably lighter. Though the live stream was devoid of conversation and gifs, the upward trend was encouraging. Late into the night, not long after I had fallen asleep, a sudden loud bang jolted me awake, accompanied by the distant cries of pigs. Someone had arrived. Hu Xuesen, alerted by the noise, seized the machete beside him and sprang to his feet. The courtyard door swung open, and several figures hurriedly entered, while the mutated pigs from earlier circled at the entrance before huffily departing once more. After the pigs left, the newcomers showed no intention of leaving and turned towards the house. Hu Xuesen, gripping his knife, stealthily approached the door. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, he swung the door wide and struck with his blade. The intruder reacted swiftly, raising a hand to block the blade. resulting in a sharp clang that sent a tremor through Hu Shiuesen's arm, yet the assailant remained unscathed. Brother, we mean no harm. We are merely fleeing for our lives. Are you a soldier? Hu Shiuesen, noticing the military attire of the individual, lowered his weapon and inquired. Yes, I am Lu Biao, an active-duty soldier from the 123rd Special Forces. The 123rd Special Forces? Hu Shiuesen murmured, tilting his head in contemplation. After a moment of realization, he continued, I remember seeing your interview on television. No harm done. Please come in quickly. Thank you, Lu Biao replied gratefully. 5 large men filed into the room, and I noticed the conspicuous youth among them. Though I maintained a calm facade, my heart was tumultuous. Yuanemo, I repeated the name in my mind, transfixed by his pale lips. Bro, could you lend me a spot to lay my brother down? He's injured badly and can't be moved further, Lu Biao pleaded, pointing to his comatose teammate being carried on his back. Sure, I just made the bed. It's clean. Can you place him here? I replied. Any space will do. Thank you, brother, Lu Biao nodded in appreciation. At this moment there was little to be picky about. There was a frail girl already on the bed, and the men would not dare to displace her. Hu Shiuesen, with a kind heart, assisted in laying the injured man on the bedding. I descended from the bed and examined his wounds. There were no signs of zombie bites. The numerous small cuts were clean and appeared more like knife wounds, with the most severe being extensive burns on his abdomen. Coincidentally, I had burn ointment on hand. These men are good people. They have been protecting our homeland from the front lines since before the apocalypse, Hu Shiuesen mentioned, approaching me and whispering in my ear. He did not need to finish his thought. I understood his intention. He wanted me to help them. The implication was clear. These individuals were worthy of rescue. However, providing aid without reason raised suspicions of ulterior motives. I have medicine that can treat him, but you must exchange it for crystal cores, I stated, producing a vial from my pocket and presenting it before them. In conducting a transaction, both parties benefit, and it would also serve my need to repay debts. A mutually advantageous arrangement. How many crystal cores? The youth at the center inquired, gauging the reactions of the others, revealing that he was the true leader of the group. You can use it first. If it proves effective, I will require 3 level 2 crystal cores. If the medicine does not work, I will not accept your cores. 3 level 2 crystal cores were equivalent to 2,001 star coins, precisely the cost of 1 vial of medicine, allowing me to earn a little on the side as well. All right, the youth nodded, and one of the men stepped forward to retrieve the medicine. The efficacy of the medicine had already been validated on Hu Shiuesen. Upon application, the wounds began healing at a visibly rapid pace.
Wow.
Lu Biao exclaimed, shaking his companion excitedly. Chao Chi, am I imagining things? Did you see that? This medicine is incredible. Yes, you're not seeing things. Could you stop shaking me? My arm hurts. Here are 3 level 2 crystal cores. Thank you. I am Yuan Mo. Let's be friends, the youth said, immediately producing the cores without hesitation, offering a warm smile as he extended his hand. I am Li Sheng, I replied, nodding slightly as I shook his hand in a gesture of goodwill. Just like the strategist, a discerning individual, Yuan Mo remarked, his smile illuminating his face, his captivating eyes holding a magnetic charm. I nodded, momentarily entranced, as he playfully pinched my cheek and teased, little treasure, you are truly adorable. His action irked me. Ugh. His demeanor resembled that of a certain reckless man who had deceived me countless times with his angelic appearance. The live stream chat suddenly erupted with excitement, filled with comments praising Yuan Mo's looks. It seemed that beauty transcended gender. The viewer count surged to over 1,800. As long as they stayed for more than 15 minutes, I would complete my weekly task. Hey, what are you doing, you little brat? Why are you getting handsy with my sister? Hu Shiuesen shouted, witnessing Yuan Mo's teasing of me, rushing over to obstruct my line of sight. Yuan Mo's figure was completely obscured by Hu Shiuesen, causing the viewer count to drop by 300. Well, it seems they were indeed drawn in by Yuan Mo's appearance. I thought. Regardless of the reason for their presence, the completion of my task was paramount. Hold on, brother, I want to say a few words to him. I tugged at Hu Shiuesen's sleeve, signaling him to step aside. This gesture only fueled Hu Shiuesen's displeasure, as he wore a hurt expression, lamenting my perceived rebellion. Sister. He clearly isn't a good person. Don't let his looks deceive you. You're still young and you don't understand. I have a keen eye for character. In this day and age, a pretty face won't put food on the table. If you fancy him, wait until you're of age. And I'll bring you a dozen handsome boys. No early romances for you, sis.
What are you talking about?
This is not about early romance. Wake up. She's only 10. I exclaimed. Uncle, your possessiveness is overwhelming. Just because you are her brother doesn't mean you can prevent Xing from making friends with her peers. Yuan Mo innocently countered, emphasizing the term peers. In Hu Xuesen's eyes, Yuan Mo's words were blatant attempts at sowing discord. My sister is my responsibility. Who else would take charge? She can't be friends with someone like you, who gets handsy right off the bat. Don't you know that there's a boundary between boys and girls? But you two don't resemble each other at all. You're clearly not biological siblings. Even if you were, being overly strict isn't advantageous. Hu Xuesen's face turned ashen, his stubbornness evident as he defiantly continued to argue with a youth who was at least 8 years his junior. Their exchange was filled with meaningless banter, and it was clear that Yuan Mo was not genuinely interested in befriending Li Sheng. He was merely intent on teasing Hu Xuesen. As if their quarrel wasn't enough, they occasionally pulled Li Sheng into the fray for her opinion, leaving her caught in the middle and feeling overwhelmed. The only consolation for her was the fact that Yuan Mo's presence had attracted a considerable audience to her live stream.
Ding.
The premiere task has been completed, and the host has reached a cumulative viewership of 3,000. Rewards include 1 lottery chance and 1,000 star coins. The host is encouraged to continue their efforts for the next stage of the livestream task, which requires a cumulative viewership of 10,000 within a month. Finally, she had achieved her goal. She could finally be free of these 2 immature boys. Stop. Enough. Li Sheng called out, effectively silencing the commotion. And she let out a sigh of relief. With her shout, the world seemed to pause, but as she turned, she was met with Hu Xuesen's wounded expression, which was rather disconcerting. Brother, I just wanted to say a couple of things to him, and you're worrying too much. I'm only 10 years old, she explained helplessly, attempting to soothe Hu Xuesen's feelings. Fine, say whatever you wish. I'll just stand here in the middle to make sure that brat doesn't take advantage of you. Hu Xuesen replied, standing like a wooden post between her and Yuan Mo. Li Sheng opened her mouth several times, hesitating. Ultimately, she decided it was unnecessary to keep secrets. There was no harm in revealing what she had in mind. What would the little cutie like to discuss with me?
Yuan Montag teased,
completely ignoring the human barrier beside him. Nothing much, just wanted to ask if you need anything. I'm interested in doing some business with you, Li Sheng replied, choosing to overlook Yuan Mo's flippant demeanor. She had long since grown accustomed to such light-hearted banter, having dealt with a much more persistent strategist in her past. Absolutely. We lack many things. What do you have, little cutie? If it's as miraculous as that ointment you just mentioned, I'd love to see it, Yuan Mo said, straightening up slightly, though his nonchalant attitude remained. I can procure anything you desire, but the more difficult it is to obtain, the higher the price. I only accept gold, silver, jewels, and crystal cores, Li Sheng stated, having previously inquired with the system about the items it could recover. Scrap metal and low-value items could be exchanged, but they were not worthwhile. What truly mattered were these hard currencies. Seeing Yuan Mo's initial skepticism wane, it was evident he was intrigued. Li Sheng pressed on. I can provide the items up front, and you can pay later, but let me make it clear. This is a one-time deal. From now on, payment must be made before delivery. All right, then I need a handgun with power comparable to that of a grenade, Yuan Mo declared, presenting a seemingly impossible request. His smile hinting at amusement as if he anticipated her failure. Li Sheng browsed the system's marketplace, skipping over the exorbitantly priced items until her gaze landed on an energy gun. This weapon met Yuan Mo's specifications, capable of producing a pinpoint explosion upon firing, albeit at a steep price. The gun itself was 5,000 star coins, while bullets were 700 for a pack of 30, an inexhaustible pit of expenditure. Considering the 3 crystal cores she had just earned from Yuan Mo, she managed to scrape together enough to purchase a gun and a set of bullets. She thought to herself, you must invest to reap rewards, and given Yuan Mo's earlier eagerness to pay, he seemed to be quite affluent.
If he was satisfied,
she could establish a long-term arrangement for ammunition, ensuring a profitable venture. Li Sheng placed her hands behind her back, discreetly purchasing the firearm before handing it to Yuan Mo. You may step outside to test its power. If it meets your expectations, you can pay me with 10 second-level crystal cores. Good, Yuan Mo responded, taking the handgun and examining it with a sense of fascination. The silver body was compact and elegant, with the bullets emitting a faint blue glow. Familiarizing himself with its structure, he stepped outside, followed by everyone in the room except for the unconscious individual, all eager to witness Yuan Mo's test shot.
Bang!
The gunshot sounded muffled, akin to being equipped with a silencer, followed by a dull thud as the bullet struck the wall, exploding into a burst of flame. Watching as half of the wall was obliterated, Li Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the system produced only the finest quality. All right, Tao Shan, settle the payment, Yuan Mo commanded, reclaiming the handgun and wiping it down with care. The man summoned to handle the payment was left speechless, hastily producing 10 crystal cores and handing them to Li Sheng before rushing to Yuan Mo's side, eagerly examining the weapon. With the crystal cores exchanged for 6,600 star coins, Li Sheng felt a wave of elation wash over her. Encountering someone so wealthy was certainly advantageous. Direct promotion proved effective. Hey, where did you acquire all these peculiar items? Hu Shuesen marveled at the handgun's power, his eyes wide with astonishment.
No.
You can't ask me that. What if I accidentally spill the beans later? Seriously, you need to be more cautious. What if you encounter someone with ill intentions seeking to kill or rob you? You must keep your possessions hidden, he advised, concerned for her safety.
Li Sheng replia.
You've said enough. Can't you let me speak? Calm down, brother. Everything I have is exchanged for crystal cores or gold and silver. I lack resources, but not materials. Hence, I must trade these items for money, she vaguely explained her reasoning. While her approach was indeed risky, she recognized that being in debt to the system equated to a threat to her very life. There was no such thing as absolute safety. Seeking wealth often required taking risks. Oh, I see. By the way, do you think these crystal cores are enough? Hu Shuesen nodded, suddenly enlightened. He rummaged through his pocket and produced a plastic bag filled with shimmering crystal cores, estimating there were nearly 100. If you tell me these crystal cores are a gift, I might be quite upset, Li Sheng remarked with a forced smile. While she appreciated his concern, her strong-willed nature resented being treated like a delicate flower. Friendship should be a partnership of equals, not one of excessive giving or taking. Well then, I won't give them. If those cores are enough to buy that gun, then get me one too, Hu Shuesen chuckled, scratching his head in embarrassment as he shifted from offering a gift to proposing a sale.
Li Sheng smilat oplesli.
Retrieving just enough crystal cores from the bag to exchange for an energy gun and completing the transaction. Yuan Mo, having lost interest in the novelty, approached with a friendlier demeanor, saying, "Little treasure, this is quite the find. I'll take all of these and ask for 3 more. Whatever is left, convert into bullets." Any fool would turn away from a lucrative business opportunity, and Li Sheng graciously accepted the crystal cores and gold, converting them into star coins. Her instincts had proven correct. Yuan Mo was indeed quite affluent, and this haul netted her over 50,000 star coins. After deducting her 1,000 profit, she proceeded to exchange the remaining balance as per his request for firearms and ammunition. With the exchange nearing completion and a substantial balance remaining, Li Sheng paused to inquire. "The gun is fine, but are you sure you want 900 bullets? That's quite a load to carry." Yuan Mo seemed to have overlooked the sheer volume of ammunition, his smile faltering for a moment. 900 bullets weighed approximately 21 pounds, even divided between them. It would be a considerable burden. "Let us start with 100. I can request the rest when needed. Does that work?" "Yes, that works." Li Sheng nodded and handed him the 4 sets of bullets, while also picking up an inexpensive notebook and pen from the shop to keep accounts. "You can do it. Host 6, I've never seen a host treat the system shop as a business. Most would hide their secrets, fearing others would take advantage of them. Such a mind and courage in the romance sector is truly wasted."
Licence agao,
No wonder I chose this little loli. She is so unique. Who dares to say women are petty? Our host is only 10, yet possesses such intellect, easily surpassing most male streamers. You can do it. Ugh, your female streaming room will ultimately devolve into a romantic battlefield. It's just a change of scenery. If it weren't for the apocalypse backdrop, which man would be interested? Li sang Zagao, you haven't seen our little loli bravely fighting 5 zombies at once. Our host can survive in the apocalypse without relying on men. The streaming room was instantly ignited, with comments flooding in, comparing the differences between male and female streaming rooms. The constant stream of words before her eyes was quite irritating for Li Sheng. "System, could you please cease displaying these texts?" "Yes, closing the comments. Comments have been disabled. Only gift notifications and announcements will now be shown. With this gun, dealing with those mutated pigs outside won't be difficult." Once my companions wake up, we plan to fight our way out. What about you? What are your plans? Yuan Mo's tone shifted noticeably. He had often spoken with an air of arrogance. But now he finally straightened his demeanor, putting away his pride. We plan to head to the nearest South City base, Hu Shiuesan interjected. Would you like to join us? Our ultimate goal is the Imperial capital, and we also need to tidy up in the South City area. Yuan Mo extended an olive branch, and Hu Shiuesan nodded in agreement without hesitation. These individuals were all warriors who had defended their country before the apocalypse. Their character was undoubtedly commendable. Setting aside Yuan Mo's teasing of Li Sheng, their overall conditions made them the best choice for companionship. At least they wouldn't have to worry about being stabbed in the back by teammates. Your brother will probably wake up tomorrow morning, but our vehicle is already wrecked. And we have no means of transportation. Do you have any? Hu Shiuesan pointed at the deformed car in the courtyard and asked. No, when we arrived, we encountered a group of robbers. They were numerous, and one had a level 3 fire ability. My brother was injured by a sneak attack from that ability user, and we had to abandon our supplies and vehicle, fleeing until we stumbled upon this crowd of mutated pigs. Chapter 11. The strange Yuan Mo's expression darkened as he recounted this experience. After a pause, he gritted his teeth and said, They are in another village 5 kilometers east of here. They've already cleared out the zombies there. We just need to go over and reclaim our supplies and vehicle. East? That's the only route to the South City base. Fine, but let me make it clear. My sister has no abilities.
Fine.
But you all must protect her during the fight. Hu Shiuesan thoughtfully stroked his chin. That is a certainty, Yuan Mo unhesitatingly agreed. Yuan Mo's swift agreement made Hu Shiuesan beam with happiness as he threw his arm around Yuan Mo's seemingly fragile shoulders and said, Great. I find you much more agreeable now. You must be out of food since your supplies were stolen. How can we fight without eating? Just so happens we have plenty left over. Let us go inside and eat together. The two walked into the house, where several men sat on the floor, eating and chatting. Within minutes, the atmosphere became lively. Li Sheng sat there, her eyes vacant, mechanically feeding herself, while her mind drifted back to a playful memory with the strategist from her time in the military camp. It was near the end of the year when the kitchen was preparing to slaughter a pig, and in a twist of fate, it broke free and stumbled into Li Sheng's tent. The mother pig was followed by a group of piglets, and seeing how adorable they were, Li Sheng chased everyone away, insisting on catching one to pet. Unfortunately, the pigs turned the tent into a mess, leaving her in disarray without achieving her goal. The strategist had laughed at her for a long time, and in the end, he effortlessly led the pigs away, causing Li Sheng to feel frustrated and sulky for several days afterward. Hey, sis, eat properly. What are you thinking about? The memory was interrupted, and Li Sheng shook her head gently, her gaze unconsciously landing on Yuan Mo, yearning for a sense of familiarity. He resembles someone truly. It's a pity it can't be him. Forget it. Tomorrow, when Fong Xi wakes up, we'll take action. He's a sniper, and Tao Shan has speed abilities. At that time, we can let Tao Shan lead the pig herd to a specific point, and we'll focus our fire and swiftly eliminate the pigs. Yuan Mo moved his chopsticks across the tablecloth, calmly strategizing. As these words fell, the previously jovial men fell silent, realizing that there were only 7 of them in total, while outside, there were roughly 8 or 9 mutated pigs. This was only what they had seen. With such a disparity in strength and numbers, sacrifices were inevitable. Tao Shan's speed was indeed remarkable, but no one could guarantee he would return alive. Not to mention the dangers posed by the mutated pigs. Even a single misfire could obliterate him. This strategy was sound in theory, but emotionally, no one could accept it, not even Hu Shiuesan, who had just met them. Is there no other way? Hu Shiuesan asked gloomily, his mood clearly dampened. Haha, it's fine. As soldiers, we sacrifice ourselves for the greater good. Why are you all so gloomy? I've trained for years in battle for this very purpose. Li Sheng quickly swallowed her food and interrupted Tao Shan's declaration of heroism. Generally, social animals have a sense of leadership and territory. The mutated pigs attack us because their territory is invaded. We just need to eliminate the leader of the herd to claim this territory, and the other pigs will cease their attacks. This method saves time and effort while avoiding unnecessary casualties. Yuan Mo raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before voicing his disagreement. You make a valid point, but how do we identify which one is the leader of the herd? We don't have much time to prepare. Quite simple. We can assess by size or gender. If a large pig is among a group of piglets, it's likely the leader. If a group of sows is accompanied by a boar, the boar would be the leader, and vice versa. Li Sheng thought carefully. She seemed to recall that the pig herd in this village was the latter, and the one that wrecked their vehicle appeared to be the only boar. Is there a possibility of a third scenario? Generally, no. If two equally dominant individuals of the same species appear, they will fight to establish dominance. So there can only be one leader. Li Sheng wasn't overly confident, but considered this the best plan she could devise. Alright, Lu Biao. Tomorrow you'll go outside to stealthily observe the pig herd situation and report back, so we can make further plans. Yes. Lu Biao grinned, wholeheartedly accepting the task. Brimming with excitement. With the strategic shift, the heavy atmosphere dissipated in an instant, and the house once again erupted into laughter and chatter. Li Sheng Hanti slept well the previous night and climbed into bed early. In the dead of night, just as she was deeply asleep, she felt something moving beside her. As she drowsily opened her eyes, she was startled to see Yuan Mo's enlarged, exquisite youthful face looming over her. What are you doing? Oh, don't be so cold-hearted, my little darling. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd come chat with you and foster some affection. Yuan Mo leaned closer, wearing a shamelessly coy expression that, despite his striking beauty, made one want to punch him. Li Sheng uncomfortably shifted away towards the corner, acutely aware of the distinction between memory and reality. To her, Yuan Mo was merely an acquaintance, and with him close by, she was already exerting considerable restraint by not striking him. What do you want to say? Spit it out. Li Sheng was on the verge of inscribing MOAI lousy on her face, while Yuan Mo drew closer, almost as if he were imperceptible, mischievously blowing air into her ear. It's nothing much, just a casual chat. You seem oddly familiar, almost as if we've met before. Where is your hometown, little darling? Perhaps we are childhood sweethearts. Childhood sweethearts are not used in that manner, and I can state with absolute certainty that we have never crossed paths before. Li Sheng raised her hand to shield her ear and forcefully pushed Yuan Mo's face away, despite being contorted into a fish-like pout. Yuan Mo's eyes sparkled with amusement as he lowered his voice. Your gaze resembles that of a female emperor I once encountered. Li Sheng retracted her hand, concealing her astonishment. She turned to scrutinize Yuan Mo's expression. He was earnest in his words. What female emperor? She feigned ignorance, probing. Oh, it's nothing. I just recall a dream where I followed a female emperor into battles. However, she was rather unfortunate. I always dreamt that she was struck by lightning on her coronation day. You bear a striking resemblance to her. Your brows and eyes are almost identical. Yuan Mo casually described, maintaining an air of nonchalance. How unfortunate for her. Li Sheng chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Could she confide that she was indeed the unfortunate emperor who met her demise on her first day of reign? That was simply out of the question. But how did Yuan Mo know such things? Could it be that he too traversed from her era? No, his demeanor did not reflect the customs of her world. Even as she made a conscious effort to adapt, she occasionally exhibited idiosyncrasies that were out of place in this time. What on earth was happening? Li Sheng was engulfed in confusion, her mind racing, completely oblivious to Yuan Mo inching closer. When she finally regained her senses, his face was mere inches from hers. What are you pondering so earnestly, little darling? Yuan Mo teased, pinching her cheek, his smile akin to that of a beguiling monarch. I was thinking, you should keep your distance. Do not draw so near.
Oh?
I forgot to mention, that unfortunate female emperor was also named Li Sheng. What a coincidence. Ah, indeed. What a remarkable coincidence. Li Sheng resolved to feign ignorance, as Yuan Mo had not explicitly named the emperor. Well, it's getting late. We should retire for the night. Yuan Mo chuckled lightly, pulling the covers over himself and promptly closing his eyes. Yuan Mo's antics left Li Sheng feeling somewhat perturbed, glaring at the youth beside her, wishing she could bite him in frustration. Nevertheless, she decided to take it in stride. It was merely a trivial matter, nothing to be anxious about. Chapter 12. Resolving the mutated boar. As dawn broke, Fong Siyu, who had been unconscious on the ground, awoke. With the robust physique of a soldier, he was already lively. Unlike Hu Xuesen, who still appeared somewhat weak. Everyone busied themselves preparing for the impending confrontation. Lu Biao hurriedly returned from reconnaissance, his face alight with evident joy. The little sister was correct. There is indeed only one boar with tusks outside, while the others are sows and piglets. Good. You all go outside the courtyard and dig a trap. We will lure that boar over and take it down collectively. Upon hearing Lu Biao's report, Yuan Mo swiftly devised a battle strategy. The soldiers, well trained, completed their preparations in mere minutes. Under Lu Biao's guidance, Tao Shan accurately located the boar and lured it into the trap. The group immediately opened fire, the sound of gunfire deafening. However, the mutated boar was tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, and the wounds it sustained were not severe. That's fine. We can wear it down gradually. Li Sheng leisurely observed the battle, cradling a milk pouch. As a mere child skilled in close combat with cold weapons, her presence was the greatest assistance. What is happening? The system opened the barrage. Li Song is great. Host. How could you disable the barrage? I showed your live stream replay to an agricultural expert friend, and he said this group of pigs is clearly a male and female with piglets. There is not just one leader. Li Song is great. Moreover, if you don't take them out together, the sow will retaliate fiercely if she sees the boar dead. Is it possible to handle it this way? Oh no. This is a blunder. Yuan Mo, there should be another sow. It's the mate of this boar, and we must deal with them together. Li Sheng hastily relayed the information to Yuan Mo, fearing that her oversight might lead to greater casualties. Understood. Cease fire. Tao Shan. Quickly find that sow, and bring it over. Yuan Mo chose to trust Li Sheng without a second thought. The men immediately lowered their weapons, and Tao Shan darted out like an arrow, disturbing the sow in its den to lead it back. Both pigs fell into the trap, and Yuan Mo ordered a more intense barrage. The weapons from the system's store were immensely powerful, each shot deepening the pit, and the two mutated boars sank further, unable to escape. Finally, after everyone expended over 20 rounds, the mutated boars fell silent. The piglets of the deceased couple approached cautiously, their noses twitching as they hesitated at the edge of the pit. Seeing the bloodied remains below, they recoiled in fear. It seemed these piglets had developed a sense of awareness. After glancing at Li Sheng and her group, they hesitated for several minutes before slowly approaching. Just as everyone thought they would have to continue fighting, Li Sheng stepped forward to meet the piglets. A miraculous scene unfolded. The lead piglet nudged her wrist affectionately, appearing remarkably docile. Whoa, the astute one knows the situation. Tao Shan was utterly astonished, never expecting the situation to take such a fantastical turn. The piglets bore no intention of aggression. This gesture of submission signified their acceptance of a new leader. Li Sheng smiled, reaching out to stroke the piglet's head. I must say, this feels rather delightful. With the pig crisis resolved, let us tidy up a bit and depart. Yuan Mo, uninterested in the piglets, turned and headed back inside. Chapter 13. The pig-riding maiden Li Sheng was infatuated with the piglet, lingering in the courtyard, for she had little to pack. 10 minutes later, the men emerged from the house, their bags slung over their shoulders. Reluctantly, Li Sheng released the piglet and joined the group heading toward the village exit. Why are these pigs following us? Tao Shan glanced back repeatedly, puzzled as he inquired of his companions. I don't know, but they mean no harm. If they wish to follow, let them. They might stop once we leave the village. Li Song is great. Host, I invited my agricultural expert friend to watch your live stream, and he mentioned that these pigs seem to view you as their mother. They will likely follow you wherever you go. Interstellar 666. Hurrah! Is the Pig King arriving? Li Sheng was inundated with a barrage of laughter and mockery, teasing her about the title of Pig King. Why is this happening? I did nothing when we took down those two pigs. She typed into the chat, her confusion palpable. Li Song is great. The expert said that since you are the only female present and the piglets are still in their dependency phase, that's why they are sticking with you. Li Sheng felt utterly defeated at the moniker of Pig King and desperately asked, is there no way to shake them off? Interstellar 666. Oh, not really. Generally, we separate the piglets when they grow a bit larger. But can you truly find a way to isolate them now? Well, no. These piglets are nearly the size of calves, remarkably strong, and their skin is tough and thick. No matter how hard she tried, she wouldn't find a pen for them. Helpless, Li Sheng abandoned the idea of getting rid of the piglets and turned to ponder how to deal with them. Hey, what are you doing? Hu Shiuesan noticed Li Sheng had halted and approached her with a question. It seems they consider me their mother, Li Sheng confessed, feeling somewhat embarrassed as those words escaped her lips. Truly too humiliating. What? Hu Shiuesan and the other men were left speechless. Seeing their incredulous expressions, Li Sheng took a few steps away from the main group. The piglets followed closely behind, none lagging behind. Li Sheng's practical experiment convinced the men of her assertion. Yuan Mo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Are these pigs blind? Li Sheng grew even more annoyed at Yuan Mo's boisterous laughter. After giving him a glare, she retorted, perhaps they truly are blind. Enough of that. Since you can't shake them off, what do you plan to do? Managing so many piglets for food and sanitation will be a challenge. Yuan Mo skillfully shifted the conversation. I'll handle their feeding. As for what to do. Suddenly, Li Sheng's mind sparked with a memory of galloping on horseback. These piglets appeared quite docile and their size was adequate. Previously, Yuan Mo had mentioned retrieving the vehicle would require at least a 5-kilometer trek. While not an extensive distance, it would undoubtedly deplete her energy, given her current physical condition. Since she couldn't rid herself of them, why not put them to good use and ride the piglets for transport, which would make her journey far less burdensome? Having made her decision, Li Sheng confidently approached the nearest piglet, flipped it over with a gentle push, and settled herself firmly upon its back. Following the usual riding techniques, she lightly tapped the pig's rear, prompting it to begin ambling forward. It worked. The pig, seemingly intelligent, understood her without much need for training or encouragement.
Wow.
Tao Shan couldn't help but exclaim. No one had anticipated that Li Sheng would ride a pig so skillfully. Can I ride one too? Hu Xuesen eagerly approached her, his eyes shining with excitement. Though riding pigs might not seem dignified, the robust appearance of these creatures certainly lent them an air of authority. Sure, but wait a moment. Li Sheng replied with a smile, turning to the system store to procure 2 suitable saddles. While her riding skills were commendable, Hu Xuesen, being a modern man, would likely struggle without a saddle. Li Sheng adeptly fitted the saddles and handed the reins to Hu Xuesen, instructing him on how to control the pig and mount it. Once Hu Xuesen had mastered the art of riding, the other onlookers were no longer calm. This is infinitely better than walking. In this apocalypse, who cares about niceties?
Hey.
Can you get us a couple of saddles too? Tao Shan implored Li Sheng with a beaming smile, seeking her favor. Li Sheng raised her chin and smiled silently, fully aware of how these men had laughed at her initial predicament. All right, the rental fee for the saddles and pigs for a day is 6 first-tier crystal cores. Thank you for your patronage. What? Are you robbing us? Tao Shan instinctively clutched his wallet. Yuan Mo chuckled resignedly, interjecting, fine, we all want one. Just deduct it from my funds. Why not take advantage of a good deal? Aside from the saddles, the rest is free money. Li Sheng noted as she recorded the transactions in her ledger, exchanging the saddles and tossing them to Yuan Mo with a cheerful shout. Thank you for your patronage. The men, aware of her lingering grievances, kept their mouths shut and silently began saddling the pigs. At that moment, Li Sheng no longer found the Pig King comments on the screen bothersome. After all, pigs that could earn her money were indeed good pigs. Once Yuan Mo and the others had saddled their pigs and mounted them, Li Sheng leisurely guided her pig onward. The procession of pig riders traversed the rural wilderness, initially at a leisurely pace, until someone impulsively gave their pig a hearty slap on the rear, and in the blink of an eye, the scene transformed into a wild pig race. Interstellar 666. The host is quite wild. Li Sang Sa Gao. I don't know why, but this scene oddly moves me. Cool water, not cool. Enough already. I've started recharging. This spectacle is a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Cool water, not cool sent 666 by 3 star coins.
Go.
Wind Chasing Youth sent 666 by 6 star coins. I want to win 888 cent 666 by 3 star coins. She really wanted to agree. Riding pigs like this was something no spectator, let alone she herself, had ever envisioned, even in her wildest dreams. The mutated pigs, brimming with energy, showed no signs of fatigue even after such a long run. As they neared the bandit village that Yuan Mo had mentioned, Li Sheng pulled on the reins to halt. The other men followed suit, mimicking her to stop their mounts. Just ahead, how much do you know about the enemy? Li Sheng inquired of Yuan Mo, recognizing the need for a strategic approach to confront the bandits. Roughly estimated, there shouldn't be more than 20 of them, with 4 possessing abilities, 2 wind, 1 fire, 1 earth, and 1 water. The rest are ordinary folks, likely farmers before the apocalypse. However, they are armed with guns and explosives, so caution is paramount. The layout of the village is complex, filled with narrow alleys, so we should avoid fighting within. We need to lure them out, but that seems troublesome, Li Sheng mused, considering the odds stacked against them. Indeed, and they have already encountered us. So they are familiar with our appearances. It's unlikely they would take the bait if we send our people to lure them, Yuan Mo added,
Li Shen nodded slowly.
contemplating strategies to draw the snake from its den, and after a while, a mischievous smile spread across her face as she exclaimed, I've got it. We can do this. Chapter 14. Entering the village, a frail girl struggled to drag an unconscious, muscular man along the rural dirt road. Her face glistened with beads of sweat, but upon sighting the village, a look of joy illuminated her features as she called out, Is anyone there? Can someone help us? Interstellar 666. The host's acting skills are commendable. Had I not seen her tear apart zombies, I might have believed her.
Li Song Sagao, ow.
The delicate host is so adorable. I really like her. Strange one. How can you find her cute based on her skeletal face? Li Sang Sa Gao. Her features are exquisite. She would be even cuter with some weight. It's just that she hasn't had the chance to thrive yet. Regardless. She is definitely my chosen girl. I'll shower her with support. Li Sang Sa Gao sent 1314 star coins.
Huh?
Li Shang was left bewildered. What kind of taste did the viewers have? Riding pigs for money and drawing sympathy simultaneously? Never mind, the matter at hand was more pressing. After calling out for a long time, she finally attracted the villagers' attention. A man, fully armed and clutching a rifle, approached with an impatient expression.
Hey.
What's all the shouting about? Big brother, my brother is hurt. Can you help me save him? Li Sheng pleaded with tear-filled eyes, her helpless demeanor strikingly deceptive. Did you encounter zombies? The man's demeanor instantly shifted to one of caution, gripping his rifle tightly. Li Sheng shook his head repeatedly, stammering as he explained, No, we didn't get into a fight. They wanted to rob us. We ran away, but my brother was injured, and halfway through, the car ran out of fuel. To further convince the man, Li Sheng lifted Hu Shuesen's shirt, revealing the ghastly burn scars. The man glanced at the wounds, confirming they were not inflicted by zombies, and continued to question him, albeit with a hint of skepticism. How did you know there were people here? When my brother and I escaped from the car, we encountered 5 individuals, some of whom were unconscious. They directed us to this place, assuring us there were people here. My brother was too weak to continue, so we had no choice but to trust them. When did you meet these 5 people? Just last night. The 5 individuals Li Sheng mentioned were indeed Yuan Mo and his group. The man seemed to recall them vividly, and after a moment of contemplation, his muscles visibly relaxed, suggesting he had lowered his guard. The mixture of truth and fiction is often the most convincing, and given Li Sheng's diminutive stature, the man perceived him as a negligible threat. Having gained the man's trust, Li Sheng proceeded to cast the bait. Big brother, please save my brother. We have food in our van. If you rescue him, we will offer you all of it as a reward. Is that all right? Li Sheng looked up with pleading eyes, gripping the sleeve of his shirt, appearing anxious for a response. If I take your supplies, will your brother agree? The man smirked, clearly intrigued. Yes, definitely. My brother is very kind. He always shares food with those in need. If you save his life, he will certainly repay you. Li Sheng nodded vigorously, eager to clarify. The man's eyes darted around before he hesitated, saying, But your brother's injuries look severe. We don't have a doctor here. If he dies, I would have helped you in vain. Upon hearing this, Li Sheng's spirit deflated, and tears welled up in his eyes. He wiped his tears with his sleeve and choked out, If in 3 days my brother is still unwell, I will tell you where the van is. You can go get it, and I will leave on my own. To enhance the authenticity of his performance, Li Sheng feigned a couple of sobs. To an outsider, he appeared to be a heartbroken child mourning for his brother. The man, seemingly not devoid of compassion, observed Li Sheng's distress and bent down to lift Hu Shuesen onto his shoulder, saying, Stop crying. Let us go. Follow me into the village. You're fortunate that it's me you encountered today. If it were anyone else on patrol, this little one wouldn't have survived. Let me be clear. Once we enter the village, you stay in my house. You are not allowed to wander. If you're caught, you might end up dead. Don't say I didn't warn you. Okay, thank you, big brother. Li Sheng nodded obediently, shadowing the man closely, though his words left her puzzled. Were the villagers truly so hostile? Was it only robbery they engaged in, even for a fee to stay? The village's dirt roads were riddled with potholes as the man navigated through twists and turns, carrying Hu Shuesen into a yard. Strangely, they encountered no one along the way. This will be your and your brother's room. I want to provide food or water. If you have it, good. If not, you'll go hungry. After 3 days. Regardless of the outcome, tell me where the supplies are, and then get lost. The man tossed Hu Shuesen onto the bed and left the room. Li Sheng nudged the unconscious Hu Shuesen, signaling that the man had departed, then took out her phone to communicate through text, and they engaged in silent dialogue. Chapter 15. The Secret of the Village. I've memorized the path into the village. When night falls and no one is around, I will scout other routes. You stay here and listen. If anything happens, let me know, but do not expose yourself. Hu Shuesen shook his head vigorously at the words on the screen. No. You don't have any abilities. If you're discovered, it would be difficult for you to escape. I'm not at ease. Following the target would put you at greater risk. My small stature makes me less conspicuous. Trust me, my combat skills are commendable. Li Sheng dismissed Hu Shuesen's concerns about accompanying her, and just as he was about to type another message, footsteps echoed from outside. The footsteps lingered for a moment outside the door before gradually fading away. Lying on the bed, Hu Shuesen waited for a long while before finally opening his eyes. Li Sheng met his gaze, and they exchanged understanding looks. They both grasped the significance of the recent sounds. The slow, dragging footsteps were clearly not those of the man who had carried Hu Shuesen inside. There were likely others in the house, probably an elderly person. Try not to get up. Keep pretending to be asleep. Tonight, I will scout the terrain and send a message to Yuan Mo. We will act around midnight. Li Sheng was devising a plan for stealthy assassination. Although Yuan Mo had encountered the villagers before, it was uncertain if those who had attacked them constituted the full fighting force of the village. Their numbers were too few to withstand heavy losses. A cautious guerrilla strategy was the optimal choice. As unfamiliar faces, Li Sheng and Hu Shuesen could lower the villagers' guard. Despite Li Sheng's childlike appearance, her combat prowess was undeniable. And with Hu Shuesen's wood-based abilities, even if their plan faltered, they would still be able to escape without much trouble. Furthermore, with the system's support, she could acquire life-saving tools if faced with severe danger. The plan was impeccably crafted. Now, they merely awaited the arrival of nightfall. As evening approached, Li Sheng squeezed out a few tears, laying her head on Hu Shuesen's arm, feigning an excessive sorrowful sleep. The persona of a devoted sibling must not falter. The man who had taken them in indeed checked on them before bedtime, staring at them through the window for quite some time. His overly cautious behavior raised questions in Li Sheng's mind. She sensed that his earlier warnings were not merely about the villagers' hostility. Once the man monitoring them departed, Li Sheng quickly climbed out of bed, nimbly scaled the wall, and stealthily navigated the terrain. Using their current location as a reference point, she began to sketch a map of the village. It was not large, but the houses were built densely and chaotically, making it easy to stumble into dead ends. Rural areas often lack planning. After all, it is their land, and they can build as they please. In peaceful times, even if a stranger got lost in the village, they could find their way out. However, transforming such terrain into a battlefield posed significant disadvantages for them as attackers. After thoroughly exploring the village, Li Sheng found a concealed corner to squat down and, using the moonlight, sketched the entire landscape on paper. Once she confirmed its accuracy, Li Sheng pulled out her phone and, following Hu Shuesen's instructions, took pictures to send via MS. Fortunately, satellite and mobile signals could still operate for a while without supervision, making communication remarkably convenient.
Received.
Everything is ready. We can act at any moment. 2 minutes later, Yuan Mo replied to her message. Li Sheng hurriedly read the text, closed her phone, and scanned her surroundings cautiously, ensuring there was no risk of exposure before returning to the courtyard. As she stepped inside, Hu Shuesen abruptly sat up in bed, startling Li Sheng, who had not expected such a reaction. His expression was fraught with urgency as he waved her closer. Sensing something ominous, Li Sheng quickly handed him her phone. The villagers here capture living people to feed zombies. What nonsense is this? Li Sheng's pupils dilated in shock. She could hardly fathom such a horrific reality. In this room, there is also an elderly lady, the mother of the man. Just moments ago, she had a brief conversation with him during the night, expressing her concern that she believed the two of us were captured by her son to be fed to zombies. She questioned him as to why, if there were no family members in their household who had turned into zombies, they would still capture people. The man replied that when he dies, he would simply throw her out without killing anyone. He reminded her that the entire village had family members who had transformed into zombies, except for their household, which incited jealousy. Thus, letting her go would be acceptable. However, he cautioned that the village's secret must not be revealed. Hu Shiuesin hastily scrolled through his phone, his hands trembling with urgency. Zombies evolve by consuming humans. And they had no idea how long they had been capturing living individuals to feed the undead. If the number of zombies were significant and of high level, what could be done? Li Sheng furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to proceed. The situation deviated drastically from what they had anticipated. They not only needed to assess the village's combat capabilities, but also ascertain where these individuals were concealing the zombies. As Hu Shiuesin had pointed out, if the zombies were plentiful and of high rank, a confrontation could lead to disastrous consequences, especially if the opposing side were to unleash the zombies with a mindset of mutual destruction. Frustrated, Li Sheng tugged at her hair. The longer the night dragged on, the more convoluted the situation became. They had to adhere to the original plan. It was precisely 4 in the morning, the time when fatigue weighed heaviest on the vigil keepers and patrollers. If they missed this window, they would have to wait until the next day, not knowing how many more complications would arise. According to the plan, Hu Shiuesin was to control the 2 individuals inside the house, while Li Sheng sent a message to Yuan Mo. After composing the message, Li Sheng retrieved a handful of vine seeds from her pocket and handed them to Hu Shiuesin. These seeds, available in the System S store for a mere $1 were perfectly tailored to complement Hu Shiuesin's unique abilities, affordable and highly effective. Hu Shiuesin accepted the seeds with a look of utmost gratitude, and the more Li Sheng observed him, the more she appreciated his presence. Indeed, a teammate who was easily satisfied, obedient, and cost-effective was the ideal companion. Li Sheng left the interior to Hu Shiuesin and climbed over the wall to meet Yuan Mo at the village entrance. Upon receiving the message, Yuan Mo, accompanied by his teammates, promptly initiated their operations, stealthily circumventing the 2 patrollers to quietly enter the village and rendezvous with Li Sheng. The 6 of them divided into 3 teams, pairing off to enter each household. Excluding the elderly, weak, women, and children, they eliminated all others. Li Sheng had already conveyed the village's secrets to Yuan Mo and the others via text. Each time they entered a home, they conducted a cursory search to locate the zombies' hiding places. However, after checking 6 households in succession, they found nothing. Chapter 16. The Enchanting Doctor. There were only 14 households in the village, and they had secured 7, leaving the other half untouched. The first 6 homes had yielded surprisingly little resistance. The inhabitants, upon seeing their firearms, were terrified and complied without question, appearing nothing like individuals capable of heinous acts. As they approached the village center, Li Sheng became increasingly vigilant. Suddenly, anguished cries of "Oh no!" emanated from a nearby courtyard. Li Sheng and Yuan Mo slipped into the yard, cautiously peering through a window to observe. How could you be so careless? If something were to happen to you, what would the villagers do? What about your friends and family? Hey, it's all fine. Don't cry. It's quite pitiful to watch. Regardless of the situation, you mustn't act so recklessly again. I know, I'm just an inconsequential doctor, but as a physician, I sincerely wish for your safety and health. You all keep doing this, and it breaks my heart. I feel powerless and suffocated. What a melodramatic scene, an absurd romantic drama during prime time. Li Sheng and Yuan Mo were left perplexed, gazing at the doctor inside, whose beauty was beyond compare. Yuan Mo's attractiveness was that of a delicate scholar, while the doctor possessed an androgynous allure, captivating and exquisite. The immaculate white coat he wore did not lend him an air of seriousness. Rather, it resembled a peculiar costume of eccentricity.
Minna, ah.
This beauty I adore. I want him. Li Song is superior, but I still find Yuan Mo more handsome. Starship 666, TCH. Men should be like Hu Shiuesin, exuding masculinity. Minna, I don't care. I won't listen. Streamer, get a close-up of this beautiful man. I'll send you a donation in 5 minutes. Thus, beauty equated to justice? Li Sheng rolled her eyes. Regardless of how handsome the man inside was, he was still an enemy, and in such a critical situation, focusing on appearances was utterly absurd. Starship 666, is someone upstairs ill? The streamer could face life-threatening danger at any moment, and you want to distract them for your infatuation? Li Song is superior. 666, I stand with you. It's truly absurd to make our girl do something so perilous. Look at it this way, isn't the romance section just about watching handsome men and beautiful women fall in love? Can underage streamers even watch romance? What has happened to romance streaming? Minna, you all are the ones who are crazy. Do you think end-time streamers survive long? It's tough to capture such a handsome guy. Every glance is a loss, and we'll all be dead soon enough. The system flagged Minna for aggressive behavior towards the streamer, resulting in a 1-hour ban. Li Sheng frowned as she observed the barrage of comments on the screen, noting that a significant number of users echoed Minna's sentiments. The chat room quickly devolved into chaos, with some combative individuals resorting to insults, prompting a series of warning messages from the system. Li Sheng surveyed the situation and reached a conclusion, just as she was about to disable the chat. She recalled the previous incident with the pig herd. Had it not been for Li Song's willingness to pay a high price to alert her, the misjudgment could have resulted in substantial losses. Perhaps they wouldn't be so fortunate again. It was better not to disable the chat. In that moment of distraction, Yuan Mo forcefully tugged at her sleeve, prompting her to crouch down quickly. Just as Li Sheng regained her focus, she locked eyes with the doctor, who was moving towards the bed to collect something. Oh no!
This could spell disaster.
Li Sheng regretted allowing herself to be distracted at such a critical juncture. She hurriedly opened the store to search for weapons to compensate for her current oversight. However, they did not encounter the anticipated bloody conflict. The doctor's soft, almost teasing voice floated from within the room, noticeably raised in pitch. De Zhuang, this wound of yours is rather deep. Let me give you an anti-inflammatory injection, all right?
Well, thank you, Dr. Chiao.
De Zhuang, why didn't your gang of little brothers accompany you today? After the injection, there will be side effects. I can't carry you home by myself. What side effects? Oh, don't be alarmed. You might just feel a bit drowsy. The anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving medications can have a sedative effect. If you fall asleep without anyone around, I can't possibly carry you back myself, can I? Of course not. I can manage staying here all night. You see, a couple days ago, a group passed through and they were too tough to handle. We're worried they might come back, so my brothers and I have been staying together in the ancestral hall, ready to respond to any emergencies. It's a rule I established. No one is allowed to go off alone. The patrols are handled by those cowards. We just focus on conserving our strength. The ancestral hall is close to the village entrance, so any trouble will be heard. It seemed the doctor was intentionally guiding the villagers, extracting information they desperately sought. Li Sheng was now certain that she had made eye contact with the doctor, who could not possibly be unaware of her presence. This left only one possibility. The doctor was acting with intent.
He was assisting them.
But why would the doctor do this? He a resident of the village? What advantage could this possibly bring him? After much contemplation, Li Sheng could not fathom the doctor's motives. Instead, she recalled the ancestral hall that had been overlooked until now. Logically, upon entering the village, the ancestral hall, as described by the bandit villagers, should be located at the village entrance. However, they had managed to enter unnoticed, which was quite fortunate. Now, Li Sheng remembered the first structure at the entrance, dilapidated and resembling a makeshift animal pen. Perhaps that was indeed the ancestral hall. The building was so decrepit that it seemed like a haphazard assembly of dirt blocks. The fact that such a place could be deemed an ancestral hall was beyond Li Sheng's expectations. At this moment, Yuan Mo turned to meet her gaze, and they both nodded in unison, choosing to trust the doctor's words. They swiftly pulled out their phones to message the 4 individuals still wandering in the village. Upon receiving confirmation, Li Sheng took Yuan Mo's hand and quietly departed from the courtyard, the 6 of them hastily converging towards the village entrance. The bandit villagers were all gathered in one location. It could not have been more convenient for them to capture them all at once. Chapter 17. Escape from the village. Li Sheng, do you have any pinpointed explosives? Yuan Mo whispered close to her ear. Instinctively, Li Sheng turned her head to distance herself from him, her expression impassive as she accessed the system shop to find what Yuan Mo had mentioned, completing the exchange in one fluid motion. The cheapest pinpoint bomb available in the shop was somewhat outdated. Yuan Mo glanced at the collection of bombs stacked together with a bemused expression. Little darling, to manage to find such an old model is quite an achievement. Li Sheng pouted in annoyance, having spent over 500 star coins on it. Fine, it will suffice. Just wait, I will make arrangements. Seeing that Li Sheng was unresponsive, Yuan Mo remained unfazed, calling Lu Biao and the others to help carry the items and discreetly place them in the 4 corners of the ancestral hall. Once everything was ready, 30 seconds later, with a resounding boom, the ancestral hall was obliterated, erupting into a mushroom cloud of flames. The 6 of them quickly faded into the night, finding a concealed spot from which they could still observe the remnants of the ancestral hall, silently waiting for the remaining enemies. Sure enough, within minutes, Numerous armed young men rushed in from all directions, roughly estimating there to be about a dozen of them. This outcome was anticipated, and they were not particularly surprised. The fierce-looking man they had seen earlier at the beautiful Dr. S place also hurried over, and upon arrival, began to curse vehemently. What the hell happened? Why is the ancestral hall destroyed? We don't know. Don't know? Wasn't I clear that you were supposed to stay put in the ancestral hall? Why did you all go there? My wife called me back for dinner. I was starving in the middle of the night, so I thought I'd head back. Yeah, my daughter was asleep and needed someone to keep her company. The men were clamoring to defend themselves, with one muttering, "Thank goodness we weren't in the ancestral hall. Otherwise, we would have been blown to bits. Damn it. Why didn't you say that if you hadn't been slacking off and had stayed put, the ancestral hall wouldn't have been left unguarded for an ambush? It must have been those little bastards from a few days ago. They looked like soldiers and surely had weapons. Search everyone. Those people can't have gone far." Li Sheng furrowed her brow, astonished that her expenditure of over 500 star coins only destroyed a building, yet not a single person was injured. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. These individuals were merely farmers before the apocalypse, accustomed to idleness, and even with a leader, they were unlikely to follow orders diligently. Suddenly, eerie growls of zombies echoed from beneath the still smoldering ancestral hall. The group of men turned pale, fear etched on their faces.
Boss.
It seems the cellar has been blown open. Where's De Zhuang? Where did he go? Quickly, seal the cellar. Boss, it's on fire inside. I can't get close enough to seal it. The bandit villagers were in disarray, brandishing their weapons and fixating on the ruins of the ancestral hall.
Li Sheng's quinta.
Patiently awaiting the unfolding events. It turned out they had concealed the zombies in the cellar. With a roar, the first zombie burst forth from the rubble, and the villagers opened fire indiscriminately. Strangely, despite being riddled with bullets, the zombie remained unscathed. From the remnants emerged a second, third, and then a total of 13 zombies. All resembling the first, impervious to blades and bullets, moving at speeds that far exceeded that of ordinary zombies. Li Sheng exchanged glances with Yuan Mo, both realizing that retreat was the wisest course. Clearly, these zombies had been well fed, likely at levels 4 or 5. The highest level they had previously encountered was merely 3. While they might have considered confronting 1 or 2, especially with the allure of their cores, facing 13 was daunting for anyone. I'll go retrieve Hu Shuesen. You find that doctor. Head to the village entrance and gather the piglets. We need to leave swiftly. Li Sheng declared, rushing towards Hu Shuesen's courtyard. Seizing the opportunity, while the zombies were still preoccupied with the villagers. Preserving their lives was paramount. She had learned this lesson well after being expelled from Kyoto in her past life. Their purpose here was to avenge Yuan Mo and reclaim their supplies and vehicle. But such pursuits were no longer necessary. The system could fulfill all material needs. Survival was not in jeopardy, so they need not risk their lives for these items. Hu Shuesen, the zombies they raised are at least level 4, and there are more than a dozen of them clustered together. We must leave. Li Sheng reached Hu Shuesen's side in haste, quickly briefing him on the situation outside while grasping his arm, eager to escape. Hu Shuesen glanced at the mother and child ensnared by his vines and proposed, "Should we take them with us? They haven't killed anyone and have even saved us. Take them if you wish, but let us move without delay. If the zombies catch up, we'll be trapped." Li Sheng had no time to engage in further discussion with Hu Shuesen, readily agreeing. After all, they were just 2 people, one of whom was an elderly woman. Their presence would pose no threat. Hu Shuesen nodded and quickly retracted his powers, signaling the pair to follow. The man lifted the elderly woman onto his back, and they fled alongside Li Sheng. Being a native of the village, he understood the gravity of the situation. Escape was their only option. The 4 of them sprinted towards the village entrance, where the ground was littered with debris. The once clean dirt road was now stained with blood, and the dismembered bodies were beyond recognition. The released zombies had vanished into the chaos. And Li Sheng felt a momentary relief as she and Hu Shuesen burst forth from the village's threshold. After running over 1,000 meters, they reached the location of the piglets. Li Sheng dared not pause, focusing solely on moving forward. As she entered the pig's line of sight, the little piglets rushed over, nuzzling against her. Seeing the familiar piglets finally eased Li Sheng's tense nerves. Yuan Mo and the others soon arrived, followed closely by a few zombies from the village. Fortunately, the zombies were still a distance away, and without the need for communication, the group instinctively mounted the pigs and fled in the opposite direction of the village. The piglets displayed remarkable stamina, managing to distance themselves from the relentless zombies within mere minutes. The echoes of their growls persisted clearly in the background, a testament to their tenacity. They sprinted from dawn until the sun hung high in the sky before finally shedding their pursuers. When they came to a halt, the piglets collapsed, panting heavily. Observing the disheveled state of the little ones, Li Sheng felt a profound sense of guilt, as though she were a tyrant exploiting their efforts. Mina. Ha, you speak as if your streamers are so noble, yet when it comes to saving your lives, you still brought along my little brother. Li San Saigao, are you out of your mind? Didn't you see that our streamer only brought him along because he offered her a warning? It was out of courtesy. Xingji 666. Exactly. The first pair that helped the streamer was also taken along. She didn't just bring this doctor. Mina, TCH, you are so naive. The streamer started her broadcast to receive gifts, but fine, I want to argue with you. In light of the streamer rescuing my little brother, I'll send you a few tokens. Mina sent 1314 star coins. Does the host have any issues with the gift? I refuse to accept charity. I have a strong aversion to this user named Mina. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Sheng was a sovereign of great stature, proud and unyielding. Although she might bow her head to reality for a time, she would never kneel in supplication. Returning the gift is permissible, and the host can exercise their authority to blacklist users. Once blacklisted, the user will be permanently barred from the live stream. However, should the host decide to return the gift, a compensation of 70 of its value must be paid as system loss, while blacklisting a user incurs a fee of 500 star coins. Alright, return and blacklist. Returning the 1314 star coins sent by user Mina. User Mina. Mina has been blacklisted from the live stream. We hope the audience can engage healthily and refrain from excessive harassment of the streamer. Li San Saigao. The streamer is magnificent. Well done. I am falling more in love with the little lowly. What should I do? Xingji 666. I recall another streamer mentioning that blacklisting users incurs a fee for the platform. Since the streamer has only been broadcasting for a few days and has little money, allow me to cover this expense for you. I appreciate your straightforwardness. Li San Saigao. Yes, let me contribute as well. I can't let my adorable one suffer financially. Li San Saigao sent 3,344 star coins. Xingji 666 sent 6,666 star coins. An unexpected delight? These two loyal fans have been present since the first minute of the broadcast, consistently sending gifts almost daily. Thank you both. If there is anything you wish to see, just let me know. I will accommodate as long as it is reasonable. Li Sheng expressed her gratitude sincerely. It was not an attempt to curry favor with the wealthy. It was a genuine expression of thanks. The system seemed to anticipate Li Sheng's thoughts and chimed in with a suggestion. What benefits can be offered? Singing, dancing, or showcasing talents? If physical gifts are desired, the host must cover 10 of the item's value for shipping. How frustrating. This wretched system always demands money.
Ugh.
She wasn't the one being greedy. It was this flawed system. Li Sheng had no intention of spending money, especially in this apocalyptic world where everything lay in ruins. Even if she wished to give, she had no idea what to offer. Singing and dancing? Forget it. She was tone-deaf and had never learned any form of dance. However, perhaps she could perform some flower gun techniques for them another day, as they were quite visually appealing. Resolute in her decision, Li Sheng turned her attention back to the stunning doctor. Why did you help us? Please don't be so harsh. I was merely trying to engage you in conversation and relay information. How can you turn your back on someone being kind? It's so heartless and unreasonable. The doctor whimpered, her tears flowing freely. A beautiful person crying is indeed captivating, yet the words that escaped her lips were utterly confounding. Let us communicate properly. Li Sheng thought in exasperation. This person seemed even more insufferable than Yuan Mo. That's just how I speak. How can you criticize me for that?
Well,
since you're so eager to know why I helped you, I'll tell you, I was coerced into it as well. I sought an opportunity to turn the tables on them, and perhaps I could escape too. I initially intended to give it a try, and unexpectedly, I succeeded. Are you from Taipei? Yuan Mo asked, an involuntary shiver running down his spine from her accent. No, I'm not from Taipei. I hail from the northeast. Her declaration drew the attention of everyone present toward Hu Xuesen, who squirmed under their scrutiny and barked, "What are you all staring at? People from the northeast don't speak like that. You claim you were captured by them? Why do they trust you so much, allowing you to treat their injuries?" Li Sheng clearly doubted the doctor's narrative. The leader's initial demeanor indicated he regarded her as one of their own. If the doctor were indeed a captive, the villagers, typically so guarded, would not place such trust in her. She likely had ulterior motives. Oh, I possess healing abilities. I helped them treat a few injured fools. And they believed in me. How was I to know they were so easily deceived? If I had combat prowess, I would have escaped long ago. Li Sheng scrutinized the beautiful doctor's eyes, observing no signs of deceit. Yet, it was evident that she was concealing some truths. Very well. Thank you for relaying the message to me. No need for thanks. That was my duty. This conversation was causing her discomfort, and she felt nauseated. Regardless of the doctor's motives, that could be addressed later. Li Sheng quickly shifted her focus and attention to the villagers they had rescued. What did the people in your village do? Why did those zombies evolve so rapidly? The man, munching on steamed buns and pickles, paused momentarily. After hastily swallowing his food, he lifted his gaze to Li Sheng. I'm not sure how to explain, but I swear I never killed anyone with them. I only took a few things. I had to eat with my mother. We can't farm now, and there's hardly any food at home. We have no choice but to stick with them. Otherwise, we wouldn't survive. I don't wish to know what you have done. Just answer what your villagers have been up to. Li Sheng narrowed her eyes. Not believing that the man truly didn't understand her words, he was likely trying to divert the topic. Chapter 18. The Afflicted. Let us leave quickly. The man stammered for a long time without providing a clear answer. Ultimately, it was the elderly woman who spoke up, giving him the incentive to reveal the details. This village has a long history, where everyone is related. All the villagers share the same surname. While there may be some squabbles, they unite when faced with adversity. Originally, there were over 30 households in the village, but half have turned into zombies. The remaining families have at least one mutated member, mostly the elderly, weak, women, and children who didn't survive. The man is a bachelor with only an elderly mother. And fortunately, she isn't turned into a zombie. They both survived. The village chief has also become a zombie, and during this leaderless chaos, his son has assumed command. The chief's son acted decisively, leading the effort to eliminate all the zombies from their families. The remaining dozen or so zombies still have living relatives. Faced with familiar faces, no one could bring themselves to harm their closest kin. Even if others knew it was the right decision, they would feel a rift, which would hinder unity. In the end, they collectively decided to capture their mutated family members and confine them in the cellar. They still clung to hope, believing that the apocalypse would eventually pass and the zombie virus was merely an illness, destined to revert back to normalcy. At first, everything seemed relatively normal. Families could rely on their stored food for an extended period. However, a sudden change occurred one fateful night. A villager, yearning for his daughter, secretly ventured into the cellar, hoping to catch a glimpse of his zombified child. To his horror, upon opening the cellar door, he beheld the dismembered corpse of his daughter. The zombies, deprived of sustenance for too long, began to turn on one another in a frenzy of hunger. This grim revelation made them realize that, even without interference, the zombies would eventually annihilate one another, leaving only one survivor. No one wished to see their loved ones devoured, including the village chief's son, whose father was also trapped in the cellar. The first act of robbery targeted 5 college students who were vacationing. The village chief's son rallied the able-bodied men of the village, mercilessly slaughtering the 5 students in the dead of night, seizing their supplies and discarding their bodies into the cellar. Indeed, the presence of the 5 students' corpses quelled the zombies within the cellar, significantly diminishing their usual roars. This marked the beginning of a grim trend. Ordinary farmers transformed into cold-blooded executioners, driven to feed their zombified kin. If they encountered weak passers-by, they opted for outright theft and murder. In contrast, against stronger opponents, they resorted to deceit and treachery. They armed themselves with firearms acquired from a rescue team they had duped, whose purpose was to escort them to a safe zone. Starry Sky 666. Ugh. These people are utterly depraved. Orange Red. Depraved and despicable. What kind of trash are they to harm so many for the sake of those who have already become zombies? Take it, it's appalling. They have nurtured so many advanced zombies, which will surely pose a future threat. Starry Sky 666. There's no way to mitigate that threat. In this current situation where everyone possesses only low-level abilities, who can contend with so many advanced zombies? Take it. Encirclement isn't impossible, though. Li Sang Sai Gao. At this point, I must speak out. What do you mean by encirclement? Are we supposed to tie 10 people together like our little girl? You villagers are truly beasts. Lu Biao clenched his fists and cursed under his breath. They recognized the firearms in the hands of their foes. They were standard military weapons. Thus, the identity of the rescue team that had been sacrificed to the zombies was all too clear.
Li Sheng frowned in disgust.
Whether or not this mother and son had directly participated in the robbery and murder, their complicity was enough to evoke revulsion. It was best to part ways now. I feel you are not suited to accompany us further. Li Sheng purchased another 20 buns in the marketplace, tossing them to the man to hasten his departure. But outside, there are zombies. My mother is over 50. Aren't you just trying to get us killed? The man protested, clutching the buns tightly.
Li Sheng scoffed. Her derision evident.
This mother and son's reluctance to engage had nothing to do with kindness, but rather cowardice. Such individuals could well betray their companions for personal gain or act recklessly out of misplaced hope. The fact that she and Hu Shiuesen had successfully infiltrated the village was the best proof of their compliance. If I'm not mistaken, you possess abilities. There's a safe zone less than 5 kilometers ahead. Although the journey is perilous, as an ability user, it shouldn't be difficult for you to survive along with a woman. Why must you insist on our assistance? Yuan Mo bluntly exposed the man's pitiful facade. The man hesitated, then retorted, I have no abilities. If I did, I would have already taken my mother out of the village. Now that you've said that, how can you still refuse to see the truth? Let me clarify. The most notable change in ability users is their appetite. They consume 10 times more than ordinary people. The higher the ability level, the more they eat. Do you need me to elaborate further? Yuan Mo shook his head in resignation, feeling as if he were reasoning with a child who refused to listen. The man's expression changed as he realized he had just devoured 20 buns provided for free by Li Sheng. Humph, you just think my mother is an old woman. Mother, I don't disdain you. I will take you to the safe zone. Li Sheng raised an eyebrow, watching the pair depart, irritated by the man's final words. Hu Shiuesen blushed with embarrassment, finally gathering the courage to apologize. Sister, I had no idea they would act this way. I'm sorry for the trouble. It's all right. You had good intentions. In this world, every life counts. He is merely a small-minded person, not a true villain. Li Sheng reassured him with a smile. I can't take it anymore. You're just too adorable. Yuan Mo burst into laughter, despite the maturity he possessed internally. Li Sheng's appearance was that of a mere 10-year-old child. When she consoled Hu Shiuesen, the sense of world weariness she exuded felt oddly mismatched, much like a small creature pretending to comfort a great tiger, which was utterly endearing. Chapter 19, Illiterate Little Darling, I merely laughed a couple of times. Your response is too harsh. Yuan Mo covered his head with the ice pack Li Sheng had given him, grimacing in pain. The piglet beneath him seemed to mock him, letting out a perfectly timed grunt. Li Sheng turned away, disinterested in engaging, though the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her good mood. Haha, I told you before. Yuan Mo, your mouth is too reckless. You're bound to get hit one day, and look, it's happened. Tao Shan teased without a care. In response, Yuan Mo rolled his eyes. What do you know? Hitting is affection, cursing is love. This little darling is proof of my affection. Then don't cover your head if you're so capable. The men around them chimed in, and Yuan Mo proudly lifted his chin, tossing the ice pack aside in a show of masculinity.
Ugh.
Wasteful. That costs money, Li Sheng exclaimed, quickly retrieving the ice pack from the ground. Reusable items were exorbitantly priced in the marketplace. That simple ice pack cost over 100 star coins. Oh, it's just an ice pack, Yuan Mo shrugged nonchalantly. But upon turning, he met Li Sheng's disapproving glare, swallowing his words and conceding. I'm sorry, I was too hasty. Yuan Mo's willingness to admit fault pleased Li Sheng greatly, and after reclaiming the ice pack, she continued on the pig. Did you see that? The look in that girl's eyes was terrifying. Yeah, it startled me. Don't you think that glare resembles someone? Kind of familiar, but I can't quite place it.
Wait.
I remember. Doesn't it look like when our general gets angry? Wow, you're right.
How old is she?
How can she have such presence? Age doesn't matter. Yuan Mo is only 14. Would you dare provoke him? Get out of here. Yuan Mo grew up in the compound, raised alongside the general. He's not the same. The hushed whispers of Tao Shan and others reached Li Sheng's ears, leaving her puzzled as she glanced back at Yuan Mo. She hadn't realized he was only 14. He must have received excellent nutrition. standing nearly 5 feet tall at such a young age. Yuan Mo, bewildered by her scrutiny, thought he must have done something to offend her, and quickly waved his hands in a gesture of appeasement. To be honest, Li Sheng found it somewhat unbearable to endure this set of bashful iron fists. He couldn't comprehend how a petite girl could possess such formidable strength. Indeed, to tease young ladies carries its own risks and demands caution.
Ah.
There lies the South City base ahead. Fong Xiu exclaimed joyfully, pointing forward. Everyone's gaze unified in the direction of his finger, and they soon caught sight of the shadow of the safe zone. A crowd had gathered at the entrance of the South City base, comprised entirely of individuals fleeing from every corner, each bearing a countenance of bitterness and gloom. Merely observing this atmosphere could evoke a sense of oppression. Those seeking entry were required to queue for registration, with Li Sheng and his companions positioned at the rear, moving forward at a leisurely pace. After approximately an hour, they finally reached the front, yet the base staff did not even lift their heads, simply tossing a few papers to them, indicating they should fill them out. The registration form required basic information: gender, age, identification, abilities, skills, and the like. Li Sheng held the form, feeling perplexed, while the information was not difficult to fill out. The challenge lay in the fact that she relied on a system for translation when reading. The original owner had not attended school and could not write, while she, having traversed from another world, could only inscribe characters from her own realm. Frustrated, Li Sheng realized the gravity of her predicament. Despite having thoroughly studied the 4 books and 5 classics and the art of war in her previous life, they bore no relevance in this world.
Now,
she found herself entirely illiterate. Little darling, why aren't you filling it out? Yuan Mo approached, his timing rather inappropriate. Under the scrutiny of his teasing expression, Li Sheng found it difficult to seek assistance, feeling as though Yuan Mo had come merely to mock her. What's wrong, little sister? Hu Xuesen, intrigued by the commotion, hastily filled out his form and rushed over. I can't write or recognize characters, Li Sheng pouted, a hint of annoyance in her voice as she brusquely shoved the paper into Hu Xuesen's hands, indicating he should fill it out. Oh, what's the big deal? It's perfectly normal for someone your age not to know how to write. Don't worry, I'll help you, Hu Xuesen replied with a smile, only for it to freeze as he opened the form to find it completely blank. Little sister, you really can't write anything? He ventured cautiously. Not even your name? Just fill it out. With each probing question, Li Sheng grew increasingly irate, glaring at him fiercely. Your name is Li Sheng, right? The Li from Dawn. And the Sheng from Song. Oh, and your age?
10.
It wasn't until Hu Xuesen completed the form that Yuan Mo remained silent throughout, not uttering a single word. Curious, Li Sheng turned her head and couldn't help but ask, why aren't you laughing? Laughing at what? Yuan Mo tilted his head, studying Li Sheng's eyes intently. Laughing because I can't write?
Li Sheng bundara tinuarli.
Previously, Yuan Mo had never missed an opportunity to tease her. Had he suddenly changed his demeanor? There's nothing amusing about this. Everyone starts at the same point in life. Not being able to write is a reflection on one's upbringing. No one aspires to be illiterate, but not everyone has the chance to attend school. Li Sheng said, Ah, how impressive. He's just the kind of young man I admire. His values are so upright. From what I gathered during their conversation, this young man seems to hold a respectable social standing. His words reflect that of a fine youth, another remarked.
Li Sheng inuarli nudda.
Wholeheartedly agreeing with the Livestreams assessment of Yuan Mo. Being surrounded and fiercely protected by several Special Forces soldiers, he certainly was not an ordinary individual. It was indeed a rare quality to maintain humility despite holding a high position. How wonderful! What shall we eat today? Choose anything, it's on me. Li Sheng said in a moment of glee, inadvertently slipping into her previous life as self-reference.
Me? Yuan Mo echoed skeptically.
That's not an acceptable phrase. Li Sheng suddenly recalled what Yuan Mo had mentioned about his dreams a few nights prior, feeling somewhat guilty as she retorted loudly. Noting the slight shift in Li Sheng's demeanor, Yuan Mo gently reached out to stroke her soft hair, remaining silent with a smile. Li Sheng felt a shiver at his expression and hurriedly pulled Hu Xuesen to submit the form and leave. Oh my! How is it that he resembles my former military strategist more and more? Chapter 20. The existence of abilities upon submitting the forms. They were required to undergo a 24-hour quarantine. Those outside the safe zone awaited this isolation period. Li Sheng and her friends led the piglets to an open area, drawing countless gazes. To be frank, Many brought pets into the safe zone, not just dogs but also snakes and lizards, yet a pig was an uncommon sight. The size indicated it was a mutated pig. In the apocalypse, having a mutated animal as a companion was no trivial matter, though the piglets appeared rather odd. They were still a source of envy. Once seated, Li Sheng suddenly recalled Yuan Mo's earlier mention of the most distinct difference between an ability user and an ordinary person, the ability to eat a significant amount. To be fair, she had indeed been ravenous since her first day in the apocalypse. But this raised a question. Was her voracious appetite solely due to her circumstances? Or did she possess an ability? Hey, Yuan Mo, is it true that ability users have an increased appetite? Yes, haven't you noticed? Tao Shan and a few others also eat a lot, except for Fong Xiu, who has a normal appetite as he hasn't awakened any abilities. Then why don't I have any abilities? After receiving Yuan Mo's clear answer, Li Sheng muttered softly to herself, filled with confusion. Yuan Mo, with keen ears, caught her mumbling, furrowing his brow as he paused in his task to turn and ask, "That's impossible. Your appetite is definitely not that of an ordinary person. Even a naturally big eater wouldn't compare to you. From a physiological perspective, it simply doesn't add up, so you must possess an ability." Really? But I can't sense any ability at all. Yuan Mo appeared even more puzzled, scanning her up and down several times before calling out Lei Qi. "Come here for a moment. Help check what ability Li Sheng has."
All right.
Lei Qi approached Li Sheng, slowly raising an arm to place his palm on her forehead. Yuan Mo, feeling somewhat uneasy, advised, "Lei Qi specializes in mental abilities and can detect your mental fluctuations, as well as the level and type of your abilities. However, you must not resist or repel Lei Qi's examination. Otherwise, if your ability level is higher than his, he could end up being knocked out." Understood. Li Sheng nodded slowly, closing her eyes and relaxing completely. A gentle warmth spread from her forehead, penetrating her mind, causing her to furrow her brow slightly as she forcibly suppressed her instinctive resistance. To be honest, having someone else grasp her life force felt perilously vulnerable. Had she not trained her self-control and willpower, her instinctive reaction would have led to an immediate attack. "How is it?" Once the warmth dissipated, Li Sheng opened her eyes and inquired. Lei Qi pondered for a long while before hesitantly stating, "You definitely have an ability. However, I couldn't determine the specific type. It seems like ice-related, but not quite. Perhaps you could try to experiment?" Yuan Mo suggested a reasonably feasible idea. Li Sheng, following Yuan Mo's advice, began to explore the energy of her abilities within her body. With her martial arts background, she quickly located the energy, flowing from her mind down to her entire being, akin to inner strength, but distinct as inner strength typically originates from the Dantian. "I think I've found it. Then focus on trying to use it." Li Sheng nodded slightly, gathering the ability's energy in her hands, and instantly the temperature around her plummeted to a terrifying degree. She quickly withdrew her ability. The cold did not make her uncomfortable. In fact, it felt somewhat pleasant. However, she was acutely aware that such a degree of temperature was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. At this moment, she could not fully control her supernatural abilities, and inadvertently harming her companions would be quite unfortunate. "Wow, are you wielding ice powers?" Lu Biao exclaimed, brushing off the frost from his body in astonishment. Li Sheng had merely released her powers for a brief moment, yet the surrounding objects were already adorned with a delicate layer of frost. "It seems not. It should be temperature control. I cannot freeze things solid, only cause them to chill," Li Sheng pondered, tilting her head thoughtfully. "That is still quite impressive. Our powers either require contact with the external world, like Hushu Essence, or enhance ourselves, but special abilities like yours and Yuan Mo's are indeed rare," Tao Shan interjected, equally amazed. "What kind of power does Yuan Mo possess?" Li Sheng asked curiously, as she had never witnessed Yuan Mo's abilities.
Oh.
His powers are quite unique and rather flashy. He possesses spatial abilities that allow him to create a barrier centered around himself, rendering him the absolute master within it. However, it's currently a bit lacking, Tao Shan chuckled, a hint of mischief in his smile.
Why is that? Li Sheng inquirat, confusa.
His ability at level 1 can only encompass a radius of 1 meter, while it expands to 3 meters at level 2. And the next upgrade is still a distant prospect. It's entirely useless at present. Possessing the most dazzling of powers, yet facing the greatest limitations. Indeed. The world always finds a balance, Li Sheng reflected. What about my earlier display? She mused, intrigued by the range of her own abilities. But considering the number of people around, It was not the right moment for further experimentation. Approximately a meter or so, Yuan pointed out, directing her attention to the ground beneath her. Lisheng lowered her gaze to find that the grass beneath her feet had been reduced to shards of ice, even the stones having succumbed to her touch, crumbling upon the slightest contact. So, even in that fleeting moment, the destructive power was so great? Yet the range is so limited, she noted, feeling somewhat disheartened. Perhaps it amounts to nothing, effectively ineffectual, she concluded. Nevertheless, I share a similar circumstance with Yuan Mo. I had previously suggested treating you all to a meal. Just tell me what you wish for, and I shall procure it for you. Despite feeling a tad disappointed that her powers were currently of little use, Lisheng maintained a positive disposition. Having always risen from nothing, this setback was hardly significant.
Yay.
I want sweet and sour ribs. Is that okay? Lu Biao, ever carefree, cheered eagerly, hastening to place his order. Sure, she replied. Sweet and sour ribs cost 12 star coins in the marketplace, no trouble at all. Hey, could I have a portion of oil-braised shrimp? Tao Shan chimed in, as Lu Biao had already dashed off with his bowl. I would like a serving of pork ribs with noodles. Thank you, another voice piped up. Hey, sister, could you get me some guabao roe and chicken stewed with mushrooms? Hee, sister, I'd like some braised chicken wings, another requested. Li Sheng accommodated each of their requests, leaving only Yuan Mo silent. Aren't you going to order? She asked. I will have what you order. But I suspect you won't be able to enjoy it, Yuan Mo replied with a smile. Why is that? Li Sheng asked, puzzled. Yuan Mo pointed towards the entrance of a safety zone, where a group of people was watching them intently. It appears your business is about to commence.
Chapter 21. Come.
Let us make money. Do you know what I intend to do? Li Sheng asked, somewhat astonished at how Yuan Mo could discern her intentions. You are so brazenly displaying food in this environment. You are either foolish or have ulterior motives. I do not believe you to be the former, Yuan Mo remarked. Shrugging nonchalantly, his self-admiration evident. Li Sheng found his flamboyant demeanor rather off-putting, rolling her eyes in retort. Well then, I wish you an early arrival at your peak intelligence. May I interject? A melodramatic voice suddenly interrupted their impending banter. Li Sheng turned her head to see the beautiful doctor gazing at her with tear-filled eyes, her lips pouting in a most pitiful manner. I nearly forgot about him, she thought. What is it? Li Sheng asked, adopting a serious expression as she set aside her previous casual demeanor. Alas, this poor, lonely, and helpless gentleman is struggling to navigate this post-apocalyptic world. I am deeply grateful to you for rescuing me from peril, yet I find myself without a means of sustenance, the doctor lamented, delivering a lengthy, melodramatic monologue. As they listened to this tirade, both Li Sheng and Yuan Mo gradually lost their patience, finally erupting in unison. Enough. The beautiful doctor immediately fell silent, her eyes wide in disbelief, resembling a delicate flower buffeted by the wind. To be frank, I was initially charmed by your beautiful visage, but now, due to your incessant prattling, I am compelled to withdraw my admiration, one voice chimed in. I have yet to withdraw my admiration. I am still enduring, another added. Truly, what a beautiful face, yet such an abhorrent mouth. A third exclaimed. Li Sheng, exasperated, rubbed her temples. She could not fathom what had provoked such theatrics. No matter how beautiful the face, it could not mask the unpleasantness of the words spoken. Speak plainly, she managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth, clearly having reached her limit. Noticing that Li Sheng was on the verge of losing her temper, the beautiful doctor let out a delicate laugh, quickly adopting a more serious demeanor. Oh, I merely wish to inquire if there is any portion of what you said that includes me. There is, go ahead, eat well. And speak less, Li Sheng replied, nodding in agreement. She hastily purchased some decent-looking food and handed it to the beautiful doctor, eager to send him on his way. Since he was someone she had brought along, treating him to a meal was hardly an imposition. If this could silence him, it would be splendid. After dispatching the beautiful doctor, Li Sheng let out a sigh of relief. Hey, do you still have any of those dishes left? A voice called from behind her. Turning around, she saw 4 men with fierce expressions glaring at her. Their demeanor and unfriendly tone irked Li Sheng, prompting her to adopt a more aloof stance. Yes, I do. Would you like some? The leading man ordered, his tone presumptuous. Meat dishes require 4 first-level crystal cores, vegetable dishes 2 first-level crystal cores. 1 bun equals 1 first-level crystal core for 20, and rice requires 1 first-level crystal core for 10 bowls. How much do you need? Li Sheng maintained a cold, unwelcoming expression, quoting her prices. Robbery. How can it be so expensive? The man exclaimed, astonished, for one crystal core could hardly procure anything of value. However, it could afford them a few packages of instant noodles for a meal. Small-scale business. No bargaining or credit. All transactions are voluntary, Li Sheng stated firmly. Her underlying message was clear. Take it or leave it. The man found himself momentarily speechless, sizing up this seemingly petite girl who stood no taller than his waist. His thoughts racing. Are you a spatial ability user? Li Sheng chose not to confirm or deny, allowing him to believe whatever he wished. Very well. Then I will have 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, 30 buns, and 20 bowls of rice. Since we are buying in bulk, could you offer a discount? The man's tone shifted dramatically, leaving Li Sheng bewildered as she glanced back at her companions. Sure enough, her friends had displayed their abilities as a form of intimidation.
All right.
Since you are the first customer, I shall give you a discount of 2 crystal cores, but only this once. One should not strike a smiling face. The man's demeanor softened, and Li Sheng was not one to be difficult. After all, in business, kindness breeds profit. Agreed. Here are the crystal cores. The man grinned, satisfied with the deal. Recently, the quantity of food that Li Sheng produced from thin air was evident to all. The sizable bowl of meat dishes contained scarcely any accompaniments, and the 4 crystal cores were worth every bit. Even in the pre-apocalyptic era, this would have been considered a reasonable price.
How much more so now?
In a time of scarcity. Thank you for your patronage. Please take this, Li Sheng said with delight as she accepted the crystal cores, her face beaming with joy. The first-level crystal cores could be exchanged for 300 units, while the most expensive meal cost no more than 100, allowing her to double her profits. With one success, there would surely be more. The 4 burly men returned to the safe zone, content with their purchases, only to find many others converging around them. Li Sheng decided to hand over the task of collecting payments to Yuan Mo. Being from an ancient time, even with the system at her disposal, she struggled somewhat. The act of purchasing alone took her considerable time. I just want rice, the raw kind. Do you have it? A youthful voice called out from the crowd. Raw rice? How much do you need? Li Sheng's keen intuition suggested that this individual could be a significant client. Most customers thus far were merely satisfying their cravings with small purchases, likely not to return the next day. It was clients like this one, seeking raw rice to stock up, that Li Sheng truly desired for long-term development and substantial profits. How much do you have? The young man asked, momentarily taken aback. I have as much as you need. It depends on whether you have enough money. Li Sheng replied with a polite smile, patiently awaiting his response. The young man was stunned by her audacious claim and, after a brief contemplation, inquired, How long until your quarantine is over? We can enter tomorrow night at 8, she responded. All right, I'll wait for you at the safe zone entrance tomorrow at 8. If the quantity is too large, I can't make decisions alone. I'll bring my boss along. Chapter 22. The lottery. Once the youth departed, no other comparable clients approached. It was understandable. Perhaps people were still in a period of hesitation. With the first client, the next would surely follow. The subsequent visitors were mainly casual customers who bought a few snacks before leaving, and Li Sheng was busy until midnight. By then, she was so famished that her stomach was pressed against her back. She hastily exchanged some food and shared it with Yuan Mo before sitting down on the lawn to rest. Sleep was out of the question. Staying awake for a night would not be fatal, but if she fell asleep and encountered unexpected circumstances, it could prove disastrous. In her extreme boredom, Li Sheng suddenly recalled the lottery opportunity from her previous mission rewards, which she had almost forgotten amidst her flight for survival.
System.
I remember there was a lottery reward from the last mission. How do I draw? The system generated a virtual spinning wheel, allowing the host to call stop to halt the wheel. The pointer's final position would determine the host's reward. Oh, I want to draw now. As the lottery prize was being generated, the drawing commenced, and the wheel started spinning. Stop! Li Sheng exclaimed at the moment the system initiated the wheel. Since the lottery was a matter of chance, there was no need for her to waste time. The wheel came to a halt, and the system announced, Congratulations. The host has obtained permanent access to 10 slots of system storage space. What is this? What kind of system storage space? She had never heard of it before. Under normal circumstances, the system could store items for the host, charging a fee of 10 of the item's value each time an item was stored. The storage space had no upper limit and was presented in the form of slots, with each slot capable of holding only one type of item. With a maximum stack of 30. The prize she had drawn allowed her 10 slots of free storage. So, under normal circumstances, if I take an item out and then put it back, do I have to pay again? It sounded quite convenient, but with only 10 slots, it likely wouldn't suffice. Yes, every time you deposit or withdraw, a fee of 10 of the item's value is required. Very well, that's quite the system. Through her experiences over the past few days, Li Sheng had come to understand the system's nature of extracting money from her whenever possible. However, considering this, the 10 free storage slots felt like a significant gain. This stroke of good fortune from the lottery greatly lifted her spirits. After enduring the system's financial demands for so long, receiving something for free was a refreshing change. After waiting a full day and night, the time finally arrived for them to enter the safe zone. Li Sheng and her companions returned to the queue with their identity badges issued by the base. And they did not step through the base's gates until 9 o'clock. The attitude of the staff at the entrance was markedly different from the previous day. They were warm, welcoming, and exuberant. It seemed that no matter the era or location, the presence of opportunistic individuals was inescapable.
Hey,
You're here. Let me introduce you to our boss,
Qin Yan.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Duan Jing'an. The youth pointed to the handsome, expressionless man beside him.
Ayu, Li Shen.
She replied, giving a slight nod. This man seemed rather unapproachable, with his frost-like demeanor radiating an air of no entry. However, in business, one is not required to befriend. As long as the other party is not malevolent, nothing else matters. It's getting late. Let us discuss our cooperation, Qin Yan stated directly, prompting Li Sheng to raise an eyebrow in slight disbelief. Was this approach not a bit too blunt?
I apologize?
Our boss isn't very adept at social interactions and tends to be somewhat socially anxious. Please bear with us. We have already arranged accommodations for you at a hotel in the safe zone. You can go there directly if you don't mind. Duan Jing'an adeptly took over the conversation, displaying a remarkable adaptability that suggested he had encountered similar situations many times before. Qin Yan pursed his lips and turned his head away, not contradicting him, although his fingers, nervously rubbing the fabric of his sleeve, betrayed his unease. Why would we mind? We appreciate you helping us find a place to stay. Otherwise, being newcomers, we wouldn't know how long we'd have to wander.
Lu Biao.
The social butterfly of the group readily took on the task of negotiation. With just a few words, he dispelled Hu Xuesen's reservations, indicating he was no ordinary character himself. In the brief moments on their way to the hotel, he gathered a general understanding of Duan Jing'an's background. Li Sheng silently noted this information in her mind, piecing together a broader picture. Those who ventured out to hunt zombies within the base formed their own groups, creating various teams to take on tasks and survive. The organization that Qin Yan founded was ranked third within the base. Another important point was the alarming scarcity of resources within the base. Otherwise, they would not be so eager to approach Li Sheng for business, risking becoming potential victims of exploitation. You've gone through the trouble. We haven't eaten yet. Captain Qi and Vice Captain Duan, let us have a meal together. It's on me. The hotel arranged by Duan Jing'an was evidently quite luxurious, clean, spacious, well-furnished, and offering complimentary breakfast. Given the sincerity they demonstrated in their discussions, Li Sheng felt it necessary to reciprocate. Once seated, she exchanged various dishes, inviting the two men to dine together. Then I shall graciously accept. Thank you. Simply inhaling the aroma of the food made it difficult for Duan Jing'an to resist, while Qin Yan silently swallowed several times. One was generous and smart, yet not cunning. The other, seemingly aloof, was in fact straightforward and unpretentious. Li Sheng assessed their reactions, concluding that she was quite pleased with this business partnership. My proposal is this. I will be the supplier, and you will be the sellers. I can provide as much rice and flour as you need on the condition that you ensure our safety within the base. With great ambition to amass wealth, Li Sheng knew she must tread carefully to avoid drawing undue attention. Relying solely on these two half-humans to ensure safety is undoubtedly impossible. Qin Yan's team, ranked third, possesses sufficient strength. Gathering on the same ship can alleviate numerous concerns. Indeed, should anyone provoke you, our team will undoubtedly lend our full support. Duan Jing'an readily agreed. Yet his response was calculated, implying that this commitment hinged upon Li Sheng's team not initiating trouble. Li Sheng held no objections. Her purpose was to amass wealth, not to impose tyranny, and this promise sufficed. Chapter 23. The current state of Nan City, the lowest grade of rice requires 40 pounds for a first-level crystal core, while a slightly better quality demands 70 pounds for 2 first-level crystal cores. The same applies to flour. Li Sheng promptly began quoting prices. These represented the 2 cheapest types of rice and flour available in the system's marketplace, one at 25 star coins per pound and the other at 5. Online prices typically start at several star coins per pound, rendering it impractical for bulk supply. How much can you provide? Qin Yan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Li Sheng turned to him and shrugged. I can supply as much as you need. Can we mark up the price when selling to others? Of course. As long as it's not excessively unreasonable. After all, I would feel envious if the prices were too high. Doubling the price, is that acceptable? Indeed. Thus, Li Sheng and Qin Yan swiftly finalized their collaboration, while Duan Jing'an attempted to interject multiple times, but found no opportunity. Boss, when did you become so talkative? Duan Jing'an asked in astonishment, looking at Qin Yan. She is straightforward and effortless, Qin Yan replied, slightly tilting his head, seemingly proud of his newfound ability to communicate smoothly. CEO, don't leave. Let's talk about romance. This icy, handsome man suits my taste. Though he may not be conventionally attractive, his aura is remarkable, embodying the essence of a cold CEO. Little 14. Is this a matter of aesthetic disparity? I actually think this sunny young lad is quite charming. Li Sang is great. Hey, don't you think the icy CEO versus the sunny assistant is quite an appealing pairing? I don't care. I'm rooting for this couple first. What a chaotic mess. The comment section was filled with terms that Li Sheng couldn't comprehend. However, she could roughly guess their meanings. Her live stream had nearly turned into a beauty contest. Why did every male presence warrant a rating? She had never selected a consort when declaring herself queen, and upon reflection, that seemed a bit of a loss. The cheapest rice and flour, each requiring 20 tons, would be picked up tomorrow at the warehouse, with payment made upon delivery. So much? Qin Yan's inquiry made Li Sheng furrow her brow, a hint of confusion evident. Do you not have that much? Qin Yan, seeing her reaction, inquired with a touch of disappointment. This amount is certainly within reach. I said I can provide as much as you need. I am merely surprised. What has transpired in the base to cause such a food shortage? It has only been about half a month since entering this apocalypse, correct? Does your team have many members? Li Sheng shook her head, voicing her curiosity. 20 tons. How many members would they need to consume that much food? That is not a secret. The Nan City base was formerly the ancient town of Nan City, surrounded by merely 6 cities. Initially, when the apocalypse first descended, there were stationed troops in Nan City, swiftly stabilizing the situation, thus transforming it into a safe zone. Satellite surveillance has detected that the 3 surrounding cities have completely lost any signs of human activity, effectively deeming one a dead city, with an unpredictable number of zombies within. Hence, no one dares to venture there. Then there is Li City, which is particularly strange. Teams entering have not returned, and satellites cannot ascertain the situation. The remaining 2 cities are our resource collection points, but one of them has also encountered problems. Duan Jing'an animatedly recounted the development history of the base and the surrounding cities, pausing at a critical moment to take a sip of water. Lu Biao and several other curious men listened intently, and once he had sufficiently piqued their interest, Duan Jing'an continued. Our primary target recently has been Tang City. But when our 2 teams, along with the military, fought our way to the grain depot, we were all stunned upon opening the warehouse. Can you guess what happened? What happened? What's going on? Hurry up and tell us. Hu Shuesin urged impatiently. All the food inside was gone. None left at all. Later, we visited private grain factories. And the situation was the same. While snacks and other factories remained untouched, who can fill their stomachs with mere snacks? How could this be? Lu Biao exclaimed, filled with disbelief. Li Sheng also found it somewhat bizarre. The grain storage and processing plants of a city must represent a colossal quantity. It was impossible for it to vanish without a trace. Someone must have orchestrated this. However, who could so swiftly empty a grain depot without detection? Even with her extraordinary system support, she doubted she could achieve such a feat. Who knows why this transpired? Hence, the base can only rely on the meager provisions from Tang City and what Nan City itself possesses, along with food from Zhou City to survive. Moreover, those with abilities have particularly large appetites, consuming 10 pounds of rice daily. Though not everyone can awaken their powers, around 1 in 10 can. And given Nan City is a large metropolis now turned into a significant base, the population is surging with a continuous influx of new arrivals, leading to an acute food shortage. Why not think of ways to cultivate crops or reduce food consumption? Hu Shuesan asked, stunned, unable to fathom how such a large base could be facing such dire challenges. Farming is out of the question. All the land has been contaminated by the virus, rendering it incapable of yielding crops. Only a few wood element abilities can hasten plant growth, which is still insufficient. As for reducing consumption, the ability users are the vanguard, primarily responsible for clearing zombies and gathering resources. They cannot be deprived of food. Ordinary people are still people. The elderly, weak, women, and children who lack the ability also receive daily food distributions, ensuring they do not starve, though they may not be fully satisfied. To be honest, the first and second teams of Nan City have been in constant contention over this issue. The first team adamantly refuses to abandon ordinary people, while the second believes in giving up those deemed useless. Currently, the base remains under the control of the first team, so despite the second team's vehement calls, they have not succeeded. In truth, we support the first team. It's just unfortunate that our voices hold little weight. Duan Zheng'an sighed deeply, his face filled with worry. Li Sheng listened to his account with furrowed brows. In such a harsh world, every individual who survives is invaluable. In situations that do not leave one with no choice, how can one simply declare to abandon others? How long will 20 tons of food last you? Li Sheng asked Qin Yan, turning her head.
10 days.
With 300 ability users in the team, along with many ordinary people and their families, at most, 10 days, Qin Yan quickly replied.
All right.
Your price will remain at the original rate, with the food sold at triple the price. The extra portion will be mine. I will exchange the surplus for an equivalent amount of food, and you will be responsible for delivering this surplus to the first team, ensuring they do not cut off food supplies to ordinary people, especially the elderly, weak, and children. Chapter 24. The lab rat turns out to be myself. Qin Yan fixed his gaze on Li Sheng without blinking, his dark pupils reflecting her youthful face, before solemnly responding.
All right.
Little 14. ISNT the streamer being a bit too altruistic? This is the apocalypse. Why still think about those inconsequential, ordinary people? Starry 666. Yes, indeed altruistic. But when did being altruistic become a pejorative? Moreover, the streamer asked for a portion of the crystal cores, using that money to support ordinary people without incurring a loss. It's a win-win situation. ISNT it? Li Sang is great. 666. Our opinions seem to be increasingly aligned. Our darling is simply kind-hearted, 1,000 times better than those with dark hearts. In response to the disputes surrounding her on the bullet screen, Li Sheng chose to remain oblivious, acknowledging that everyone possesses their own perspective, and such matters do not warrant debate. 2 + 2 = 4. One commenter mused. Do you not find the host a bit peculiar? What's peculiar about our dear little cutie?
Came the reply.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, the host appears to be no older than 10. How can her behavior and thoughts diverge so drastically from those typical of a child her age? Hiss. You raise a valid point, another chimed in. Oh, that's insignificant, isn't it? In a fantasy realm, there are countless beings who have lived for centuries, yet still retain a youthful visage, the first retorted. You yourself mentioned it's a fantasy realm. Yet this world seems to be at its end before even entering the energy age, the commenter countered. Perhaps our little cutie is exceptionally gifted? It matters not. I simply adore her. Whether she is an ancient spirit or a true lowly, my feelings remain unchanged. Does the audience not realize I am a transmigrator? Li Sheng had never made a conscious effort to conceal anything. Aside from moments of acute awareness regarding her short stature in battle, she often forgot her current age, subconsciously perceiving herself as the empress she once was, ever mindful of the realm and its people. Such ingrained thought patterns are difficult to alter, and she had never contemplated change. The host was the first individual selected by the platform for transmigration, belonging to a testing phase. I see. She is merely a subject for experimentation? With this realization, Li Sheng ceased to dwell on the matter. As for how the audience or others in reality perceived her, it mattered little. After all, no evidence existed to substantiate claims of her transmigration. After concluding their conversations and dealings, the group's attention shifted to the array of dishes laid before them. Aside from Li Sheng, who was the sole female present, the rest were boisterous men, each stuffing their faces with food, oblivious to decorum. Even the most flamboyant of the group, the beautiful doctor, was devouring his meal at an alarming rate. Once satiated, Qin Yan and his companion took their leave, while Li Sheng enjoyed a private room, the others sharing accommodations in pairs. This hotel retained various modern appliances. Although the television was evidently non-functional, however, the water heater was a welcome comfort. After days of toil, her mind was cluttered with the original owner's memories and the system's overwhelming data, yet she had not truly experienced these modern technologies. Once the others vacated the room, Li Sheng eagerly began to explore. Each new appliance she mastered left her in awe of the marvels of technology. After indulging in a hot shower and discarding her tattered clothing into the trash, having endured numerous battles and tumbles, both she and her garments were in a deplorable state. She selected a suitable outfit from the system store that reflected the current era. With a satisfied sigh, she collapsed onto the soft, warm bed. The tension of prolonged vigilance gradually dissipated, and soon, drowsiness enveloped her mind. However, the relatively relaxed environment did not afford her a peaceful slumber. Throughout the night, the faces of several individuals, both desired and undesired, played on a loop in her dreams. In her dream, Li Sheng encountered her biological mother, yet the blinding light obscured her mother's visage. As she reached out to embrace her, she found herself unable to grasp even the hem of her garment. Do not forsake the grand ambitions you have long desired. A change of environment and identity may lead you to rise from nothing. Ah Sheng, do not disappoint your mother, the voice echoed. I have not given up, Li Sheng fervently wished to convey. Even though she could not discern her mother's expression, she felt a tinge of her mother's sorrow. Yet, as she attempted to speak, her mother's appearance transformed into that of her long-resented father, the figure she could never forget. I have always said, what business does a girl have dreaming of succession? Were it not for the powers I granted you, you would not have attained your current position. But heaven aids me. It is utterly laughable for a woman to ascend to the throne. In the end, the throne shall return to my son. Laughter echoed in the air. Yes, sister. What can you accomplish by pulling me from my position? Even in death, the throne remains mine. You and your naive mother are truly foolish. The mere difference in gender predestines your failure. All I need to do is survive until you both perish, and victory shall be mine without effort. The former crown prince, her father, and the favored consort encircled Li Sheng, each word laced with mockery. Li Sheng glared at them in silence, her heart filled with resentment. It is mere misfortune. The realm I fought for is rightfully mine. What does gender matter? Ah Sheng, do not heed their words. Your mother believes in you, no matter your circumstances. You can rise and strive toward your goals. The clamor of derision ceased abruptly at her mother's encouragement. The palace walls and the figures within began to unravel like a painting torn asunder. Behind the fissures lay an abyss of darkness. Li Sheng watched helplessly as everything vanished, leaving only her solitary self amidst the desolation. Lowering her head, a wave of melancholy washed over her, an inexplicable pang of sorrow surged within her heart. In this new world, she truly found herself alone. A sudden longing for home enveloped her. Was she falling into despair, or was she merely being pragmatic? How she yearned to share a drink and converse with her brothers once more. What else with that expression, dear master? Frowning like that will only make your skin sag, and you'll end up looking like a toad, came a teasing voice. Startled, Li Sheng looked up to see Yuan Mo emerging from the shadows. His beloved flamboyant fan swaying in his hand, a familiar smirk gracing his face.
Yuan Montag?
How surprised I am. Have you forgotten me after just a few days? Oh dear, 10 years of friendship wasted. How heartbroken I am. Yuan Mo lightly tapped her head with his fan. She winced and rubbed her forehead, shooting him an incredulous glare, for only he dared to jest so freely with her. By the way, after my death, I found myself in another world where I met someone also named Yuan Mo, and he looked just like you. Isn't that strange? Unfortunately, I can't show you. Not strange at all. I mentioned I would follow you wherever you went. Perhaps that person is indeed me. Pa, can you really turn back the clock? Never mind. I shan't squabble with someone for my dreams. Instinctively, Li Sheng sought to retort, but as her gaze wandered to the surrounding darkness, she realized she was dreaming, allowing a bitter smile to escape her lips. Indeed, in dreams you wish to contend with me, but I speak with sincerity. Yuan Mo's expression softened, his gaze steady upon her. From those eyes, She discerned much seriousness, determination, and a tenderness she could not fathom. Haha, that jest is not amusing. I refuse to view him as your substitute. For reasons unknown, she felt an urge to evade Yuan Mo's gaze, forcing a dry laugh. Forget it. You foolish one, wouldn't he understand? Just return. Don't get too entangled here. Pursue what you desire. I'll be with you through it all. Entangled too deeply? Is it not merely a dream? Li Sheng found herself bewildered by Yuan Mo's words. Just as she was about to speak, he suddenly pushed her shoulder. Her body flew uncontrollably, Yuan Mo's figure retreating into the distance, gradually becoming indistinct as the inky darkness transformed into a starry night. A blinding white light flashed, and Li Sheng opened her eyes.
Hey,
Little darling, wake up. The sun is shining on your bottom. If you sleep any longer, you'll turn into a little pig. As soon as he opened his eyes, the apocalypse youth, Yuan Mo, was alarmingly close, startling Li Sheng to the point where she nearly slapped him. What is wrong with you? Could you not invade my personal space next time? It genuinely frightens me. Li Sheng, provoked by Yuan Mo's sudden closeness, instinctively reverted to her previous life's manner of speaking, fortunately managing to pivot quickly. Oh, I've been calling you for ages, and you still haven't awakened. The entire world is anticipating your entrance as the protagonist. I was summoned in a moment of urgency to rouse you, only to hear you mumbling my name as soon as I entered. I thought my little darling missed me. Yuan Mo feigned a pitiful expression, his mournful gaze reminiscent of a scorned man. Despite his good looks, this display rendered him somewhat unappealing. Li Sheng rolled her eyes and headed to the bathroom to wash her face, reluctant to cast another glance at Yuan Mo. Thank you. I've had my fill of disgust. What time is it now? She inquired while brushing her teeth, using the excuse of having water in her mouth to murmur an apology for her earlier slip. It's just past 9, almost 10. Qin Yan and his little sidekick must have been waiting outside for at least an hour.
so late?
I'll be ready shortly. Li Sheng hurried to finish her morning routine, quickly ushering Yuan Mo out to change clothes. Chapter 26. Adorable. Wow. It truly is the case that clothes make the person. The girl looks so adorable in her new outfit. Lu Biao exclaimed upon seeing Li Sheng emerge, with her appetite having increased significantly. Li Sheng's delicate face had filled out a bit. Although still quite slender, she no longer resembled a walking skeleton. Previously, she had looked disheveled and threadbare, with only her striking grape-like eyes offering any redeeming quality. Now, dressed anew and impeccably clean, her refined features and fair skin immediately elevated her attractiveness. If she gained just a bit more weight, she would resemble the living doll.
Li Shang Shai Gao. Ah,
I told you, the little lily is just too cute. Mama loves you. Xing G666. Wow, I didn't expect the streamer to be so adorable. Xiao Shirsi. Hiss, is the streamer really 10 years old? She looks like she's only 7 or 8. Li Sang Sai Gao. Our little darling has improved so much. On the first day of the broadcast, she was so thin it was frightening. A gust of wind could blow her away. She must have had a rough time before the apocalypse, and she's rather petite. Xiao Shirsi. What about her parents? Have they turned into zombies? A child of this age should have guardians, right? Li Sang Sai Gao. I don't know. I've never heard our little darling mention them. No, they don't want me. They treat me as if I'm dead. Li Sheng suddenly recalled the original owner's irresponsible and cruel parents, unable to suppress her thoughts and typing in the chat. Li Sang Sai Gao. They'd abandon such a cute little darling? Are her parents blind? Let us go to the warehouse. It's quite far. We'll need a car. Qin Yan's expression shifted to one of discomfort as he blushed, subtly leaning closer to Li Sheng and speaking even more tersely than the day before. Come here, let me hug you, haha. No wonder you're my sister. You're truly stunning. Hu Shuesen rushed forward and scooped Li Sheng up, leaving Qin Yan, who was pushed aside, staring at the duo with growing lament. Li Sheng shivered involuntarily, thinking, is Qin Yan some kind of pedophile? We should head to the warehouse. Li Sheng discreetly nestled into Hu Shuesen's embrace, avoiding Qin Yan's gaze. Accompanying them were only Hu Shuesen and Yuan Mo, along with an idle beautiful doctor, while the others had been assigned tasks to gather information about the base S regulations. The warehouse Qin Yan mentioned turned out to be quite far. It took them half an hour to arrive by car. This neighborhood is rented by our team. Everyone around here is one of us. It's absolutely safe, so you can rest easy, Duan Jing'an said, gesturing to the surrounding residences as they alighted. Oh, Then let us begin. 100 crystal cores for each transaction.
Li Shen.
Indifferent to the monetary aspect, promptly began withdrawing rice. 100 crystal cores equated to 30,000 star coins, her entire fortune at present. Since the other party demanded goods before payment, she had no choice but to comply. 100 crystal cores yielded 2 tons of rice, with the marketplace capping purchases at 100 items, 100 pounds at a time. Extracting 2 tons would indeed require some time. Gradually, the warehouses filled up, and while the numbers hadn't seemed significant before, witnessing tons of food now left Qin Yan and Duanzheng in awe. Hu Shuesen and Yuan Mo remained composed. Particularly Hu Shuesen, who seemed on the verge of declaring, "I am exceedingly proud." Chapter 27. Departure from morning until night. Li Sheng finally finished extracting the 40 tons of food. Her arms felt nearly incapacitated. This is utterly exhausting. Indeed, there is no easy money in this world. All right, that will suffice for now. I'm utterly fatigued. Li Sheng shook her sore arms. Okay, I'll take you back, Qin Yan nodded, delegating the remaining tasks to Duan Jing'an as he drove Li Sheng and the others away from the neighborhood. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Sheng suddenly recalled the almost invisible beautiful doctor. Why are you still following us? The beautiful doctor was taken aback by Li Sheng's inquiry, her expression bewildered. After a brief moment, tears began to well in her eyes. Wah, do you dislike me? I promise I'll be quiet from now on and won't disturb my benefactors. I can eat very little. Please don't drive me away. Oh no, not again. Li sang Sai Gao. Wow, this beautiful doctor could be an actress. Her tears flow effortlessly, something many streamers trying to play the innocent role struggle to achieve. Hibai and I, cough, I don't know why, but as a man I feel a bit flushed seeing this. Li sang Sai Gao. You upstairs are not quite right. Xiao Shi. You upstairs are not quite right. 1. Why are flowers so red? You upstairs are not quite right. Identity information number. Be quiet, let us talk inside. Li Sheng, overwhelmed by the beautiful doctor's demeanor, barked a command before entering the room. The beautiful doctor followed like a wronged little wife, while Yuan Mo and Hu Shuesen exchanged glances, both expressing their bewilderment. What did you do before the apocalypse? Upon entering the room, Li Sheng sat at the table, preparing to interrogate the overly clingy individual. Just mentioning the idea of her leaving prompted tears, and using force to expel her felt inappropriate.
What?
I'm a medical student who hasn't graduated yet. Hold back those tears. Speak properly. Li Sheng could no longer endure. Slamming her palm on the table and raising her voice, though her soft tone lacked any real authority. Oh, I see, got it. The beautiful doctor instantly stifled her tears, recognizing the moment to yield. What's your name? Lu Sunan. What abilities do you possess? I don't know. I named it invisibility. My ability allows me to blend into a crowd and be overlooked. Then you claimed you had healing powers last time? Well, I am a medical student, so I suppose saying I have healing abilities isn't incorrect. Why do you want to follow us? I have nowhere else to go. Oh, and I seek revenge. This conversation unfolded quite normally, with the beautiful doctor responding like an ordinary person rather than resorting to her previous tearful antics. Revenge? What grudge do you have? Even if you seek revenge, following us is of little use, Hu Shuesen interjected. I shouldn't have been in that village. I was lured there. The one who deceived me ultimately aimed for the South City base. So you've latched onto us? You all appear quite familiar. Not at all the type to deceive. My primary concern is that, by following you, I may find sustenance, for I currently possess nothing. The items I initially gathered have all been taken by those who betrayed me.
Li Sheng furovet her brov, visibly displeased.
This individual clearly regarded them as nothing more than a free ride and a repository of supplies. To partake in their resources with such audacity is laughable. Does she think it's so easy to take advantage of Li Sheng? You do seem rather self-righteous. In truth, I am quite useful. My ability is not merely to be overlooked in a crowd, since my powers have recently ascended to the 2nd tier. Zombies will ignore me as long as I remain vigilant. Keeping me around would certainly not be a loss for you. The beautiful doctor, sensing the agitation of those who provide her sustenance, hastily began to advocate for herself. To be ignored even amidst a horde of zombies? That is indeed a vital skill for plundering. Li Sheng scrutinized the beautiful doctor, feeling a flicker of interest. While this ability might not seem significant now, once it evolves, it could render one virtually invincible in this apocalypse. Wait a moment, let us confer. Li Sheng beckoned Yuan Mo and Hu Shiuesan to step outside for a discussion about the beautiful Dr. S fate. After all, the circumstances have changed. She no longer holds an unassailable position. Those military comrades still regard Yuan Mo as their leader. To take in the beautiful doctor would require not only her own desire but also the opinions of Yuan Mo and Hu. What do you think? Can he stay?
Yes.
He is a medical student and possesses a rather unique ability. He is indeed a valuable asset. Yuan Mo nodded and continued, yet I wonder about his reliability. You carry too many secrets. If he were to leak any information, it could become problematic. What secrets do I possess? Li Sheng was momentarily perplexed by Yuan Mo's words. Everything about her was transparent, so what could be hidden? To my knowledge, no one has dual abilities thus far. I am uncertain where your supplies originate, but to outsiders, you likely appear to be a space-based ability user, which invites attention. If someone harbors ill intentions, that could be troublesome. Should a powerful adversary emerge, we, as mere half-humans, would find ourselves with no recourse but to flee. Li Sheng had never contemplated this perspective. Perhaps her lengthy reign had cultivated a tendency towards straightforwardness, her thoughts still entrenched in the belief that if someone struck her, she would retaliate. Yuan Mo was right. Their current strength was still insufficient. Thus, they faced two choices. 1. Rapidly expand their influence and stand tall to mitigate fears, or 2. Feign weakness and conceal their true capabilities. I choose the first, Li Sheng declared without hesitation, for it was not in her nature to hide for the sake of mere survival. Moreover, surviving was merely a prerequisite. Her ambitions extended far beyond that. Then let us keep him. Yuan Mo was not surprised by Li Sheng's choice, his smile brightening further as he confirmed the beautiful Dr. S fate. Suddenly, Li Sheng recalled the words of her strategist from her dream the previous night, feeling a tinge of doubt. Could it be that this Yuan Mo and her strategist were indeed the same person? Chapter 28. An unpleasant taste. Li Sheng flung open the door and strode purposefully towards the beautiful doctor. One foot perched on a chair while her hand rested on her hip, she stood on tiptoe to match the seated Dr.'s height, striving to appear more imposing as she adopted a blend of softness and firmness. You may stay, but by doing so, you automatically accept the role of our companion. Sharing food and drink will not be an issue. However, should we uncover any treachery on your part, we will pursue you to the ends of the earth. I understand, and I am grateful for your kindness. How could I ever commit such a heinous act? The beautiful doctor replied, lowering her gaze. Please spare us the theatrics. I understand why this feels so awkward. Tell me, if we were to dress this lovely individual in ancient attire, perhaps a flowing gown reminiscent of celestial beings, would that not be more pleasing? Indeed, I must say, I can envision it, and now listening to her speak does not strike me as disagreeable, another chimed in. Perhaps she is a time traveler? Impossible, I specialize in ancient studies, and she does not exhibit the customs or characteristics of that era. However, I must admit, the host sometimes does seem rather akin to an ancient person. Ancient? Li Sheng was at a loss for words. Could her era truly be considered ancient? What, then, were the viewers of this live stream? Furthermore, Lu Sunin evidently relished putting on airs. He had no connection to her time. In her era, aside from courtesans and concubines, no one would refer to themselves as this humble servant. Men certainly would not. In a normal state, he embodied the very essence of masculinity. There was no way he had traversed from her time. She could not allow her era to be tarnished. Li Sheng's internal monologue spiraled. Yet she could not voice these thoughts, only silently scream in frustration. After inquiring with the system previously, she had been cautioned that as a test subject for time travel, she remained in a confidential phase. The fact that she was a time traveler must never be disclosed to anyone. Otherwise, the system would deploy its lethal mechanism, resulting in her demise. All right, enough of that. Lu Biao and the others should be returning shortly. Let us prepare for dinner. Today has truly been exhausting. Li Sheng wearily waved her hand, unwilling to dwell on the beautiful Dr.'s manner of speaking. Regardless, in mere moments, the other would revert to an irreverent demeanor. Hooray! The beautiful doctor exclaimed upon hearing the word dinner, rushing to the restroom to wash her hands, followed by Yuan Mo and Hu Shiuesan, who also tended to their cleanliness. Shortly thereafter, the weary Lu Biao and his companions returned from outside, summarizing the information they had gathered at the base. The third team established by Qi Nian could be deemed a position of considerable stature. The first team at the base consisted entirely of soldiers, while the second team was formed by former officials. With civilians refraining from contesting against the government, Qi Nian naturally occupied the third tier. Initially, the first and second teams were merged, but they later splintered due to differing opinions. Currently, neither the first nor the second team holds any regard for the other, often embroiled in heated disputes over control of the base. The South City base is distinctly divided in terms of power. While the first team has secured the survival rights of ordinary citizens, they cannot grant them equal status. Ability users occupy the apex of the food chain, followed by ordinary citizens capable of hunting zombies, and lastly, common folk, children, and the elderly, who are the most vulnerable and frequently victimized. Those unmonitored ordinary citizens reside in the outermost regions of the base, akin to a slum, neglected and chaotic, where death is a commonplace occurrence. Furthermore, the status of ability users is excessively elevated. As long as their actions are not overtly brazen, they can kill indiscriminately without consequence. These fragmented pieces of information allowed Li Sheng to piece together a relatively complete picture of the survival environment in this post-apocalyptic world, a realm where life is treated as expendable. Power reigns supreme, and the strong prey upon the weak. Such realities cannot be deemed incorrect, though they certainly evoke discomfort. Li Sheng felt a heaviness in her heart. Her lifelong ambition had been to ensure that her subjects could live prosperous lives, truly realizing a state of national peace and security. Even amidst relentless warfare, she had allocated considerable energy towards managing her subordinates, fortifying the walls, and striving to ensure that the populace remained unharmed. How had it come to this? Where those in power only sought to vie for authority and gain, showing no regard for their own people? Would the chaos of this order persist indefinitely? Dinner is ready. What are you pondering? Yuan Mo interjected, placing a chicken leg in Li Sheng's bowl and gently tapping the rim of her dish to draw her back from her reverie.
Ah?
I was not thinking about anything, merely reflecting that the safe zone is not as secure as I had envisioned. Li Sheng shook her head, a sense of melancholy washing over her. How could it not be called the apocalypse? There was no need to overthink it. It was beyond our control. When chaos becomes the norm, even the desire to intervene becomes futile. Indeed, an individual's strength is pitifully weak. Li Sheng suddenly found herself at a loss, even doubting her own resolve. Once exiled to a fief, she had a retinue, ample funds to recruit soldiers, and considerable local prestige. She had started from a position of royal privilege, never rising from nothing. Now here she was, alone and uncertain of where to begin, constantly contemplating waiting until she understood this world better. But what did it mean to truly understand, and when would the time be ripe? Even she was unsure. Perhaps it was best to take one step at a time. After all, she didn't even know where she could settle down, so overthinking was pointless. Regardless, she would not forget the vow she made to her mother. Unfortunately, tomorrow she would have to toil for Qi Nian. For now, she should focus on the present, working to repay her debts to the system. Lu Biao suddenly recalled how the receptionist had reacted to their physique upon their return and, after a couple of bites of food, said, "By the way, our hotel stay ends tomorrow. I inquired today, and the base currently only offers rentals, no sales. An apartment costs 20 first-tier crystal cores per month, while a villa costs 130. Presently, one second-tier core can be exchanged for 3 first-tier cores, and 1 third-tier core is worth 10 first-tier cores." Upon hearing this ratio, Li Sheng cursed inwardly.
Damn.
How careless. Had she known, she wouldn't have traded with the system. 1 first-tier crystal core could be exchanged for 300, while a second tier was only 700. A third tier was merely 2,500. Calculating this, how much had she lost? Li Sheng felt as if she could hear the sound of her heart shattering. "I have no money." Yuan Mo silently pointed at Li Sheng. Li Sheng turned back, bewildered. "What do you mean? I already gave you all my belongings when I traded weapons with you last time. We don't have any crystal cores left. Therefore, this matter was left for you to ponder." Yuan Mo had joined the ranks of the beautiful doctor, confidently indulging in food and drink without a hint of shame. Terrified of the prospect of having to support this entire group, Li Sheng took a step back. Chapter 29. June Snow, isn't it true that we are all in the same boat now? Money is essential, and we will look to you for guidance. I think providing meals and accommodations should be our rightful benefit, Yuan Mo argued with a calmness that made it difficult to refute. Even the Special Forces group that had traded all their possessions for weapons with Yuan Mo nodded in agreement. Li Sheng's gaze shifted silently to Hu Xuesen. "Sister, I think Yuan Mo has a point. But if my sister becomes the leader, won't all the crystal cores and resources we acquire have to go to her?" Yuan Mo was manipulative, and Hu Shiuesan was even more cunning, directly determining the future distribution of the team's resources. After years of navigating society, having risen from poverty to modest means, Hu Shiuesan was no fool. All right, as for the resources in the future, let us arrange them for the little darling. I have no objections. Neither do we, echoed Yuan Mo and the others, resolutely insisting on Li Xing covering their meals and accommodations. Aren't you all headed to the capital? How much longer can you stay with us? Li Xing suddenly recalled Yuan Mo's words during target practice in the courtyard. No wonder, she felt something was off. She had finally found the reason. Would Yuan Mo, with her malevolent nature, attempt to take advantage of her before leaving? Li Xing initially never thought that someone like Yuan Mo, destined for greatness, would willingly travel alongside her, occupying a subordinate position. Although their interactions had been pleasant, the truth was they had only known each other for a few days. Their bond was shallow, and their understanding minimal. She had never been overly concerned about the comings and goings of Yuan Mo and the others. Separation was a common occurrence, and she had prepared for it from the start. Perhaps to others, her tendency to distinguish between allies and outsiders seemed selfish. However, in her eyes, it was a means of maintaining clarity. Oh, not going for now. It's too far. Besides, I believe staying by your side might make life more colorful and exciting. Lu Sunan was right. Following you means having good food even in the apocalypse. Why should we struggle? Suddenly named, the beautiful doctor looked up, nodding in agreement. With Yuan Mo's words weighing heavily, Li Xing lowered her head in resignation. Fine. She wouldn't argue with them. They would have to rent anyway.
So she would just pay.
With no crystal cores, they could manage with resources. Tomorrow, they would inquire about exchanging for a villa based on resource requirements, preferably trading food. Thankfully, food was the least valuable commodity in the system's marketplace. All right then, Lu Biao cheerfully accepted this task. Hey, it's snowing outside, the beautiful doctor exclaimed, having been staring out the window in a daze, and was the first to notice the anomaly. This shout drew everyone's attention, and they turned to look outside, where indeed, large snowflakes were gracefully falling. What's going on? Did some family die? Snow in June? Hu Shiuesan asked, bewildered, glancing at his short sleeves. Confirming it was indeed strange. This was not a good omen. Yuan Mo narrowed her eyes. Snow meant dropping temperatures. With the onset of the apocalypse, such drastic changes in the natural environment were truly a cruel twist. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Lu Biao rushed to open it, revealing a visibly anxious Duan Jing'an. Is Li Sheng here? Our leader is looking for her. It's urgent. What's going on? Lu Biao could tell from Duan Jing'an's panic that it was serious and quickly blocked him, asking, This can't be explained in a few words. If you're worried, let us all go together. Duan Jing'an, always thorough in his dealings, recognized why Lu Biao was stopping him at a glance. Wait a moment, sister. Duan Jing'an is looking for you. He says it's urgent. Do you want to go with the guys? Lu Biao scrutinized Duan Jing'an several times, confirming he didn't seem to be trying to pull a fast one, then turned to ask. Yes, wait for me a moment. Li Sheng immediately agreed. It was a long-term strategic partner's invitation, and she had to give it some respect. However, with the heavy snow outside, they needed to prepare. Li Sheng estimated the sizes of her companion's clothing and exchanged winter coats and down jackets from the marketplace, ensuring Duan Jing'an was included as well. Only after making sure they would stay warm did they step out of the hotel. The howling cold wind was biting, and Li Sheng tightened her collar, mentally applauding her foresight. Upon arriving at Qi Nian's residence, they stepped inside to find two individuals seated on the sofa, both wearing serious expressions. One was Qi Nian, while the other appeared to be in his 40s, an unknown figure. Hey, Captain Xing? Tao Shan was the first to exclaim, and Li Sheng turned back in confusion.
Oh.
A familiar face?
Tao Shan, Lei Qi, Liu Biao, Fang Xiyu.
What are all of you from the military doing here? The middle-aged man on the sofa looked equally perplexed and approached them. Before the apocalypse, we were conducting closed training in the nearby County S mountains. The captain, Xing, pointed to Yuan Mo and asked, This one looks familiar. Is she a newcomer to the military? No, this is the grandson of General Yuan. Hello, Captain Xing. I'm Yuan Mo. She introduced herself, extending her hand with a demeanor that showed no sign of subservience. Hello. No wonder you seem so familiar. You truly resemble General Yuan. As both parties engaged in trivial pleasantries, they made their way toward the sofa. Li Sheng effortlessly settled into the opposite end of the couch, creating a triangular formation with Qi Nian's previous seating arrangement. This young girl is the granddaughter of that general? Captain Xing, noticing Li Sheng's natural claim to the main seat, assumed she was yet another child of a prominent family he had overlooked and promptly inquired with a polite demeanor. Not quite. She was likely an ordinary person before the apocalypse. We encountered her midway, Yuan Mo explained candidly, casting a knowing glance at Li Sheng. The two exchanged silent understanding, patiently awaiting Captain Xing's response. As expected, Captain Xing's warm smile faltered, and after a couple of awkward chuckles he remarked, that little girl sitting here might not be quite. However, she is currently the decision-maker among us. Yuan Mo interjected with a smile, his words laden with implications. Captain Xing soon grasped that he had been outmaneuvered by Yuan Mo. Li Sang said, "Oh, isn't Yuan Mo familiar with him? Why make this uncle uncomfortable?" Juzi added, "I have no idea, I don't quite get it either." Xiao Shirsi chimed in, "I don't understand either. Does the host know why?"
Nalaiba ni remarked.
Qi Nian is definitely seeking the host's assistance regarding supplies. There's no reason to consult those who have just arrived at the base. Starry 666 noted. Captain Xing's presence in this conversation indicates that Qi Nian has implicitly agreed. Thus, they have already exchanged information. But Captain Xing is unaware that the one who can provide supplies is this seemingly ordinary little girl.
Nalaiba ni continued.
So that earlier probing was intended to emphasize Yuan Mo, giving Captain Xing the impression that Yuan Mo is the true decision-maker. Starry 666 added. Then Yuan Mo's straightforward introduction created the illusion that the host is insignificant. Na Lai Ba and I concluded, this led Captain Xing to perceive the host as an unobservant child. In his attempt to curry favor with Yuan Mo, he naturally played the villain. Starry 666 remarked, thus, his opportunistic nature was laid bare.
Nalaiba ni exclaimed.
Brothers upstairs. Starry 666 replied, a perfect synergy. Li Sang said, goodness, can you deduce so much from just a few words? What kind of minds do you have? Na Lai Ba and I explained, well, this is essentially the routine of psychological warfare. However, I don't quite understand why Yuan Mo would expose Captain Xing.
There was no need for that.
To prevent me from being taken advantage of, Li Sheng interjected, pleased to find an audience that was not solely focused on superficial appearances. Starry 666 asked, what do you mean? I cannot simply offer supplies for free. Thus, even if they seek my assistance, they must pay. Yuan Mo deliberately shattered Captain Xing's facade to prevent him from leveraging his status to negotiate a price with me. Na Lai Ba and I grasped, got it. To avoid moral coercion, Li Sang said, I'm getting dizzy trying to follow along. Can anyone tell me how Yuan Mo anticipated this man's attempt at moral manipulation? If he didn't want to negotiate, he wouldn't have summoned me to discuss this. He could have just had Qi Nian relay the message. The probing was justifiable. If he truly were a benevolent official, I would not mind being morally coerced. However, the outcome of the probe was the opposite. So I cannot allow him to exploit his identity to gain an advantage through moral pressure. Li Sang mused, I think I understand. You're all quite formidable in psychological warfare. Na Lai Ba and I added, you haven't seen true manipulation in the ancient bureaucratic drama live broadcast next door. That's true strategic warfare. Li Sheng sighed inwardly, realizing the audience had a point. Even with utmost caution when she first entered the political arena, she had been ensnared multiple times. Thus, this scenario was child's play. Let us return to the matter at hand. I heard this morning that a large quantity of grain has arrived, and with a sudden snowfall, the meteorological station is temporarily offline, making it impossible to determine if winter is approaching early. Therefore, I wish to purchase some grain from this young lady to prepare for winter. Realizing he had been outsmarted, Captain Xing reined in his thoughts and got straight to the point. Li Sheng had no objections. She was open for business and did not discriminate against customers. However, if he wished to haggle, that was out of question. She was not in the charity business. All right, how much grain does Captain Xing wish to acquire? Perhaps a significant amount. I need 100 tons of rice. Can this young lady provide that? Certainly, cash and goods exchanged. When do you need it? Li Sheng replied promptly, confident that her system could supply whatever was required. Although the repetitive action of retrieving items was somewhat exhausting, she found joy in the labor. However, regarding the price, I wonder if we could negotiate. 40 pounds of grain for 3 crystal cores seems a bit steep. Finally, they arrived at the haggling stage. Li Sheng quickly calculated the price for 100 tons of grain, 15,000 crystal cores, and she offered a 2,000 core discount, stating, "If that doesn't work, then it's off the table." Captain Xing hesitated upon hearing the price, several times attempting to speak, but recalling the earlier probing that had revealed his blunder. Ultimately, upon seeing Li Sheng's resolute gaze and unwavering stance, he relented. After all, he had already offended this mobile granary once. To procure such a large quantity of grain without risking their lives was akin to a windfall in the apocalypse. Previously, their team had painstakingly cleared millions of zombies from Nan City, yielding numerous crystal cores. Grain, after all, had a price but lacked a market. Even the base's granaries were tightly stocked, suffering from a lack of exchange opportunities. Money was of no use. "Prepare the warehouse. Qin Yan will come to pick me up tomorrow. He will act as the intermediary. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave." With the business concluded, Li Sheng had no desire for further idle chatter. She turned sharply with her companions, exuding an air of aloofness. Li Sang exclaimed, "Oh my! I adore this aloof little girl. Her queenly aura is in full bloom." Starry 666 remarked, "Indeed, the host always exudes an unexpected maturity for her age. Yet it feels entirely fitting and quite endearing." Xiao Shirsi added, "Oh, don't say that. The contrast is already captivating. How could such a cute child be so serious?" "It's too adorable." Juzzy chimed in, "I'm different. I've already begun shipping the icy little girl and the mischievous young master." Despite the praise, Li Sheng felt little joy. Her regal demeanor and imperial essence were far too apparent. How could she be associated with cuteness? Indeed, no one could fathom her proud heart. Life is truly as solitary as snow. Stepping outside into the flurries, Li Sheng sighed melancholically within, her furrowed brows only adding to her charm. As for seriousness, it was entirely absent. Yuan Mo, unable to contain himself, rushed over and playfully ruffled Li Sheng's hair until it resembled a bird's nest. Only then did he release her. Li Sheng, bewildered by the sudden affection, raised her hand as if to strike Yuan Mo, but he anticipated her move and fled with remarkable speed. Hu Shuesen, displaying a lack of awareness, scooped Li Sheng off the ground, lifting her high as he extolled her cuteness. Li Sheng, exasperated by their antics, gazed skyward in despair, her heart silently lamenting. If her grand aspirations were to be thwarted, it would undoubtedly be due to these unreliable companions. Chapter 31. The innate nature of humanity. A thick blanket of snow had fallen throughout the night, finally ceasing as dawn broke. The pristine white snow enveloped all the buildings and ground of the base, while the cold air seeped through the windows, making it difficult to find restful sleep. Li Sheng groggily opened her eyes, donned her heavy winter attire, and stepped out of her room, only to encounter Lu Biao and his companions returning from their outing. Sister, you're up early today," we inquired, "and it turns out the villa requires 100 jin of rice per month. When shall we go to view it?" "Whenever you all decide. As long as it suffices for our stay, I'll put the rice in the room for you to manage," Li Sheng replied with a yawn. Waving her hand dismissively, she turned back to exchange the rice before tossing it into her room. She still needed to venture out to sell a large quantity of grain, which was in high demand, and the timeline for that remained uncertain. "All right, we'll head out to check it out ourselves. Yuan Mo is waiting for you downstairs, sister." "Hurry along," Lu Biao exclaimed, his face lighting up at the thought of the grain. Before the apocalypse, securing even a stable shelter was a challenge. Who would have thought that after the collapse, they could indulge in such luxury as residing in a villa? Li Sheng nodded absent-mindedly and hurried down the stairs, where Yuan Mo had been waiting for quite some time, accompanied by several young men clad in military uniforms, presumably sent to escort her. Today, it would be just the two of them traveling, and given Yuan Mo's background, they were unlikely to attract any unwanted attention. As they settled into the vehicle, Li Sheng suddenly recalled the shopping mall's limit of 100 jin of grain per purchase. "System, could you possibly increase the exchange limit for rice in the mall? This 100 jin at a time is exhausting me." "Affirmative. The host may upgrade the food section of the mall for 888 star coins, allowing for unlimited purchases at once." She had anticipated this. Engaging with this cumbersome system invariably incurred costs. 8,888? That's not exorbitant. It's a one-time investment, so let us proceed. Is this a permanent upgrade or temporary? The duration of the privilege is 72 hours. Understood. It seemed they were preparing to tap into her little treasure trove for an extended period. Li Sheng, having lost her patience with the system, opted to directly pay for the upgrade, reasoning that 3 days of unlimited purchasing wasn't a loss. At the camp of the first team, armed patrols were visible everywhere. On the playground, numerous squads were engaged in drills, all well-trained, standing tall, with synchronized movements. The stark contrast made it evident why the first team held the top position within the base. The second team remained an enigma, and the more relaxed atmosphere of Team 3, led by Qi Nian, was a far cry from their discipline. "Miss Li, this is the warehouse," the driver announced as the vehicle came to a slow halt. A row of opened empty warehouses stood before them, awaiting Li Sheng to fill them. Having been too preoccupied yesterday to take a look, she was taken aback by her balance in the mall. Over 37,000 star coins. Does this mean I can clear my debts directly? The realization filled Li Sheng with joy as she calculated how much grain she could purchase with 300,000. All right, I'll take 60 tons first. Count it out, and once you've verified the 60 tons, give me the payment for that before I provide the remaining 40 tons. The mall had no purchasing limits. There was no need to withdraw funds in small increments. With the biting cold outside, she decided to procure more and retreat to the vehicle for some tea.
Wait.
System. Previously, my purchases appeared directly in my hands. If I buy 60 tons of grain at once, 1 TI be buried under it. The system is designed with user-friendly intelligence. Exceeding a certain quantity will cause the items to materialize half a meter away from the host. Fine, as long as I'm not buried, she murmured before clicking to purchase. Suddenly, the empty space before her filled with towering piles of grain. The soldiers accompanying them gasped in astonishment, followed by a wave of jubilation. Grain equated to a guarantee of survival. No one wished to risk their lives foraging while hungry. Now, with such a bounty, they could sustain themselves for a considerable time. The soldiers beamed with joy as they began inspecting the quality of each bag of rice, weighing and storing it with swift efficiency. Li Sheng nestled in the vehicle, enjoying the warmth as she glanced back to see Yuan Emo staring pensively at the bustling scene outside.
What are you thinking about?
She inquired, tapping him on the shoulder. I was pondering how those in higher positions often grow cold-hearted, while those lower down tend to retain their essence, he replied thoughtfully. Are you still thinking about that Commander Xing from yesterday? Li Sheng recognized the implication in Yuan Mo's words, though he hardly seemed like the type to be swayed by sentiment. Yes, I encountered him in my childhood. Back then, he was my grandfather's bodyguard. He never sought fame or fortune. It truly seems that as the world changes, so do people's hearts, Yuan Mo remarked with a wry smile, his words laced with sarcasm. I feel like something is off about you, Li Sheng observed, studying Yuan Mo closely. After a prolonged silence, she spoke. You seem to harbor a disdain for this world and its people. Ah, my little treasure observes keenly. However, I do not despise the world or humanity. Rather, I disdain the societal constructs and the unspoken rules that arise from them, Yuan Mo replied, shaking his head. His smile remained, yet it did not reach his eyes, which held an air of indifference. Not smiling feels more natural, it's rather unsettling otherwise. Human nature has never changed, it is simply as it is. Perhaps it was never awakened, or perhaps it was merely a facade. Who can say? Indeed, who can say? Yuan Mo's expression shifted, his smile fading as he absorbed Li Sheng's words. Without the guise of false cheer, Yuan Mo's demeanor transformed dramatically. He no longer resembled the playful young master, but instead radiated an aura of despondency akin to a soulless wanderer drifting through a dull existence. Have you encountered any significant events in your life? Li Sheng inquired, noticing the discomfort etched on Yuan Mo's face. Although she insisted she would not see him as a mere substitute for her strategist, she occasionally found herself conflating the two. Indeed, I have faced numerous trials. Would you care to hear? If you prefer not to share, you needn't. I shall share. There is nothing I cannot divulge. Since you wish to know, I'll recount it all. Chapter 32. The past my family has been engaged in crime fighting for 3 generations. Offending numerous fugitives made us susceptible to retaliation. When I was 7, I sneaked out of school with my 2 best friends and was captured right outside the school gate, taken to a warehouse. I vividly remember the damp, moldy smell upon entering. The place reeked of mildew. My friends suffered an undeserved fate alongside me. They were tortured and filmed to coerce my father into releasing a captured drug lord. I witnessed them gouging eyes, severing ears, and chopping off fingers, all while forcing their heads underwater. For 3 days, their lifeless bodies hung above me, locked in a gaze that I could not escape. Throughout it all, I remained unharmed, for my family's power rendered me their only bargaining chip. In the end, I emerged alive, but I endured 3 years of blame from my friends' families, who cursed me incessantly. Initially, I was riddled with guilt and self-reproach, but one day, I suddenly realized I could no longer feel those emotions. I had lost all sense of joy and sorrow. Yuan Mo narrated his past as if recounting someone else's tale, his tone unflinching. Li Sheng was taken aback by the harrowing revelations of his history. The vehicle fell into a profound silence, starkly contrasting the lively atmosphere outside. Yuan Mo gazed out the window, his expression void of emotion, while Li Sheng lowered her gaze. Unsure of how to respond, Li San said, "Why were they so cruel to children? Xiao Shirsi, it is utterly barbaric. Indeed, drug traffickers deserve to be eradicated. The interstellar community should issue lethal strikes against these criminals." Interstellar 666. Yuan Mo seems to be suffering from emotional fluctuation disorder. Such mental ailments are notoriously difficult to treat, not to mention the ever-present risk of personality fragmentation. Bring it on. How long has our interstellar civilization been developing? From the age of cold weapons to the energy era, we have explored beyond the galaxy. Yet despite our advanced technology, we still cannot effectively treat most mental illnesses. Interstellar 666. The human brain is inherently complex, and psychological disorders are even more intricate. Sigh, I hope Yuan Mo can find a way to overcome this soon. What is personality fragmentation? What is emotional fluctuation disorder? Li Sheng felt compelled to assist Yuan Mo, yet the conditions described in the barrage were entirely foreign to her, leaving her uncertain on how to help. Interstellar 666. To put it simply, Yuan Mo is currently in a state of emotional numbness, indifferent to everything, including his own affairs. He cannot perceive the emotions and feelings conveyed by others, nor can he generate any emotions himself. He is like a wooden puppet. Bring it on. Personality fragmentation. How to explain it? It is akin to one body housing two souls. This situation is perilous. If the fragmented personality has violent tendencies, it may harm others or even itself, and in extreme cases, it could eliminate the primary personality, thus seizing control of the body. Li Sheng began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Both afflictions sounded exceedingly severe. Is there any remedy? Interstellar 666. There is none. As the host, you needn't dwell on this. Mental illness can only be endured through personal fortitude. External factors can only provide minimal disruption to aid in overcoming this hurdle. No solutions at all? Li Sheng, unconvinced, opened the system marketplace and diligently searched, combing through it thrice, yet found nothing. I apologize. I did not intend to evoke such painful memories. Li Sheng, at a loss, broke the silence first. No need to apologize. In retrospect, I feel nothing at all. As if watching a film. Yuan Mo shrugged, displaying an air of nonchalance. Li Sheng wished to say more, but the car door suddenly swung open, revealing soldiers who had brought up 60 tons of grain, requesting her to disembark and assist with the remaining supplies.
Go on, I am fine.
With others present, Yuan Mo donned his habitual smile, waving Li Sheng off the vehicle. Li Sheng nodded slightly and went about her business, leaving Yuan Mo behind, who, gazing at her retreating figure, murmured to himself, I wonder why I seem to sense your emotions. It is quite intriguing. Today's efficiency surpassed yesterday's significantly. All the grain was traded by midday. Upon returning to the hotel, Qin Yan had been waiting for quite some time, seemingly with matters to discuss. Lu Biao and the others had also secured a rental property, fully furnished and ready for occupancy. The group promptly canceled their hotel reservations and moved to their new home, with Qin Yan accompanying them to familiarize themselves with the location. After all, they were partners and needed to be able to locate each other. At the villa, the master bedroom was defaulted to Li Sheng, while the men excitedly chose their rooms. Li Sheng handed Qin Yan 5,000 crystal cores, stating, Here you go. As previously agreed, charging outsiders 3 times the rate, this is your share. I apologize. Someone in the team inadvertently let slip information that reached Team 1, causing you trouble. Qin Yan did not accept the crystal cores, bowing deeply to Li Sheng in apology. Oh, please rise. I intend to earn this money regardless. It hardly qualifies as trouble.
All right.
Qin Yan showed no reluctance, obeying Li Sheng's words without question. Her straightforward nature was truly commendable. I also have a matter to discuss. Do you have any winter supplies, such as charcoal or winter clothing? These items shouldn't be too difficult to procure. Li Sheng appeared puzzled, Could it truly be that the base had fallen into such dire straits? While the items aren't hard to obtain, the unique geography of Lin City has left it snowbound. Until the snow melts, search parties cannot enter. Right, this morning when I was renting, someone asked me if I wanted to take on a snow removal task. I thought it was too cold to be frolicking outside, so I declined. Hu Shueson interjected, agreeing with Qin Yan. What sort of terrain does Lin City have? It is all mountains. I used to work for that area, and the snow out there is incredibly thick. Our base sprinkled industrial salt, which doesn't seem so cursed. But other neglected areas appear to be on the brink of being buried. Hu Shueson continued. We do have supplies, but I haven't decided on the pricing yet. If you could wait a moment, we can discuss it after lunch.
All right.
Li Sheng simply wanted to grasp the general situation. There was no harm in pursuing business as long as it wasn't exploitative. After lunch, Li Sheng finalized the pricing for the cheapest winter clothing. And Qin Yan readily agreed, with the terms mirroring those for grain. Qin Yan would sell to others at 3 times the rate, and the two would split the profit equally. By the way, regarding what I mentioned last time about converting the remaining funds into grain to hand over to Team 1, that is no longer valid. Qin Yan was somewhat surprised, but upon reflection, it made sense. In the apocalypse, few would genuinely part with their grain for charitable purposes. I will handle the grain myself. Later, please help me find 2 familiar faces from the base to guide us to where ordinary people reside for a better understanding. Chapter 33. The stench of wealth and indulgence in the afternoon. Duan Jing'an appeared at the entrance of Li Sheng's villa, heading towards the area where ordinary people lived. On the way, Li Sheng suddenly remembered the matter of repayment and quickly summoned the system. I have sufficient funds now. I wish to repay early. The host's balance stands at 1,227,977. 60 yuan, sufficient to meet the repayment amount. After deducting the debt and a 10 fee, repayment is complete, leaving the host with a balance of 890,977. 60 yuan. Thank you for your patronage. What the hell, a 10 fee for repayment. Fortunately, I earned over 80,000 from Team 1 today. Otherwise, with the previous deductions from Qin Yan, I would find myself once again destitute, starting from scratch.
Now,
free from debts, Li Sheng felt significantly lighter. The crystal cores earned from Team 1 had been split, with 5,000 given to Qin Yan, 5,000 converted into star coins, and the remaining 3,000 stored in the system warehouse for emergencies. As long as she refrained from extravagant spending, her current balance should suffice. We have arrived. The vehicle gradually came to a halt, and upon hearing Duan Jing'an's call, Li Sheng glanced out the window. The stench of wealth and indulgence fills the air, while the streets are littered with frozen corpses. This phrase flashed through Li Sheng's mind, perfectly encapsulating the scene before her. Before her lay a dilapidated row of blue brick houses, a filthy and chaotic street visible in its entirety, where lifeless souls lay scattered, dressed in flimsy summer garments, awaiting the embrace of death. Occasional screams and curses filled the air, steeped in brutality and despair. In stark contrast to the empowered individuals in the city, who roamed freely in their winter garb, the disparity was glaring. As Li Sheng and her companions exited the vehicle, their clean and upright appearances drew the attention of many. The onlookers fleetingly glanced before hastily diverting their gazes, retreating awkwardly as if fearing that Li Sheng and her group might notice their existence. As long as they did not act too brazenly, empowered individuals could kill ordinary people without consequence. Li Sheng suddenly recalled what Duan Jing'an had said about the base last time. These 24 words encapsulate the countless innocent lives and rivers of blood that have been shed. Damn it, I'm hungry. Hurry and get me something to eat. Steal, rob, or sell yourselves if you must. Bring me back food. Or, I swear, I will end this little brat's life right now. The vitriol mingled with a woman's shrill scream echoed from not far away, prompting Li Sheng to look up in the direction of the sound. There, a tall, thin man gripped a small boy in his left hand and brandished a stick in his right, gesticulating menacingly at a woman. His countenance was grotesque, and his already lecherous features appeared even more repulsive at that moment. The woman, tears brimming in her eyes, tremblingly reached out in a desperate attempt to snatch the child from the man's grasp, only to be met with a brutal blow from him. Daddy, I was wrong. Please don't hit Mommy. The child cried out, terrified and pleading. The onlookers wore expressions of indifference, some even displaying disdain, yet none made any effort to intervene. The atmosphere left Li Sheng feeling increasingly agitated. She had witnessed the tragedies of war and the suffering of the populace during times of natural disasters. She had seen the grief of the common folk as they lamented their plight under the rule of corrupt officials. However, she had also observed the courage of the youth who stood to protect their community in times of chaos, the mutual support among strangers seeking hope amid despair, and the unity of villages standing against greed for the sake of their own. What she had never encountered was the chilling sight of people coldly regarding one another, choosing to remain uninvolved, living in such apathy. This was a frequent occurrence in this world. The apocalypse had stripped humanity of its goodness, and one should not take it too much to heart. Duan Zhengin, perceptive and observant, noticed the palpable anger in Li Sheng and hurried to offer words of comfort and persuasion. Is this the norm? Has malevolence become so ingrained that it is now deemed acceptable? Li Sheng could not accept such a notion. Her memories of the modern world were filled with laughter and vibrancy, a vision she had long aspired to achieve in her past life. Yet, this beautiful era seemed far too fragile, shattered by calamity, even more so than the tumultuous times she had lived through. I did not mean that, she interjected, her eyes ablaze with righteous indignation, exuding an aura reminiscent of an emperor surveying his domain. Duan Zhengin struggled to find a justification for her wrath. The gaunt man continued to curse, and the earlier blow had seemingly unleashed a torrent of his pent-up fury. Mere insults could no longer satiate his twisted and volatile psyche. As he raised his hand to hurl the child to the ground, Tao Shan could not bear to witness the unfolding scene and intended to call upon him for assistance, recognizing that his speed as an ability user would be invaluable. However, before she could utter a word, Hu Xuesen darted forward, swiftly catching the falling child and gently placing them on the ground. The child, in a state of shock, had tears tracing down their cheeks, their lips pale with fear. The woman rushed forward to embrace the child tightly, whispering soothing words. Hu Xuesen stood up, fixing his gaze upon the tall, gaunt man, and without uttering a single word, he clenched his fist and struck the man's face. The famished man, confronted by Hu Xuesen's muscular form, found himself at the mercy of a one-sided beating, crumpling to the ground, clutching his head and pleading for mercy. The ferocity he had displayed moments before now vanished. What has gotten into Lao Hu? Such fury! Tao Shan exclaimed, bewildered by the transformation of Hu Xuesen, who had always been perceived as a simple, kind-hearted elder brother. No one had ever witnessed him this enraged. Li Sheng knew the reason but chose to remain silent. It was Hu Xuesen's personal matter, not hers to divulge. The man on the ground was now barely clinging to life, Hu Xuesen's fists stained with blood. Finally, as the man's cries fell silent, Hu Xuesen ceased his assault and returned to the group with a grim expression. Lao Hu, what has happened to you? Lu Biao inquired as he approached. Hu Xuesen merely scoffed, it's nothing. My father was abusive too. Scum like him deserves to be beaten. Ah? You're right. Lu Biao quickly realized he had overstepped and hurriedly agreed with Hu Xuesen's sentiments. Li Sheng's attention remained fixed on the woman, who, despite Hu Xuesen's violent act, exhibited a look of satisfaction. After Hu Xuesen departed, she glared at the helpless man on the ground with a fierce intensity, reminiscent of a mother wolf guarding her young. Li Sheng couldn't help but wonder what lengths this woman would go to for her child. Chapter 34. Dispersing wealth. Li Sheng observed the woman for approximately 3 to 4 minutes, noticing that she remained seated on the ground, clutching her child without moving. Forget it. Another lost cause. She sighed deeply, preparing to turn away, when the woman suddenly sprang up, seizing a nearby stick and charging at the man, striking him with ferocity. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3, each one fueled by all her pent-up strength, the veins on her forehead visibly straining. The man soon lay lifeless on the ground, yet the woman continued her assault, releasing all her pent-up resentment and sorrow. Li Sheng's expression softened, a hint of a smile breaking through. At least she knows how to seize the moment to vent her anger and eliminate future threats. Perhaps she is not beyond saving, she thought. Let's find a place to prepare the food distribution. Having anticipated the grim reality of human suffering, Li Sheng was prepared for the hardships faced by ordinary people battling for survival. However, she was taken aback by the sight of a crowd so desensitized, merely waiting for death. Most of these individuals had lost hope for survival, even if food were provided. It would offer little more than a temporary reprieve from their inevitable demise. Yet, having made her promise, Li Sheng would not be one to go back on her word. As long as she remained at this base, she would purchase extra crystal cores at market value to exchange for food to distribute among them, though beyond that, She felt powerless. Duan Zhengin and his team assisted Li Xing in selecting a spacious area, setting up tables, and preparing to call people to register for food distribution. Each individual was limited to one portion, receiving 1 pound of food from the 100 tons harvested from the previous team, which should suffice. The area quickly filled with people. Tents pitched haphazardly, or makeshift bedding spread across the ground, leaving no room for Li Sheng to distribute all 100 tons of food at once. It would have to be done gradually. Initially, upon hearing of the food distribution, the crowd surged forward in a frenzy. And it was clear that if Li Sheng dared to unveil the food, it would be seized in an instant. Yuan Emo stood behind, rolling his eyes, drawing out his firearm and leisurely wiping it with a tissue while whistling, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the throng. Lu Biao, Tao Shan, and others followed suit, brandishing their own guns. Hu Shueson immediately understood the cue, brandishing seeds in his hand, vines sprouting and coiling around his arm like living serpents. Firearms and ability users were the most effective deterrents against the common folk. Everyone no pushing. Form a line. Duan Zhengin urged, seizing the moment of fear to restore order. Remarkably, within mere minutes, the previously chaotic crowd had formed an orderly queue. Li Sheng smiled at her companions behind her, relishing the feeling of being protected. With some maintaining order and others recording names, Li Sheng was free to focus on the food distribution, which proceeded in an orderly fashion. There are 2 of us.
My child and I.
Can we receive 2 pounds? Li Sheng slowly lifted her head to see the woman who had just avenged her child by attacking her husband. Yes. But after you receive it, please wait behind me. I have something else I need your assistance with. Li Sheng nodded slightly, handing the mother and child 2 pounds of food. The woman accepted the food and, trembling, made her way to stand behind Li Sheng, deliberately keeping her distance from Yuan Mo and the others. The distribution of 100 tons of food continued tirelessly until sunset, yet not everyone had received their share. For those who have not yet received food, please wait a moment. We will resume distribution in an hour, Duan Zhengin announced, temporarily halting the charitable endeavor. Li Sheng stood up to stretch her stiff joints from sitting for too long, preparing to feed her companions. Perhaps due to her unique abilities, the cold held no sway over Li Sheng, while Yuan Mo and the others could barely endure it. At some point, they had kindled a fire behind them, engaging in idle chatter. Come join us for a meal, Li Sheng called out to the woman who had been waiting for quite some time. The woman, having stripped off her deceased husband's clothing to keep her child warm, trembled from the cold as she slowly approached after a brief respite. Eat, it's all right. We're not demons, so why fear? Li Sheng gently teased, handing a bowl of rice to both the woman and her child. The woman, caught off guard, nodded and began to eat, unsure of why Li Sheng had chosen to keep her around, too timid to inquire. Hear us the situation. We cannot deliver food here every day. Thus, we need someone reliable to assist in distributing and transporting the supplies. Would you be willing to help? Li Sheng continued, assuring her that this was not a volunteer position. She would receive an extra pound of food daily as compensation. The woman remained silent, prompting Li Sheng to speak softly to avoid startling someone who had already faced a day of distress. I can do it, the woman suddenly exclaimed, her face a mix of disbelief and excitement. After a moment's pause, she quickly agreed. Good, you can also recruit 2 trustworthy individuals to assist you, with compensation equal to yours, which I will provide. Otherwise, you might find it overwhelming to manage alone. Noting the woman's lack of self-doubt, Li Sheng felt inclined to grant her a bit more authority. Seizing every opportunity without hesitation is the hallmark of wisdom. I will certainly do well, the woman affirmed, her demeanor transforming from despair to determination, a stark contrast to her earlier state. Indeed, hope is essential. It fuels the will to survive. Very well. You may seek out others shortly. I will leave today as rations here, and 2 individuals will help you familiarize yourself with the process. Afterward, provide them with your residence, and someone will come to escort you to collect supplies tomorrow. I'll go right away. The woman responded eagerly, jumping up from her seat and rushing off, leaving her meal untouched. Li Sheng smiled wryly at her spirited nature, reminiscent of her former maid. In a brief time, the woman returned, accompanied by 2 gaunt men. Sir, these 2 have often supported us, and I thought it a good opportunity to let them try. She cautiously expressed her desire, ensuring Li Sheng understood their reliability. Li Sheng did not resent her self-interest. Instead, she admired the woman's honesty. As long as they can work, that is sufficient. The supplies are secured, and both are capable of protecting you and the food. We shall return now. Chapter 35. An invitation and a threat. The woman proved to be quite capable. Likely a strong figure before the apocalypse, as she flawlessly executed the tasks assigned by Li Sheng in just 3 days. After spending half a month at the base, Li Sheng was exceedingly busy, delivering supplies daily to Qi Nian. However, an unexpected incident occurred today, on her way back to the villa with Yuan and Mo. They were abruptly halted by a man. "Are you Miss Li Sheng?" he inquired, blocking her path, with a sudden whim to explore. She had chosen not to take a vehicle home and found herself intercepted. "Yes, what is it?" Li Sheng asked, her wariness evident. "Our mayor wishes to discuss certain matters with you. Do you have time?" The man's polite smile belied a firm demeanor. Li Sheng raised an eyebrow. Wasn't he the mayor part of the second team? "What is the matter?" she inquired. The mayor merely issued the order. "I am not privy to further details." After a brief contemplation, Li Sheng realized that refusing would only invite further requests. The second team was no trivial matter. It was wise to maintain amicable relations. "Very well, we will accompany you," she conceded, and the man promptly ushered them into a vehicle. The car glided into an upscale villa, suggesting the mayor was living quite comfortably. Li Sheng had inquired about this area before. Its price was thrice that of their current residence, a cost she deemed unnecessary. Before they could step inside, the mayor emerged to greet them.
"Ah,
"You must be Miss Li Sheng. I am surprised to see someone so young achieving such success," the mayor exclaimed, his words dripping with flattery. "Thank you. But I am curious why you summoned us today," Li Sheng replied, offering a polite smile. "Let us discuss inside. It's too cold to linger out here." The mayor led them into the warmth of the house. Upon entering, Li Sheng noticed the lavish spread laid out on the dining table. These delicacies would have been commonplace in the pre-apocalyptic world, yet now represented luxury. Not everyone, after all, possessed a marketplace for procuring supplies at will. "Come, let us eat together while we converse," the mayor invited with a cordiality that seemed almost flawless. Li Sheng could easily deduce the mayor's ulterior motives. His interest in her could only stem from her resources. As the meal progressed, the mayor engaged in light conversation. But Li Sheng, sensing the conversation straying far from its purpose, interjected, "What exactly do you wish to discuss with us today?" She feared that if he continued, he might propose an absurd familial relationship. "Oh dear, forgive my rambling. I've heard that the third team is effectively your representatives now, with nearly all the food in the base supplied by you, and at times assisting the common folk. I was curious about your deeds and felt an instant connection upon meeting you. The third team is merely a survivors group, lacking the firepower we had before the end of days. If we were to unite, it would be a formidable alliance. What do you think?" Finally, the topic had shifted to its essence, and Li Sheng exhaled, relieved to engage with someone so circuitous in speech. "Unfortunately, we've already established a contract with the third team upon entering the base. As a party to that agreement, I feel compelled to honor it." She smiled politely, gently declining the offer. Don't be so hasty in your refusal. You are a mere 8 individuals, and partnering with the third team is simply seeking protection. The second team can offer you the same, perhaps even better resources. I'm afraid I must decline your request. I've heard the third team sells supplies at triple your rates. I can offer half of that profit, along with additional assistance, ensuring that within the base, you can roam freely without fear of reprisal. I must reiterate my refusal. Li Sheng remained resolute, unmoved by any temptations. "Are you certain you wish to decline so swiftly?" The mayor's smile now carried a hint of menace. Li Sheng internally scoffed. After years of navigating perilous situations, she had faced far greater threats than a mere mayor. How could she be intimidated by such triviality? "Certainly, I wish to uphold my commitments, as it is a virtue I ought to possess," Li Sheng declared, rising from her seat and turning towards the door without a glance back. Just as she was about to step outside, a menacing voice from the mayor reached her ears. "Little Li Sheng, do ponder carefully. There are times when the people of Team 3 cannot be relied upon." Li Sheng turned her head, suppressing her smile and adopting a stern expression. She coldly retorted, "Thank you for the reminder." Li Sang saw Gao. What kind of person resorts to threats when they fail to undermine others? Xing G666. The host has commendable character. I just crawled back from the male frequency host next door, and it was utterly revolting.
Li Shang Sha Gao, Ohat?
What happened? Xing G666. The neighboring stream is set in the early apocalypse, and that man is truly indescribable. He follows whoever offers the most benefits. And when faced with stronger factions, he acts like a sycophant. Li Sang Sa Gao, is there truly such a host? Xing G 666. Alas, in a vast forest, all kinds of birds exist. The platform has never been diligent in monitoring host quality. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Li Sang Sa Gao. The female frequency seems better, but the male frequency is steeped in chaos. Ever since the introduction of the live streaming system and marketplace, all sorts of characters have emerged, each vying for dominance. Xing G 666. Is the platform not concerned about the disorder this creates? With such antics, the world could easily collapse. Li Sang Sa Gao. Only when matters reach a critical point does the platform intervene. Such streams are quite popular in the male frequency. With such lucrative ventures, the platform would hardly intensify their oversight, especially since it is not their world at stake. Xing G 666. Truly a chilling thought. Li Sang Sa Gao. Who could disagree? Chapter 36. Base Mission. Li Sheng observed the comments, feeling unperturbed by what the viewers expressed. The concept of a live streaming system and marketplace was inherently fantastical. Within it lay a myriad of wondrous, yet perilous elements. Those lacking self-control could easily become ensnared, their ambition swelling as they gradually lost their sense of self, becoming dependent on the system. Li Sheng was acutely aware of this, which is why she refrained from excessive purchases within the system's marketplace, never regarding herself as the apex of the food chain. Upon returning to the villa, Yuan Mo briefly recounted the events of the day, cautioning everyone to exercise prudence within the base. The mayor would undoubtedly not let them off lightly. Should he not achieve his aims, he would likely resort to underhanded tactics, waiting for them to reconsider. Oh dear. We passed by the mission hall earlier and picked up a task. He wouldn't meddle with that, would he? Lu Biao exclaimed upon hearing Yuan Mo's words. When did you accept the task?
Li Sheng queried, her vigilance pijued.
Around 9:30 this evening, Lu Biao replied, remembering the time clearly as displayed on the mission hall screen. 9:30 coincided with the moment she had a falling out with the mayor. The news likely did not spread that swiftly, so there should be no significant concern. They couldn't have concocted a plan to deal with them so promptly. By the way, what task did you accept? Just a routine mission for resource collection, nothing special. They even provided a map. It's in a small county town, not a big city, so the number of zombies shouldn't be excessive. Lu Biao produced the map. Alright. After being cooped up in the base for so long, it's time to stretch our legs. If we don't engage in combat for an extended period, our fighting capabilities will surely wane. When is this task due? We'll depart tomorrow, and it should take about a week. If we don't submit the task after a week, it will reappear in the mission hall. Good, then everyone should rest up. We have an early start tomorrow. In the time spent together, Li Sheng's intellect, clarity of thought, and leadership qualities stood out remarkably, making her age seem inconsequential. Whatever Li Sheng wished to accomplish was meticulously planned and forward-thinking, displaying great vision. Gradually, she had truly become the de facto leader of the team, compelling others to heed her guidance. Although Yuan Mo possessed a similar intellect, his inherent laziness rendered him unsuitable for leadership. With Li Sheng's affirmation regarding the task acquisition, everyone retreated to their rooms to prepare for the journey ahead. On the following morning, Li Sheng rose early, ready to set out. The little piglets were well-fed and thriving in the yard. For this expedition, they had rented a vehicle specifically for transporting goods, while the others rode the pigs. The number of piglets was precisely 7, and the charming doctor also received her own piglet mount, albeit reluctantly. With astonished gazes from passers-by, the group departed the base in grand fashion. Lu Biao led the way, map in hand, as they approached the quaint town marked on the map, which was not far off. The piglets sprinted for about an hour before arriving. This was also Lu Biao's reason for accepting the task. Typically, towns close to the base would be prioritized for clearing, making them relatively safe. This town had been a minor locale even before the apocalypse. With a low standard of living and a leisurely pace, lacking in abundant resources, though it did have a factory dedicated to producing winter clothing. With winter's unexpected arrival, the search for warm clothing became a priority. Upon entering the town, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Blood-stained walls and scattered remnants of limbs told tales of the chaos that had once unfolded here. Hu Shueson deliberately created some noise, knowing zombies were drawn to sound. But after waiting for some time, nothing emerged. Not a single zombie? This is illogical. Have all the zombies in this town been eradicated? When things seem amiss, one must tread carefully, Li Sheng cautioned, her vigilance heightening. If the area had truly been cleared, the base's personnel would have simply come to retrieve the resources, rather than issuing tasks and offering rewards. The group ambled down the deserted street, with Li Sheng keenly observing her surroundings, her senses alert. Indeed, nothing appeared to be amiss. Ahead is the clothing factory, Lu Biao noted, glancing at the map and pointing eastward. Let us proceed swiftly. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return, avoiding any unforeseen complications. As they neared their destination, Li Sheng remained skeptical of the town being devoid of zombies, sensing that danger lurked in the shadows. The group hastened their pace to the factory, which was also shrouded in silence. Upon entering one of the workshops, they were met with an unexpectedly clean and orderly environment, seemingly untouched by the apocalypse. Hu Shiuesan and his companions swiftly began loading supplies onto the vehicle, their movements efficient and quick, filling an entire truckload in no time. Seeing the supplies secured for their return to the base, Hu Shiuesan, who had been somewhat on edge due to Li Sheng's serious demeanor, chuckled and patted the truck, exclaiming, "Hey, this task turned out to be quite easy. Let us get going." Li Sheng did not deny Hu Shiuesan's words. If they could smoothly exit the city, their task would indeed be considerably easier. The group mounted their stout steeds and prepared to depart from the factory. As they approached the entrance, they noticed several shadows loitering nearby. Oh, are those zombies? They appear quite tall. Have the zombies evolved to such intelligence that they can now catch prey in a net? Do not use that idiom. If you want to be a turtle, you go ahead. Lu Biao and Hu Shiuesan teased each other. There were only 3 figures, and during their time at the base, they had not been idle. Despite Li Sheng being the only one with abilities elevated to level 3, she felt unafraid even if faced with 4th-tier zombies. However, it became evident that these were not zombies, they were bears. Li Sheng quickly halted the advance of the group. She had been focusing on enhancing both her martial prowess and abilities, which had slowed her progress, but her enhanced inner strength had significantly sharpened her senses. From a distance, Lu Biao and the others could not discern what lay before them, but she could clearly see 3 bears walking upright. Chapter 37. The Eerie Town Bears? There are no forests or mountains nearby. How could there be bears? Lu Biao exclaimed, repeatedly verifying the terrain on the map, perplexed. I don't know. Mutated animals are more challenging to deal with than zombies. It's best to avoid confrontation and look for another exit, Li Sheng replied, her mind racing with the need to prioritize safety. There should be other exits. Typically, such factories have multiple exits in various directions, Tao Shan suggested, peering out from the truck. All right, let us not disturb the bears. We shall exit in the opposite direction. Tao Shan, you lead the way. The vehicle slowly began to move, heading in the reverse direction. Upon sighting the eastern gate, Tao Shan abruptly stopped. Li Sheng leaned out to view the entrance. Noticing that there were even more bears, 5 in total, the group reluctantly shifted their course, once more, ultimately halting at the northern gate.
What now?
All 4 gates are guarded by bears. What is with this wretched place? How did so many bears end up in a cotton factory? Hu Shiuesan scratched his head, slightly agitated. Li Sheng dismounted from her pig and quickly sprinted towards the wall, effortlessly scaling it with her nimble form. This was her last resort, to abandon all supplies and her beloved pig for the sake of survival and escape. However, to her astonishment, as she reached the top and peered down, she was met with countless beady eyes staring back at her. Gagaga, oink oink. In an instant, the once silent garment factory erupted into chaos. Below the surrounding wall, an uncountable number of mutated ducks and geese awaited them.
Li Sheng uriadli ratrata.
Scrambling back to her companions as the bears, startled by the cacophony of quacking, began to approach. Charged through, moved directly. In this dire situation, all tactical planning became futile. Animals relied on their primal instincts to hunt, devoid of any rational thought, relying solely on brute strength. Clearly, they held no advantage in either strength or numbers. The weakest point for potential escape seemed to be the initially encountered eastern gate, while 5 bears guarded each of the other gates. Li Sheng led the charge toward the eastern gate, her pigs adeptly maneuvering beneath her. The 3 bears at the eastern gate had been waiting, and upon noticing their approach, they lunged toward them frantically. As a massive paw swung toward her, Li Sheng ducked just in time to evade the attack. The others, all trained soldiers, managed to dodge the bears despite their inability to overpower them. The beautiful doctor, utilizing her abilities, was the first to dash through the door, seemingly unnoticed by the 3 bears. Only Hu Shiuesan, in a rather precarious position atop the pig, dodged back and forth, narrowly escaping several swipes from the bears. Fortunately, although the bears were robust, they were somewhat clumsy, allowing Li Sheng and her companions to evade a few attacks and safely exit the factory. Sprinting towards the outskirts of the town, behind them loomed a swarm of mutated animals, and none dared to look back. What on earth is that? Li Sheng found herself in the middle of the group, unable to see anything due to the truck obstructing her view, only hearing Tao Shan's startled exclamation. There are mutated spiders, change direction. Tao Shan abruptly swerved the steering wheel, the tires screeching as the vehicle spun around. Li Sheng finally glimpsed what had alarmed Tao Shan. Numerous spiders emerged on the path they had taken, each the size of a human head, appearing utterly grotesque. Geese, ducks, bears. These creatures, though outwardly normal, elicited a sense of danger in Li Sheng without much further reaction. However, the sight of 8-legged, hairy spiders intertwined sent chills down her spine. Damn it, 6-eyed sand spiders? These are not supposed to exist in South Africa. How could they possibly be here, in this desolate area? Lu Biao cursed in disbelief. Such foreign species should not be found on Chinese soil, regardless of the state of the world. Who knows? Let's get out of here before they notice us. Fang Xiu shouted, brandishing his gun and turning to fire in rapid succession. Flames erupted behind them, momentarily halting a portion of the spider's advance. Lei Qi, using his psychic abilities, closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. He had already scanned the town upon entering, concluding that it was devoid of threats. However, now, his mind was flooded with dense clusters of green dots, each representing a potential moving target. The town harbored many mutated creatures, southeast. In the southeastern neighborhood, there appears to be nothing. With Lei Qi serving as a human radar, they could avoid unnecessary detours. Tao Shan hastily drove in the direction Lei Qi indicated, while Fang Xiu covered the rear, his gunfire never ceasing. After sprinting for about 5 minutes, they finally spotted the neighborhood Lei Qi described. As they approached, Lei Qi remained vigilant, meticulously scanning with his abilities once more. As expected, there was indeed something within the neighborhood, though oddly, it was only one mutated creature. Compared to the alarming number of green dots outside, this was a considerably less daunting prospect. Entering the neighborhood, even a single creature, no matter how powerful, should be manageable compared to the multitude of mutated animals outside. Li Sheng promptly assessed, directing her companions to advance into the neighborhood. Upon entering, a furious roar echoed from within. They were all too familiar with that sound. It was a zombie. What kind of creature could maintain a territory amidst a horde of mutated animals? Certainly not a benign one. As the group found themselves in a precarious situation, the beautiful doctor discreetly activated her abilities, gritting her teeth and enveloping all her teammates in a protective aura. Quickly, find any place to take cover. I can't hold on for much longer. The beautiful doctor's abilities often went unnoticed, so no one expected her to speak up at this critical moment. While they were still processing the situation, the zombies from within the neighborhood charged out. The massive figure could no longer be considered human, towering over 3 meters with bulging muscles, exuding a putrid stench. Green saliva continuously dripped from its mouth, sizzling on the ground as it created charred patches. The zombie stood before Li Sheng, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the living, letting out a thunderous roar as it charged toward the swarm of spiders. Chapter 38. Still deceived, taking advantage of the lull, Li Sheng hurriedly directed his companions deeper into the community. They randomly selected a ground-floor residence and broke in, ensuring the piglets could also access the room. This dwelling appeared to have been uninhabited before the apocalypse, with all the furniture arranged meticulously, cloaked in a thick layer of dust. After entering, Lu Sunan collapsed in exhaustion, and through the front window, they could still faintly observe the ongoing battle outside. The colossal zombie charged at the swarm of spiders, devouring them one by one, and Hu Shiuesan was the first to retreat from the window, unable to withstand the gruesome sight. "Are you all right?" Li Sheng inquired, not glancing at the chaos outside, as he supported the beautiful doctor with concern.
I'm fine.
Just forcibly expanding my ability range, feeling a bit drained, the beautiful doctor replied, her spirit waning, her lips pale, as if she might faint at any moment. Exerting one's abilities to the point of exhaustion was no trivial matter. It was akin to consuming one's very life force. "Be more cautious. Take this," Yuan Mo said, retrieving a third-tier crystal core from his pocket and handing it to Lu Sunan, finally acknowledging him as a teammate. True camaraderie is revealed in times of adversity. Until now, no one had realized Lu Sunan could project his abilities outward. They had assumed it was only applicable to himself. In the face of danger, he was willing to risk his life to unleash his powers, proving himself a worthy companion in battle. Li Sang said, I no longer harbor disdain for the beautiful doctor. To see a teammate burn their vitality for the sake of others brings tears to my eyes. Starship 666 remarked, this man is truly admirable. Not all handsome young men are weaklings. Orange commented, of course, he's my favorite young man. I adore him. Li Sheng, seeing Yuan Mo produce the crystal core, suddenly remembered the system warehouse. Fortunately, she had retained some cores instead of exchanging all for star coins in the shop. There were plenty of crystal cores to spare. She had gathered a good number at the base, and they could use them freely. Tao Shan, you, and the others should come and take some. We need to upgrade our abilities quickly. The threats outside are not to be trifled with. Alright, we'll take just a few, all for Brother Yuan first. Tao Shan responded, taking only a handful of cores for absorption, while the others followed suit, leaving most for Lu Sunan. They needed to prioritize the beautiful doctor. Firstly, he had overextended himself to assist them and required immediate replenishment, and secondly, they had no idea when the battle outside would conclude. Once it did, they would depend on the beautiful doctor to buy them time. Thank you. I am most grateful, the beautiful doctor replied, oblivious to the concept of modesty. As he began to absorb the crystal core, Li Sheng and Yuan Mo kept watch from the bedside, vigilant for any signs of danger outside. The giant zombie exhibited immense bravery, ignoring the barrage of spider silk being hurled at it, as it chewed through the spiders as if they were mere snacks. It seemed that despite their numbers, the spiders were of a low mutation level, otherwise, they would not have been so easily crushed by the zombie. Suddenly, the zombie let out a deafening roar, shattering the nearby window with its sheer volume. Li Sheng quickly covered her ears, her gaze fixed on the creature. In a moment of primal ferocity, the zombie seemed to grow taller, its muscles bulging as if they were rolling beneath its skin, ultimately merging into its form, rendering it even more formidable. It appeared that the zombie was undergoing a transformation. In an instant, the spider army ceased its assault, retreating in haste, vanishing from sight shortly thereafter. The zombie, witnessing their flight, did not pursue but instead trudged deeper into the community. Li Sheng sensed trouble brewing and was about to summon her companions still absorbing the cores when Yuan Mo stopped her. He pointed outside, and Li Sheng, puzzled, followed his gaze. Where did that zombie come from, and where is it going? Has it not detected us? Lu Sunan, are you still utilizing your abilities? Li Sheng asked, keeping her eyes on the window, not turning to him. I truly have none left, he whimpered weakly. Hearing his frail, affected tone, Li Sheng confirmed Lu Sunan was indeed not using his powers. How could such a massive zombie, potentially of a high mutation tier, not possess the ability to detect them? This community has living beings. They reside in our building, Lei Qi suddenly reminded. Eyes shut. Are there really survivors here? Yuan Mo pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Lei Qi nodded slightly, replying, they're on the 4th floor. Should we go meet them? Hu Shueson brandished his large machete, ready for battle. In this situation, the living may be the least of our concerns, Li Sheng countered. No, you all should focus on upgrading your abilities. Even if you can't reach the 4th tier, ensure your powers are replenished. I will see if there are any tools we can use. Once Lu Sunan recovers, we will act.
Li Sheng dismissa Hongria Shuesen's reckless tuts.
With dangers lurking both above and below, they could not afford to act blindly. Tao Shan, when you accepted the task yesterday, was there anything unusual? Given the events of the day and the previous day as occurrences, it was hard for Li Sheng not to speculate about a conspiracy. Although the timing of Tao Shan's task acceptance was mere minutes apart from her confrontation with the mayor, one could never tell if he had means to swiftly relay information. I didn't notice anything unusual, Tao Shan recalled meticulously, confirming that the task process was consistent with theirs, devoid of any discrepancies. Tell me everything about your task acceptance, omit no detail. Last night, we merely glanced at the ordinary area and returned. We passed through the task hall, selected a task from the panel, and took the list to the window to fill out the forms. The person handling the higher-tier tasks gave us a map, but then he realized he had given us the wrong one. Could it be that we were deceived here? He mentioned the first map was incorrect and exchanged it for another. The first map indicated a small town. What time did you leave the task hall?
Li Sheng's quinta.
Feeling that this matter was undoubtedly linked to the mayor, but she needed further confirmation. At 9:38. How long after they changed the map did you leave? We left immediately after receiving the map, at most 2 minutes. Li Sheng lowered her head, recalling the moment she had left the mayor's residence, glancing at the clock above. It was precisely 8:28. I've solved it, it's confirmed. They might have orchestrated our deception. Chapter 39. A visit only when the sun set. Confirming that the mutated zombie had indeed not detected them, did Li Sheng finally relax. In such a perilous environment, she casually produced some rations to address their hunger. As night fell, while Li Sheng was deliberating with Yuan Mo on when to meet the survivors in the building, the latter unexpectedly knocked on their door. Hello. We live upstairs. We saw you enter the community, so we made a special trip to greet you. The visitor was a scruffy young man, appearing far from respectable. His hair, bleached yellow from countless dye jobs, framed his gaunt face, and his white shirt clung to his bony frame, giving him a slightly lewd appearance. We are merely passing through. Lei Qi assessed the young man before them, responding with polite aloofness. I comprehend. However, it is quite impressive that you managed to reach this neighborhood. My brothers and I have been trapped here since the onset of the apocalypse. I wonder if you're interested in collaborating to break out together. The blonde man chuckled, revealing his intentions. Were you living here before the apocalypse? Why didn't you evacuate promptly? Lei Qi did not respond directly, but instead sought to extract more information from him. The true decision-maker here is Li Sheng. As long as she remains silent, no one dares to make unilateral decisions that would disrupt the established order. Unfortunately, aside from those who fled immediately, the rest lingered here. I suspect that we are the only survivors left in this town. Shall we invite him inside? Noticing the blonde man's apparent lack of intelligence, Li Sheng extended an invitation. Perhaps we could glean more from him.
Thank you.
The blonde man bowed slightly, stepping across the threshold into the house. What was this town engaged in before? How did it end up with such an abundance of mutated creatures? Lei Qi offered him a seat on the sofa and handed him a cigarette, adopting a familiar demeanor. Upon seeing the cigarette, the blonde man's eyes lit up. He eagerly accepted it, inhaling deeply before producing a lighter to ignite it. As he exhaled the smoke with evident pleasure, he reluctantly discarded the cigarette once it burned down to his fingers. Given your generosity, I shall consider you a brother. This town was somewhat chaotic before the apocalypse. It is said that a notorious gang leader made this his base of operations, engaging in various illicit activities such as drug trafficking, gambling, and even murder before the world fell apart. And what is the connection to the mutated creatures? Oh, brother, you have no idea. That scoundrel had established a garment factory here, producing winter clothing, which required materials like wool and feathers. The surrounding farmers and townsfolk raised these animals. However, the factory was merely a facade. He also operated a bear bile farm, capturing bears for their bile along with various snakes, insects, rodents, and ants, essentially all the creatures that are prohibited. No wonder no one was monitoring things before the apocalypse. Lei Qi exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and offered him another cigarette. There were attempts to control it, but after a few crackdowns it resumed. My brothers and I heard plenty about it while we were involved in the underworld. But back then, we were merely students, too intimidated to engage with such figures. We only heard whispers about this gang leader. After the apocalypse, many of his subordinates emerged, and I learned more from them. The blonde man tucked the cigarette behind his ear, sighing deeply, clearly harboring disdain for the gang leader. The reproduction rate of those snakes, insects, and rodents is astonishing. When we escaped, we were followed by a horde of spiders, perhaps 800 or so. What you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. To the east, there are countless lizards, and to the south, an abundance of snakes. These creatures were bred before the apocalypse, and now, who knows how many have multiplied. The critical issue is that they are all venomous. This neighborhood is the only place left where humans can reside. The blonde man furrowed his brow, expressing his melancholy. What makes this neighborhood special? I've seen zombies of various levels. Why don't they attack people? Hey, let me tell you. The reason the people here are still alive is due to that zombie. On the second day of the apocalypse, anyone who tried to escape was devoured by those mutated creatures, reduced to nothing but bones. At that time, there were numerous zombies and mutated animals. And my brothers and I didn't dare to flee. We stayed holed up at home. After just a week, all the zombies outside were gone, consumed by the mutated creatures. Only that mutated zombie remained, attacking anything it could catch and continuously consuming mutated animals, leveling up rapidly. Almost overnight, this zombie became a formidable opponent against the outside creatures. I noticed that they seem to have divided their territories. The zombie does not leave the neighborhood. and the mutated animals do not venture close. Typically, they coexist peacefully, but today, it was you who attracted the spiders. This zombie sounds quite formidable. Why doesn't he eat humans? Hu Shiuesan, listening to the tale, was intrigued and couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure. I knew this zombie. We were classmates from this neighborhood. He was a diligent high school student who lived with his grandmother after his parents passed away. He was always devoted to her. But alas, he succumbed to the apocalypse and became a zombie. He rarely ventured outside his home and has never attacked anyone. It seems the zombie may have retained some semblance of consciousness. The blonde man's words were thought-provoking. After the mutation, animals can enhance their intelligence and retain memories from before the apocalypse. Some even recognize their owners. Why couldn't zombies do the same? After all, zombies are merely humans transformed, and humans are arguably the most intelligent creatures on this planet. Oh, by the way, which city does our town belong to? Li Sheng suddenly recalled the layout introduced by Duan Zheng'an and inquired. Li Cheng, the blonde man replied, momentarily taken aback. That's correct. Duan Zheng'an once mentioned that several cities had not been cleared, including Licheng, which is among the most perilous. A one-way trip. This mission is undoubtedly a trap. Li Sheng silently noted, marking this as a grievance. If she survives, she will ensure that the so-called mayor is brought down, left crawling in the dirt. Sister, what do you think? Lei Qi turned to Li Sheng, implying something. Li Sheng slowly nodded, prompting Lei Qi to inquire of the blonde man. Brother, how many companions do you have? You mentioned cooperation. Let us share some information to devise an escape plan. Chapter 40. The photograph. There should be others in this neighborhood. My brothers and I total 5. 3 of whom are ability users. I am a fire user, and the other 2 are earth and lightning users, respectively. One of them was formerly a subordinate of the gang leader. We managed to raid the stash where he kept his firearms, acquiring quite a number of weapons. The blonde man became particularly proud when mentioning firearms, seemingly satisfied with their achievements. Li Sheng nodded slightly in agreement to collaborate, while Lei Qi continued as the spokesperson. We have wood, metal and speed abilities along with someone who is a soldier and has decent marksmanship. These 2 are my younger siblings, not particularly combatant, while this one is a medical student, essentially a doctor. That's excellent, brother. We have both muscle and a healer, plus a meat shield for drawing attention. This team configuration is quite promising. The blonde man nodded approvingly. Lei Qi concealed their abilities, including the talented doctor and Yuan Mo's powers. Their abilities either affect others directly, raising suspicion, or are simply too overpowered. After all, they are merely temporary allies and do not require absolute transparency. Shall we discuss our escape strategy tomorrow? Lei Qi smiled, acknowledging the blonde man's praise. Very well, then I shall return to relay the message. We will come down to find you tomorrow at noon. The blonde man cheerfully bid farewell and ascended the stairs to convey the information. What do you think will happen if zombies can regain their consciousness? Li Sheng suddenly posed the question after the blonde man left, the thought lingering in her mind. What else could happen? It would simply lead to endless fighting. Hu Shiuesan sprawled out, resignedly stating that the apocalypse is an unending cycle of conflict and the path leading to it. Humans fight, zombies fight, animals fight. Being alive is truly exhausting. No, perhaps there is another possibility.
Yuan Montag quietly interjected.
Li Sheng glanced at Yuan Mo, and they exchanged knowing smiles, speaking in unison.
Wow.
You 2 seem to be developing an unspoken connection. Old Hu, let us arrange a marriage between our sister and Yuan Mo. How splendid would that be? Tao Shan, enjoying the spectacle, teased Hu Shiuesan. Go away. My sister is still so young, just a child, Hu Shiuesan said, pushing Tao Shan aside with irritation. Stop making a fuss. Given the current situation with zombies and mutated animals, they are gradually developing their own intelligence and awareness. Their rate of evolution is evidently surpassing ours. Humanity must rely on their crystal cores to enhance our abilities, which creates a perpetual cycle of life and death. However, if we do not rapidly grow stronger and lose our last advantage of intellect, this world will soon undergo a complete upheaval.
Li Sheng analiza calmly,
possessing a long-term perspective and a unique viewpoint on matters. After all, her goal had never merely been to survive. What can we do? Hu Shiuesan said, running his fingers through his hair in frustration, feeling that the future was bleak. According to Li Sheng's depiction, in this apocalypse, there seemed to be no viable future for humanity. There will always be a way. The ship will naturally sail smoothly when it reaches the bridge. Humanity's starting point is far superior to theirs, Li Sheng gently reassured Hu Xuesen, subtly accessing the system's marketplace, her mind formulating a plan. Though she was uncertain how to execute the first step. System. Why are there no books in the marketplace? Books are the most vital treasures in every world. The marketplace only provides physical assistance. Very well, she thought, implying that while one could acquire items, learning was not an option. Then it's of no consequence. Li Sheng silently closed the system marketplace. The items within had significant destructive power and could resolve immediate issues, but most of these exorbitant, one-time use goods were hardly worth the cost. Her plan required assistance from the system marketplace. She needed to conserve her resources for future use. If it truly came down to desperation, she could always purchase what was necessary later. Unbeknownst to them, dawn had already arrived, and the group had taken turns resting throughout the night. The next midday, Huang Mao arrived downstairs with his companions, all appearing similar to him. Likely unruly individuals from before the apocalypse. Hey, good afternoon. Come on in, Lei Qi welcomed them as she opened the door. The 5 men entered hesitantly, intimidated by Tao Shan's fierce demeanor, and dared not move freely. It was only after Tao Shan warmly invited them to sit on the sofa that their tension eased. Following Li Sheng's instructions from the previous day, Lei Qi first inquired about the town's situation. Apart from what Huang Mao had mentioned, the underlings of the local gang leader brought additional news. The town was small, with mutated animals scattered in all directions. This community was situated at its center. These mutated creatures included spiders, lizards, and scorpions, with the clothing factory housing the most formidable bears and poultry. Among the mutated animals, those near the clothing factory were the strongest, while the other 3 were numerous and venomous, posing a severe threat if one were careless. After careful consideration, it became evident that the clothing factory could serve as a potential breakthrough. However, exiting from that area would require them to take a long detour to return to the base, and what might transpire along the way was left to fate. As for the zombies within the community, they occupied the apex of the local food chain. Their genetic makeup was a mystery, allowing them to assimilate the toxins from mutated animals. Li Sheng swiftly devised a combat plan in her mind, attempting to confront the bears or break through the spider's encirclement with just their small group was utterly fanciful. Yuan Shikai's abilities had not yet reached a level of invisibility, making reliance on him implausible. They could either launch a direct assault or employ strategy. Li Sheng leaned toward the latter, though it might be a bit laborious. Hey, brother.
What are you looking at? Huh?
I feel like I've seen this person before. The beautiful doctor, unable to interject, sat on the sofa in a daze, idly pulling out a photograph and fixating on the man beside her, whose gaze shifted erratically until it landed on the photo in her hand, prompting an exclamation. Do you know him? Yuan Shikai suddenly gathered his lazy demeanor, fixing a serious gaze on the individual. No, I don't know him. I've just seen him before. Some time ago, this person came to the town with many companions, lingering in the community for a while. We had hoped to collaborate with them, but our proposal was declined. Eventually, this woman forcibly left with her companions, resulting in numerous casualties, and many in the community followed her into the fray. But many were also devoured along the way, the man hastily clarified, distancing himself from the individual in the photograph. Yuan Shikai's eyes burned with fury. Associating with a potential rival in what was supposed to be a collaborative relationship was tantamount to seeking a fight. Oh, well, that's fine then. Upon hearing the other party's denial of familiarity, the beautiful doctor immediately lost interest and returned to staring blankly at the photograph. Li Sheng shook her head helplessly. When they first saw the photograph, they too were astonished. It depicted a stunning woman, appearing delicate and gentle in nature. They initially assumed she was the beautiful doctor's girlfriend or a family member, which explained his repeated scrutiny of the image. Ultimately, they learned that he was fixated on the face of the individual who had deceived him into the village. According to the beautiful doctor's explanation, he feared that over time he would forget this grudge and the person herself, necessitating daily reminders to keep her visage etched in his memory. Should an unforeseen event occur and he were to die in this life, he intended to continue seeking vengeance in the next, refusing to let her escape justice, even as a ghost. How absurd. The degree of Lu Sunen's grudge was indeed astonishing. One could only marvel or perhaps lament. Li Sheng was at a loss for words. Once Lei Qi had inquired about the town's circumstances and engaged in casual conversation, ensuring the other party spoke the truth without concealment, she felt reassured. Time slipped into the afternoon, and after bidding farewell to the 5 men who hastily departed, Li Sheng began to formulate her plans. My idea is to utilize the zombies in this community to create a breakthrough from the clothing factory. Those zombies are not easy to deal with, Tao Shan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. They're indeed formidable, but the mutated animals are equally challenging. If we charge in blindly, the likelihood of casualties is high, which I wish to avoid. The zombies remain motionless, guarding the places they inhabited before the apocalypse. There must be something they cling to. If we can remove that object of their fixation and lure them to the clothing factory, we can instigate a conflict between the zombies and the mutated animals amidst the chaos, allowing us to escape. Li Sheng succinctly outlined her plan, and Yuan Mo pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. I have no objections, sister. Just tell us what you need us to do. Seeing Yuan Mo nod, Tao Shan immediately chose to place his full trust in Li Sheng. Tao Shan, as a speed ability user, take Lu Sunan with you to observe what the zombies are doing at home. There's no need to get too close. I have binoculars here. Make note of the items they seem to cherish so we can identify our target. You may need to endure some hardship over the next few days. If anything unusual occurs, return promptly. Preserving your lives is paramount. If necessary, I have powerful weapons available. Charging in isn't entirely out of the question. Remember, surviving is more important than anything else. After delivering her instructions, Li Sheng felt a twinge of concern. Though Tao Shan and his companions were responsible, capable, and each possessed unique skills, they had one flaw. They were overly self-sacrificing. This quality, while admirable, made her wish they would be a bit more selfish. She did not want to witness any vibrant life extinguished. Tao Shan saluted in acknowledgement of the task, and after dinner, under the cover of night, he took the beautiful doctor and exited the building. Li Sheng busied herself in the system marketplace, exchanging for a small robot capable of following designated routes, and set its path from the community to the clothing factory based on the manual. Lastly, she purchased an item acceleration engine to equip the small robot. The two seemingly insignificant items cost Li Sheng nearly 200,000. Nonetheless, the expenditure was justified, as she had no intention of allowing her teammates to attract zombies while frantically carrying supplies. Tao Shan and the beautiful doctor had been gone for 3 consecutive days. During this time, Huang Mao and his companions had visited several times. Lei Qi vaguely informed them of the plan, instructing them to wait for news upstairs. On the 4th day, Li Sheng grew increasingly restless, fearing for the safety of the two. Fortunately, in the evening, Tao Shan and the beautiful doctor finally returned. They had been observing a zombie at home, which was fixated on 2 memorial photographs, remaining utterly motionless. It appeared to be guarding the images of its deceased relatives. Likely the reason it had been so fixated on those 2 pictures. Was there anything else nearby?
Li Sheng inquirat, nodding.
Nothing much, just a table. The zombie sat there without moving. If the photos hadn't been hanging on the wall, I wouldn't have noticed them. As for what was in front of it, I could only see the corner of the table. Photographs? Li Sheng felt a sense of unease. Zombies were known for their acute hearing and sense of smell. Yet their vision was notoriously poor, a conclusion drawn from their encounters with the creatures. Could it be that the zombies' vision had improved with evolution? No, that didn't seem right. Li Sheng bowed her head in contemplation, repeatedly analyzing the peculiarities of the situation. A misjudgment could lead to grave consequences. Memorial photographs. Tables. What could be placed on the table beneath the deceased's portrait? Offerings, memorial tablets, incense burners? Did this zombie guard a memorial tablet? That didn't make sense. If the photographs were not visible, then neither would a memorial tablet be. Suddenly, Li Sheng had an epiphany. She nearly overlooked a critical detail. In this era, to conserve land, all deceased individuals were cremated, their remains reduced to ashes. She had nearly been misled by the differences of her time. According to Huang Mao, this zombie had been guarding its home before the mutation, and it was only after the invasion of mutated animals that it evolved. Early apocalypse zombies could not possibly see photographs or memorial tablets. However, ashes were different. They were remnants of a human body, imbued with the essence of the deceased, making it entirely plausible that the sensitive-nosed zombie could detect them. What it was guarding was likely not the photographs, but perhaps ashes on the table. Tomorrow, we will venture out together, luring the nearest mutated animals to the community entrance. Tao Shan, when the zombie emerges, enter its home. If there are ashes, take them. If not, retrieve the photographs. Lu Sunan will accompany Tao Shan and then rendezvous with us. Don't forget about the young men upstairs who provided us with information. In this apocalypse, every survivor counts. For now, let us rest and conserve our strength. Tomorrow may be a fierce battle. How many bullets do you have left? I have 30 rounds. I have 10. I have 5. Fong Siyu, being the most proficient marksman, was a sniper and guaranteed his shots would hit their mark. Li Sheng nodded, exchanging a costly firearm for a formidable weapon, handing it to Fong Siyu. This gun is designed for precision strikes, with a lethality tenfold that of your previous weapon. It comes with 30 rounds.
Great. Thank you.
Chapter 42. The fox assuming the tiger's might Fong Siyu was ecstatic upon receiving the gun. As a sniper, what could be more cherished than an array of sniper rifles? Although there were none available, possessing such a powerful handgun was still a significant boon. After a restful night, Lei Qi ascended to inform Huang Mao and the others to prepare to flee the town. As per the original plan, Li Sheng and her team rode their miniature pigs down the street, creating disturbances to attract the attention of mutated animals. After about half an hour, they finally caught sight of the mutated creatures, but this time, it was not spiders, but a throng of venomous snakes. The serpents swarmed from all directions, their tongues flicking in and out, forming an encirclement. Fong Siyu immediately drew his gun and fired, creating an opening in their retreat. Merely hearing Li Sheng describe the tenfold power might not convey much, but witnessing its impact was a different experience altogether. The explosive shot obliterated countless snakes. Previously, their firearms were only capable of suppressive fire, lacking the potency to inflict significant harm on the mutated creatures. Before the smoke dissipated, Li Sheng brandished her long gun and led the charge through the opening. The snakes, unwilling to let their prey escape, quickly filled the gap. Some even leaping into the air with their mouths agape, attempting to bite the living. Li Sheng swung her long gun, striking down the airborne serpents, unable to divide her attention to the rear. Fortunately, Hu Xuesen, with the slowest reflexes, had been assigned to the community to assist Tao Shan. Before departing, Li Sheng had entrusted him with the machine she had exchanged for the previous day. Once Tao Shan obtained the items, he could simply attach them to the machine and activate it. The number of snakes increased, filling the streets with various colors, enough to make one's skin crawl. Fortunately, these snakes were not particularly large. While they posed a challenge, as long as they maintained distance, they were manageable. The miniature pigs, serving as mounts, galloped down the main road, occasionally trampling 1 or 2 snakes underfoot. Over the past few days, Li Sheng had fed them crystal cores to enhance their mutation levels while ensuring they lacked the ability to resist. As they neared the community, victory was within reach when suddenly, Fong Siyu's voice pierced through the chaos. Not good. The snakes have stopped following. Stopped following? Li Sheng turned to see the serpents halted a short distance from the community entrance, motionless. What is happening? Are we wasting our efforts? Fong Siyu used the previous gun to provoke them. Li Sheng refused to let their efforts go to waste, swiftly reacting. Strangely, the snakes stared hungrily at them, seemingly eager to advance. Yet no matter how Fong Siyu shot, they only chose to evade, never crossing the threshold of the community. As Li Sheng contemplated whether to retreat and wait for the snakes to disperse before luring the spiders, a zombie's roar erupted from behind. Damn it! She nearly forgot. The snakes had not entered the community, but they were still surrounded by living humans. With danger in front and behind, there was no turning back now. Desperation ignited a fierce resolve within Li Sheng. She dismounted from her pig, glancing back at the approaching zombie. Timing her movements, she rushed toward the nearest snake, lifted her long gun, and hurled the snake toward the zombie. If you don't want to fight, then let us draw them out. Go find Tao Shan quickly. Taking advantage of the zombie's distraction with the snake, Li Sheng urged her companions to flee. She had faith in them. Fong Siyu and the others felt anxious, reluctant to leave Li Sheng behind in such a perilous situation. Just as they were about to voice their concerns, Yuan Mo intervened. But no buts. You must always trust your leader. A soldier's duty is to obey. With that, Yuan Mo turned and strode out the door. Fong Siyu and the others exchanged glances before resolutely following Yuan Mo. Li Sheng was pleased with her teammates' obedience and cooperation. With a cold smile directed at the snake swarm, she continued to wield her long gun. One snake was insufficient to provoke the horde, so she proceeded to lift 2, 3, and eventually a dozen snakes, tossing them before the zombie. Yet the snakes remained stubbornly in place, neither advancing nor retreating. Fortunately, each time a venomous snake was hurled towards a zombie, The creature would first clear the obstacles in its path before continuing its pursuit, thus granting Tao Shan and his companions precious moments. As the zombie drew nearer, Li Sheng remained entirely composed. Li Sang is amazing.
Ah, little lowly, run.
Don't give up.
Please. Don't die.
Starry Skies 666 exclaimed, Host, I must admit, your marksmanship and calm demeanor are quite impressive, but the zombie is charging at you.
Run.
Use whatever you can from the shop. Xiao Shirsi added, Wow. It's my first time witnessing the host in battle, and I never expected such skill. But what they said is true. Hurry and escape. The barrage of comments implored her to flee, yet Li Sheng chose to ignore them. The stench of the approaching zombie grew stronger as it lunged toward her. With a swift motion, Li Sheng evaded, thrusting the barrel of her gun into the wall above her before leaping onto the second-floor balcony, landing gracefully. At that moment, Tao Shan and Hu Xuesen appeared not far behind the zombie, deploying a machine tethered to two large urns. The small device started forward at remarkable speed, following the trajectory Li Sheng had plotted, bursting through the exit. The zombie, evidently noticing the urns flying away, let out a furious roar and immediately abandoned its pursuit of Li Sheng, chasing after the machine instead. With each step the zombie took forward, the snake on the ground recoiled slightly, prompting Li Sheng to breathe a sigh of relief. Her hypothesis had proven correct. The zombie, having undergone recent evolution, had likely become the most formidable entity in the entire town. With a sense of urgency, she jumped back down, swiftly mounting her pig steed and sprinting along the path the zombie had traversed. Tao Shan and the others hastened to catch up. Li Sheng skillfully maneuvered her mount, maintaining a safe distance behind the zombie. Preoccupied with the chase, the zombie paid them no mind, and numerous mutated creatures emerged along the way, only to be frightened back by the zombie's presence. Their plan unfolded successfully, and they reached the garment factory unscathed, just as the zombie barreled inside after the little robot. Chapter 43. Escape. A system notification suddenly startled Li Sheng, announcing the completion of the popularity task and awarding her 3,000 star coins along with a lottery chance. Glancing at the viewer count, she was astonished to see it had soared to 10,000. This scene is exhilarating. I love it. One viewer commented, The male channels are already building in the apocalypse. But I didn't expect such thrilling moments here. Another noted, Is this apocalypse truly devoid of excitement? Look at that enormous spider. It's an entire mutated world here. A third chimed in, I suppose so, but the zombies and animals seem to evolve at a rapid pace. I heard they transformed within mere days of the apocalypse. Yet another added. Li Sheng's gaze caught onto two particularly intriguing comments amidst the flood of messages. Crystal core? What's with the crystal core? Why did they abruptly change the subject? It was evident to her that the system was concealing something significant regarding the crystal core. Something so substantial that the audience dared not speak freely. She silently noted this discrepancy while focusing on her escape. They were nearing the highway, and with one last detour, they would return to their base. Just as they approached the highway exit, two massive bears burst forth from a nearby building. These bears were several times larger than the ones they had encountered at the garment factory, seemingly representing the last line of defense for the town against mutated creatures. Prepare for a direct assault. We have no choice now that there are no advanced zombies to distract us. Fong Xiu was the first to react, drawing his gun and firing 3 shots in rapid succession. The gunfire erupted, but the giant bear suffered no damage, merely howling and charging at them. Tao Shan, without hesitation, followed suit, firing to divert the bear's attention. The two bears, drawn apart by their combined efforts, allowed Tao Shan to use his speed abilities to evade one, while Li Sheng dismounted and joined the fray with her long gun. Both bears bore exposed wounds on their bellies, remnants from past encounters. However, one bear remained steadfastly low to the ground, refusing to reveal its vulnerable spots, proving to be a formidable opponent. As Li Sheng's long gun struck the bear, it produced a series of thuds, indicative of its thick hide. The artillery fire, while successful in diverting the bear's gaze, proved ineffective in delivering actual damage. Yuan Mo and the others opted to abandon the bear they were engaging with Li Sheng and Tao Shan to focus on the other one. With a widening gap between them, some ruffians, led by Huang Mao, seized the opportunity to abandon Li Sheng and the others, leaving the town without a second thought. Li Sheng remained oblivious to their departure. Even if she had noticed, she would not have voiced her discontent. After all, she had never expected them to assist in any meaningful way. The bear continued to grapple with Li Sheng, its stamina waning. If the battle prolonged, they would surely be defeated. No one anticipated that merely two mutated creatures would pose such a challenge. Tao Shan, buy me a few seconds, Li Sheng shouted as she activated the system shop. Within, she discovered a prohibitively expensive bow priced at 1 million, an exorbitant sum. Yet this bow could be used indefinitely, eliminating the need for arrows. After considerable deliberation, she utilized all available resources. The thrilling escape ultimately necessitated a hefty investment in tools. Had she known, she would have refrained from complicating matters. Exchanging for the bow, Li Sheng drew it back, a shimmering green light emanating from it as an arrow slowly formed, aimed directly at one of the bear's eyes. With pinpoint accuracy, the arrow struck true. The bear emitted a mournful howl as the arrow pierced its eye, vanishing without a trace. The intense pain caused the bear to rise, exposing its vulnerable underbelly. Seizing the moment, Li Sheng lunged forward, thrusting her long gun into its abdomen. As the weapon penetrated, she drew closer to the bear and activated her abilities. In an instant, the bear's cries ceased, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Li Sheng withdrew her weapon and immediately turned to assist Yuan Mo and his group, who were still entangled with the other bear. The artillery fire had proven ineffective, causing only minor discomfort to the beast. Li Sheng repeated her earlier tactic, drawing her bow to target the bear's eye once more. Yuan Mo promptly halted the others, instructing them to engage in close combat. Although the arrow did not strike the bear's eye this time, it nonetheless penetrated its thick skin, inflicting some damage. As the bear roared in pain, it stood up, and Li Sheng dispatched it with ease, just as she had the first. With both bears defeated, she shattered the frozen carcass of the one slain by her abilities, retrieving the crystal core before hastily departing the town. Her powers, stamina, and ammunition were nearly depleted. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they might truly be unable to escape. Without a backward glance, they left the town, with Hu Xuesen switching places with Tao Shan to drive. Fortunately, their return journey led them along relatively obscure paths, where only scattered zombies posed minimal threat. They returned to the base in a relentless rush, taking a full half-day to arrive. After completing the quarantine period and returning to the villa, Li Sheng, exhausted, fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next day, she recalled the crystal core from the bear. While they could not ascertain the bear's level, the system could. It detected a level 7 crystal core, redeemable for 50,000 star coins. Level 7? No wonder it was so powerful. According to the latest updates from the base, the highest psychic ability level among humans is merely 5. The rapid evolution of mutated animals poses a dire threat. Li Sheng silently retracted the crystal core, realizing that the value of this 7th level core far exceeds its apparent worth when compared to the 1st and 2nd level cores. It would be foolish to enrich the system. It is wiser to keep it for unforeseen circumstances. A live streaming task has been issued to achieve a popularity rating of 100,000 within 3 months. Another task? Li Sheng harbored serious doubts about the system's intentions. Nevertheless, whether it was deliberate or not, she still had to obediently complete the tasks. She had yet to claim the reward from her previous task and quickly generated a lottery wheel to draw. The item she received was rather peculiar, a crystal block of energy, described succinctly as a resource for charging energy. Such a brief description left her in a state of confusion. When Li Sheng inquired about the usage of this item, the system merely reiterated its description without further elaboration. Frustrated by the system's refusal to clarify, she stored the energy crystal block in her system warehouse for later examination. Just as she was about to dismiss the energy crystal from her thoughts, the system's voice suddenly chimed in, detecting the energy crystal and inquiring if she wished to sell it for 1 million. 1 million? Could this item truly be so valuable? Li Sheng was astonished, unable to believe her good fortune. However, the thought of exchanging it with the system was out of the question. After all this time, she understood the system's nature well enough to know that its true value was undoubtedly much greater than 1 million. Ignoring the system's suggestion, Li Sheng slowly exited her room, contemplating the opportunity for revenge against the mayor and his associates. As the sun climbed high, Hu Xuesen and his companions emerged from their rooms, yawning after finally relaxing their tense nerves upon returning to the base. The task had been assigned to Tao Shan, who would naturally be the one to report back. After a meal, Tao Shan drove the truck to the task hall. Upon his return, Li Sheng asked if there had been any irregularities during the task submission. Yes. The person who assigned me the task was absent. When I submitted the task, the individual retrieving the map questioned me several times about whether I had taken the correct one. After I assured him that I had not taken the wrong map, he said nothing further and simply provided my reward. He replied, "All right, let's stay in the villa for the next couple of days and avoid going out. They won't rest until they've dealt with us after their treachery." Li Sheng considered the two possible outcomes of their situation. Either their adversaries would come pretending to seek peace in order to negotiate a cooperative agreement, or they would stubbornly pursue their vendetta, adhering to the principle of destruction rather than acceptance. The best course of action for them was to remain passive and wait for the enemy to act first before strategizing their next steps. However, Li Sheng never anticipated that before their adversaries could make a move, Duan Zhengin and Qi Nian would arrive bearing urgent news. There has been an emergency at the base. Satellites indicate that in the vicinity of the 3 dead cities, zombies have congregated in 2 of them and are advancing towards the base, likely with the intention to besiege it. A rough estimate suggests that the number of zombies starts at a minimum of 10 million. The first and second teams have jointly decided to organize an evacuation. An evacuation? But what about the other team members? What will happen to the ordinary people? Li Sheng furrowed her brow, questioning the decision. After a moment of silence, Duan Zhengin reluctantly conveyed the outcome of the first and second team's discussions. Abandon them. We have no choice. If we try to evacuate too many people, it will create a large target that could attract the zombies. We can't prioritize the ordinary people. To abandon thousands of ordinary people in this city? Yes, he confirmed. After a lengthy silence, Li Sheng inquired, "What are your thoughts on this?" Our leader has suggested disbanding the teams and allowing everyone to go their separate ways, making their own choices to stay or leave. Many ability users have families. Not everyone will choose to abandon their loved ones.
Duan Zhengin sighed deeply.
They were equally bewildered by the sudden news. After developing a semblance of safety, no one wanted to leave. Yet, with danger looming, they had no option but to flee. When will the evacuation take place? Li Sheng composed herself and asked. In the next couple of days. The captains of the first and second teams are planning to leave tonight with their families, while the rest will evacuate in batches. If too many leave at once, it will incite panic. You plan to simply let people die and are worried about causing panic?
Li Sheng scoffed.
Her sarcasm directed at Duan Zhengin, who would likely have lost his way without Qi Nian's guidance. This is unavoidable. The decision was made collectively by the first and second teams. We have no say in the matter. We came merely to inform you and bear news. With no further intention, we will take our leave now. Slightly displeased by Li Sheng's mockery, Duan Zhengin attempted to depart with Qi Nian. However, Qi Nian remained seated on the sofa, unmoving despite Duan Zhengin's repeated tugging. Finally, Qi Nian quietly expressed a desire to stay a little longer, prompting Duan Zhengin to leave in irritation. "Captain Qi, do you have anything else to discuss?" "I'm not leaving."
Huh?
Li Sheng was momentarily taken aback by Qi Nian's unexpected declaration.
"I'm staying."
"I believe you won't leave either," Qi Nian reiterated, gazing earnestly into Li Sheng's eyes, striving to convey the sincerity of his statement. "How do you know we won't leave? In this apocalypse, self-preservation is paramount."
Li Sheng smiled, curious.
"I know you won't watch them die." Qi Nian's assured tone made Li Sheng smile even more. She realized she had not misjudged him. He was indeed one of her kind. "Very well. Once those who need to leave have departed, come to me. There will be plenty of food." Qi Nian nodded slowly and rose to leave the villa. Watching his retreating figure, Li Sheng felt a surge of emotion. Reflecting on how she had not encountered anyone of his caliber in her past life, she pondered whether Qi Nian's intention stemmed from an imperial heart or a ministerial one. "You all heard that, right? Yuan Mo, your home is in the imperial capital. What are your plans?" Li Sheng sought to take a gamble, believing that the impending zombie siege could serve as a pivotal turning point in her survival strategy within this apocalypse. She had no reason to compel others to gamble their lives alongside her. Did we not agree to always be each other's wings of support? Why, then, would you consider abandoning us? Yuan Mo was the first to voice his stance, his radiant smile and light-hearted tone suggesting that they were merely preparing for a casual outing rather than confronting a monumental danger.
Indeed.
Soldiers exist to protect their homeland and safeguard their people. In times like these, how could one simply retreat? Tao Shan and the others echoed his sentiments, while Hu Xuesen was even more resolute. Wherever Li Sheng went, he would follow. Li Sheng smiled with gratitude, touched by their solidarity. Though they had not known each other long, The bond they had forged was profound, evolving into a relationship of unconditional trust and reliance. Such connections deserve nurturing and appreciation. Li Sheng refrained from uttering any sentimental remarks, merely nodding before returning to her room, contemplating how to navigate the impending crisis with the aid of the system's marketplace. She needed to procure weapons, having already spent $1 million, leaving her with limited funds. Just moments ago, Qin Yan had handed her the crystal cores they had earned during their mission, which, when roughly calculated, could yield another 10 million star coins. While this sum seemed substantial at first glance, it would hardly suffice to confront the vast threat posed by the encroaching zombie horde. Chapter 45: Evacuation in the span of 3 days. Nearly all who could evacuate from the base had done so, leaving behind fewer than 1/10 of the original number, most of whom were ordinary people. With the departure of the key figures, the gates of the safe zone were firmly shut. Even should more survivors arrive, no one would be there to welcome them. The sudden reduction in the population of the safe zone could not help but incite panic. What Duan Jing'an had stated was merely a facade. When calamity struck, it was every man for himself. Li Sheng's influence within the base was limited. However, among ordinary people, her impact was relatively significant due to the daily distribution of rations. Yet, her sway over the ability users and hunting squads was exceedingly feeble. To them, she was merely a business owner capable of facilitating trade. If one were to identify anything unique about her, it would be her youth. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence, as her ambitions were never directed towards the ability users. The base still housed a population of 10 million ordinary individuals, having gathered nearly all the ordinary survivors from the surrounding cities. The total number of ability users and hunting squads was roughly around 40 to 50,000. Outside, it was reported that the number of zombies was approximately the sum of those from 2 cities, discounting those who had perished during the apocalypse or had been devoured by their companions, leading to an estimated total in excess of 30 million. Despite their supernatural powers, the ability users would find it utterly fanciful to confront such a vast horde of zombies. Li Sheng's true aim lay with the ordinary people. This would be the foundation upon which she would construct her own realm. The sheer volume of ordinary individuals was formidable, yet many were timid and reluctant to venture forth against the zombies. It was not that they were incapable. The abilities of low-level zombies were quite feeble, and their movements sluggish. Under normal circumstances, an adult woman could independently confront a single zombie, let alone the able-bodied men among them. In this post-apocalyptic world, most who had succumbed to zombification were the elderly and children, leaving a majority of the ordinary populace as the youth. Li Sheng aspired to awaken these ordinary souls, encouraging them to take up arms against the external threats, even to reach a state where every citizen would be a soldier. The aggregation of millions would yield a strength not to be underestimated. As for casualties, what battle is devoid of loss? In this cataclysmic era, both ordinary individuals and ability users possess the right to survive. Correspondingly, each must also harbor the courage and resources to endure. If they failed to adapt to this harsh environment, their lives would inevitably wither away, both physically and mentally consumed by the apocalypse. Li Sheng envisioned a vibrant and flourishing nation. Should her utmost efforts to safeguard these individuals yield no results, and they persisted in their complacency, she would have no patience for their indecision, opting instead to depart as those who fled. Regarding the power dynamics within the base, the ability user squads had disbanded, leaving the base in a state of disarray, with nearly all ability users looking to Qin Yan for guidance. Even before the base's leadership had prepared for evacuation, Qin Yan had presented Li Sheng with a letter of allegiance. He was acutely aware that he lacked the qualities of a leader. The establishment of the third squad had been the suggestion of Duan Jing'an, with all operations solely managed by him. Qin Yan merely held the title of a level 5 ability user, serving as a mere mascot within the squad. Now, with Duan Jing'an preparing to leave with the main group, their companionship in this apocalyptic world had been forged through mutual reliance. Duan Jing'an recognized Qin Yan's strength, while Qin Yan valued Duan Jing'an's worldly wisdom. Their contrasting temperaments, one calm, the other dynamic, complemented each other perfectly. However, as differences of opinion emerged, they tacitly agreed to dissolve their partnership, hopeful that fate might bring them together again. Duan Jing'an, possessing a modicum of conscience, stepped through the gates of the base on the last day of their retreat. Before departing, Li Sheng chose to accompany Qin Yan to see them off. Regardless of the true intentions behind their actions, he had indeed been quite helpful during their time at the base. Duan Jing'an sat in the vehicle, watching Qin Yan and Li Sheng with a deep sense of reluctance. Emotionally, he was loath to part from the brothers he had spent so much time with. Yet, selfishly, he desired to survive. "It's time to say goodbye," he said with a wry smile. "Well, if we meet again, we shall still be brothers," Qin Yan nodded, his expression as stoic as ever. Duan Jing'an found Qin Yan's demeanor amusing. Brother, had I not known your true nature, I might have thought you were severing ties with me." "No, I sincerely thank you for your care during this time," Qin Yan replied, shaking his head. Li Sheng chuckled helplessly. Qin Yan was indeed overly earnest, treating every word as truth, devoid of any sense of humor. "All right, it's time to set out. If any signs of trouble arise, it'll lead to chaos," she cautioned. "Thanks, little sister. I was quite angry that day, but you chose to stay." "I admire your resolve." Duan Jing'an raised his thumb in commendation towards Li Sheng. "I merely have my ambitions, which are, in essence, personal desires. It's hard to believe you're just a 10-year-old kid. Enough with the modesty. You're far better than someone like me who fled at the last moment. I must take my leave. I wish you all smooth sailing," Duan Jing'an said, self-deprecatingly smiling as he waved. Li Sheng reciprocated the farewell. "Safe travels."
Thank you.
The vehicle slowly departed, leaving the gates of the base behind. Li Sheng patted the despondent Qin Yan, signaling that they had moved on. All gatherings must eventually disperse. Those destined to leave would do so, and those meant to stay would remain. Li Sheng said. "Is that it? So lacking in loyalty." Xing Ji 666. "I find it hard to accept. Duan Jing'an and Qin Yan have shared life and death together. How could he leave so abruptly?" Xiao Shi. "Count me as unable to accept this. However, I admire Qin Yan's equanimity. He seems entirely unfazed by the feeling of abandonment." Nalai Ba and I. The host is no less. Despite the discord yesterday, they still came to see him off today, and the host even provided him with ample supplies. Li Sheng. "Sigh, I'm starting to dislike Duan Jing'an. He is not at fault. He merely wishes to survive. What I aim to do is a gamble. And should I lose, you may never see me again." Li Sheng articulated her innermost thoughts in the live stream. In the face of life, all beings are equal. No one can stand atop a moral high ground to bind others. Survival is a fundamental instinct, and none are at fault. It is merely a matter of differing perspectives. Lu Biao, go inform Huawan to prepare for the assembly of ordinary people at noon tomorrow in the inner city square. Qin Yan, please assist me in communicating with the ability users. I hope there will be no disturbances tomorrow. Huawan was the woman who helped Li Sheng distribute rations in the ordinary people's district. Among them, she had become Li Sheng's representative, enjoying considerable respect. Li Sheng was ready to launch her plan. Relying on them to spontaneously ignite their fighting spirit was evidently unrealistic. Thus, she needed to take action to inspire their resolve. Chapter 46. Mobilization begins. Huawan organized everything impeccably. By 11 o'clock the next day, the ordinary people had gathered. Qin Yan's efforts were commendable as the ability users exhibited no signs of unrest, instead arriving at the square alongside their friends and family. At noon, Li Sheng made her timely appearance in the square. People stood crowded together, all craning their necks to discern the significance of the day's events. They were not foolish. The sudden disappearance of so many individuals from the base was perceptible to all. Yet, their limited influence left them without reliable sources of information, rendering them bewildered about the situation. Li Sheng tested the loudspeaker a couple of times. It was a product exchanged from the marketplace, boasting excellent amplification but was merely a disposable item, quite inexpensive. "I have unfortunate news for you all. The zombies from the 2 nearby dead cities have congregated and are now advancing towards our base. Within a month at most, the horde will be upon us." As these words resonated, the square erupted in chaos. The faces of ordinary people were painted with despair, while the supernatural beings lowered their heads in silence. Deep down, they believed that staying here meant only awaiting death. Once the murmurs from the crowd faded, Li Sheng continued. "Just yesterday, the former leader of this safe zone evacuated with all his people. This area is now a city, without a master. My companions and I have chosen to remain here, to rally everyone together against the zombies and weather this crisis. Those with abilities have left. Can we not escape?" Someone questioned. "Of course you can flee. The gates of the base are right there. If you manage to escape, then it is your skill. If you cannot, consider it your misfortune. Even if you do get away, do you know how far the next base is? Do you possess the means to reach it safely?" Li Sheng's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Those who had considered escaping quickly dismissed the thought. Surviving even a single day within the base was preferable to facing certain death at the hands of zombies outside. But we lack powers to fight the zombies. What else can we do but wait for death? A voice murmured from the crowd. Li Sheng raised an eyebrow, anticipating this question. Aside from awaiting your demise, you can take up arms and resist. Who says that without abilities one cannot combat zombies? Most members of previous hunting teams were ordinary people. They ventured out for supplies and fought against the undead. If one cannot slay a zombie alone, then two can team up. If that fails, then three can band together. Zombies do not collaborate, but humans can. But we are afraid. Hearing this, Li Sheng laughed derisively. Afraid? What are you afraid of? Is it death? Sitting here, waiting for the zombies to break in and bite you to death is not death? Since the end result is the same, why not fight for a chance? Are you content to be useless, languishing in a corner like a maggot, depending on others for scraps? If there is no one to provide for you, will you simply await your demise? If that is the case, I would advise you to end your life now. To spare yourself the agony of being devoured by zombies and to not become a burden on the remaining survivors. Li Sheng's merciless mockery left many with flushed faces. They had been waiting daily for rations from the base, fully aware of their own worthlessness. Previously, no one had dared to expose this truth, nor had anyone pointed fingers and called them parasites. With Li Sheng's words, the veil was lifted. Aside from those genuinely incapable, such as the elderly and children, others felt their dignity severely bruised. We are starving and weak, without weapons. Why should we listen to you, a mere child?
What do you understand?
Someone mustered the courage to retort, attempting to undermine her based on her age. Why should I? There is no reason. It is simply because, within this space, I am the strongest. If someone possesses greater strength, they may come forward and voice their opinions. After all, this space is akin to a city without a master. It is survival of the fittest. You only seek to dominate us with your superior abilities. You speak so eloquently of resisting zombies. Yet you wish to be a little emperor at such a young age. Aren't you afraid of overreaching? Even if we go out to fight the zombies ultimately, we are merely working for you, preserving your base while we perish. Li Sheng sighed exasperatedly. This is infuriating. These individuals are truly ungrateful, like dogs biting the hand that feeds them. Is the little girl wrong in her assertions? They are indeed a bunch of parasitic maggots. Oppress you? I could easily pack my belongings and leave, abandoning you to your own devices. Why would I cling to this base, which is about to be besieged by zombies? Risking my life merely to indulge in the fantasy of being a little emperor? Am I the fool or are you?
Li Sheng Skufa.
Her gaze sweeping across the man who had spoken against her. The man shivered in fear. Currently, zombies were not as formidable. They could be defeated. But if they chose not to fight, they would only await death. If you lack food, I will provide it. If you lack weapons, I will supply those as well. If you endure, you will gain the ability to fight the undead. Once you take that first step, a bright future awaits. Do you not desire to reclaim your dignity and live with your head held high in this world? Though I am only 10, I have perused the annals of Chinese history and learned of our nation's past. We have endured devastating wars, traversed through perilous times, and achieved peace through the sacrifices of countless individuals. Now we face another war, confronting innumerable foes. These foes will not use biochemical weapons to capture you for study, nor will they demean you. They are merely a horde of mindless, shambling corpses. If you still lack the courage to take up arms against them, then I can only reiterate, take your own life and die cleanly. That is different. Those were invasions, familial and national grievances. But these zombies may once have been our loved ones, friends, partners, children. What if one day, someone discovers a cure for the zombie virus? Might they not return to us? Unlike the previous outbursts, when a man shouted these words, anguish was etched across his face. His kin had all succumbed to the zombie virus. He could not bring himself to kill them, nor could he bear to end their lives. Thus, he had done nothing but flee. After reaching the safe zone, he merely survived day by day, constantly yearning for his family. If he needed a reason to persevere, it was the faint hope that somehow, they might return. Li Sheng had never considered this perspective. To her, this world held no sense of belonging. Having traversed into it just a week into the apocalypse, zombies were merely walking monstrosities to her. She had forgotten that these grotesque beings had once been living, breathing individuals to others. System. Is there a cure for the zombie virus? Li Sheng had not encountered any remedy for the zombie virus in the marketplace. Perhaps the system held some knowledge. This system would not lie. At most it would only withhold information or speak ambiguously. As long as she asked, she would receive the corresponding answers. There is no cure. The zombie virus invades the human body, directly damaging brain tissue and overtaking human consciousness. Once an individual has transformed into a zombie, there is a slim chance, 1 in 10 million, that they might regain control of their body through rigorous reinforcement. However, those who cannot resist the invasion of their consciousness will remain mere shells. Once the virus has overtaken the human brain, it will create a parasitic coexistence. If the virus is eradicated, brain death will occur immediately. The system provided Li Sheng with a detailed answer. The colossal zombie in the town was likely one of the rare few who could regain some semblance of consciousness. Yet, with such a size and appearance, even if it did regain awareness, would it be accepted by others? Such distant matters were futile to ponder at present. The mutant bear's level had already reached 7. As the strongest zombie in town, it might even be of level 8 or 9. At a time when most zombies were still at levels 1 or 2, this one had exploited every advantage to rapidly ascend. The likelihood of encountering zombies of a high caliber is so slim that it can be counted on one hand. Such a scenario is unfathomable, even if, by some miracle, a cure for the zombie virus were to be discovered. The only thing that would return would be a handful of dust. Whether you believe it or not, that is the undeniable truth.
Now,
I shall conclude my remarks for today. The choice lies in your hands. Those who wish to flee may do so unimpeded, and those who choose to stay. I shall await you here at the same time tomorrow. For those who desire to take up arms to defend their homeland, I invite you to come forth. The endless quest for survival will inevitably lead to demise. Surviving one calamity after another may not be the outcome you desire, and I hope you come to realize this. With that, Li Sheng departed from the square, leaving the remaining time for these individuals to contemplate. Surely some among them would come to understand. No one wishes to be displaced, and eventually, they must muster the courage to fight. Her words had been sufficiently clear. If they could not stir the fighting spirit of ordinary people, she would be prepared to pack her belongings and leave. A rotting tree cannot be carved. If one desires death, no one can save them. Upon returning to the villa, Li Sheng sprawled on the sofa as if nothing had happened. All matters would have to wait until tomorrow to see how many were willing to confront the zombies, and for now, there was little else to be done. Allowing her another day to relax, Yuan Mo, upon seeing Li Sheng languidly dazed, could not help but chuckle, plopping down beside her and nudging her, inquiring, "Are you not the least bit concerned?" "Concerned about what?" "About your mobilization meeting being utterly futile. Tell me, what will you do if just a handful of people show up tomorrow?" "Then I shall flee with these few ambitious souls. I am not foolish enough to drag those who wish to languish in lethargy into battle. Moreover, I do not believe they will not come."
oh,
"You have such confidence in yourself?" Yuan Mo raised an eyebrow, playfully pinching the soft flesh of Li Sheng's slightly plump cheek.
ow.
"Let go." Li Sheng swatted away his hand, rolling her eyes as she continued, "It's not that I have faith in myself, rather, I trust that there are more wise individuals in this world than foolish ones. Rest assured, if they truly wished for death, they could have simply awaited their fate at the onset of the apocalypse instead of running to safety. Their presence in the secure zone signifies a desire for survival, and as long as that desire exists, I need not fear they will falter. Very well, you are the authority here. However, I must remind you that once you step forward, you will become a target for many. After this crisis has passed, there will undoubtedly be those who cannot contain their ulterior motives. I understand, but I am not afraid of them not coming. I fear their reluctance to come." Li Sheng narrowed her eyes slightly. "It is merely a power struggle. This is a familiar territory for me." Chapter 48. Unrest that night. Many individuals stealthily departed from the base outside the city walls. The guards from Qi Nian's organization observed, but chose to ignore their exit. The future was uncertain for those who left. They had no idea what awaited them. By noon the following day, Li Sheng arrived early at the square to wait. The streets were eerily quiet, devoid of any passers-by, leaving only Li Sheng and her group standing in the square, a stark contrast against the snowy backdrop.
Well,
"The time has come, and not a soul has arrived.
what now?
Shall we pack our bags and flee?"
Yuan Montag schroget.
Expressing his belief that this world and society were beyond salvation. Self-preservation is the ultimate truth. Let us wait a little longer. Li Sheng glanced at her watch, maintaining her composure. She resolutely refused to believe that not a single person would show up. The odds of everyone staying put were just as improbable. 10 minutes past noon. Still no one arrived. 20 minutes passed. Still not a soul in sight. By 12:30, Li Sheng was on the verge of giving up. Yet she could not fathom how such a situation could occur. At 12:45, just as she decided to abandon her post, a throng of men clad in green military uniforms appeared in the distance. The 317th Legion reporting for duty. Apologies, there was unrest among the ordinary citizens, which delayed our arrival. The leading man rushed towards Li Sheng, panting and explaining in fragments. They were a group that had remained behind after an evacuation. Some for the sake of family and friends, while others were driven by a steadfast belief. Since joining the military, they had been instilled with the concept of being ever prepared for battle to protect the people behind them. Li Sheng smiled, affirming that not everyone in the base was lethargic. What transpired among the ordinary citizens? Just as the time approached, a group managed to procure firearms and began indiscriminately shooting. The ability users were rushing over here. And it took some time for the news to reach us, and for us to respond. What is your name? Reporting, Commander. I am Chen Dongshan. The man raised his hand and saluted Li Sheng, proclaiming loudly, Good, Lu Biao and the others were also from the military, follow them. By the way, where are the rest? They are behind us. In times of crisis, many individuals' antisocial tendencies have been triggered. We feared that others might act similarly. So we requested the ability users and some members of the military to escort the ordinary citizens over here. Thank you. Li Sheng nodded slightly, surprised at the significant reaction this news had provoked. Indiscriminate shooting at ordinary citizens? Such individuals, before their demise, sought to drag the innocent down with them. They were unworthy of even being called animals. After a while, the ordinary citizens and other ability users arrived, albeit belatedly. To her astonishment, the final tally revealed that only a little over 100 had chosen to leave the base. Li Sheng was taken aback. After all, the base housed a vast population, nearly a province's worth of survivors, yet only a mere handful had fled. This served as a testament to the success of Li Sheng's mobilization meeting. The individuals arriving today bore expressions far removed from the despondency of the previous day. Each face reflected either fervent determination or resolute conviction. The battle they were about to face was the first step in protecting their homeland, and while it might cost them their lives, they were no longer afraid. Li Sheng was correct. A life of wandering was never what they desired. Even in the apocalypse, they yearned for a piece of land to call their own. Chapter 49. Preparations. Li Sheng instructed her team to tally the number of individuals capable of fighting. Excluding the elderly, infirm, and disabled, there were still over 700,000 able-bodied men and women, with some robust women over 40 voluntarily signing up for combat. Li Sheng was fervently calculating her available star coins and remaining crystal cores, while Qi Nian handed over his earned crystal cores to her. Equipping over 700,000 individuals would require a substantial amount of funding. At the very least, she needed to gather 35 million star coins. What do you plan to do? Have ordinary citizens charge into battle first? Yuan Mo approached, noticing her intense calculations.
How could that be?
I am not a butcher. The lives of ordinary citizens are just as valuable. It is out of the question to use them as cannon fodder. Li Sheng replied without looking up. 35 million was a considerable sum, and while she had enough funds, spending it would pose challenges for the base's future development. Every coin spent would be on consumables. She needed to devise a strategy to ensure that this expenditure yielded tangible value. Currently, she had 100 million star coins, the maximum amount the entire base could muster. However, she could not force those unwilling to contribute their crystal cores. What are you planning to do then? What can be done? Secure money, grain, and weapons. The notion of utilizing firearms is futile. Even the most diminutive handgun would be of no use to an ordinary individual. The recoil from such a weapon is substantial, posing a risk of self-injury. It is far more prudent to employ ranged cold weapons, such as bows and arrows. I have considered this, yet bows require considerable strength. Those untrained would struggle to draw them. Suddenly, Yuan Mo recalled the most primitive methods, explosives. However, the supply of gunpowder bombs is limited, and against millions of zombies, they are merely a drop in the bucket. Stone tools, on the other hand, are plentiful. Behind the base lies a mountain, a veritable treasure trove of stones that can be easily extracted. Utilizing a catapult to crush zombies is far more efficient than relying on bombs. Indeed. How could I have overlooked this? Li Sheng raked a hand through her hair, nearly pulling it out in frustration. Having absorbed so much modern information, she had grown accustomed to the rapid advancement of technology and various novelties. She almost forgot about the most primitive and effective weapons from her own era. Hastily, she accessed the system's marketplace. A large catapult was a mere 500 star coins, capable of bearing 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds of stone would suffice to topple many zombies. In contrast, a single explosive costs 3,000 star coins, while the cheapest landmine is 800. The catapult is an exceptional bargain. The savings could be redirected towards purchasing food. Li Sheng was particularly concerned about food. With no arable land, feeding such a large population would cost at least 10,000 crystal cores a day, not to mention the expenses for those with abilities. Money was becoming tight. Thank you.
Yuan Montag.
I will place the food outside shortly. Could you help organize the distribution? With that, she turned her attention to other matters. Inspired by Yuan Mo's insights, Li Sheng promptly adjusted her battle strategy, scribbling furiously. Seeing Li Sheng so engrossed, Yuan Mo could only smile wryly, resigned to completing the tasks she assigned. As for the origins of her supplies, they chose to remain tacitly unspoken. Li Sheng toiled through the night, ultimately crafting a detailed battle plan for Hu Xuesen to photocopy and disseminate. Lu Biao led a team to blast them out, while Li Sheng began retrieving weapons from the previous camp. Rows of catapults were arrayed across the playground, an awe-inspiring sight. Soldiers shouted as they maneuvered the catapults to the base's entrance, positioning them at each of the 4 cardinal points, while simultaneously burying numerous landmines outside. With full bellies, hope was rekindled. Li Sheng generously ensured every meal consisted of ample white rice. Though the vegetables were not of the finest quality, they were sufficient to sustain them. In just 5 short days, the base transformed from a desolate wasteland into a thriving community. The people no longer remained indifferent to one another. Familiar faces exchanged smiles and greetings as they passed. Everything was progressing toward a brighter future. Li Sheng held firm in her belief that the base would flourish further. And one day, its inhabitants would live peacefully upon this land, free from hunger and fear. This aspiration had always resided in her heart, unwavering through time, and she diligently pursued it. Chapter 50. A Deceptive Maneuver? Half a month swiftly passed, and every individual within the base was ardently preparing for battle. Trenches, watchtowers, walls, and barriers gradually took shape, meticulously restored to perfection. On the 20th day, a horde of zombies approached with a menacing gait, causing the ground to tremble. Snowflakes gently cascaded down, accumulating upon the shoulders and heads of the populace. Perched atop the watchtower, Li Sheng surveyed the vast army of zombies. Isolated by the trench 100 meters away, countless heads crowded together, a sea of flesh devoid of discernible gaps, stretching infinitely. First squad, prepare to launch stones. Zombies are devoid of reason. The first strike must be decisive. Each one eliminated is a small victory. At Li Sheng's command, the catapults hurled massive stones into the throng of zombies. The catapults required the strength of many to operate, and even well-fed young men and women, unaccustomed to physical labor before the apocalypse, found it taxing. Their hands gripped the coarse hemp ropes, knuckles whitening as they endured the biting cold wind that stung their eyes. Jaws clenched in determination. They pulled until their strength waned, releasing the ropes in unison. Second squad, draw your bows. Li Sheng urgently trained a group of able-bodied young men, supplemented by former archers unearthed from obscurity, to form the second squad of archers. Their numbers were few, but their effectiveness was undeniable. Flaming arrows soared over the walls, the vivid red of the fire contrasting sharply with the white of the snow, creating a striking tableau of beauty and peril. The zombies' roars echoed through the air, drowning out all other sounds. Li Sheng brandished a loudspeaker, her gaze steady and resolute. Stones rained down, reducing the undead to mere pulp, igniting the tattered remnants of their former garments and consuming their flesh and hair in flames. The front ranks of zombies recklessly charged toward the walls, disappearing into the trench, becoming stepping stones for their brethren. They trampled over the corpses of their kind, crossing the trench. With a sudden jolt, the landmines activated, unleashing a cacophony of explosions that sent dust, debris, blood, and dismembered limbs scattering through the air. A young archer, tears brimming in his eyes, sank to his knees, crying out in anguish. He had spotted his mother among the horde of zombies, now reduced to dismembered flesh, her identity irrevocably lost. The individuals manning the catapult ropes paused, eyes wide open. They were alive, and they must live on for those who could not. Li Sheng raised the loudspeaker, her voice youthful but unwavering, resonating in the hearts of all. The boy wiped away his tears, trembling as he rose to his feet, hastily brushing his face and resolutely knocking another arrow. They must survive, carrying the burden for their families. Third squad, provide cover for the first. The zombies staggered forward, stepping upon the remains of their kin. As the third squad, composed of ability users, charged through the gates to shield the first squad's stone attacks. The long-range ability users unleashed indiscriminate assaults upon the nearby zombies, sending tremors through the earth as they fell one by one, only to be swiftly replaced. Earth-based ability users collaborated to erect a half-height earthen barrier to impede the zombies' advance, while wind users manipulated the frigid gusts to their advantage. Fourth squad, cover the third. Clad in uniform forest green military attire, individuals wielding long guns and machetes emerged from the gates. Li Sheng descended from the watchtower, leading Liu Biao and others on pigs, charging forth. They prioritized clearing the zombies within 50 meters of the gate.
Attack!
Li Sheng bellowed, brandishing her spear as she pressed her legs tightly against the pig, urging it into a gallop. With every thrust of her spear, she reaped the lives of the undead. The live stream was unusually quiet today. Aside from a few newcomers who occasionally posed questions, they quickly fell silent upon receiving their answers. Yuan Mo took Li Sheng's place in the watchtower, peering through binoculars at the encroaching horde. Such a large-scale siege of zombies could not occur without the command of a higher-tier zombie. Currently, they faced a multitude of low-tier zombies, mere fodder for the true threat lurking behind. Few individuals could engage the zombies while ensuring their own survival, with only those possessing extensive training capable of achieving such a feat. Adhering to her principle of conserving resources, Li Sheng joined the fray, confident in Yuan Mo's leadership from the rear. Yuan Mo's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Li Sheng, whose petite figure, astride a pig and wielding a long spear, exuded an air of valor, gradually merging with a silhouette from his dreams. This scene felt eerily familiar, as if he had envisioned it long ago. Amidst the chaos of war, a girl with a high ponytail battled the enemy, carving through their ranks and reaping lives, fervently striving to forge her own nation. Zombies are attacking the east gate. A frantic shout shattered Yuan Mo's reverie. He quickly raised his binoculars, straining to see into the distance. To his astonishment, the zombies were indeed shifting, forming a gap as they advanced towards the east.
Li Sheng!
The zombies are moving. Li Sheng dispatched the nearest zombie with a swift motion, glancing around her surroundings. Within a 50-meter radius, the number of zombies had dwindled significantly, and beyond that, an Earth-type ability user was holding the line, preventing any immediate breach. Team 4, head to the east gate. Teams 2 and 3, continue your posts. With a deft turn of the reins, Li Sheng raced back towards the base, grateful for her earlier preparations at the other gates. She had never anticipated the zombies would employ such deceptive tactics. Chapter 51. The value of life. Li Sheng hurriedly assembled her troops at the east gate. Earlier, to mitigate unforeseen circumstances, she had stationed Qin Yan and a contingent of ability users there, while Hu Xuesen led a larger group of ordinary civilians and a few ability users at the north gate. The southern side was dominated by towering mountains, where they had extracted stones for construction. On the other side lay a great river, forming a natural barrier. Any zombie assault from the south was nearly inconceivable. The absence of one gate meant fewer personnel were spread thin, and the base's strategic location was a significant factor in Li Sheng's decision to remain and defend it. If secured properly and developed further, this base would prove far more defensible than those on the vast plains. What is the situation? Li Sheng inquired as she approached Qin Yan. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yan succinctly reported, initially, there were numerous low-level zombies, but now, they are predominantly advanced, each at levels 3 or 4. Li Sheng grasped the implication. The west gate, their initial defensive point, was overrun with low-level zombies. Despite their numbers, as long as they were not overwhelmed by sheer force, the zombies posed little threat. However, the east gate was facing elite zombies, indicating an intention to breach that location. Hand me the binoculars. Li Sheng extended her hand for Qin Yan's binoculars. The terrain at the east gate was challenging, with several small hills obstructing the view. Peering through the lenses, she finally discerned the battle unfolding ahead. Ability users clashed fiercely with the zombies. Fortunately, the advanced zombies were sparse, but the overall strength of the humans was insufficient to match them individually. Withdraw the personnel and employ artillery. Li Sheng commanded urgently upon witnessing a man nearly falling victim to a zombie's assault. Money can be earned again, but lives cannot be replaced. Every life is precious, especially in these dire circumstances, and our capable ability users must be safeguarded. A distorted voice of an ability user echoed across the battlefield, relaying Li Sheng's orders to retreat without hesitation. As they fought their way back, Li Sheng instructed them to draw the zombies closer, without excessive obstruction. As she activated her exchange privileges to select firearms and ammunition, she continued giving orders. The voice relayed her commands once more, and all ability users promptly sheathed their powers and sprinted back to the base. Li Sheng quickly directed the soldiers to arm themselves and commence their assault. The trained troops acted swiftly, preparing their artillery within mere minutes. The entrance to the east gate erupted in flames as Li Sheng had provided them with the same type of weapons initially exchanged for Yuan Mo's team, sufficient to counter the level 4 zombies. She had managed to exchange a substantial amount of ammunition, considering the limited number of soldiers and the minimal expenditure of star coins. Suddenly, a barrage of gifts flooded the live chat, with no one speaking, only the numbers of various gifts drifting by. The smallest was 66, while the largest reached an astonishing 9,999. The chat was overwhelmed, and Li Sheng's star coins surged dramatically. Stunned, she asked, "What is happening?" "No particular reason," replied a user. "I just saw the little girl striving to preserve every life, nearly exhausting herself, and I wanted to contribute in some way. I have plenty of money. These gifts are trivial," another chimed in. "If this can save a life, it's worth it. Even if this is in another realm, it holds value." "I can't contribute much," a student lamented. "I only have a limited allowance each month, so I can only send a few 66s. Did anyone else notice how the host saw an ability user nearly get killed and immediately called for a retreat? I truly admire that attitude. I used to think the apocalypse was only about wastelands and despair, but thanks to the host, I see a different side. I also donated because of that detail. My family is relatively well off. I usually dislike spending money on streams, but the host's actions were commendable. It made me realize that the streams we watch depict a real world, and those on screen are flesh and blood individuals. True. I used to watch streams where hosts would bicker and engage in violence without a thought, but seeing this host made me feel something different. I too reflect on my past viewing habits. I often watched romance or dramatic confrontations in apocalyptic narratives, without a single host considering the salvation of lives after acquiring a streaming system and shop. I remember the last apocalypse-themed host who, despite witnessing her best friend's death, never thought to use her system's items, fearing the exposure of its secrets. Yet, the streaming system is not a secret. She could have saved her friend. I've seen that stream too. She later exploited her best friend's death to garner sympathy, deceitfully claiming she lacked the funds to purchase props. Many believed her and showered her with gifts. Eventually, a devoted fan in her live stream couldn't bear it any longer and calculated her lavish background, revealing her wealth. I was deceived by her as well. Li Sheng said, "Without comparison, there can be no harm. Just look at our little loli, her vision has always been grand. She is both adorable and fierce, yet so kind-hearted. Thank you all." Li Sheng smiled sincerely, expressing heartfelt gratitude to each viewer. The live stream system was a shoddy one, yet the individuals within the room remained kind-hearted and lovable.
Wow.
I just realized how cute the host is. She should smile more, especially with those adorable dimples.
Li Sheng exclaimed.
What did I tell you? I said our little loli would be incredibly cute if she gained a bit of weight. Do you believe me now? As the conversation began to focus on her beauty, Li Sheng shifted her gaze, aware that the chat was veering off track, confirming that the live stream audience was indeed enamored with appearances. With the advanced technology of the system's marketplace, the situation at the East Gate gradually stabilized. Numerous large pits had been formed on the ground, preventing the zombies from advancing any further. Li Sheng retained the soldiers there, while taking a portion of the ability users to head towards the North Gate. The zombies had devised a diversion, using a mass of them to encircle the West Gate, drawing attention away as they harassed the East Gate. It was likely that the North Gate would not be spared either. That area was predominantly inhabited by ordinary people. While lower-level zombies were manageable, an attack from higher-level zombies would spell disaster. The best-case scenario was that the zombies had not yet discovered the North Gate. Li Sheng hurriedly led her team toward the North Gate, and even from a distance, she could hear the piercing screams. This is bad, she thought, urging her group to quicken their pace. At the entrance, Hu Shuesen organized the survivors as they desperately held back the massive door. Originally, the South City was an ancient town, and this gate was the only natural entrance with remnants of ancient city walls. This was why Li Sheng had felt secure leaving Hu Shuesen with the ordinary people. It was apparent that the zombies outside were launching a fierce attack on the door. Everyone, put in more effort. We cannot let the zombies in. Hu Shuesen bellowed, and countless individuals formed a human wall to guard the entrance. Under the current circumstances, there were only two options. Either to hold their ground until the zombies retreated, or to allow the zombies in and eliminate them. Both choices were far from ideal. And Li Sheng found herself at an impasse. She decided to evacuate the ordinary people, directing them towards the west gate, while all available ability users fortified the door. As cracks began to form in the door, it appeared that it would not hold much longer. Gritting her teeth, Li Sheng made a difficult decision. The ordinary people were replaced by ability users, obediently moving towards the west gate. The door began to shake violently, and the cracks widened, suggesting imminent collapse. Li Sheng quickly organized the ordinary people to evacuate, just as a loud crash erupted behind her. The thick wooden door shattered, and the zombies poured into the base, initiating a horrific massacre. Some of the ability users closest to the door barely had time to react before they were bitten, only to rise moments later as zombies themselves. All of them were high-level zombies. Under normal circumstances, zombies of equal or slightly higher level could not assimilate ability users. Such an occurrence required the zombies to be at least one level higher. This indicated that these zombies were at least level 5 or higher. The main force of the zombies was concentrated at the north gate. Li Sheng, shaken but resolute, charged forward, blocking the claws that were about to reach Hu Shuesen. Everyone, retreat to the west. Call for reinforcements. An estimated 100 high-level zombies were present, and those ability users who were assimilated would inherit their powers. The situation at the north gate was dire. Li Sheng shouted to ensure her voice reached everyone. The sound of her weapon echoed as her fingers numbly vibrated from the impact. Hu Shuesen summoned vine plants to impede the zombies, buying Li Sheng precious time and space. Li Sheng approached the zombies, unleashing her powers to instantly freeze them, shattering them along with the vines. It was a flawless collaboration. They repeated the method with the next zombie, but by the fifth one, the zombies realized they should avoid her, turning their aggression towards others. As the zombies evaded Li Sheng, she pressed forward, relentlessly unleashing her powers without letting any opportunity slip by. The number of casualties grew, as the mutated zombies were far faster and stronger than ordinary humans. Those who lagged behind were mercilessly devoured. The stench of blood permeated the north gate, the crimson liquid glaringly vivid against the ground. Li Sheng became consumed with the act of reaping the lives of the zombies. The formidable horde could only be dealt with by utilizing abilities, as neither gunpowder nor melee weapons posed any threat to them. Over 100 high-level zombies could not be defeated by just Li Sheng and Hu Shuesen. They could only attempt to delay the zombies' advance, buying more time for those who could escape. "Sister, we're here. Get out of the way." Lu Biao's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Li Sheng quickly turned to see Lu Biao and others from Taosan arriving on pigs, carrying artillery. She swiftly moved aside as Lu Biao fired a rocket launcher, propelling zombies several meters away, yet they remained unharmed. These are all high-level zombies. Firearms are ineffective. Use your abilities. Li Sheng shouted, knowing this outcome was inevitable. After calling out, she charged back into the fray. Her ability, now at level 3, still lacked the range of her spear. It was powerful but ultimately ineffective. The abilities of Taoshan's team had been elevated to level 5 thanks to the crystal cores Li Sheng provided. Even if they were injured, as long as they weren't killed instantly, she could revive them. Li Sheng did not dwell on her companion's situation, focusing solely on eliminating zombies. With just 6 of them, it was impossible to stop the horde of over 100 zombies. Many slipped past their defenses, rushing toward the inner city. At that moment, Li Sheng could only hope Yuan Mo would prioritize the lives of ordinary people and send more personnel to combat the zombies. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the inner city, with purple lightning flashing within. Moments later, the skies erupted with thunderous strikes. Li Sheng exhaled, relieved to see Qi Nian had arrived. Qi Nian was the strongest ability user in the base, a level 6 lightning user. With him holding the rear, Li Sheng felt reassured. Just as she relaxed, her gaze was drawn back to the entrance, where an exceptionally unique zombie had appeared. It resembled the zombie king before its mutation. It was known that this zombie king had once dominated the area and was at least level 7. The greatest boss had emerged, and Li Sheng warily observed it, not daring to make any hasty moves. The zombie king seemed disinterested in attacking Li Sheng, first surveying the fallen zombies and then the ongoing battle, deep in contemplation. Li Sheng's attention was entirely consumed by the zombie king, completely unaware of the massive figure creeping up in the corner of the city wall. "Sister, be careful." The cries behind her diverted Li Sheng's attention, and in that fleeting moment as she turned her head, warmth surged to her face. Blood sprayed through the air, staining Li Sheng's vision crimson as she beheld Tao Shan's dilating pupils. Death had claimed him in an instant. He departed this world without even a mournful cry. A colossal claw had pierced Tao Shan's heart, its palm tightly grasping that warm, crimson organ. Damn it! Li Sheng's eyes instantly filled with tears, and she recklessly charged forward. The zombie king flicked its wrist, casting Tao Shan's lifeless body aside, and with a mere exertion of force, Li Sheng's spear was shattered. Consumed by rage, Li Sheng discarded the broken weapon, drew forth the bow she had exchanged for in the town, and distanced herself to unleash a flurry of arrows. Each shot struck its mark, yet every impact only elicited the zombie's furious roars. The broken arrows proved utterly futile, and Li Sheng, nearly driven to madness, cast aside the bow and lunged at the zombie king, intent on a desperate confrontation. If she could draw near, if she could unleash her powers before the zombie pierced her, she could vanquish this undead monarch. Li Sheng understood that she had always been a gambler. In the past, she had wagered that her father, the emperor, genuinely cherished her talents and would entrust the realm to her. That gamble had ended in her defeat. Later, in her fief, unwilling to become a mere pawn in a political marriage, she sought out the head of the Mo family, Yuan Mo, to utilize his strength, to demonstrate her sincerity. She had relentlessly pursued him through torrential rains for an entire month. She gambled that she could sway Yuan Mo, and this time, she emerged victorious. Subsequently, she gambled on seizing the empire from the inept emperor, betting on the outcomes of numerous wars, wagering that she could ascend to the throne as a woman, and believing that history would one day acknowledge her, Li Sheng. After years of scheming, she traversed battlefields, knowing that one misstep could plunge her into the abyss. In the end, she had triumphed. She believed in her own power, and she trusted that fortune would always favor her. Sometimes, not taking a gamble led only to a dead end.
Just as it was now.
If she did not take a chance, the entire South City would be slaughtered by this zombie. As the orchestrator of this battle, she would take full responsibility. She would never be a coward. To breach the city, they would have to step over her lifeless body. Chapter 53. Overdraft. The zombie king, upon noticing Li Sheng's advance, quickly evaded. It had witnessed how she dispatched its minions and instinctively knew it must not allow her to approach. Lacking any powers of its own, the zombie king resorted to close combat, redirecting its attention toward Hu Xuesen. Li Sheng hastily exchanged for a more expensive spear and a strengthening potion from the system shop, swallowing it in one gulp before charging forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, exerting all her strength to intercept the zombie's claws. "Leave me here. You all must escape." Li Sheng gritted her teeth, bracing against the relentless pressure of the zombie's claws, shielding Hu Xuesen, understanding that their presence would only complicate matters. Hu Xuesen nodded and hurried toward the north gate. Seeing its targets flee, the zombie let out a furious howl, intent on pursuing them. Li Sheng sprang forward to obstruct its path. The remaining elite zombies followed Hu Xuesen and the others into the inner city. The dark clouds and lightning continued to rage within the inner city, yet Li Sheng remained unfazed. The thunder was the might of nature itself, and before Qi Nian's powers were fully depleted, even the most numerous zombies would meet their demise. Li Sheng focused on battling the zombie king, her small figure contrasting sharply with the colossal undead. The two figures moved like lightning, occasionally leaping into the air to exchange blows, their speed creating illusory afterimages. The zombie's tough skin and muscle left it nearly impervious to harm. The spear could not penetrate, serving only to impede its advance. For the moment, Li Sheng could do little but engage in a protracted struggle, searching for an opening while awaiting the right moment to unleash her powers. At that moment, the zombie that had been standing at the entrance stirred. This was the very zombie that had misled Li Sheng into believing it was the boss, diverting her attention and leading to Tao Shan's demise. It appeared to be under the control of the zombie king. It had stood motionless until now, moving in sync with each roar from its master. One zombie king was already a formidable challenge for Li Sheng. Now, with two similarly leveled zombies attacking her from both sides, she found herself in a precarious situation, overwhelmed. After such a prolonged battle, her stamina waned rapidly, and facing two zombies became increasingly arduous. Were it not for the system's potion sustaining her, she would likely have already met her end. Li Sanggao, little girl, you must flee. As long as the green hills remain, there will be no worry for firewood. Xing G 666. Indeed. The strengthening potions in the shop can only unleash your maximum potential. Prolonged use will leave you utterly depleted. Na Lai Ba and I. The side effects of the strengthening potions are severe. You should hurry and escape. Your energy is nearly spent. Li Sanggao, what they say is true, little girl. Last time, you felt fine because you used the potion for less than half an hour, but this time, after such prolonged use, you really will perish. Don't push yourself. Xiao Shirsi. Yes, streamer, flee. We can't bear to lose you. The barrage of comments urging Li Sheng to escape filled the screen. After taking a heavy blow, Li Sheng felt her arm tingle as though it were burdened with 1,000 pounds. She was acutely aware of her own physical state, even without their warnings. She sensed something was amiss. The potion had pushed her body's potential to its limit, effectively compressing her stamina for a brief explosive release. Once exhausted, she would be rendered utterly incapacitated. If her previous battles had been depleting her stamina, then after using the potion, it felt as though she were draining her very limits. Li Sheng understood that she would not last much longer. Yet, even so, she was unwilling to surrender. She had promised them a home, a safe haven, even if it cost her life. Gritting her teeth, she uttered what might be the last words of her life. Na Lai Ba and I. With such a leader, how can the nation not prosper? Xing G 666. Though I cannot fathom your mindset, I admire you sincerely. Li Sanggao. Little girl, I want you to live. I believe you can carve out a sanctuary in this apocalypse. I'll send money. The system shop may still have items for you. Do not fear spending. I'll reimburse you for any amount. Don't ask, just big shot. Count me in. My grandfather was a federal general who perished fighting the Zerg. I believe his feelings in his final moments were similar. Tai Han Ro Qing. I empathize, brother. I've been on the battlefield as a veteran. We all share this sentiment. An avalanche of gifts began to flood the screen, each person offering their blessings and prayers for Li Sheng. Yet, Li Sheng could no longer see any of it. Her vision blurred, the words on the screen becoming indistinct. She relied solely on instinct to fend off each assault. A buzzing filled her ears, the zombies' roars fading into silence. Her arms and legs felt as though they were encased in lead. Lifting them required every ounce of her strength. She seemed to be running on empty. Chapter 54. Conclusion. Li Sheng collapsed weakly into the snowy ground, the howling wind whipping past her ears, grazing her cheeks. Yet she felt nothing. The stench of the undead grew increasingly potent. Even with her senses waning, she could discern it clearly. Before her, darkness enveloped everything, rendering her vision void. Perhaps this was death. It truly echoed the sentiments of the viewers in the live stream. No apocalypse-themed streamer ever survived long. She harbored doubts in her heart, wondering if this wretched system was conspiring against her. She used to frequently gamble with Yuan Mo, and her luck was remarkably good. Alas, as fate would have it, she found herself in a dire situation, struck by lightning on the very first day of her ascension, and now, at the brink of the apocalypse. She was on the verge of establishing her own kingdom, only to meet her end prematurely. It seemed that every time she was about to succeed, fate conspired against her. Although she did not fulfill her grand ambitions in life, she at least managed to realize a childhood wish, to marry not for gain, to avoid becoming a political pawn, and to live freely and joyfully. Indeed, she had lived quite splendidly. In a daze, Li Sheng sensed a flicker of light before her. A vague silhouette swaying in front of her, somewhat familiar yet unrecognizable. A Sheng, I am here. Wasn't that the voice of her loyal strategist? It appeared that she was truly on the verge of death, experiencing hallucinations. Yet, she thought, should she not be seeing her beloved mother instead? Sighing, she lamented her inability to defeat the zombies. It seemed inevitable that they would perish soon. But at least for now, they could face this together. Zombies? How could her strategist know about zombies? This wasn't a mere illusion. It's Yuan Mo. Li Sheng struggled to open her eyes, desperate to see her surroundings. But no matter how hard she tried, her vision remained unfocused. She felt her body being gently moved twice. In just a few days, she had become so heavy, she could barely be lifted. It really was Yuan Mo. What was he doing here? Was he courting death? They were equally matched in abilities. And Yuan Mo's physical strength was nearly negligible. If she couldn't handle the zombies, how could he? Yuan Mo had the power to block zombies, but even that would eventually wane. Yuan Mo, quickly take my sister and leave. I will hold them off. Why was Hu Shuesen also here? Why did they all have to come? Was one death not enough? Li Sheng screamed in her heart, yet she could not utter a word. Stinking zombies. I'm right here. Come and fight me. Behind her, Hu Shuesen roared, followed by the rapid fire of a machine gun. Gritting her teeth, Li Sheng persisted in focusing her vision, refusing to give up even as her eyes ached unbearably. At last, her sight gradually cleared, and she quickly turned to look behind her. Hu Shuesen was running wildly, firing as he went, drawing the zombies away. It seemed he intended to sacrifice himself to lure them away. But Hu Shuesen was not a speed-type ability user. How could he outrun an evolved zombie king? As the gap between Hu Shuesen and the zombies narrowed, Li Sheng's heart raced. She fought for the responsibilities behind her, but Hu Shuesen had no obligation. He was doing this purely for her sake. Having already lost Lu Biao, she could not bear to watch another comrade perish. War is brutal, and death is inevitable. Yet she wished to save everyone she could. Her abilities surged wildly within her, and she desperately channeled her energy. Feeling a splitting headache as the force within her tugged at her nerves, as if to shatter her completely. Suddenly, it felt as though a cord in her mind had snapped. To her astonishment, her limbs regained strength. She pushed Yuan Mo aside and sprinted toward the zombies, shouting, Hu Shuesen, get away. Li Sheng's current state was indeed concerning. Her lips were pale, her skin slightly bluish, her eyes bloodshot. And there was even a trickle of blood from her ears. Hu Shuesen was taken aback, unsure of Li Sheng's intentions. But he could see that she was in great pain. Sister, he began, wanting to dissuade her, but before he could finish, she interrupted. Hurry. I fear I might harm you. Li Sheng forced the words out through clenched teeth. Seeing her determination, Hu Shuesen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to flee. He could always trust Li Sheng, as well as his comrades. With Yuan Mo pursuing, she would be safe. Once Hu Shuesen had distanced himself, Li Sheng collided with the zombies, who quickly recognized her intentions and retreated 3 meters. This was the maximum range of her recently unleashed powers. However, the zombies, with their dull minds, could not comprehend that Li Sheng might evolve in the midst of battle. Snow and ice swirled in the howling wind, forming a vortex around her, and the cold had no effect on her. Ah! Li Sheng howled, and the vortex exploded instantly, snowflakes cascading toward the zombies, enveloping them entirely. In a 30-meter radius around Li Sheng, all buildings disintegrated into ash, and the snowflakes that encased the zombies detonated, leaving nothing but a field of debris. Yuan Mo rushed forward to catch Li Sheng as she began to fall, cradling her gently as he made his way back to the city. The zombies, now free from the Zombie King's control, scattered chaotically, some even fleeing in the opposite direction of the base. After 3 days of united effort, the remaining zombies were finally eradicated, their bodies piling outside the city, the snow stained red. Yuan Mo organized the survivors for the next offensive, and the battle culminated in humanity's victory. After dispatching the last standing zombie, the survivors rejoiced, embracing one another, tears of joy flowing as they celebrated their narrow escape. The entire base came alive in the aftermath of the battle. Having endured the siege of zombies, the formerly despondent ordinary people now bore a hint of ferocity. Their eyes shone brightly, with unwavering resolve. They had glimpsed hope, the hope of survival. 1 million survivors stood against 3 million zombies, and through their wisdom and strategy, they triumphed against overwhelming odds. From then on, the southern city base became their sanctuary. Chapter 55. Lolita. The crisis of the zombie siege had passed without incident. Li Sheng remained in a deep slumber for an entire week before gradually awakening. What has become of Lu Biao's body? This was the first question that escaped her lips upon waking. Hu Shuesen, who had been vigilantly guarding her bedside, felt his eyes welling with tears as he sighed deeply. It has been taken care of. Yuan Mo has erected graves for the fallen on the hill behind us, and Lu Biao rests there as well. Good. As long as he has been laid to rest. Li Sheng nodded slowly, still grappling with the weight of it all. However, the deceased were gone. and the living could only cherish their memories. What is happening outside? She suddenly inquired, hearing commotion from beyond the window. Much has been damaged by the zombies. The people in the base are repairing the buildings. Yuan Mo said he would wait for you to make arrangements for the next steps.
Oh.
I need to go fetch Yuan Mo. He's been waiting for you. With that, Hu Shueson dashed out of Li Sheng's room. Approximately half an hour later, Yuan Mo entered. Relieved to find Li Sheng's condition stable.
How do you feel?
I'm fine now. I wish to visit Liu Biao's grave, she replied, shaking her head slightly. Very well. I will take you there. The two chose to walk to the back mountain, and along the way, Li Sheng received countless warm smiles. Everyone she encountered paused to greet her joyfully. The base's inhabitants had come to regard Li Sheng as their leader, for she had fulfilled her promise and led them safely through the crisis. Observing the thriving scene of the base, no longer shrouded in despair, Li Sheng felt a flicker of comfort in her heart. Upon reaching the back mountain, rows of white gravestones stood solemnly in the earth, each adorned with a bouquet of flowers, evoking a sense of beauty amidst sorrow. Li Sheng bowed deeply before each grave, paying her respects. What do you plan to do next? Focus on reconstruction or development? Yuan Mo inquired as he gazed at Liu Biao's gravestone, while progressing simultaneously. I have no intention of remaining within the base. Once I have arranged matters to my satisfaction, I shall entrust the management to Hu Shueson. Leave? As the base leader, your departure might incite panic. I have my own reasons for needing to exit the base. Li Sheng did not elucidate those reasons. The existence of the live streaming room precludes her from being a shadowy figure pulling the strings behind the scenes. During the zombie siege, the viewership in the live stream soared to unprecedented heights, thereby accomplishing the tasks mandated by the system. Failure to complete the live streaming tasks would result in death, rendering all efforts futile. Over this extended period, Li Sheng has gained a considerable understanding of the live streaming dynamics. Remaining cooped up in the base focusing on construction is utterly insufficient to satisfy the audience's desires or to capture their attention. Thus, she is compelled to be constantly on the move. After all, she is simply fated to be a tireless worker. Very well, you have your secrets, which I shall not pry into. However, I must clarify that I cannot assist you in guarding the base, as my purpose lies with you.
Yuan Mo shrugged nonchalantly.
Li Sheng said, My purpose lies with you. Wow, is this a confession? Xiao Shirsi, I accept this son-in-law. I can ship this. Xingji 666. Isn't that inappropriate? The host is only 10 years old. Li Sheng, it's fine. Childhood sweethearts are just perfect. Feelings should be nurtured from an early age. Our little Loli is so adorable. Her looks are quite the match. Xiao Shirsi, wait a minute, didn't the host mention something about giving us benefits last time? Li Sheng, oh right, little Loli. We want live streaming benefits. What do you all desire? Li Sheng nearly forgot about this until reminded. Li Sheng, little Loli wears the same white sportswear every day. I'm a bit tired of it. Such beauty deserves better attire. How about we have the little Loli wear a Lolita outfit? Xiao Shirsi, yes, I second that. Let us have the host change into a few sets of Lolita clothing. I want a screenshot and treasure it. Xingji 666. Hey, now that you mention it, I'm quite curious to see it too. Li Sheng. Hey, why does a grown man care about this? You don't have any peculiar interests, do you? Xingji 666. Oh, no, it's just that my daughter's birthday is coming up. Since the host has become increasingly adorable after gaining some weight. My daughter is about that age, chubby and fair. I was thinking if the host wears Lolita, if it looks good, I might buy some for my daughter. Li Sheng. Wow, you're already married. Xingji 666. Yeah, I got married a while ago. Xiao Shirsi. Let us not digress. Host, can we see it? Li Sheng thought. Sure, I can, but what is Lolita? She understood that the request was merely for her to change a few outfits, which was not an unreasonable demand. So she readily agreed. However, she had no knowledge of such garments. The system had not conveyed any information regarding them, and she had never encountered this term in the apocalypse. Li Sheng. I remember there should be some in the live streaming system's marketplace. Little Loli, open the clothing section. There should be a subcategory for Lolita.
All right.
Li Sheng obediently opened the marketplace and, after some searching, found the Lolita section, which was filled with particularly adorable lace dresses. Gazing at these garments, Li Sheng felt a wave of frustration. In her 2 lifetimes, the most demure attire she had worn was a palace dress in her youth. Afterward, She only presented herself in male attire while attending to her late father's affairs. Even after ascending the throne, the royal robes designed for her leaned towards a more heroic style. Such clothing felt utterly embarrassing for her. Nevertheless, having made a promise, it was too late to backtrack. As a woman of her word, she resolved to wear them. Let us return. As Li Sheng observed the barrage of comments urging her to hurry and change clothes, she lost interest in discussing the base's development. Upon returning to the villa, she concocted a flimsy excuse to send Yuan Mo away, purchased several sets of Lolita clothing, and began changing one after another. Each time she changed outfits, Li Sheng would turn off the live streaming screen and only turn it back on once she was ready. Despite the pitch blackness of the live stream room, the viewers exhibited remarkable patience. Not only did those who made the suggestions remain attentive, but a wave of new viewers also flocked to the stream. Li sang, "My goodness, I can't handle it. This is too beautiful.
Xiao Shizi,
I want to take the host home. She truly is a doll. How can there be such a delicate little darling in this world?" Xingji 666, this outfit is nice. And so is this one. They're all stunning. Should I buy them all? Xiao Shirsi. Hey, uncle upstairs, these clothes aren't that expensive. Buying them all wouldn't be excessive. What could be more enjoyable than dressing up our darling girl? Li sang, I just captured all the comments and screenshots. Later, I'll retouch the photos. Who wants them?
No.
Chapter 56. Construction in the end, Li Sheng's attempts to intervene bore no fruit, as she watched the live stream flood with requests for photos, circulating among the viewers. Deeply aware that her image of brilliance and valor had been thoroughly tarnished, she abruptly shut down the live stream. She needed a moment of calm. It was simply too much to bear. By the way, Li Sheng, surrounded by zombies, are you role-playing? Yuan Mo entered just in time to see Li Sheng sitting on the bed in a pristine white loli dress, wearied by the situation. Having never seen Li Sheng dressed this way before, Yuan Mo was momentarily taken aback, and after a while, he managed to ask, "What are you staring at? What's wrong with a girl wanting to wear a dress?" Li Sheng shot him a sharp glance, realizing her image was utterly compromised. "Not much, it looks quite nice." Yuan Mo replied, shaking his head in confusion, his ears inexplicably tinged with a hint of red as he diverted his gaze. "Speak up if you have something to say." Li Sheng, disinterested in dwelling on her attire, rolled her eyes and replied with annoyance. "Oh, right. During this zombie siege, we collected over 18 million level 1 and 2 crystal nuclei and about 8,000 of level 3 and above. Also, the zombie king you defeated, I'm unsure of its level. The crystal nuclei have been brought back, and I'm here to ask how you wish to distribute them. As the ability users require crystal nuclei for their training, Li Sheng certainly cannot hoard them all. However, level 1 crystal nuclei are of little use to the current ability users, so she can reclaim them." Li Sheng opened the system marketplace, staring blankly at the currency factory. This item is worth 100 million star coins, and there is little chance of its currency being replicated by others, accompanied by 100 currency verification machines. For long-term development, the base must have its own monetary system. Relying solely on barter or purchasing with crystal nuclei cannot clarify value differentiation. However, 100 million star coins is indeed rather steep. Well, it's something that needs to be established sooner or later, so I might as well purchase it. Although the system may be somewhat unreliable, the quality of the items in the marketplace is assured. Gather all level 1 crystal nuclei for me, and you can distribute the level 2 and above as you see fit. Don't touch the area I damaged. I have plans for it.
All right.
I'll bring them over shortly. Yuan Mo nodded and exited the room, and before long, boxes filled with crystal nuclei were carried in. Li Sheng exchanged precisely 100 million star coins, leaving the remaining crystal nuclei untouched. However, Li Sheng discovered a fortunate detail: the initial reward from the lottery. The system warehouse allows for boxes to be stored directly. Moreover, boxes of the same quality can be stacked without occupying additional space. This ultimately saved her quite a bit of money. As night fell, Li Sheng stealthily brought Yuan Mo to an open space. After acquiring the mint, a colossal steel framework emerged in the clearing, and with a series of clattering sounds, the mint was rapidly constructed. This astonishing spectacle left even Yuan Mo slightly astounded. Li Sheng feigned calmness as she entered the mint, her curiosity surpassing Yuan Mo's about what lay inside. The interior of the mint was quite spacious, with machines lined up in 5 rows, approximately 100 in total. At the entrance, a long table held several operation manuals. Li Sheng picked one up and glanced through it, with Yuan Mo joining her in the exploration. After perusing the manual, Yuan Mo, slightly speechless, set it down and remarked, "Isn't this just a game currency manufacturing machine? The operation is so simple. Are you sure there won't be any issues?" Indeed, the mint's operation was almost foolproof. One merely needed to set the desired denomination for the gold coins, input the materials, and press the confirm button. The machine would then operate autonomously, requiring no human intervention. The only commendable feature was that each machine was fully stocked with initial fuel and gold, sparing Li Sheng from any additional investment at the outset. Li Sheng was unfamiliar with Yuan Mo's reference to game currency, but she approached a machine and randomly opened one, following the instructions in the manual. The machine began to rumble, soon producing a multitude of gold coins, each with a denomination of 100. Inspecting the coins, Li Sheng found nothing particularly remarkable about them. Suddenly, she recalled the accompanying counterfeit detector and made her way to the designated area. The detector was a small device with an opening for inserting the coins, easily operable once plugged in. Lacking anything to validate the authenticity of the coins in her possession, she decided to take one home for testing the next day. Planning to find someone with a metallic ability to further explore the possibility of counterfeiting, Li Sheng tossed the coins to Yuan Mo and left with the detector. The mint could temporarily be disregarded, as only Li Sheng had the authority to open or close it. The facility was essentially impenetrable, akin to a fortress. Hence its exorbitant valuation of 100 million. Next, she needed to verify whether the coins were counterfeit before they could be put to practical use. Yuan Mo glanced at the coins in hand, secured them, and departed alongside Li Sheng. The following day, at Li Sheng's behest, several individuals with metallic abilities and expertise in counterfeiting were gathered, and they worked tirelessly to produce a batch of identical gold coins. Li Sheng conducted 3 or 4 rounds of testing, and regardless of material or appearance, the counterfeit versions could easily deceive the untrained eye. However, the detector accurately distinguished between genuine and fake coins. With the counterfeit issue resolved, they could now proceed to utilize the coins. The mint wasn't limited to producing only gold coins. Copper and iron could also be employed. Li Sheng instructed her team to deplete the initial materials in the mint, converting gold into coins valued at 100 and 500, while lower denominations were manufactured using copper and iron. Having tasted the benefits of the system's marketplace, Li Sheng began to set her sights on other facilities. The options available in the marketplace were abundant, including food factories, weapon factories, and clothing factories, essentials for survival. Yet, each was significantly more expensive than the mint. Ultimately, Li Sheng focused on acquiring a farm, recognizing that food is paramount for humanity's survival. The farm was the most affordable among all facilities, costing only 80 million. Due to the viral onslaught of the apocalypse, all arable land had ceased to yield crops. Relying solely on the system's marketplace for food was unsustainable. If the system were to fail, or if she encountered misfortune, the quality of life for the inhabitants of the base would plummet, potentially leading to starvation. Furthermore, without the ability to cultivate, the cycle of food production would inevitably come to an end. The system's farm not only promised a pair of livestock but also guaranteed that the land would remain uncontaminated. Even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, the people in the base would likely be able to sustain themselves. However, the farm required a significant amount of land, necessitating careful consideration of its placement. In the end, Li Sheng decided to situate the farm on the rear mountain, utilizing a level area created by previous explosions. The leveling of the mountain was no small feat. It took nearly 3 days, with the entire base mobilized. Everyone tacitly chose not to question the sudden emergence of the mint and the farm, fully aware of who was responsible for their existence. Before the zombie siege, Li Sheng had managed to sustain the entire base single-handedly for half a month. The rapid establishment of currency and a farm seemed less bewildering in the context of the apocalypse. After all, they had once doubted the onset of such a calamity. Hadn't they? Li Sheng was almost revered among the base's inhabitants. They recognized that their continued survival and the gradual return to pre-apocalyptic living standards were due to her efforts. The survivors, having weathered the siege, grew increasingly united, fostering a burgeoning faith within them. After acquiring the farm, Li Sheng's star coins were nearly depleted, leaving her with just enough funds to maintain the base's daily expenses. Most critically, the system had issued a daunting new mission, one that was considerably more challenging: 2 months to achieve 500,000 views. Her highest view count had only reached 150,000. Having spent too much time at the base recently, her view count had plummeted to a mere 10,000 per day. She realized she must seize an opportunity to venture outside the base.
Li Shen.
The information department has just received news. A small base 100 kilometers to the east is also under siege by zombies and is seeking assistance. I suspect the people who fled from our base may not have gone far, and they are likely at that base. This was precisely the opportunity Li Sheng had been hoping for. Rescue? We must go, she exclaimed, invigorated. Why wouldn't we? She continued, her spirits lifted. Li Sheng immediately grasped the implications of Yuan Mo's later remark. If the displaced population from the southern city base was indeed at that small base, then the corrupt mayor responsible for their plight was likely there as well. It was the perfect chance for retribution. Of course, I knew you would say that. Hu Shuesen insisted on accompanying you, and Lu Sunan and Qi Nian are also eager to leave the base. I plan to let Lei Qi temporarily take over management duties. He previously served in the military command and can handle some of the less complex management tasks without issue. You take care of the arrangements. When do we depart? Li Sheng was less concerned about who would accompany them. She simply wanted to leave quickly. We still need to organize volunteers who are willing to join us for the rescue mission. It will likely take another 3 or 4 days, Yuan Mo replied.
Huh?
Volunteers? Li Sheng was somewhat bewildered, sensing that Yuan Mo's intentions differed from her own. What else? We don't need volunteers. With just me, Lu Sunan and Qi Nian, our safety is guaranteed. The base is still in its early stages, just beginning to stabilize. There is no need to risk our own people for others, Yuan Mo explained. Then what are we going to do? Yuan Mo was confused by Li Sheng's perspective. To seize people, money, and equipment. Li Sheng declared enthusiastically.
What?
Yuan Mo was taken aback. The base's development requires resources. Oh, and we also need crystal cores. We must negotiate terms before the rescue to ensure we can also relocate some survivors and expand our own base, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Sheng meticulously plotted out the unknown base's potential, realizing that they were in a developmental phase, and with limited resources, they needed to strategize for survival. Yuan Mo was momentarily stunned, and after a brief pause, he replied somewhat dazedly, I thought you were aiming to save people. Isn't this also a form of rescue? However, I now have my own base, and it is essential to distinguish between others and myself. Li Sheng spoke with conviction, leaving Yuan Mo utterly defeated by her reasoning. Indeed, women are ever so capricious. Just yesterday, she was concerned about the world, and today, she swiftly drew a line between us. All right then, if that's how you see it. We have little to prepare and can set forth immediately. Are you riding a pig or driving? What do you mean by riding a pig? Haven't I already named those mounts? Li Sheng had developed a certain fondness for the piglets, even going so far as to name her designated pig mount. Fine. Will you ride Xiangxiang or drive? I trust this is acceptable? Let us drive. It's quite a distance and we wouldn't want to tire Xiangxiang and the others. Driving will also allow us to remain discreet. All right, we can depart tomorrow morning. We must take a detour to avoid running into a horde of zombies. Yuan Mo nodded in understanding and proceeded to arrange the logistics for their departure. This journey would consist of only 5 individuals, and a van would suffice perfectly. Li Sheng led the group out of the base discreetly, heading towards the ill-fated base soon to be besieged by zombies. It was likely that the zombies surrounding this base had migrated from their own, and considering the pace of zombies, it would have taken them roughly the same time to cover the distance of over 100 kilometers from their base. Besides Li Sheng and Yuan Mo, the vehicle was occupied by adult men, who tirelessly took them swiftly to the small base. This base had been an undeveloped area before the apocalypse, sparsely populated and manageable. But it was not large, evidently developed by the survivors' organization. The entrance was merely a wooden fence, so rudimentary it was almost laughable. With such a level of defense and construction, it would take little more than a single level 8 zombie to easily obliterate the town. I believe it is wise of you not to allow me to organize a rescue. Yuan Mo felt a sense of helplessness in critiquing this base.
Huh?
My decision was indeed sagacious. Li Sheng chuckled awkwardly, never expecting this dilapidated base to be so utterly shambolic. Shall we return then? Hu Shuesen also sensed the base was beyond saving, wondering if they could find an Earth-type ability user to make repairs.
No.
The beautiful doctor, who seldom voiced her opinions, suddenly spoke up. The other 4 passengers turned their attention toward her. The beautiful doctor flashed a charming smile, her tear mole enchanting, and gently pointed toward a nearby location, saying, Look, I see an old acquaintance. Chapter 58. What a coincidence. Everyone turned to where the beautiful doctor was pointing, and a seemingly fragile and stunning woman stood beyond the fence, gesturing animatedly, her lips moving in conversation. Though Li Sheng and the others did not recognize her, her face was unmistakably familiar. Wasn't this the very woman from the photograph the beautiful doctor often gazed upon? What do you intend to do?
Li Sheng averted her gazı.
Somewhat speechless, and inquired, "Do you have any equipment that can alter appearances?" The beautiful doctor smiled lightly, batting her eyelashes at Li Sheng, and asked softly,
No. Don't even think about it.
Li Sheng quickly deduced the beautiful doctor's intentions. This character was quite peculiar, with an unusual way of thinking and behaving. It was evident that Lu Sunin did not wish for his enemies to recognize him, seeking a swift vengeance. As for the reasoning behind it, who could fathom his intentions? In the past, Li Sheng would have gladly facilitated this for him. However, given that they were currently financially strained, she could scarcely afford to waste even a single coin on a disposable disguise for Lu Sunin. No way. Not happening. The beautiful doctor, unfazed by the rejection, merely smiled gently and produced a level 3 crystal core, presenting it to Li Sheng, saying, "Will this suffice, cutie?" Alright, that works." Upon seeing the level 3 crystal core, Li Sheng snatched it, without hesitation. It was merely a matter of disguise. She could manage that easily. The basic disguise tool in the system store cost just over 100 star coins, and exchanging it for a level 3 crystal core was a profitable bargain. Li Sheng purchased the disguise tool and skillfully transformed Lu Sunin in the vehicle, crafting a visage so ordinary that it would be unrecognizable even if cast aside on the street. The beautiful doctor took out a small mirror she always carried and examined it closely, ensuring there were no flaws, before nodding in satisfaction. "Alright, we can exit the vehicle now." Li Sheng and the others followed the beautiful doctor directly toward the woman at the entrance, bypassing the staff who greeted them. The woman regarded their approach with no surprise, instead donning a gentle smile as she inquired, "How may I assist you?" "Greetings, we are from the South City base. We heard that your base requires assistance, and we were sent to verify the situation," Hu Xuesen, taking on the role of diplomat, explained, with 2 minors present, one prone to bouts of eccentricity and the other taciturn. "South City base? Hasn't that fallen?" The woman paused slightly, scrutinizing the odd assortment before her.
Oh.
"Our base has endured. We have a new leader who is quite capable." The woman hesitated, unsure of the veracity of Hu Xuesen's words, especially with 2 minors present, which understandably made her wary. "Well, if you choose not to believe us, we shall take our leave," Hu Xuesen countered, employing a strategy of retreat to advance. Turning to depart, the woman pondered for a moment, then halted their exit. "How could we not believe? We sincerely hope for assistance. However, we must adhere to protocol. You will need to remain in isolation outside the base for 24 hours. Is that acceptable?" "Of course, that is standard procedure, and we have no objections." Hu Xuesen smiled slightly, sensing the woman's somewhat naive demeanor, making it easy for him to reel her in. The group spent an entire day outside, and on the following day, the woman personally greeted them at the entrance to the base, showing no sign of negligence. Li Sheng surmised that the situation at this Hope base was not particularly favorable. Any ordinary person would be skeptical of their claims of rescue upon seeing only 5 individuals, 2 of whom were children. Yet, this woman not only believed them but also treated them with considerable importance, indicating they were likely the sole group presenting themselves under the guise of aid. Moreover, Yuan Mo's analysis was indeed astute. It was highly probable that most of those who fled from the South City base were now within this base. Otherwise, the woman would not have been so certain of its downfall. It remained uncertain whether the mayor was among them, which would allow Lu Sunin to exact his revenge while simultaneously serving her own interests. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Cheng Qingqing, the deputy base leader here. I am Hu Xuesen, and these are Qin Yan, Yuan Mo, Li Sheng, and I am Guan Peng, Lu Sunin interjected, hastily fabricating a name. "Oh, very well. Is it acceptable for you to stay here? The base is not large, and accommodations are limited." Cheng Qingqing led Li Sheng and the others to a rather shabby apartment that resembled the former civilian district of the South City base. "May I inquire when we can meet the base leader? If assistance is required, we must seek volunteers and prepare accordingly, which will take some time. You can meet them tomorrow." "Very well. Let us reconvene tomorrow at noon." Hu Xuesen nodded slightly, selecting a time, to which Cheng Qingqing readily acquiesced before taking her leave. The next day, upon encountering the base leader, Li Sheng and Hu Xuesen were taken aback. This leader was none other than the individuals who had abandoned them during their initial meeting. It seemed they too were astonished to find that the awaited rescue had come from those with whom they shared a bitter enmity. Furthermore, the mayor, who had previously cast a shadow over their fate, was also present in the conference room. How fortuitous it was for all three adversaries to convene simultaneously. Chapter 59. The banquet hall. Lin Tian was the first to regain her composure, her eyes reddening as she rushed towards Hu Shiuesan. It appeared that Lin Tian had fared quite well in the apocalypse. Rather than succumbing to the harsh conditions, she had grown increasingly beautiful, dressed in a flowing white gown. Her appearance could easily mislead one to perceive her as an exquisite flower amidst the chaos. However, both Hu Shiuesan and Li Sheng were acutely aware that this was not a delicate bloom, but rather a heartless viper disguised as a lotus. Lin Tian, with her remarkable emotional fortitude, embraced Hu Shiuesan and began to weep, as if she had been profoundly missing him.
Oh, Arsène.
It is so wonderful that you are still alive. Liang and I have felt so guilty. We had no choice but to drive away in that situation. It is truly a relief to see you alive. Is it really? Hu Shiuesan coldly pushed her away, enraged by the deception of her seemingly innocent visage that had ensnared him for so long. Before the apocalypse, he had lavished her with flowers and gifts, believing her to be a pure and simple girl, and had devoted himself to winning her affection. Immediately after the outbreak, she was the first person he thought of, risking his life to rescue her from the perilous university campus. Yet, in the end, she had callously thrown a grenade at him without a moment's hesitation.
Now,
Hu Shiuesan harbored nothing but disdain for his former lover, not even wishing to cast a glance in her direction. Lin Tian, filled with disbelief, could hardly fathom being treated thus by Hu Shiuesan. "Ah-sun, what is wrong?" she implored, her tear-filled eyes accusing. Hu Shiuesan rolled his eyes and retorted, "Given your actions, spare me the pretense. Old Hu, we were left with no alternatives. We couldn't let everyone perish together. We have families and friends who need us. Surely you can understand. Besides, you seem to be just fine. A grown man like you shouldn't treat his girlfriend in such a manner," Chen Liang interjected, attempting to mediate. He was the same man who had teasingly mocked Li Sheng while wearing glasses in the car at the beginning. The others remained silent, heads bowed. "Let me make it clear, she is my ex-girlfriend. I do not wish to have a partner who abandons me in times of danger." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's tears fell like a broken kite drifting aimlessly. "All right, sweetie, do not be disheartened. Let us discuss this after the meeting. Base leader, have you not prepared a banquet for the reinforcements? Shall we not proceed to the banquet hall?" Cheng Qingqing quickly interjected, sensing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. The beautiful doctor, hidden among the crowd, cast a significant glance towards them, revealing a knowing smile. Li Sheng tugged at Hu Shiuesan, signaling him, and Hu Shiuesan, tempering his anger, followed her into the banquet hall. The so-called banquet hall was merely an unfinished shell of a building from before the apocalypse, with a dilapidated long table placed in the center. The five of them, along with the three spokespersons from the opposing side, fit snugly around it. Chen Liang clapped his hands, and a line of women clad in revealing kipaos entered the hall. These women evidently had not fared well, their heavy makeup failing to conceal their sallow complexions and fatigue. Chapter 60. The feast. The contrast between these women and Lin Tian and Cheng Qingqing at the dining table illustrated the stark reality of life for ordinary people within the base. Plates of food were brought to the table, each covered with a metal dome, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Chen Liang feigned mystery, lifting his chin with pride, believing he had prepared the finest offerings from the base to impress their guests, eager to showcase his wealth and power before commencing discussions on collaboration. Once all the dishes were served, the qipao-clad women slowly lifted the domes, and the aides standing behind them eyed the spread hungrily, clearly unaccustomed to such fare. While the dishes were deemed delicacies, to Li Sheng, they were nothing more than a farce. After all, she possessed a system shop that provided sustenance at almost negligible costs, leaving her worry-free in that regard. The table was adorned with meat and vegetables, yet it was evident that the dishes had begun to wilt, and the meat was tough, resembling canned goods hastily refurbished into a meal. Chen Liang was particularly proud of this offering, gesturing for the women to step aside, extending his hand in invitation. "Please, make yourselves at home. Guests are guests, and since Old Hu is our good brother, there is plenty to go around."
Li Shen Skufa,
quietly exchanging a plate of sweet and sour ribs from her system shop onto the table, elegantly using chopsticks to savor the ribs, her expression one of sheer enjoyment. While she paid no heed to the meager offerings before her, Hey, give me some meat as well. Hu Shueson extended his hand, eager for a taste. Recalling his fondness for chicken stewed with mushrooms, Li Sheng nodded in approval and successfully ordered it for him. The remaining three did not need to utter a word as Li Sheng directly handed them each of their favorite dishes. As she had not previously fed Qi Nian, Li Sheng thoughtfully procured one vegetarian and one meat dish for him to ensure he would not be overlooked. Upon witnessing the fragrant dishes produced by Li Sheng, Chen Liang's face darkened, feeling his meager offerings were utterly pitiful in comparison. However, given that Li Sheng was there as part of the reinforcements, he could hardly express his displeasure, merely grumbling, "Let the meal commence." The meal was tasteless, and halfway through, Chen Liang could no longer contain himself, addressing Li Sheng. "Could you possibly provide me a plate of the same dish you have?" "Certainly, but it comes at a price," Li Sheng replied, nodding. "Why should I give you my food for free?" Chen Liang's pride was clearly wounded, but he remained silent, while Lin Tian took the opportunity to reprimand him. Li Sheng rolled her eyes. "What? You expect a free meal here? We certainly want to indulge in your tasteless scraps." In a room filled with adversaries, the notion of rescue was swiftly overshadowed by a desire for retribution, reflected in her demeanor. With Li Sheng's retort, Lin Tian's tears flowed anew, as if she had suffered the gravest injustice. Li Sheng found herself in awe of Lin Tian's ability to cry at will. Lin Tian shifted her gaze to Hu Shueson, her large, sorrowful eyes silently demanding his support, but he chose to ignore her. At this moment, Lu Sunan, enjoying the spectacle, chuckled. "Well, a base leader, no matter how impoverished, is still a base leader. Surely he wouldn't resort to eating off a child's plate, would he? You can't possibly be serious about wanting a free meal, can you? I'll buy it. How much?" After enduring Lu Sunan's mockery, Chen Liang's dignity had been thoroughly diminished, and in a desperate attempt to salvage a fragment of his lost respect, he begrudgingly spat out the word "buy." 10 first-level crystal nuclei. Thank you for your patronage. Li Sheng opened his palm, presenting the dishes he had exchanged onto the table. At this point, Chen Liang could hardly refuse, even if he found the price exorbitant. With a cold snort, he retrieved his coin pouch and tossed down 10 crystal nuclei, muttering, "Truly a pauper reincarnated." Chapter 61. The negotiation falls apart. Chen Liang's eye roll, while pang was conspicuous to anyone with sight. However, Li Sheng felt no shame in his miserly behavior. After all, they were adversaries. What need was there for decorum? As they dined, Chen Liang abruptly set down his chopsticks and broached the serious matter. "I hear you come from the South City base. This individual beside me was the former leader there. We have heard that the South City base seems to have fallen. But judging by your appearances, it appears the South City base has weathered the storm."
Oh.
"We have changed our base leader." "What of it?" Hu Shueson could hardly conceal his disdain for his former allies upon speaking. "Nothing. I merely find the new leader of the South City base to be quite remarkable, managing to hold the fort after most of the ability users evacuated. But I suppose the population there must be quite diminished now. How many individuals can you promise to send for support?" Chen Liang smiled, treating Hu Shueson as an outsider. "The number of individuals we can send depends on how many crystal nuclei your base can provide. It's straightforward, 10 level 3 crystal nuclei for each ability user, and 10 level 2 crystal nuclei for an ordinary person capable of slaying zombies. If high-level crystal nuclei are insufficient, you may exchange them for first-level ones." This was the information Li Sheng had imparted to Hu Shueson the previous day. She had simulated all possible conversations for today's negotiation, urging him to memorize them quickly. "You truly are asking for an arm and a leg." Chen Liang slammed the table in indignation. Those standing behind him stepped forward, sensing a shift towards threats as negotiations faltered. "This is the price set by our base leader. What do you expect? Assisting you against the zombie tide will surely incur casualties. Who will pay the compensation for those who fall? Moreover, who would be foolish enough to travel such a distance for a perilous venture without remuneration? It is unreasonable to expect us to fight against the zombies while footing the bill ourselves." Hu Shueson rolled his eyes, barely restraining the urge to brand Chen Liang as shameless. In response, Chen Liang waved his hand, signaling his men to step back to their original positions, and replied with a smile, "I understand your meaning, but you may have misconstrued ours. The distress signal we sent out was not for combating zombies. You can see that this base has only recently been established. Much infrastructure is yet to be completed. The walls aren't even fully repaired, making it impossible to withstand a zombie onslaught."
What do you mean then?
Hu Shueson squinted, confused. "Our distress signal was a plea for assistance in evacuation. The prices your base is set are rather steep. Evacuating shouldn't pose much danger, should it? Can't you reduce the cost significantly? Evacuate you?
Yuan Montag interjected.
Unable to contain his surprise, Chen Liang nodded, responding, yes, assist us. Our numbers are few, merely a handful of squads totaling a few hundred people. Where do you wish to evacuate to? Li Sheng was taken aback by this unexpected intent, but relocating a few hundred individuals shouldn't require such elaborate arrangements. We aim to retreat to the Yunchuan base, 300 miles to the east. Yunchuan base. They intended to abandon an entire base's populace and flee, truly mirroring the irresponsibility of the former South City base. Li Sheng quickly pieced together their motives. The zombie horde surrounding the South City base was a combination of the undead from 2 neighboring cities, with one city's zombies yet to emerge. Those within the dead city were relatively closer to Yunchuan base, prompting a migration towards that direction. Yunchuan base's population had been comparable to that of South City base. And being near the Chuanyu region, most of the inhabitants had already relocated to Yunchuan base. They could manage the threat posed by the zombies of a single dead city. But the journey of 300 kilometers was fraught with uncertainty. No one could guarantee what might occur along the way. If they encountered a horde of zombies en route to Yunchuan base, survival would be impossible. Hence, their strategy seemed to involve safeguarding against such a contingency should they encounter trouble. They would simply leave their people behind as fodder and flee themselves. What a cunning strategy it was. Had Li Sheng not sought out someone within the base knowledgeable in satellite monitoring to keep a vigil on the zombies' movements, she might have remained oblivious to their intentions. I believe you have misunderstood. We are not here for you. We are here for the survivors. As the base leader, you should bear the responsibility of rescuing your own citizens. Furthermore, the costs of this rescue should fall upon you. If your aim is merely to escape, then you are relinquishing your duties as base leader. Thus, you need not spend any money, and likewise, we will not send anyone to escort you. Covering nearly 1,000 kilometers back and forth, only a fool would accompany you. Li Sheng seized Hu Xuesen's role as spokesperson, clearly articulating her stance. Can you truly make such decisions? Chen Liang derided her words, mocking her position. In their eyes, Hu Xuesen, who had been conversing with them, seemed much more the leader. At least the 5 individuals standing before you are under my command, Li Sheng replied ambiguously, exuding an aura of authority. Let us take a look. Let the fighting commence.
Oh.
Li Sang is the best. What's there to fight about? Can't you see how many are on the other side? Given the atmosphere, if we don't fight soon, the opportunity will pass us by. I advise you to relay my message to your base leader. I am prepared to offer double the remuneration if you provide personnel to escort us to Yunchuan base. Chen Liang smirked derisively, and seeing no one disagreeing, he looked down on Li Sheng and her group even more. What kind of formidable team would allow a child to call the shots? Whatever amount you're offering, we're not interested. Farewell. Li Sheng, sensing the futility, stood up to leave, planning to settle the score at a later time. As the 5 began to rise, Chen Liang commanded his men to block the door tightly. Li Sheng slowly turned around, fixing her gaze on Chen Liang. What does this mean, Leader Chen? It means nothing. You simply need to relay my words to your base leader verbatim before you can leave. Otherwise, Chen Liang's smile was sinister, indicating that should Li Sheng refuse to comply, they would not be permitted to depart. Chapter 62. Retrieving what was lost. Chen Liang, do you think you can intimidate me? Hu Xuesen brandished his long knife menacingly. Hu Xuesen, I've grown weary of your presence. You've fallen so low as to be a mere follower to a little girl. Chen Liang openly severed all pretense. Li Sheng let out a cold snort, casting a glance at Qin Yan. Understanding her cue, Qin Yan clasped his hands together as dark clouds began to gather outside. Yuan Mo smiled slightly, unleashing his abilities barrier, now sufficiently expansive to encompass all 5 of them. As a thunderous roar echoed, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a baby's arm, struck directly onto the banquet table. The table shattered into pieces, and soon after, successive strikes of lightning wreaked havoc throughout the entire hall. Chen Liang, in a state of panic, darted about, desperately evading the bolts of lightning that filled the room. He never anticipated that there would be a lightning elemental among Li Sheng's group. The lightning element is considered one of the most formidable abilities, rendering its wielder invincible among equals. Such individuals are coveted talents wherever they go. How could one find themselves reduced to a mere follower behind a young girl? What's it going to be? Will you step aside, or shall I unleash my wrath? Hu Xuesen chuckled maliciously, relishing the sight of Chen Liang scurrying in fear. Suddenly, A man's frantic cries pierced the air from outside, capturing everyone's attention. Base leader. It's bad. Zombies. They're coming. Chun Liang, alarmed, seized the intruding man and demanded, "What is happening? Didn't we have at least another week before they arrived?"
No, no.
That group is headed for the Yuchuan base. For some reason, they changed their course and are now less than 10 miles from us. The man explained, panting heavily. With a scowl, Chun Liang shoved the man aside and glared at Hu Shiuesan, commanding his subordinates. "We leave now." "Leave? Did I ever say you could go?" Li Sheng interjected with a wicked grin. "You want revenge? Not a chance. You might want to reconsider your target. It was Lin Tian who threw the grenade, not us. Please take your vendetta to the right person." In an instant, Chun Liang comprehended Li Sheng's intent and calmly relinquished the woman beside him. As long as his men remained silent, no one would know of his entanglement with Lin Tian. "Do you really think we're blind?" Yuan Mo stepped out from behind Li Sheng, pointing at the ring on Chun Liang's hand. "Isn't that a couple S ring?" You two exchanged glances throughout dinner. It seems you were already entangled long before this. When the thunder struck just now, your minions were protecting her. If you weren't involved, how could a woman without abilities receive such treatment? Even if we were in a relationship, it was only after we thought Hu Shiuesan was dead. I have not betrayed him. Now that I've discarded the ring, this matter has nothing to do with me. In this apocalypse, I seek only a path to survival. Chun Liang retorted coolly, determined to shift the blame to Lin Tian and eager for Li Sheng's group to confront her, so he could escape with his men. Lin Tian stared at Chun Liang in disbelief, then screamed, pointing at him while unleashing a torrent of curses. "Chun Liang, you beast! You've been seducing me since before the apocalypse. We were already together. It was your idea to blow him up. You had no abilities and wanted him to protect you, so you never acted. At the gas station, when you discovered your powers, you told me to blow him up, which is why I threw the grenade. Everything I did was under your manipulation. You even killed your good brother Zhang Gingshan after you thought he was dead, fearing he would seek revenge for us." As Lin Tian revealed the truth, Hu Shiuesan, to his surprise, felt more bemusement than anger. Qin Mian quietly approached, placing a hand on Hu Shiuesan's shoulder and summoned lightning, instantly reducing Chun Liang to ashes. Earlier, when Chun Liang had blocked the door, Qin Mian had merely threatened him, but now, with deadly precision, he struck, leaving Chun Liang no chance to utter a final word before he became a charred corpse. Upon witnessing Chun Liang's demise, Lin Tian screamed and fell to the ground, sobbing in despair. The surrounding minions exchanged glances, utterly shocked that their leader had perished in an instant, just as reinforcements arrived. "Excuse me, but I have no intention of getting involved in your feud. So may I leave?" Cheng Qingqing, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. The beautiful doctor smiled slightly, lifting the human skin mask Li Sheng had placed on her, and asked, "So, do you still believe this doesn't concern you?" Lu Sunan. Cheng Qingqing's pupils dilated in horror, feeling chills run down her spine. "Oh, by the way, esteemed mayor, during our last mission, it seems you were orchestrating things behind the scenes," Li Sheng remarked, addressing the previously silent mayor. The realization hit Chun Liang's bewildered minions, and they scrambled for the exit, leaving only Cheng Qingqing's loyal followers by her side. "Cheng Qingqing, isn't it time you returned what belongs to me?" Lu Sunan advanced slowly toward Cheng Qingqing, who retreated with every step he took, nervously clutching her fingers in a comical display of guilt. "I didn't take your things. When you claimed they were lost, I helped you search for them," Cheng Qingqing protested, feigning calm despite her anxiety. The beautiful doctor shifted her gaze to Cheng Qingqing's fingers. As the two men who had been guarding her spoke up, "Brother, I advise against being impulsive. Qingqing is a healer who has saved countless abilities at the base. If anything happens to her, do you think you can withstand the wrath of so many abilities?" "Oh, a healer? After all this time living together, since the apocalypse, I had no idea you were a healer, Cheng Qingqing. You've done quite well in playing the virtuous one," the beautiful doctor mocked, his eyes glinting with malice. It was time to reclaim what was rightfully his. Chapter 63. The blade falls. The beautiful doctor drew a dagger from his waist and slowly approached Cheng Qingqing. Terrified, she turned pale, while the two men beside her stood firm, blocking the doctor but hesitating to act. Hu Shiuesan stepped forward, brandishing a large knife with a swift motion. The battle erupted, and the two men quickly engaged him in combat. Seizing the moment, the beautiful doctor grabbed Cheng Qingqing by her hair, preventing her escape, and with a swift motion, severed her right hand. As the hand, once devoid of adornments, fell, a ring slowly emerged on her middle finger. The beautiful doctor, expressionless, took the ring, slipped it onto his own finger, and asked, "I have no interest in your body parts. Aren't you a healer? I want to make it difficult for you. Reattach it yourself, and I'll let you go." Clutching her wrist in agony, Cheng Qingqing's divine image shattered. At that moment, Hu Xuesen abandoned the fight and returned to Li Sheng's side as the two men rushed to help Cheng Qingqing, glaring at the beautiful doctor with fury. "What kind of man is it to bully a woman?" One man shouted while steadying Cheng Qingqing. The other quickly restrained his companion. Having just exchanged a brief skirmish with Hu Xuesen, who easily managed both of them, if a real fight were to break out, their fate would undoubtedly be dire. Especially with the impending threat of zombies outside, fleeing was the utmost priority. "Now that you've vented your anger, can we leave?" "I told you." "As long as she reattaches her hand in front of me, I will let you go." The beautiful doctor coldly regarded them, her grip on the dagger firm. Struggling to contain her temper, Cheng Qingqing shook her head tremulously, tears and snot streaming down her face as she silently pleaded with the beautiful doctor. "Qingqing, quickly reattach it so we can leave." A slightly calmer man picked up Cheng Qingqing's severed hand and gently reassured her. He had witnessed her abilities countless times. As long as she drew breath, her healing prowess was nothing short of miraculous. Thus, for him, the act of reattachment seemed as simple as a wave of the hand. Cheng Qingqing bit her lip in silence, persistently shaking her head. The man grew anxious. Every minute they delayed meant an additional minute of danger. "Qingqing, if your hand is detached for too long, it will become necrotic. Hurry and reattach it, and we can leave." "Stop talking. She possesses no healing abilities whatsoever." The beautiful doctor scoffed, her gaze at the seated Cheng Qingqing filled with complexity. "Isn't it laughable that after all you've done, I still held a glimmer of hope for you?" The beautiful doctor squatted down, locking eyes with Cheng Qingqing, and continued, "My mother, the woman who rescued you from the frozen wilderness, has she ever wronged you?" Cheng Qingqing's sobs abruptly ceased, her pupils dilating in disbelief as she gazed at the beautiful doctor. "Isn't it astonishing that I am aware of this matter? I suspected my mother's death was unnatural. I spent a year secretly investigating, gathering evidence to ensure you would be imprisoned. But now, in this apocalyptic world, murder is not a crime. I truly wish to ask you, after my mother took you in and treated you like her own daughter, sometimes even better than she treated me, she never wronged you. She nurtured your passion for medicine, imparted all her knowledge to you, and encouraged me to study hard to gain admission to the same school as you. Fearing you would be deceived or bullied, how could you poison her? Was it solely for that wretched ring?" The beautiful doctor's smile turned sinister, and the two men beside her began to comprehend the situation, looking at Cheng Qingqing in disbelief and instinctively releasing their hold on her. In their minds, Cheng Qingqing was supposed to be the gentle and kind goddess, a far cry from the image described by the beautiful doctor. What did it mean to commit murder before the apocalypse? Even post-apocalypse, their education and moral compass reminded them that killing was wrong, unless pushed to the brink. Who could commit such an act? Moreover, to murder one's own mother, the one who raised her as a daughter, such behavior was indeed more beastly than human. The two men hesitated, having known Cheng Qingqing as someone entirely different. They awaited her rebuttal. "Hey, I have a lie detector here. Dare to lie, and I'll kill you on the spot." Li Sheng, hearing the beautiful doctor's grievances for the first time, quickly purchased a lie detector from the marketplace. Lu Sunan chose not to kill Cheng Qingqing outright but instead opted to interrogate her, aiming to tarnish her reputation and seek the truth for his mother. Otherwise,
It would not be so complicated.
Lu Sunan turned to Li Sheng, silently expressing his gratitude. He understood that Li Sheng possessed many mysterious items that were always genuine, and this lie detector was precisely what he needed. Indeed, he longed to seek justice for his mother, to ask her why. After all, his mother's love for Cheng Qingqing was no less than her love for him. "Do not slander me. I did not kill my mother." The lie detector lit up red. Lu Sunan snorted, pulling out a sealed bag containing a necklace. "This is the tool you used to poison her. I have more evidence, your fingerprints on it, records of your poison purchases, and your bank transaction history." Lu Sunan displayed his phone in front of Cheng Qingqing, flipping through the photos one by one. With each image, Cheng Qingqing's composure crumbled further. She thought she had destroyed all evidence. How could it still surface? As Lu Sunan revealed more evidence, the two men beside Cheng Qingqing noticed her reaction, which convinced them of Lu Sunan's claims, and they silently stood up and stepped back, faces filled with disdain. With the last two allies in the room now believing Lu Sunan, Cheng Qingqing completely broke down, screaming in rage at Lu Sunan. Yes. I killed her. So what? The lie detector beeped green. Why did you kill her? Upon hearing Cheng Qingqing confess her guilt, Lu Sunan's eyes reddened instantly.
Ha!
I wanted to, so what? You will live with this question for the rest of your life. After her outburst, Cheng Qingqing realized her impulsive words and fell silent, turning her head away. Lu Sunan scoffed. I wouldn't kill you. My mother wouldn't want my hands stained with your blood. But if you remain silent, I suggest you not let me dismantle your body parts, just like your right hand. Cheng Qingqing slowly raised her head, seemingly contemplating the truth of Lu Sunan's words. Gradually, Lu Sunan lost his patience, raising his dagger to press against her left hand, poised to strike. Just as the blade was about to meet her skin, Cheng Qingqing screamed, I'll tell you, it was because of that ring. I wanted it from her, but she refused to give it to me, so I killed her. The lie detector beeped green. Cheng Qingqing spoke, no lies. That ring was meant for you. You only needed to wait 2 more years until she graduated from university, and she would have given it to you. Why did you kill her? I couldn't wait that long. I never intended to kill her. I just wanted to steal the ring. I never thought I would be caught by her. She had no intention of giving it to me, you know?
Ha!
Couldn't he wait? It was merely 2 years. Are you in such a hurry to be reborn? For a worthless ring, you killed her. Do you feel no guilt at all? Have you never awakened in the middle of the night, horrified by your actions? Because I know the apocalypse is coming, I need to survive. I told you all before. You didn't believe me. You forced me into this. As soon as Cheng Qingqing spoke, the entire room fell into a profound silence, an eerie stillness enveloping the atmosphere. Lu Sunan slowly rose to his feet, relinquishing his desire to inquire further. He could surmise what Cheng Qingqing was about to convey. There was no need for questions. The vendetta against his mother's murderer ignited a fervent desire for retribution within him, a yearning to see Cheng Qingqing suffer 1,000-fold. Yet, she was the child his mother raised with such tenderness. A woman of unparalleled kindness, his mother would never wish for her hands to be stained with blood, especially that of the daughter she cherished. A lifelong healer, she had endured countless trials without ever harboring resentment. Lu Sunan was determined not to become like Cheng Qingqing. He aspired for his hands to remain eternally untainted, pure like his mother's. Li Sheng stepped forward and gently patted Lu Sunan's shoulder, offering silent comfort. She then retrieved a long spear from her spatial storage, swiftly ending the lives of the 3 adversaries present, uttering not a single word. A veteran of the battlefield, her hands had been sullied by the blood of countless traitors and corrupt officials, as well as enemies from rival nations. She understood that in the realm of modern education, taking a life was gravely serious. Reflecting on her first execution of a corrupt official, she realized it took her a considerable time to reconcile with that act. Thus, matters that could weigh heavily on the psyche were best borne by her alone. Let us depart. Without a backward glance, Li Sheng exited the banquet hall, leaving Hu Xuesen staring at the lifeless bodies on the ground, rendered voiceless. The love he once held was genuine, and the betrayal that followed had carved a deep wound in his heart. To claim indifference would be a lie. He wished for the 2 who betrayed him to suffer a fate worse than death. Yet, upon witnessing their demise, Hu Xuesen felt a twinge of sorrow. After a prolonged contemplation, he transformed all his emotions into a heavy sigh. Let it be. Let all grievances remain here. Chapter 64. The banditry. Upon exiting the banquet hall, Li Sheng surveyed the chaos and desperation outside the Hope Base, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. With only 5 individuals at their disposal, even if they wished to assist, their intentions were futile. The sole defense of the entire safe zone was a mere fence, offering no real chance of resistance. Even her extraordinary system could do little under such circumstances. They lacked the fortuity of time, geography, or unity. This base possessed none of these advantages. Qin Yan. Just as the 5 prepared to board their vehicle and depart, a familiar voice called from behind. They turned in unison to see Duan Zheng'an, the former spokesperson for Qin Yan, standing a short distance away. What are you doing here? Both Qin Yan and Duan Zheng'an inquired simultaneously. We received a distress signal from this base, so we came to investigate. How did you end up here? You should have traveled far by now. Weren't you supposed to head to the Yuchuan base?
Li Sheng interjected, her curiosity piqued.
Oh, don't get me started. I came to this base with my mother and sister to regroup, but my mother had a sudden heart attack. Fortunately, a woman named Cheng Qingqing treated her. I offered her money, but she insisted I work for her for a month as a subordinate. I thought a month wasn't too long, so I decided to stay. He recounted. Cheng Qingqing? Li Sheng raised an eyebrow. Yes, a healer with extraordinary abilities. I'm not sure what level her powers are, but her healing skills are exceptional. The zombie horde is about to arrive. Will you accompany us back to the Nanqing base? Li Sheng wished to steer clear of further discussion about Cheng Qingqing. Casting a sidelong glance at Lu Sunan, relieved to see he displayed no reaction. Has the Nanqing base withstood the zombie wave? Absolutely. It has long since passed, and is now undergoing reconstruction. Impressive, right? Wait for me to fetch my mother and sister. I'm coming with you. Duan Jing'an, quick-witted, immediately grasped the situation and dashed back. Li Sheng suddenly recalled that most of the individuals at this base had fled from the Nanqing base, and there were likely many capable abilities among them. Since Duan Jing'an previously had a good rapport with other abilities users, he could easily recruit them back, thereby achieving dual objectives. She had not forgotten the notion of seizing people, money, and equipment.
Hey.
Wait, if there are any abilities users who wish to leave with us, feel free to bring them along. Ordinary people are welcome too. Duan Jing'an paused momentarily, then nodded in understanding. A knowing smile crossing his face as he returned to Li Sheng and whispered, the most luxurious residence to the east belongs to the base leader. I suspect he has already fled. However, he is quite wealthy, and likely couldn't he take everything with him. After saying this, he mischievously winked at Li Sheng, signaling his intent to mend their relationship. Li Sheng nodded slightly, understanding his implication. Once Duan Jing'an had gone a distance, she promptly led her companions eastward. They would gladly accept the legacy of their adversaries as compensation. It was no wonder Duan Jing'an had not specified the exact location. Chen Liang truly enjoyed the finer things in life. While the entire safe zone was in disarray, he had constructed a 3-story villa, a standalone residence amidst the chaos. Upon entering the villa, the 5 began rummaging through the premises, ultimately discovering an underground entrance. They descended into the cramped basement, which was filled with boxes of various sizes, all brimming with crystal cores. Wealthy indeed. Absolutely wealthy. Li Sheng wasted no time in collecting all the crystal cores into her spatial storage, also selling off any gold, silver, and jewelry found within to the system, ensuring no resources went to waste. Chapter 65. Possible return home? After exiting the Hope base, Li Sheng found herself followed by a considerable number of people. Thankfully, Duan Jing'an was well acquainted with the path, guiding them through back roads to avoid encountering the zombie horde. Though it may stir painful memories, I must ask, that woman, Cheng Qingqing, seemingly knew of the impending apocalypse in advance.
Yuan Mo pondered aloud.
Having contemplated this matter since boarding the vehicle, his mind rife with conspiracy theories. Yes, she mentioned it to me, but neither my mother nor I believed her. The beautiful healer replied, acknowledging Yuan Mo's background and understanding his curiosity. How did she convey this to you? 2 years prior to the apocalypse, during a meal, she suddenly claimed she had been having dreams since childhood, in which most people turned into zombies while a few awakened abilities. She indirectly asked my mother for a family heirloom ring. My mother and I dismissed it, thinking she merely coveted the ring and concocted a fanciful tale to obtain it. My mother even scolded her for it. After that, she never mentioned it again. Lu Sunan summarized the events, aware that his own knowledge was limited. What is the significance of this ring?
Li Sheng inquirat, intriga.
Our ancestors were all physicians, and this ring symbolizes our family legacy. It is typically inherited by the family member with the greatest medical talent. Cheng Qingqing surpassed me in medical aptitude, and my mother had already indicated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the ring would be passed to her upon her graduation. However, she unexpectedly demanded to inherit it a year and a half before her graduation. To be honest, I thought she had done something illicit and wanted the ring to sell it. After all, it is an antique, with the jade on it being of the highest quality, making it quite valuable. Nonetheless, prior to the apocalypse, the ring held no practical use, which is why my mother and I dismissed her claims. Had she suggested selling family assets to procure supplies, I might have been more inclined to believe her. Later, my mother suddenly succumbed to a heart attack. Despite being a medical professor who meticulously cared for her health, she was only 48 years old and had no history of cardiovascular disease. I found it hard to believe that she could die so unexpectedly. At that time, I was away and unable to return, It was Ching who single-handedly organized my mother's funeral. By the time I returned, my mother had already been laid to rest. No matter how much I doubted, I could not exhume her for an autopsy. Then, I discovered that my ancestral ring was missing. Consequently, Ching emerged as the prime suspect in my mother's death. I conducted a clandestine investigation for a long while, eventually gathering all the evidence I needed. On the eve of the apocalypse, I had already reported to the authorities and was ready to submit the information. But the very next day, the world ended. My abilities were utterly ineffective, while Ching awakened a healing power and garnered protection from many. I had no choice but to remain by her side, seeking an opportunity to eliminate her. Was her power connected to the ring? Li Sheng had a bold conjecture. Perhaps Ching was also a traveler from another world. Through careful observation, I noted that her healing light emanated from the middle finger of her right hand. However, all other ability users, regardless of their powers, activated their abilities from the palms of their hands. On one occasion, I pretended to accidentally grasp her hand and, while exploring, felt no jewelry on her. Yet, I distinctly sensed the protrusion of a ring. Initially, I merely suspected her. However, the day after I touched her hand, she deliberately discarded my mother's belongings in a car for the local bandits to steal, luring me into a trap. Li Sheng and Yuan Mo nodded in realization, and after a moment Hu Xuesen also caught on and asked, "Brother, do you know how to use this ring? Is it still functional?" "I don't know." Lu Sunan shrugged. "Who knows how this cursed thing works? If I had known it had such power, I would have discarded it long ago. And my mother would still be alive. Why not try a blood drop? I've seen that in fantasy stories." Hu Xuesen leaned closer, looking at the ring with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "If this miraculous item can be used, how many lives could we save? Why don't you give it a shot?" Lu Sunan indifferently handed the ring to Hu Xuesen. This a family heirloom? Aren't you going to use it?" Hu Xuesen stared at the ring in confusion. "No way, I'm afraid of pain. You can't expect me to cut myself. Besides, this thing caused me to lose my mother. Do you think I treasure it?" Lu Sunan turned his gaze to the window, tears welling in his eyes as he finally broke down. It was all because of this cursed object that he had lost everything: his sister, whom he had protected for over a decade, and his beloved mother. "Then I'll give it a try." Lu Sunan left Hu Xuesen with only the back of his head, not fully aware of the current state of the beautiful doctor, and eagerly said. He then drew his knife and made a small cut on his finger, letting his blood drip onto the ring. Everyone turned their heads to observe the ring, and even Lu Sunan wiped his tears and looked over. However, after a minute, nothing happened. Hu Xuesen, disheartened, stared at the ring, pondering what other methods might activate it. At that moment, Yuan Mo suddenly grasped Li Sheng's hand and unhesitatingly made a small incision on her finger, allowing her blood to fall onto the ring. Then, something extraordinary occurred. The ring began to levitate in the air, slowly approaching Li Sheng's hand before slipping onto her finger and vanishing without a trace. "Wow. This thing has preferences." Ungria Shuazen exclaimed, startling Li Sheng. Yuan Mo shook his head. "It seems to favor gender. Logically, a family heirloom shouldn't be given to an adopted daughter." Lu Sunan's admission to medical school indicates he is not lacking in intelligence. Even if he isn't exceptionally gifted, he wouldn't be poor either. His mother chose to adopt, perhaps out of selflessness. Or maybe the ring's usage has certain restrictions. Moreover, Cheng Qingqing is the same age as Lu Sunan, and a mother wouldn't typically adopt another child shortly after giving birth. Even if Cheng Qingqing were an orphan, she would have many options. Thus, I suspect this item can only be passed down to females, which I seem to have guessed correctly. Is it really like that? Hu Xuesen nodded in sudden understanding. Li Sheng touched her middle finger and realized she could still sense the ring's presence, albeit invisibly. Lu Sunan, do you know how to remove it? She marveled at the ring's magic, attempting to slide it off. But no matter how she tried, the ring remained firmly on her finger. You might as well keep it. I have no idea. My mother never revealed anything about this ring to me. Lu Sunan waved his hand, unwilling to reclaim the ring. She might have feared you'd feel resentful, which is why she didn't tell you. Yuan Mo offered a rare bit of consolation, albeit only a simple sentence. Lu Sunan nodded in understanding. Indeed, had he known of the ring's miraculous properties from a young age, it would have been natural for him to feel envious of Cheng Qingqing, who could use it despite being an adopted daughter. However, at this moment, he felt entirely indifferent towards the ring. You should just keep it. We can't go chopping off fingers. Consider it a way for me to repay you for avenging us and saving my life. Lu Sunan blinked and reverted to his previous carefree demeanor.
Li Sheng siga daepli.
No longer willing to struggle with the ring. The beautiful doctor was right. She really didn't want to sever her finger. System. Can there be two travelers in one world? Li Sheng suddenly recalled her earlier conjecture and posed the question to the system. After all, in matters of crossing worlds, the system should have the most experience. The process of crossing worlds involves the human consciousness, or soul, entering a temporal rift, traversing a time tunnel to arrive in another world. If the soul is strong enough or carries an item that can protect it, it can successfully traverse the tunnel. Occasionally, due to various coincidences, one may unintentionally enter a temporal rift and, if fortunate, arrive in another world. The soul will instinctively seek a body that resonates with it, provided that body is a lifeless shell on the brink of death. Li Sheng grasped the system's explanation, understanding that the system facilitated a pinpoint transfer, sending her to this apocalyptic world. Cheng Qingqing might have arrived here by coincidence, unintentionally crossing over. Thus, one world might not be limited to just one or two travelers. Perhaps there are many more. Li Sheng was unconcerned with how many travelers existed in this world. Her focus rested on the system's mention of a strong enough soul or possessing items that could protect the soul to successfully traverse the time tunnel. This meant she might still have a chance to return to her original world. This thought remained unspoken, lingering in her heart. The system could be treated as an omniscient answering machine, but it would not divulge everything. Behind the system, there must be someone controlling it. Every word spoken, every question posed, would be known to someone. Revealing her desire to return could potentially draw attention from those behind the system, as it could be perceived as a form of rebellion. What constitutes a strong soul? Li Sheng rephrased her inquiry to the system, testing whether her soul met the criteria for returning. The system analyzed her query, providing the results. In the interstellar realm, a mental strength reaching SSS level or above is considered a strong soul. In the Xianxia world, one must reach the nascent soul stage to cultivate the soul, and only upon reaching the great ascension stage can one be deemed to possess a strong soul. Other worlds lack methods for enhancing soul strength and are not calculated. Xianxia? Interstellar? Mental strength? Cultivation? Fine. She didn't understand a single word. There were indeed sections of the system all dedicated to Xianxia and interstellar themes. However, she is currently merely a level 3 streamer. It is only upon reaching level 20 that she can unlock the Xianxia section, and at level 30, the interstellar section will become accessible. At this moment, she is entirely unaware of the items available for purchase within. The terminology exclusive to those realms is even more incomprehensible to her. Nonetheless, she has at least discovered a potential method to return to her own world. The motivation to stream has significantly increased compared to before. Perhaps one day she could cultivate her soul and return to her rightful place. System, initiate the stream. Previously, Li Sheng had been embarrassed about the Lolita dress photos, occasionally streaming for just a short duration, showing a lack of commitment to fulfilling her streaming tasks.
Now.
With renewed motivation, Li Sheng felt invigorated. Let's do this. The stream must go live. I can still wear cute dresses. Why not indulge? Appearance? Image? What are those? No more considerations. I crave viewers. I desire viewership. I seek to level up. I want to go home. Li Sang said excitedly. Ah, little lowly, you finally started streaming. I was worried you might encounter some misfortune, if you didn't. Xiao Shirsi chimed in. Streamer, promise me you won't scare us like that again, okay? You have no idea how the apocalypse streamers used to suddenly go offline, and the next day the official announcement would state they had perished. We were terrified. Thank you all for your concern. I had some personal matters to attend to these past few days, which made it inconvenient to stream, Li Sheng explained with a smile. Indeed, she did not wish to make Lu Sunan's family issues public. After all, this fell within the realm of privacy. Family shame should not be aired. By the way, streamer, you're now level 3. If you strive a bit harder to reach level 5, you'll unlock streaming permissions for other realms.
Huh?
What are other realm streaming permissions? Wait, you don't even know this? Your system must be a novice one. Li Sang eagerly interjected. Let me answer. The thing is, every time a streamer breaks through 5 levels, new realm permissions are unlocked. Right now, you only have viewers from the interstellar realm. Once you reach level 5, the system will randomly select other realms for you. Then, viewers from different realms will come to watch your stream. Oh, it works like that, Li Sheng nodded in realization. Exactly. With so many streaming rooms and only a handful of interstellar viewers, if we don't open up other realms, the less popular streams will have no audience. Xiao Shirsi interjected, I have a question. When the streamer next offers benefits, could you wear hanfu? I adore hanfu so much. Are your fan benefits solely contingent upon me changing outfits? Well, there's not much else to desire. In the apocalypse, there are no local specialties and food is scarce. We're constantly on the run, so even making a small cake is a challenge. I think just watching a beautiful girl change outfits is delightful. Chapter 66. The Temple Li Sheng silently resolved that when in a safe zone, she would don a dress that appealed to her audience's aesthetic as a fan benefit. Perhaps it would attract more viewers. Boss, the scouts ahead have spotted a horde of zombies. They are heading towards the Yuchuan base. Should we wait and pass once they have moved on? Duan Jing'an's voice crackled through the radio, and Li Sheng nodded slightly in agreement. It was best to avoid unnecessary conflict. Since they could circumvent the zombies, it was wiser to steer clear.
All right, tu ignores qu'on veut Li Sheng's intention.
There happened to be a temple nearby, which had not yet been completed before the apocalypse. No one should be inside. Shall we go there? Lead the way. The vehicle slowly approached the temple, which, as Duan Jing'an had mentioned, was completely vacant. Some structures were still merely steel frames, simply enclosed. Once inside, Li Sheng and her group found a spot to rest, eating and sleeping as they pleased. Venerable One, why do you not kneel to pay your respects upon entering this temple? Suddenly, an elderly voice resonated above Li Sheng. The group glanced around, finding the room barren except for a large Buddha statue, with nothing else in sight. Where is that voice coming from? Dear friends, do not search high and low. It is customary to pay respects to the Buddha. The voice echoed again. Hu Shuesen stood alert, drawing his knife and thrusting it into the ground as he shouted, Who dares to play tricks here? Show yourself. Young man, temper your anger. If you wish to meet this old man, speak kindly. I am not opposed to meeting you. Li Sheng discerned that the voice seemed to emanate from above the statue. Her gaze shifted in that direction, and as the voice continued, a figure gradually materialized above the statue, evolving from a blur to clarity. A venerable old man appeared before them, clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal demeanor. Yet, Li Sheng was reminded that they were in a temple. The sight of a Taoist priest appearing here was already peculiar, and urging them to worship was utterly bizarre. Old Taoist, does your master know of your unruly behavior out here? Ah, an invisibility ability? Upon seeing the seemingly harmless old Taoist, Hu Shuesen slowly sheathed his knife. It's merely an invisibility ability, devoid of any offensive nature, incapable of matching you. When did I mention it was an ability? Young friend, your understanding is quite limited. The old Taoist, holding a whisk, gracefully descended from the Buddha, dusting off his robe and smiling. What nonsense! If it's not an ability, how could you be invisible? Hu Shuesen clearly remained skeptical, thinking, how could invisibility not be an ability? Why do you still doubt me? Come, allow me to demonstrate. The old Taoist smacked his lips, insisting on showcasing his skills, compelling Hu Shuesen to pay attention. After a moment, the old man bit his finger, quickly gesturing in the air, and a flash of red light enveloped him, causing him to vanish from sight.
See?
I told you, I wasn't using an ability. Such childish tricks cannot be compared to me. The old Taoist, concealed from view, patted Hu Shuesen on the shoulder, his tone brimming with pride. Hu Shuesen stood confused. Addressing the emptiness, did you not just inflict harm upon yourself and gesture to disappear? Isn't that still an ability?
Fool.
The old man has declared it is not an ability. The old Taoist reappeared before Hu Shuesen and raised his whisk, striking Hu Shuesen's head a few times. The elder, though frail, exerted surprising strength. Hu Shuesen winced in pain, about to protest, but the old man withdrew his hand. Observe closely. I shall broaden your horizons. If this doesn't suffice, I shall draw blood. The old Taoist remarked, pulling out a stack of yellow paper and a brush from his sleeve. After moistening the brush, he began to draw upon the yellow paper, reciting incantations. Eventually, the talisman ignited, transforming into a flame, floating in midair. Goodness! Is that possible? Old man, you don't possess dual abilities, do you? Hu Shuesen exclaimed, marveling. Those with dual abilities were indeed rare, as they required a balanced upgrade for both powers, leading to slow growth. In the base, there were even individuals with 3 or 4 abilities, but they faced similar challenges. What is this? This is a talisman. Do you comprehend what a talisman is? The old Taoist, witnessing the situation, was infuriated by Hu Shiuesen's continued ramblings about supernatural abilities and raised his hand as if to strike. Li Sheng smiled and interposed, bowing gently to the old man. Please do not be angry, Taoist. My brother is a bit eccentric and struggles with his words. Why should I be angry? Wait. Why is there such a dense purple aura surrounding you? No, there seems to be a hint of death energy as well. Quite peculiar, indeed. The old Taoist circled around Li Sheng, muttering to himself. Li Sheng took an uneasy step back. In her world, sorcerers existed. She had never believed in demons or monsters. But she had faith in sorcery, divination, and talismans. After all, during her battles, a sorcerer had accompanied her, using their remarkable abilities to help her evade numerous calamities. However, that sorcerer had eventually suffered a severe backlash after attempting to predict a natural disaster, leading them to retreat into the mountains and cease their divination. This foresight had allowed Li Sheng to prepare in advance, saving countless lives. Thus, she held an unwavering respect for genuine sorcerers. Nevertheless, her current situation was delicate, and she preferred to conceal certain truths from the old Taoist. How curious indeed. Young one, you must be their leader, yes? The old Taoist leaned closer, his demeanor shrouded in mystery. Li Sheng nodded slightly, acknowledging his inquiry. Splendid. Young one, do you require someone like me by your side? I can assist you in avoiding disasters. Simply provide me with food and shelter. The old man raised an eyebrow, resembling a peculiar elder attempting to entice a child. Li Sheng was left speechless. What is this? Do all Taoist elders seek out a position that provides room and board? Regarding the old Taoist's self-recommendation, Li Sheng chose to accept. The talisman he had drawn, which she recognized as the fire-summoning talisman, was indeed authentic. A Taoist who could inscribe such natural power was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. To have such talent wishing to accompany her would be foolish to refuse. However, her curiosity piqued. What was the old man doing in a temple? I am the sole Taoist on the mountain. Recently, there was an explosion that collapsed my temple, leaving me with nowhere to go. I descended the mountain and found this place unoccupied, so I decided to take residence here. After all, we are all serving the divine. There is no distinction. May I ask, was your previous temple located on the mountain behind South City? What happened?
Li Sheng inquired, her curiosity evident.
Not much, really, she thought. She silently nodded, choosing to remain discreet. The mountain behind South City was their base, and the explosion had been orchestrated by them. They could never admit to obliterating the old man's home. As long as they remained silent, the old Taoist would remain unaware. You all seem to be enjoying your meal. Young lady, might you share some with this old man? Certainly. What would you like to eat? Li Sheng readily agreed, feeling it was only fair to compensate him since his temple had been destroyed. I would like some braised pork knuckle if you have it. Here you go. Li Sheng handed the pork knuckle to the old Taoist, who lit up with joy, devouring it hungrily. Grease coated his hands, completely shattering his previously ethereal image. Are you certain he is not a charlatan? He seems rather unreliable, Hu Shiuesen whispered cautiously behind Li Sheng, wary of her naivety. Not at all. Li Sheng shook her head, realizing she couldn't explain this to Hu Shiuesen. This pork knuckle is truly delightful. I have not eaten this well in ages. The old Taoist exclaimed, wiping his mouth with a tissue, mindful not to soil his robe. By the way, young one, I have just divined for you. Your fortune lies to the east. East? Is that not the location of the upcoming zombie tide at Yuchuan base? Li Sheng thought. However, not immediately. After the 15th, when you head east, unexpected rewards await you. The old Taoist spoke cryptically, his mouth moving as if savoring the words. Li Sheng had no intention of heading to Yuchuan base at the moment. The relentless waves of zombies made it prudent to return to South City base and focus on reconstruction. As for the notion of opportunity, she chose to reserve her judgment. If time allowed, she might explore it, but the pressing matters of the base took precedence. After spending 2 days in the temple, the group determined that the zombie horde had dispersed enough to continue their journey. This marked their first smooth travel experience since the apocalypse began, with no zombies in sight. Upon reaching the base, Li Sheng converted all the first-level crystal cores scavenged from Hope Base into star coins, just enough to purchase a military factory. This military factory was unique. It could be upgraded, requiring an initial investment of 300 million, with subsequent upgrades demanding progressively higher amounts and a certain broadcaster level. However, The factory was efficient, capable of producing a greater number of weapons with minimal materials, ensuring no resource was wasted. The initial military factory could only manufacture cold weapons, needing only scrap metal and wood, which was quite useful in the current phase. Li Shang aimed to produce more bows and arrows for ordinary people to practice with, striving to achieve a state of universal military readiness. The construction of the arms factory was not as straightforward as the previous two factories, requiring considerable time and effort to take shape. The base was bustling with activity as Li Sheng restructured the residential area. After much of the population had evacuated, the available housing in the city was more than sufficient for distribution. Li Sheng sought to avoid distinctions, treating both supernatural beings and ordinary people equally by housing everyone in the inner city. The central area of South City housed the office buildings and residences for Li Sheng and her companions, forming the core of the region, from which distributions radiated outward based on proximity to the center. Only a few supernatural beings under Qin Yan and some soldiers from the second team, now assigned to Lei Qi, had access to the core area. Streets near the roads were leased out, and various shops opened one by one. Survivors from Hope Base, upon entering South City Base, were astonished by the bustling cityscape, feeling as if they had returned to the peaceful era before the apocalypse, where trivial matters were their greatest concerns. New arrivals were settled in slightly more remote areas, while Li Sheng ensured that Lu Sunan had a lie detector ready, as it would be the only means of accessing the inner city. Only by passing the lie detector test and demonstrating loyalty to the base could one move into the inner city. After considerable planning and construction, Li Sheng felt something was still lacking. I feel as though I've forgotten something essential for our base. What are we missing? She lifted her head from the documents and inquired of Yuan Mo. There are numerous deficiencies. To achieve the construction you envision, we must first restore the power and water supply. Currently, we only have a few small generators and the power station is entirely unstaffed. I already knew that. But I sense there is something else we lack, though I cannot recall what it is. Yuan Mo closed the book in his hands, pondering. We lack scientific personnel and medical staff. Without them, the hospital cannot function normally. Yes, that's it.
Li Sheng interrupted Yuan Mo, her enthusiasm evident. What?
What is it? Scientific personnel. Li Sheng had long devised a plan, realizing that merely relying on the system for exchanges was not a viable approach. Furthermore, the system contained no texts on manufacturing. As learning was not an option, she decided to discreetly conduct her own research behind the system's back, attempting to replicate items as best as she could, hoping to uncover unexpected surprises along the way. Talented researchers were difficult to find. To her knowledge, the nearest research institute was the Yuchuan base, which previously housed only two institutions, one focused on medicine and the other on industry. Chapter 68. Departure to Yuchuan base. Whatever the case, she resolved to seize it. With determination, Li Sheng slammed her hand on the table, rising from her chair. One foot resting on the seat, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Today, she donned a pink, frilly lace dress, her long hair cascading in natural waves, resembling a little princess while diligently working. However, her demeanor transformed the moment she spoke. All notions of cuteness, obedience, and charm vanished, leaving behind the image of a girl who seemed like a bandit clad in a lowly costume. Let us be honest, the Yuchuan base was no small facility. It was even larger than the Nanchung base, and its researchers would undoubtedly be among the first to be protected. How could one possibly seize them? Through intimidation or incentives? Yuan Mo's words felt like a bucket of cold water splashed over her, causing her to let her raised arm fall limply as she returned to her seat, chewing on her pen in contemplation. Intimidation? That seemed impractical. Although they might not be overpowered in a fight, conflict would inevitably lead to casualties. At this critical juncture, it was wiser to develop cautiously. As for incentives, those who were protected first would surely have decent treatment. Aside from providing food and drink, Li Sheng had little else to offer. What if we first assess the situation? Perhaps we might stumble upon an opportunity, she suggested, still clinging to hope. After all, researchers were not as plentiful as cabbages. Cultivating one required immense time and effort, leaving her with no alternatives but to resort to abduction. If all else fails, we could scout the area and make off with whoever we find, she resolved, undeterred in her quest to thoroughly investigate the contents of the system. Fine. If you are determined to go, let us consider the timing. The zombie tide should have passed by now. We can gather more information amidst the chaos. Yuan Mo reluctantly acquiesced, recognizing the necessity of researchers for any base. Progress was essential. Without it, they would be vulnerable, as technology remained the bedrock of a nation's existence. Let us go. There's nothing pressing at the base now. Hu Shueson can handle what's left, and we'll leave him a letter. Otherwise, Lei Qi will be overwhelmed on his own. Li Sheng rubbed her hands together excitedly, decisively opting to abandon her companions. Since their last return, Lei Qi, a rather charming and cultured young man, had been nearly driven mad by the myriad tasks at the base. With such a vast facility, only a handful of individuals could be trusted, and Lei Qi had been managing nearly everything personally. He was now in the process of selecting loyal subordinates, but manpower remained critically scarce. Hu Shueson had prior management experience, which would be beneficial for Lei Qi, giving her some peace of mind. Yuan Mo nodded slightly and sent a message to Qin Yan, recognizing the necessity of a capable enforcer. Lu Sunan's abilities were perfectly suited for their mission, making infiltration and similar tasks a breeze. What about bringing along an old Taoist? Yuan Mo pondered, realizing they needed a respectable figure to facilitate communication and foster trust. The old Taoist, when serious, possessed an ethereal presence that made him an ideal choice. This journey would consist of only 5 individuals, with Hu Shueson remaining at the base, replaced by the old Taoist. In a rush to the office, Hu Shueson found a note left by Yuan Mo. Clutching it in despair, as it bore only a few bold words, "We are off to undertake significant matters, do not worry." Its brevity left him at a loss for how to respond. Resigned, Hu Shueson wiped away his tears and returned to work. Once outside the base, Li Sheng and her companions relaxed in a luxurious RV, enjoying barbecued meat and singing merrily. They encountered 2 waves of zombies along the way, yet not a single one obstructed their path, making their journey considerably easier. After their meal, the old Taoist organized entertainment, while Qin Yan drove. The remaining 4 gathered around a mahjong table, oblivious to the tension of the apocalyptic world outside. "Bam! I lost!" the old Taoist exclaimed, intercepting the cards from Li Sheng's hand, displaying a winning hand of all 1 suit. Just then, a screeching sound of brakes pierced the air, causing the vehicle to jolt violently, scattering the tiles across the table and abruptly halting the old Taoist's exuberant laughter. "What is happening?" he shouted, panic setting in. "I've lost. Quickly, settle up. 36 points for all 1 suit. You cannot back out now." "What? I didn't see anything. What do you mean all 1 suit?" "I'm not clear on that." Lu Sunan was the first to clutch his wallet tightly, recalling how the old Taoist had dominated their games all day. 36 points? Dream on. "What? Let me see what is happening with Qin Yan." "Oh, I'll go take a look too," Yuan Mo and Li Sheng calmly stood, ignoring the old Taoist's protests as they made their way to the front of the vehicle. The old Taoist fumed at the disarray of the mahjong tiles. His victory was slipping away. As Li Sheng approached the front of the vehicle, she encountered a striking young woman brandishing a machete, blocking the road with an imposing presence. Qin Yan's brow furrowed as he faced her, while the young woman tossed her head, signaling for those inside the vehicle to disembark. She was exceptionally beautiful, her long chestnut hair styled in a high ponytail, and adorned in a vibrant red gown, resembling a blooming wild rose, radiating an aura of sensuality and maturity. Yet, her demeanor suggested she was not here for friendly purposes. "Is she trying to rob us?" Li Sheng murmured in confusion, prompting Qin Yan to lower the window and inquire about the situation, confident that they could handle any confrontation.
"What do you want?"
Qin Yan asked, peering outside with a stern expression. "I need to borrow your vehicle. My sister is in labor. I'll compensate you for the use. It 1 TB for free. If you refuse, I will have no choice but to take action," the young woman stated, brandishing her machete with a hint of warning. Li Sheng glanced towards the roadside, noticing a heavily pregnant woman being supported by 2 others, struggling to walk. "Get in," she urged. The urgency of childbirth was not something one could ignore, and as a fellow woman, Li Sheng could not remain indifferent in such a situation. Besides, giving birth indeed required a secure and stable environment, and it was not unreasonable to flag down a vehicle in a moment of desperation. "Thank you, young lady." The woman expressed her gratitude with a warm glance toward Li Sheng as she hurried to assist the pregnant woman into the vehicle. The RV was equipped with a bed and a curtain for privacy. The woman carefully laid the expectant mother down, while all the men inside instinctively moved toward the front to avoid any awkwardness. The vehicle echoed with the anguished cries of the pregnant woman, stirring deep empathy in all who heard. Li Sheng glanced back several times, but the curtain obscured her view of the unfolding situation within. Chapter 69. Yuchuan-based Qi Nian drove the vehicle slowly and steadily, doing his utmost to avoid any bumps. The old Taoist, counting on his fingers, sighed and shook his head, seemingly lost in thought. Lu Sunan's attention remained entirely focused on what lay behind them, though they were strangers, and it could be said they had been forcibly moved to facilitate childbirth. The sight of a mother striving with all her might for her child stirred something within their hearts. Finally, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, a cry of a newborn echoed from behind the curtain. Shermu, Shermu. Her ability is a bit too indiscriminate in attacking, and when using it, she can't avoid her own people at all, which belongs to range damage. Until she finds how to control this ability, Li Sheng doesn't plan to use it casually.
Wow.
Thank you for saving her. I will also pay the reward for saving her. The woman bowed gratefully to Li Sheng. Okay. There are a total of 50 secondary crystal nuclei. Thank you for your patronage. Saving a life. Li Sheng felt that the price he was charging was very reasonable. The beautiful lady didn't say anything, nodded slightly, and untied the money bag on her belt, counted the crystal nuclei, and handed them to Li Sheng. This price is very cheap. My name is Tsinchi, what's your name? The beautiful girl has already placed Li Sheng in an equal position, no longer addressing the child, but extending her hand in a friendly and polite manner. Li Sheng shook the other person's hand and smiled slightly, saying, My name is Li Sheng. Do you want to go to the Tamagawa base? Tsinchi glanced out the window and saw a familiar scene, roughly guessing the destination of Li Sheng and his companions. Yes, I'm going to visit the Tamagawa base. We came out of the Tamagawa base, and now the Tamagawa base has just experienced a zombie wave, which is a time of shortage. You are a healing ability and will definitely be very popular. We don't know much about the situation at the Tamagawa base. It's okay, let me tell you. Let's go outside and talk. Tsinchi looks at the pregnant woman behind him. He feels that this is not the place to talk here. He takes Li Sheng outside directly. The pregnant woman and other sisters take care of her. What do you want to know? What is the distribution of power in the Tamagawa base? Is there anything special to pay attention to? Li Sheng asked a slightly normal question. Unexpectedly, Tsinchi's face suddenly changed. After a moment of silence, he said, If you mind how much strength you can show after going to the base, you can show as much. You can find someone named Tang Yao and give him a level 202 crystal nucleus. He will ensure your personal safety and try not to travel at night. The Yuchuan base has not yet restored power, and there are no lights at night. As for the power distribution you want to know, I can only say that there is a nest of snakes and mice. Except for that person named Tang Yao, who only recognizes money and not people, and only likes to make money with strong abilities, no one else is a good person. Tsinchi seems to dislike the upper echelons of the base. Speaking with a strong sense of disgust, Li Sheng nodded while thinking. This situation seems to be very advantageous to them. Is the Tamagawa base bad? Why don't you consider living on a different base? In the end times, it's like that. Humans are not as good as livestock, and life is like weeds. Almost all bases are like this, and there's not much difference. It can't be said that people are good or bad, and the same goes for the base. The old Taoist shook off the floating dust, with a hint of persuasion. Forget it, since the end of the world, all the hidden demons and snake gods have come out and freely released themselves. The previously unseen things have become reasonable without anyone's intervention. And ordinary people dare to be angry, but not speak out. What else can we do, either be forced to die or just survive? It's good to be alive under the pressure of superpowers and power. Miss Tsinchi gave a bitter smile, with a hint of emotion in her eyes. Li Sheng doesn't know what this little sister went through, but it doesn't seem like a beautiful memory. However, the more chaotic the Tamagawa base becomes, the more opportunities there are to exploit, and perhaps they can really find many loopholes in such a living environment. After all, when it comes to living environment, Li Sheng said that no one is dissatisfied with the Nanqing base. Okay, thank you for the reminder. Li Sheng didn't say anything more, and judging from Tsinchi's appearance, he probably wouldn't be willing to give them more information. We're almost there. Qi Nian, who was driving silently, had already seen the gate of Yuchuan base and interrupted the conversation of a few people softly. Take the entry card, and a few people will be quarantined overnight in the RV. During dinner, Li Sheng specially bought a postpartum meal for the pregnant woman and earned 52nd grade crystal nuclei. There are still some welfare benefits for this patient. After entering the base, Tsinchi and Li Sheng separated. Li Sheng did not choose to listen to Tsinchi's words. Almost everyone on the identity form for entering the city filled in no ability, and then he swaggered around on the street. Soon someone came up to talk. A thin and shabby-looking man. A few bosses look embarrassed. Is this your first time at the base? Do you need a guide? I can guide several bosses and give them some food at will. Okay, lead the way, let's take a stroll around. The old Taoist touched his goat beard and smiled gently. Where do you guys want to go for a walk? Whatever. The old Taoist quietly looked at Li Sheng. And seeing that she had no reaction, he knew that she also had no specific target location. Let me take you to the trading street first. If you want to rent a house in the future, you will need to buy many things on the spot, and there are also temporary rental housing available there. Okay. Lead the way. The man nodded humbly and smiled as he led the way, occasionally introducing them to iconic landmarks around him. While walking and chatting, he had already introduced most of them, making him a very qualified tour guide. Chapter 70, the so-called trading street and auctions, is a wide road where people either place scattered items on tables or sit on the ground and spread a cloth, as if entering a mobile market. Boss, take a look. We have everything you need for daily necessities and hardware. Jewelry, jade, gold jewelry. Do you want to see beautiful women? It's very cheap. House rental, tent rental, come and take a look if you need it. The people who set up the stall were all pale and thin, with a withered appearance. Even so, they still forcefully gathered their spirits and greeted the people they interacted with, hoping to leave behind the footsteps of a guest. TSK, this doesn't work either. The contrast is too strong. The old Taoist smacked his lips, looked left and right, and finally came to this conclusion. The others nodded one after another. And the old Taoist didn't need to say everything to know what he was talking about. It was indeed very different from the Nanqing base that Li Sheng took over. And the huge difference could be seen from the mental state of these survivors. How do you sell this? Li Sheng picked up the gold ring from the jewelry stand and asked. 5 packs of instant noodles. No, 3 packs of instant noodles are enough. Li Sheng frowned and looked puzzled. Gold should be hard currency no matter where it is. How did it become so worthless? Okay, are these all at the same price? Li Sheng randomly selected a few jewelry pieces and asked. Yes, yes, yes. Li Sheng nodded slightly and pretended to take out more than 10 bags of instant noodles from Qi Nian's travel backpack, handing them all to the vendor. Gold and silver can add energy to the coinage machine. Jewelry can exchange star coins for the system, making a profit without losing money. Although it's not much. Mosquitoes are still flesh no matter how small they are. The shopping desire of women is indeed innate. Li Sheng walked around and bought an unknown number of things. The 4 people behind were all carrying things on their hands and bodies. Until Yuan Mo finally couldn't take it anymore and dragged Li Sheng away from the commercial street. This crazy shopping didn't end. After paying the guide, Li Sheng found a luxurious and comfortable hotel to stay in. The few people who followed Li Sheng to the Yuchuan base were not those who had wronged themselves. If conditions permit, choose the best accommodation uniformly. I want to live in my own room. In the hotel lobby, Li Sheng watched with great anger as the old Taoist argued that he couldn't sleep on his own. What if something happened? The old Taoist refused without hesitation and rolled his eyes. I don't care, I'll sleep by myself. Let Li Sheng sleep by himself. We are all men, and it's not very convenient. Qi Nian saw that Li Sheng and the old Taoist were deadlocked and came out to say a sentence. The old Taoist looked at Qi Nian, turned his head and snorted, as if he had agreed. Finally, the room was allocated according to Li Sheng's idea. Li Sheng nodded slightly, theatrically extracting a dozen packets of instant noodles from Qi Nian's travel backpack and handing them to the vendor. Gold and silver could provide energy for the coin machine, while jewelry could be exchanged for star coins within the system, an investment with no loss, albeit small. Even the tiniest mosquito is still a morsel. Indeed, a woman's desire to shop is innate. After meandering around, Li Sheng had unknowingly purchased countless items, with the 4 companions behind her laden with goods. It was not until Yuan Mo could no longer endure it that he dragged Li Sheng away from the bustling commercial street, bringing her shopping spree to an end. After compensating their guide, Li Sheng sought refuge in a seemingly luxurious and comfortable inn. The companions who had accompanied her to the Yuchuan base were not ones to deny themselves comforts. Under favorable circumstances, they uniformly opted for the best accommodations. I want a room to myself. In the inn's lobby, Li Sheng pouted, arguing vehemently with the old Taoist priest. No way. What if something happens while you're alone? He retorted without hesitation, rolling his eyes. I don't care. I want to sleep alone.
Li Sheng insista.
Let her have her own room. We're all men. After all, and it's not very convenient, Qi Nian interjected, noticing the stalemate between Li Sheng and the old Taoist. The old priest glanced at Qin Yan, turned his head with a huff, and conceded. Ultimately, the room allocations were made according to Li Sheng's desires. As night descended gradually, Li Sheng fell into a deep slumber with her eyes closed, oblivious to the dark figure that crept up to her window. The figure entered, surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one else was present, and gently covered Li Sheng's mouth and nose with a white towel. After a moment, the towel was stowed away in a pocket, and he lifted Li Sheng, making his escape. The viewers in the live stream erupted in chaos. "What the hell is this? Home invasion!" exclaimed Xiao Shirsi.
Ah,
"Little Loli, wake up. If you don't wake up soon, something terrible will happen."
cría Li Sheng saigo.
The host usually has high intelligence. How could they suddenly go offline like this? Sleeping so soundly outside their territory.
Lementit na laibe ani.
It's over. It's over. My favorite host can't just disappear like this. This is the apocalypse. Fretted orange tong tong hong. Don't be such a doomsayer. The host will definitely be fine, Xiao Shirsi reassured.
Ah,
What happened to the little Loli's companions? Where are they? Where did they go?
Li Sheng saigo panika.
Something's off. Don't rush. The host seems to have done this deliberately, remarked Xing G666.
What?
Xiao Shirsi questioned. Really? Are you serious? Li Sang Sego asked in disbelief. Why would the host do this on purpose?
Na laibe ani inquired.
I'm not sure, but it seems like the host was putting on an act with their companions in the lobby. Have you ever seen anyone manage the host before? The host is likely viewed as a leader. Have you ever seen a leader being so rigidly controlled by subordinates?
Xinki 666 explained.
True. I've never seen anyone speak to the little Loli like that. Although the old Taoist is a new addition to the team, he shouldn't be that oblivious. Xiao Shirsi conceded. Hey, suddenly I find what Xingji said to be quite reasonable, he added. Just watch. I bet 5 times the host is doing this on purpose. Even with her eyes shut, Li Sheng could see the barrage of comments in the live stream and silently acknowledged Xingji 660 SAXS insight. Indeed, she was doing this intentionally. Yesterday, since she had specifically instructed them not to venture out at night, either showcase their abilities or refrain from drawing attention. Just before reaching the base, since she had warned her not to stray alone, Li Sheng had come to this base to stir up trouble. How could she achieve that by following all the rules? Thus, from the moment she entered the base, she had acted entirely contrary to Xinqi's advice, doing everything she was told not to do. After flaunting her wealth during the day, she returned at night and even feigned an argument with the old Taoist, signaling to the world that she would be alone. Upon entering the base, she had concealed many items. This way, it would be challenging not to attract attention. Sure enough, in the dead of night, someone had willingly walked into her trap. As for her personal safety, Li Sheng felt no concern. Without her companions, she could unleash her powers with unrestrained ferocity, launching indiscriminate attacks wherever she went. No one would survive in her wake. Safety? It was her captors who ought to be more concerned about their own security. Li Sheng quietly opened one eye, realizing she was being carried on someone's shoulder, ensuring that her awakening would go unnoticed. She boldly kept her eyes wide open, memorizing the route they took. The streets of Yuchuan Base were deserted at night, as if everyone had collectively chosen not to venture out. This curfew was reminiscent of her time stationed at the border, where stringent management was enforced even amidst the throes of war. What, then, was the true nature of Yuchuan Base? What could compel all survivors to unanimously decide against night travel? Or was it that the survivors of Yuchuan Base were collectively afraid of or evading something? With a cascade of questions swirling in her mind, Li Sheng noticed that they were approaching a brightly lit area and quickly closed her eyes, awaiting the next development. Not long after, the man carrying her spoke. New merchandise. Is it from Yuan Lao? Dressed so cleanly? You didn't kidnap some big shot's daughter, did you? If someone comes looking for her, one tea that caused trouble for Yuan Lao? I would never do something so foolish. This is a newcomer to the base, I checked. And their family has hardly any abilities. There's just one Thunder-type ability user, and they're only at level 3. A Thunder-type user? That could be troublesome. No. We can't keep her. You need to return her quickly. The last incident caused enough chaos. That girl has joined us now. But Yuan Lao lost quite a few people back then. Please, I'm not lying. They just arrived at the base. Even if someone wanted to look for them, they wouldn't know where to find them. Who would dare expose Yuan Lao's position around here? This one is really a gem. Why don't you take a look before deciding? As the man conversing with the other approached Li Sheng, he circled around her back and exclaimed, "Wow, so fair and delicate? Clearly, she hasn't suffered much hardship. Smooth skin, fair complexion. When you open your eyes, they look like black agate. If she weren't so beautiful, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to bring her here. Alright, this one's worth the risk. Let us go in. You'll reap the rewards." The other man chuckled, his tone foreboding. Li Sheng felt the motion of being jostled as her captor began to move again. After a while, he finally came to a halt, and she heard the creaking of an iron door, which was soon followed by a cacophony of cheers and shouts from the surrounding crowd. Celebrating something unknown. "Oh, Lao Biao, you've brought in new goods again? Let me have a look. Wow, not bad. Where did you get her from?" "She just arrived at the base, and I thought she looked good, so I brought her to Yuan Lao." "Alright, let us go in. Yuan Lao is inside."
Today,
Kongzi brought in quite a few new items as well. This one is top-notch, sure to fetch a good price. If Yuan Lao takes a liking to her, you might just hit the jackpot, brother. Thanks for the good wishes. As the noise around her gradually subsided, Li Sheng realized that the man named Lao Biao had led her elsewhere. The sound of a door creaking open echoed once more, but this time, there were no cheers. Li Sheng felt herself being gently placed on the ground. Then, a frail voice emerged from in front of her. "New merchandise? I haven't seen such a lovely young lady at the base before." "Yes, this is new merchandise. Yuan Lao, what do you think of her quality? Are you certain there are no issues? There's only one Thunder-type user in the family. There shouldn't be any other problems. Alright, you may leave now. There's an auction tonight. Wait for your reward." "Yes, of course. Thank you, Yuan Lao. Wait a moment. This individual has been found quite well. As for your wife's matter, I shall take care of it for you." "Thank you, Yuan Lao, thank you." The conversation abruptly ceased, and after a brief command from Yuan Lao, Li Sheng was taken away. After a considerable time, Li Sheng gradually opened her eyes, only to find herself enveloped in darkness, confined within an iron cage. Surrounding her were numerous other cages, but the room was too dim for her to discern what lay within the distant ones. However, she could faintly recognize the shapes of humans in the nearby cages. "Where is this place?" Li Sheng adjusted her voice to sound like a frightened child, her eyes glistening with tears, feigning the fragility of someone just awakening from unconsciousness. No one responded to her. The nearest captives merely shifted slightly without any reaction. Li Sheng understood they had heard her but chose to ignore her, so she retracted her pretense and closed her eyes once more. Time passed without her awareness until the door swung open. Li Sheng unhesitatingly opened her eyes to take in the room's surroundings. It was a warehouse filled with cages, each containing people, men, women, and children alike. The only unifying feature was their striking beauty. Even those deemed less attractive could still be classified as above average. Upon seeing Li Sheng's eyes open, the newcomer showed no surprise, expressionless as he transferred her cage onto a cart. He then selected several of the most beautiful captives and placed them onto the cart as well before departing. Li Sheng observed her surroundings meticulously. This place appeared to have been a shopping mall before the apocalypse. The first and second floors were eerily quiet, but by the third floor, the atmosphere became increasingly boisterous. After traversing a corridor, Li Sheng was led into a storage room, and one by one, the others brought with her were dismissed until she was left alone. Finally, someone came to take her away. A red cloth was draped over her cage, and she was slowly removed from the storage room. Next, we present our piece de resistance, an absolute gem, starting bidding at 500 level 1 crystal cores, with each bid not to be lower than 200 crystal cores.
Now,
let us unveil the lineup of our star auction item. An auction? Li Sheng felt somewhat bewildered. The red cloth overhead was suddenly lifted, light streaming in, and she finally realized her predicament. She was in a banquet hall, filled with men and women eagerly craning their necks, desperate to catch a glimpse. The auction item mentioned by the woman earlier seemed to be none other than herself. Li Sheng felt a wave of nausea as she regarded the crowd. Treating people as mere commodities to be bought and sold, regardless of the era or location, was a profoundly repugnant act. The faces before her were contorted, the essence of demons lurking beneath their human facades. Slowly, Li Sheng raised her head and surveyed the room, spotting the other captives brought alongside her. They appear to have already been sold, standing beside various individuals, chains around their necks, being led by their captors. Many of those chained were not just her companions, but almost everyone in the audience had several such individuals beside them.
Wow.
Exceptional. Exceptional. I bid 2,000 crystal cores.
Get lost.
You think 2,000 is enough for such a treasure? I bid 5,000. 10,000. 15,000. Damn it, I want it. 35,000. I bid 50,000. Li Sheng's price steadily climbed, and she ignored the surrounding clamor, focusing instead on a woman in the corner. This woman was none other than Xin Qi, who had warned her repeatedly before entering the base. Chapter 71. Change of personnel. Li Sheng's auction price had now soared to 500,000, a ceiling for slave markets, with few willing to bid higher. 500,000 once, 500,000 twice. The auctioneer beamed professionally, striking his gavel. During the second count, he paused deliberately, scanning the crowd for any potential bidders. 600,000. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel for the third time, Xin Qi gritted her teeth and raised her bidding paddle, revealing her offer. Excellent. This esteemed buyer bids 600,000. Anyone else willing to raise the stakes? The auctioneer's smile brightened further. 600,000 was the highest price recorded in their history of slave auctions. Seeing no further interest from the audience, he decisively struck the gavel, finalizing the sale. Li Sheng's cage was opened, and several burly men restrained her limbs, fastening her with chains designated for slaves before leading her to Xin Qi. How did you end up here? Xin Qi glanced at Li Sheng, pulling her closer to whisper. I was knocked out while sleeping and woke up here. Li Sheng omitted the more rebellious details of her experience, simply recounting the events of her abduction.
Damn.
These beasts are becoming increasingly inhumane. Don't worry, once we get out of here, I will set you free. Xin Qi gently patted Li Sheng's head, offering comfort, before turning expressionless to hand her chains to the person beside her, returning her focus to the auction. The subsequent items for sale captured Li Sheng's full attention. All were newly developed energy weapons, specifically crafted by the base's researchers in response to the characteristics of zombies, as the auctioneer informed. Although this auction venue was brazen, it was hardly a respectable establishment. The presence of such research outcomes here indicated the chaotic influence and layout of the Yuchuan base. Under these circumstances, Li Sheng felt an overwhelming opportunity to exploit, perhaps recruiting numerous talents. After all, who wouldn't he yearn for a stable life as a regular person?
Li Sheng secretly rejoiça.
Fully immersing herself in the thoughts of seizing people, money, and equipment. Meanwhile, the audience began to chatter.
Coco.
The cute one without a brain. Human trafficking is illegal no matter where you are, right? ISNT, the host supposed to have powerful abilities? Why can't they save them? Li Sang the Great. I understood the first half of your statement, but what nonsense is the second half? Coco, the cute one without a brain, isn't it wrong? So many attractive young men and women. If the host has the ability, why not rescue them? They must be suffering being treated like commodities. Little 14, can you stop being so self-righteous? If you can do it, then go ahead. The host is in a post-apocalyptic world. One wrong move could cost a life. The host's abilities are formidable, but how do you know there aren't others even more powerful? Coco, the cute one without a brain. If I were there, I would definitely save them. Even if I couldn't do it myself, I would find someone kind to help rescue them. Why are you all so cold-hearted?
Li Sang
the Great. Ugh, you speak so eloquently, yet here you are, pretending to be pure and kind. So, does that mean if you don't save them, you're not kind? Look around. How many people are beside the little lowly? If she makes a move, she would be pierced in an instant. Coco, the cute one without a brain. It seems all the viewers of this apocalyptic live stream are perverts. It's pointless to talk to you all. I'm out. Little 14, Li Sang, don't bother with her. She's already gone. Li Sang the Great. This is truly infuriating. Do they want the apocalypse host to live forever? Engaging in such dangerous matters, just to stir trouble. Starry 666. Honestly, I believe that based on the host's character, even without anyone saying anything, she would still save people, right? I have the intention but lack the ability. My current level of powers is barely adequate. However, utilizing them consumes energy rapidly, and everyone would struggle to endure more than a few rounds. Li Sheng explained to the audience with a sense of helplessness, though she did not mention that while feudal dynasties may not treat slaves as mere livestock as seen in the Yuchuan base, it was still common for individuals to be forced into servitude, a situation that would be punished if brought before the authorities. Thus, in the face of the current predicament, Li Sheng felt a certain distaste, though not to the extent of utter outrage. If these individuals had the opportunity, she would certainly come to their aid. If not, there was little she could do, as she had the lives of her 4 companions to protect. It would be unwise to jeopardize their safety for the sake of strangers. Although such reasoning may seem somewhat callous, human nature often compels one to assist those close to them. After the auction concluded, Xin Qi promptly returned Li Sheng to the old Taoist priest, repeatedly admonishing him to keep a watchful eye on her. The old priest, blushing with embarrassment, could only acquiesce, feeling quite stifled by the unmerited reprimand. Observing the old priest's silent frustration, Li Sheng could not help but chuckle. "I suspect you might be in for another scolding next time," she teased, offering him a preemptive warning. "What mischief are you planning?" she inquired. Knowing that Xin Qi had brought her back too quickly, leaving her with little more than the route to the auction house, and an awareness of their dealings. Without uncovering anything substantial, she felt compelled to return, for she must ascertain the general location of the research facility. "I never expected to encounter someone I knew, only to be sold back. A night and 100 days of performance wasted," she lamented. "Having already infiltrated once, how could I possibly do so again?" The old priest furrowed his brows in thought before shifting his focus to Lu Sunan. They tend to favor beauty, and Lu Sunan possesses quite the charming appearance. With the old priest's reminder, for pairs of eyes turned to Lu Sunan, scrutinizing him intently. Li Sheng stroked her chin, nodding slightly as she remarked, "I believe you have a point. After all, he does relish playing the role of a romantic lead, doesn't he? This time, he could shed tears like a pear blossom in the rain. I think it could work." Lu Sunan, feeling the weight of their gazes, retreated, flustered. "Why must I be the one to seduce them?" he protested. "Can I not refuse? I think Yuan Mo would suffice." "Absolutely not," came the synchronized denial from the group, and with great enthusiasm, Li Sheng seized the handsome doctor, dragging him into a room for a makeover. Chapter 72. The beauty scheme. "I have followed you for so many years. Even in the apocalypse, I remained by your side, yet now that we are at the base, you are enamored with others possessing abilities. What do you mean by this, Qi?" "It means nothing. I have grown weary over time, and I acknowledge my shortcomings. I must apologize. I love her," he confessed. "So, you have chosen her?" "Yes, I am sorry. In this apocalypse, I wish to leave behind a child, and our genders do not align." "You scoundrel. Before the apocalypse, I worked in nightclubs to support you for 5 years, and now you treat me this way? I apologize. But we must part ways. I have nothing more to say."
Goodbye.
On the street, a dramatic scene unfolded, a male breakup. Bystanders stood at a distance, intrigued, fearful of missing any scandalous details. The crowd grew, nearly causing a bottleneck, demonstrating that gossip and the urge to witness drama are innate human traits. As one protagonist departed, leaving behind a heartbroken, strikingly handsome young man in tears, the onlookers dispersed, sensing a lack of interest. They recognized this beautiful figure as a newcomer to the base, and it seemed misfortune awaited him. Once the crowd had thinned, a rather unsavory young man approached, toothpick in mouth, lightly patting the sorrowful boy's shoulder. "Hey there. What has got you crying?" he asked, feigning concern. "Can't you see he has heartbroken?" Lu Sunan's tears flowed freely, and as he glanced back, the man was momentarily captivated. Lu Sunan found the man's reaction rather amusing, realizing this was likely why he often spoke in a way that repulsed others. It was no wonder that people became infatuated upon seeing his face. The plan, devised after much deliberation by Li Sheng and her companions, was to stage a breakup between him and Qi Nian to attract attention. Though the beautiful doctor internally rejected the idea, he was left with no choice as the others pressured him. Li Sheng and the others observed from a distance, each equipped with a telescope, feeling somewhat awkward in their roles as voyeurs. They were not accustomed to such behavior, and any passerby could easily spot them. Upon being discovered, they would look to the sky and whistle in unison, their actions strikingly coordinated. "Hey there, don't be so angry. There are plenty of men out there. Don't sulk here. It's embarrassing, and it reflects poorly on you. How about coming inside for a drink and a break?" Once the man regained his composure, he became increasingly eager, almost sycophantic in his attempts to get close. Lu Sunan felt exasperated by the man's clumsiness. The very notion that crying would diminish his worth was absurd. If not for ulterior motives, the man would have fled upon hearing such words. "Thank you, brother," Lu Sunan replied, rising with the fragility of a wilting flower, his movements lacking vigor as he swayed in the breeze. "Oh, come now. Losing a love isn't the end of the world. It's just a heartbreak. Finding a man isn't difficult," the man rambled on, turning his back to pour Lu Sunin a drink. Sensing an opportunity, Lu Sunin subtly lowered his presence and crept closer, observing as the man added an unknown powder to the drink. His instincts confirmed that it was likely a drug. As the man stirred the concoction, Lu Sunin returned to his previous position, adopting an expression as if mourning the loss of 800 wives. Here, drink some water. After crying for so long, you must be dehydrated. Pure water is scarce in the base, but there's plenty of soda. Go ahead, the man urged. Thank you. Lu Sunin accepted the cup and drank heartily. Regardless of the drug, he would survive. They had previously confirmed that Xin Qi would be leaving the base on a mission, and since none of them were familiar with the area, the likelihood of encountering any interruptions was minimal. Remarkably, Lu Sunin was sold for an unexpectedly high price, exceeding even Li Sheng's worth. His exquisite beauty afforded him many advantages, such as being exempt from the chains typically worn by slaves. Lu Sunin accepted his fate with a calm demeanor, though the middle-aged man who purchased him was filled with doubts. Aren't you afraid? What is there to fear? I once worked as a gentleman in a nightclub, earning money in situations like this while even supporting a pretty boy. In the apocalypse,
I was cast aside by that pretty boy.
regardless of who I follow, it will be the same. Perhaps with a different person, I might be treated better, he replied. Feigning irritation, the middle-aged man scrutinized Lu Sunin, noting the delicate waist and the unconscious allure he exuded, believing his words to be sincere. Excellent. It's good to have such awareness. Stick with me, and a beauty like you will never go hungry, as long as you behave. Whatever you desire, I will provide. Understood. Lu Sunin raised his hand, attempting to emulate the seductive gestures seen in dramas, casting a flirtatious glance. Admittedly, his attempt was far from professional, but his innate beauty rendered even his clumsiness appealing to the middle-aged man. After the auction concluded, it was time for the scientific achievements to be auctioned off, as mentioned by Li Sheng. Having spent considerable time immersed in the live streaming system, Li Sheng had become somewhat worldly. Thus, she remained largely unfazed by these scientific advancements. However, for Lu Sunin, a typical modern individual, the experience was nothing short of astonishing. Prior to the apocalypse, weaponry had barely progressed beyond firearms. Although there were concepts of new energy, none had been genuinely developed. It was astounding to witness such innovations emerge in such a brief period following the end of the world. What is this? It's incredible, Lu Sunin exclaimed, displaying an innocence that indicated his lack of exposure as he eagerly tugged at the arm of a middle-aged man beside him.
Like it?
It's not that I particularly like it. I've just never seen anything like it before. It seems impressive. Lu Sunin quickly shook his head, aware that exhibiting too much enthusiasm might raise suspicions. This stuff is produced in abundance by the base. If you fancy it, I can get you a smaller version to play with when we return. It may lack the lethality of a standard rifle, but it looks nice and is quite novel. You might enjoy it. The middle-aged man generously wrapped an arm around Lu Sunin, chuckling lewdly. A shiver ran down Lu Sunin's spine, leaving him at a loss for words. Oh, dear. When will I ever complete my mission? Chapter 73. The difficulty of being kidnapped. Lu Sunin's situation was relatively smooth, while Li Sheng, wishing to preserve his dignity and purity, spent a considerable sum to acquire a lifelike doll. Yes, one of those dolls meant for pleasure. That evening, all Lu Sunin needed to do was administer a hallucinogenic to the middle-aged man and use the doll as a substitute. As long as he could extract information regarding the research institute's location and the base's strategic layout, he would be free from his plight. Once you step out, no one will be able to kidnap you again, right? Yuan Mo looked at the eager Li Sheng with resignation and advised her. No way. What if there are some blind fools? I'll circle around a bit more. Li Sheng disregarded Yuan Mo's attempts to speak further and dashed away, disappearing without a trace. While trapped in a cage, a sudden wave of foreign memories flooded Li Sheng's mind. In this vision, a boy was forcefully brought before her, surrounded by a group of children who clamored for him to use physical violence against her. The boy complied, striking her with fists and feet. In the memory, she screamed in protest, yet no one paid her heed. Eventually, the onlookers dispersed, and the boy who had attacked her turned to flee, quietly muttering an apology as he departed. This was a memory belonging to the original owner. As light filtered into the storage room where she was caged, Li Sheng caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar face, the very boy who had assaulted her in the memory. Initially, when she absorbed the original owner's memories, she could only perceive the events that transpired. The locations and characters remained hazy, making this clear recollection a first for her. Out of concern for the original owner, Li Sheng felt compelled to seek out that boy. Having been sold once, it would likely be difficult for her to be captured a second time. After all, it was a gamble. If she encountered someone unfamiliar with her, being kidnapped again might not be so bad. Navigating the urban construction within the Yuchuan base was unfamiliar to Li Sheng, so she made her way back to the original trading street, a place teeming with diverse characters where she might chance upon him. She meandered aimlessly through the trading street until her gaze fell upon a stall selling clothing. Many of the garments resembled the Lolita dresses she had worn recently, and it was evident that they had been well preserved, standing out prominently among the haphazard array of clothes. How much for these dresses? Li Sheng inquired as she crouched down. The stall owner, a relatively young woman, glanced up at Li Sheng and replied, 20 packs of instant noodles for each dress. Li Sheng raised an eyebrow, uncertain whether the stall owner was genuinely bold or merely cherished these dresses, as the price exceeded that of the gold and silver jewelry she had purchased previously. However, it was still cheaper than the garments sold by the system.
So, expensive?
Can you lower the price a bit? Clothes are optional purchases, not necessities. If you offer a discount, I'll take one. A bystander, hearing the stall owner's words, squatted down to bargain, having taken a liking to the dresses. I apologize, but these were my daughter's favorite clothes. If not for dire circumstances, I would never sell them. The woman brushed a few stray hairs from her forehead, smiling gently as she declined. Her demeanor suggested that she had received a fine education before the apocalypse, her every gesture exuding a touch of elegance. Buffed, who would pay such a price? I might as well go look at the gold and silver jewelry over there. The girl scoffed, tossing the dress aside in frustration as she stormed off from the stall. Li Sheng observed the gentle woman organizing her clothes, picked up a white chiffon dress and removed her backpack, offering it to the stall owner. 20 packs of instant noodles, I'll take it. The woman's grace reminded Li Sheng of her mother, and perhaps this modest amount of food would sustain the woman for a while. It was a small kindness she could extend. After all, she wouldn't be at a loss. Such dresses would cost over 1,000 in the system's mall, whereas instant noodles were merely a few yuan per pack. Thank you for your patronage, the stall owner said with a smile after checking the backpack to ensure everything was in order. Li Sheng responded with a smile of her own and stood to leave. Just then, a lecherous middle-aged man rushed up behind her, grabbing her arm. Hey, kid. I've been looking for you everywhere. Why did you come here?
What are you talking about?
Li Sheng responded, bewildered as she looked at the man, not comprehending his words. Come on, we need to get home right now. Your mother is worried sick about you. Without further ado, the lecherous man began to drag her away. Regaining her senses, Li Sheng quickly realized the situation. He was pretending to be a family acquaintance, feigning urgency as he attempted to abduct her in broad daylight. This was precisely the scenario of child trafficking. She never expected that after wandering around, she would genuinely encounter someone unfamiliar with her. The objective had been achieved effortlessly. Is she your daughter? Just as Li Sheng contemplated feigning ignorance and following the lecherous man, the stall owner stepped forward to block their path. What's the matter? If she's not mine, how could she possibly be yours? If she's your daughter, why doesn't she resemble you at all? What does it matter to you? My wife is beautiful. So, what's wrong with my daughter looking different? I'm just looking for my girl. It has nothing to do with you. Step aside. The lecherous man roughly shoved the woman aside, seizing Lu Sunen's arm to leave. The stall owner acted quickly, grabbing Lu Sunen's other arm and shouting, Someone! Help! A child is being abducted. Are you insane? Let go. Who the hell is abducting a child? This is my own daughter. You're full of nonsense. The little girl is dressed so neatly, and her clothes are clearly not cheap. Just take a look at yourself. How can you claim she's your child? I take care of my daughter and provide her with the best. What's wrong with that? Then tell me, what's her name?
I can't say it, can you?
Everyone come over and judge for yourselves. Abducting a child in broad daylight and trying to argue your way out. You're asking for it, you stupid woman. The lecherous man suddenly grew furious, raising his hand to strike the stall owner. Unfazed, the stall owner replied, I've paid protection fees to Yaoga. Just try touching me and see what happens. Mom is here. This is the food she earned today. Go ahead and cook it, boss. Mom will take this little sister to the parents first. The female vendor gently touched each child's head and handed Li Sheng's small backpack to the eldest child. I don't have parents. It's time for Li Sheng to interject. If she were sent back to Yuan Mo's side, it would be difficult for her to escape. Yuan and Mo and the others didn't want her to take risks in the first place, so it's not enough to give her a third chance.
What?
These instant noodles. I am a space and healing psychic. Li Sheng casually gave a reason and evaded it. Anyway, the miraculous things should be attributed to the abilities. I see. Then you can't run around recklessly. Your rare abilities will definitely be competed for. If you get caught by those people, it's not possible. Do you have a place to go now, kid? Lin's mother frowned and said anxiously.
No.
Li Sheng shook his head. I can't go back to the hotel. So there's really nowhere to go. Can we stay with Annie first? You can call me Mrs. Lin like they do. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Baby, what's your name?
Li Shen.
Li Sheng couldn't call her mother, even though Lin's mother's temperament was somewhat similar to his own mother's consort. But there is only one mother, and no one can replace her. Xiaocheng, take your sister to find a bed to stay in first, and Mom will have to go out again. After handing over Li Sheng to the eldest child, Mrs. Lin opened the iron box placed at the door, took out 10 crystal nuclei, and hurriedly left the room. Xiaocheng took Li Sheng's hand and entered a room with almost no gaps, filled with 2 layers of bunk beds. This was where they usually rested and slept. Sister, you're still too young to climb up, so go to bed. The small town pointed to the innermost bed path that had not yet been laid. Okay, brother. Aunt Lin has many children. Li Sheng casually wanted to know about the situation of this family, blinking his big eyes twice and pretending to say it casually. We are not Mom's children. Mom's child has already passed away. Either we were abandoned by our parents, or our parents are gone and almost kidnapped. Mom saved us.
Ah.
Aunt Lin is so amazing. Li Sheng pretended to be ignorant and nodded in admiration. Yeah, it's great and hard for Mom to support so many of our children. By the way, sister, have you eaten yet? If you're not too hungry, can you wait for Mom to come back and have dinner together? The small town looks only 14 or 15 years old, but the aura revealed by the eyebrows and eyes is already very mature. It seems that they have suffered a lot and grown up too quickly. Li Sheng nodded in agreement. And then the small town took out the spare bedding and began to help her make the bed. In no time, Mrs. Lin hurriedly came back from outside. She knew that if she didn't come back, the children would be waiting for her hungry. It was better to go out to sell things after finishing dinner. Xiaocheng, go cook noodles quickly.
Auntie.
Li Sheng grabbed the small town that wanted to cook noodles, and Lin's mother looked at her with some confusion. She squatted down and asked gently, What's wrong? Auntie, I have something else to eat. Everyone can eat together, but don't eat instant noodles anymore. After speaking, Li Sheng exchanged a large bowl of boiled pork slices from the system. The steaming boiled meat slices emitted a tempting aroma, and the children surrounding Mrs. Lin unconsciously swallowed their saliva. No, Xiaoli is a psychic who eats more. You should eat it yourself. Mrs. Lin knows how terrifying the appetite of superpowers can be. And there are also many superpowers among the little beings around her. It's just that the ability level is low and not very useful. That's why she was treated like an ordinary child, and even here she couldn't eat enough every day. I have a lot more. Li Sheng quickly put down the soup bowl in his hand and even bought 7 or 8 dishes, but it was enough for these people to eat before stopping. Li Sheng thought instant noodles were good the first time he tried them, and they were also quite delicious the second time. But these past few days, Yuan Shirkai has been out almost every day making instant noodles for convenience. She's really going to cry. She can't eat instant noodles anymore. She will vomit if she eats it again. She can't do the thing of eating alone here. A few cauliflower dishes don't cost much star coins. So it's better to enjoy them alone than with others. It's also good to buy more to eat together.
You.
Aunt Lin. I still have a lot here that will spoil if I don't finish it. Li Sheng quickly interrupted Lin's mother, knowing without hesitation that he was trying to persuade her to take it back. Goodbye, she doesn't want to eat alone. The little beans next to her are drooling, and her conscience really hurts. Okay, Auntie, thank you first, and you should also thank your sister. Thank you, sister. Li Sheng smiled and responded to these thanks.
Then,
without the need for Mrs. Lin to say, the small town began to ask the little beans to place the dishes on the table. And Li Sheng was stopped from even trying to make a move. After serving at the dining table, Li Sheng took out a pile of rice and placed it in front of him with a crackling sound. Li Sheng didn't eat much for a meal, while the other children couldn't hold on. It seems like they haven't had a normal meal for a long time. Li Sheng has taken out a bit too much this time, and there are still quite a few left for the children and an adult. Mrs. Lin carefully collected these dishes and didn't want any soup to spill out. This kind of food is very precious in the apocalypse. Although I don't know how Li Sheng got it, it must have been very difficult. Mom, I'm back. The door was suddenly pushed open. and a young man with a sunny appearance walked into the room. Lin's mother quickly called someone over and pointed at Li Sheng, saying, "This is a new sister named Li Sheng. She has a dual system ability for space healing. These are all brought by my sister.
Come and eat now.
Hello.
Licentio Tuanzi.
My name is Lin Hai, and I am your big brother."
Licenciao. Fogras.
Brother, kill me. It looks so good to laugh, too. How could someone smile so beautifully? Chapter 75. The visitor is not good again. There was a lot of noise and commotion in the live broadcast room, with almost all the content discussing the topic of the young man's appearance in front of him. Li Sheng was unable to roast about this matter, and selectively ignored the howling and ghostly voices in the bullet screen. "Hello, big brother." Li Sheng raised his hand and waved his paw as a greeting. Lin Hai saw that Li Sheng was really cute, and he laughed even harder, reaching out his hand to grab her cheek. Knowing that the eldest son has a habit of bullying children, Lin's mother quickly patted Lin Hai's hand and said, "Eat. Don't bully the new sister." "Oh, you got it." Without touching his soft and fragrant sister's face, Lin Hai felt a little disappointed. When he turned around and saw the abundant food on the table, his eyes lit up instantly and he exclaimed, "The food is so good today." "Yeah, it's all brought by Xiaoli." Mrs. Lin smiled affectionately. "Thank you, little sister Li." Lin Hai picked up a piece of pork rib and happily nibbled on it. He has a unique temperament that is different from ordinary people, dazzling and dazzling. Li Sheng couldn't help but take a second look, and only after observing it did he realize why everyone in the live broadcast room liked the big boy in front of him so much. In the apocalypse, no matter how optimistic and positive a person is, there will always be an indelible shadow in their eyes and brows because of this apocalypse, which is the aftermath of the baptism of the apocalypse. Although Yuan Mo looks very kind, he is a lonely and addicted person in his heart, and his whole body is in a gloomy state. Although Hu Shuesen is carefree and doesn't take anything to heart, looking at the outside world occasionally reveals a hint of vicissitudes and emotion. But the temperament emanating from Lin Hai's whole body was warm like the sun, with sunshine as carefree as if he had never experienced the end of the world, and like a boy who happily studied every day before the end of the world. "Mom, have you paid Xiaoli's protection fee?" Lin Hai found Li Sheng to be exceptionally adorable, her smile even more enchanting. He reached out to pinch her cheek. Aware of her eldest son's tendency to tease children, Lin Mama quickly swatted Lin Hai's hand and said, "It's time to eat. Don't bully the new sister." "Oh, understood." Not having touched the soft, fragrant face of his little sister left Lin Hai somewhat disappointed, but upon seeing the sumptuous spread on the table, his eyes instantly brightened, exclaiming, "The food is so good today." "Indeed, it's all thanks to little Li," Lin Mama replied with a gentle smile. "Thank you, little sister Li," Lin Hai said as he picked up a piece of rib and happily began to eat. He possessed a unique charm that was striking and radiant, prompting Li Sheng to steal a few more glances. After careful observation, she understood why the audience in the live stream adored this young man. In the apocalypse, even the most optimistic and cheerful individuals bore a shadow of despair in their eyes, a remnant of the world they had endured. Yuan Mo, though appearing amiable, harbored a deeply ingrained loneliness, existing in a state of melancholia. Hu Shuesen, despite his carefree demeanor, occasionally revealed a sense of weariness when gazing at the world outside. Yet Lin Hai radiated a warmth akin to the sun, carefree and untroubled, reminiscent of a boy who had not yet faced the tribulations of the apocalypse and who enjoyed a normal life of school and study.
"Mom,
Has Little Lee's protection fee been paid? The hunting team just divided 10 crystal cores today. If not, I'll have to go," Lin Hai inquired, patting his stomach contentedly after the meal. "It has been paid, so you needn't worry," came Lin Mama's reassuring reply. Li Sheng moved among the children, subtly inquiring about the family situation, piecing together their current state from their fragmented conversations. The family survival depended entirely on Lin Mama and her eldest son Lin Hai. During the day, Lin Hai sought tasks or odd jobs. If the hunting team needed manpower, they would hire him. A few days out at the base could yield some earnings, along with odd jobs he brought back for Lin Mama to sell. Although life was tough, it was still better than for many ordinary people. Lin Hai was also a child rescued by Lin Mama. Before the apocalypse, his parents were divorced, sending him money monthly to live independently. After the onset of the apocalypse, he never sought to reconnect with them, having lost all contact. Lin Mama had originally had a daughter, who tragically died after the apocalypse, kidnapped and killed by those in the base. The girl was merely 12 or 13, and Lin Mama, once a lady of affluence, had educated her well, her daughter possessing a gentle and endearing appearance. After the apocalypse, the authorities at the base enforced a unified management plan, forcibly evicting Lin Mama's family from their villa. Fortunately, Lin Mama's husband was a power-type ability user, and they eventually secured a small apartment, which was their current residence. One day, while Lin Mama was out with her daughter to buy food, her husband went out to earn money on a mission. In the brief moment she turned her head, her daughter vanished. The couple searched frantically throughout the base, questioning everyone they could, but to no avail. A week after the girl's disappearance, a disheveled corpse of a girl was discovered in a dark alley corner. And it was their daughter. The loss plunged Lin Mama into despair, while her husband sought vengeance for their daughter, but after leaving one snowy night, he never returned, disappearing forever within the base. Lin Mama knew in her heart that her husband was gone. Since then, she had been vigilant about the reports of missing persons in the base, discovering that many beautiful children or young people without abilities mysteriously vanished, some of whom she had met. The rest was easily surmised. She understood her voice was weak and could not expose the ugly truths concealed beneath the facade of peace in the base. Thus, she resolved to save as many as she could, one by one. Lin Hai was the first boy she rescued. Lin Mama was quite astute and decided to take action regarding this issue. When she rescued Lin Hai, she hurriedly brought all of her late husband's inheritance, 400 crystal cores, to seek refuge with Tang Yao. Fortunately, she met Tang Yao himself. He accepted only 300 of the 400 crystals, as it was said that the powerful figure collecting protection fees in the base considered adults as one head and charged half for children, while those under 10 were charged only 10 crystals. Afterward, every time Lin Mama adopted a child, she would go to Tang Yao to pay the crystal cores, and he would always come to check on her. According to Tang Yao, he came to confirm the ages of the children she had taken in. Li Sheng had heard the name Tang Yao from others twice, with differing evaluations. According to Xin, Tang Yao was a cold, ruthless strongman who only recognized money. However, in the descriptions from the little ones, he was portrayed as a relatively gentle older brother. Yet this time when Lin Mama went to pay Li Sheng's protection fee, Tang Yao did not come to check. Li Sheng was quite curious about this man and hoped for an opportunity to see what he was truly like. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door, prompting Lin Mama to set down her belongings and open it. Standing outside were 7 or 8 burly men, looking fierce and adorned with various tattoos, seemingly ill-intentioned.
Who are you?
You filthy woman. Are you the one who repeatedly obstructs our means of making a living? The man at the forefront shoved Lin Mama, and Lin Hai quickly set down his things, rushing to his mother's side.
What do you want?
We are registered with Brother Yao. Humph, little brat, I know you're registered with Tang Yao. That's why I want to touch you. But we're taking the prettiest girl inside. We've already paid her protection fee. Lin Hai stood protectively in front of Lin Mama, watching them warily. Are you talking about this one? The burly man at the door chuckled, tossing 10 crystal cores onto the ground. What's the matter? When you went to pay Tang Yao, I had someone intercept you. Your money never reached his hands. So, strictly speaking, this girl isn't under Tang Yao's protection. And I'm taking her. What can you do about it? Lin Hai immediately sensed that this matter would not end peacefully. However, after just having enjoyed a meal prepared by Li Sheng, it would be utterly ungrateful to hand her over. Slowly, Lin Hai raised his hands, activating his ability, and a radiant golden light emanated from his palms, slowly transforming into a golden sword. The burly men were already prepared for this, and with a wave of their hands, colorful lights of various abilities flickered in the narrow corridor. If a fight broke out, Lin Hai would undoubtedly be defeated. No one had anticipated that so many ability users would be mobilized over a child. Li Sheng had initially planned to let herself be captured, but sensing the tension in the air, she quickly intervened. I'll go with you. Don't harm Aunt Lin or the others. No, little Li, don't be foolish. They will kill you. If you go with them, you will die. Lin Mama grasped Li Sheng's wrist in a panic, trying to prevent her from moving forward. Aunt, it's fine. I have the ability to protect myself, so don't worry, Li Sheng asserted, breaking free from Lin Mama's grip with surprising strength that startled the older woman. At that moment, the burly man at the door seized Li Sheng and exclaimed, Now you're being sensible. This child, although she has no relation to you, is still being taken from your side. Our boss values fairness. Here, take this money as compensation. Upon speaking, the burly man discarded a money pouch and dragged Li Sheng out of the apartment. Lin's mother barely had time to intervene, as she was obstructed by others at the doorway, unable to escape. Lin Hai was firmly pinned against the wall, his every movement restrained. Li Sheng followed the man with calm composure, who led her to a van, promptly placing a black cloth bag over her head. The vehicle slowly started, its destination unknown. Li Sheng remained silent, patiently awaiting the moment it finally came to a halt. After disembarking, her captor seemed disinclined to remove the blindfold, pulling her along without revealing where they were headed. Eventually, they stopped, and the sound of a door slamming echoed, followed by a young man's voice. "Another new experimental subject has arrived? No, this one needs to be monitored closely. She's the most beautiful girl we've seen. The boss wants the finest for transformation. You're close to success, right? Once it's complete, make sure to treat her well and keep her fed. She asks at her most beautiful now." "Understood. Is this the final choice?" "Yes, it's her. The boss has seen her and is quite pleased." "All right, Xiaolu, come over and arrange a place for her according to his instructions." "Right away." Li Sheng listened to their conversation, bewildered by terms like experimental subject and finished product, which contrasted sharply with her expectations of darkness and the cries of children. Where exactly had she been taken? She sensed that she had been handed over to another person. The burly man who brought her seemed to have distanced himself. "Teacher, is this really all right? While we value science, isn't this a bit inhumane? In a world on the brink of collapse, who still adheres to humanitarianism? To survive, and to let our family survive, we must act this way. Do you think I want to escape without a second thought? Whether one flees or succumbs, do they even grant you that option? But I understand you still hold reverence for science, and you have your own ambitions and ideals. Yet the reality is as it stands. The city has turned into a base, and the base has grown into a tyrant, leaving us with no choice. I understand. Go ahead, remove that child's hood. Perhaps if she can see her surroundings, she might feel a bit more at ease."
All right.
The elderly and youthful voices expressed their helplessness, and the younger one approached Li Sheng, lifting the cloth from her head. At last, Li Sheng beheld her surroundings, a blinding expanse of white. Everything around her was devoid of color: white walls, a white door, a white bed, a white cabinet. And even the person before her donned a white lab coat and mask, nearly overwhelming to the eyes. After removing her hood, the young man exited the room without a word, sealing the heavy iron door behind him. Beside the door was a massive transparent glass panel, through which Li Sheng could observe the scene outside. Numerous individuals in white coats ambled about, some bowed over notebooks, others scrutinizing instruments with furrowed brows, and some scribbling away, seemingly recording observations. "This is a laboratory,"
Li Sheng exclaimed.
"Why have they abducted the little girl to a lab?" "A laboratory? So, in the end, she has infiltrated the enemy's stronghold, even directly entering their ultimate goal? What else could it be? It's certainly for human experimentation. Didn't you hear their earlier conversation? Human experimentation?
Goodness.
Little girl, run. Human experiments are inhumane and deadly. What is human experimentation?" As a person from a bygone era, Li Sheng found herself utterly confounded by their discourse. Human experimentation, as the name suggests, involves conducting tests on human bodies. It could be drug trials, weapon tests, or even trials of toxic substances. Regardless of the nature, any illegal experiments on living beings are morally reprehensible. Indeed, human experimentation is permissible only when conducted with the voluntary consent of individuals for the benefit of others, such as clinical trials for therapeutic medications. However, this clearly resembles an underground laboratory. There's no way these experiments are for the greater good. They just mentioned altering Xiaoluoli. This is undoubtedly some perverse experiment.
Oh.
I see now. Thank you for the clarification and warning. Li Sheng was confident that her abilities would keep her safe from proximity. Since this was a laboratory, everyone within was a potential target. She would seize any opportunity to recruit or sway them. Even if she failed to persuade them, she could directly rescue them.
Yet,
she needed to find a chance to relay a message to Yuan Mo and discern the layout of this laboratory, planning an escape route accordingly. In Chapter 77, Experimental Subject, Li Sheng purchased a mosquito surveillance device from the system shop. It resembled a mosquito in both appearance and size, disposable, usable for only 24 hours before it ceased functioning. Its lifespan was akin to that of an insect. Once deployed, the tiny mosquito began to roam the laboratory aimlessly, while Li Sheng controlled its movements with a small remote. donning the accompanying glasses to see through the mosquito-esque perspective, which provided a dizzying three-dimensional view. After some effort to acclimate to this visual effect, she awkwardly maneuvered the remote. The laboratory doors were all ironclad, so she guided the mosquito through the ventilation ducts until it emerged from the next vent, then allowed it to wander aimlessly. Curiously, the design of the laboratory was entirely white, seemingly indifferent to the risk of blinding those within.
Oh,
What's that, a mosquito? A young man passing by noticed the insect and raised his hand to swat it. Quick thinking, Li Sheng directed the mosquito to descend, landing on the young man's back. Remaining still. Wow, it flew quickly. I might need to get some insect repellent soon, he muttered to himself, continuing on his way. Li Sheng let out a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding the loss of her 30,000 star coins. Leaving the young man's back, Li Sheng continued her exploration of the laboratory. The long corridor was deserted, leading to a massive iron door from which faint howls emanated, neither entirely human nor animal. Instinctively, she sensed that the door concealed secrets, the very secrets she yearned to uncover. However, the door's ventilation opening was a fan, posing a risk of shredding her mosquito surveillance device, so she needed to find another entry point. The mosquito flitted about, searching for any available crevice. Eventually, it discovered a narrow hole in the iron door, just large enough to squeeze through. Upon entering the room beyond the iron door, Li Sheng was rendered speechless by the sight that met her eyes. Having never encountered such a scene, she was shocked by the sheer madness before her. The room was divided by thick glass panels into individual cells, each containing a person. Li Sheng questioned whether these individuals could still be called human. Their limbs were shackled with heavy chains, fixed to the walls, and each was missing one or more body parts. Some lacked legs, others arms, and some were reduced to nothing but heads, with the missing portions replaced by cold, metallic appendages. This was human experimentation? Li Sheng found it difficult to accept the situation. If the experiments were to be conducted in such a manner, what was the purpose of retrieving these scientists? Were they merely to serve as decorative vases? The thought of employing individuals for transformation experiments was something she would never entertain, even under duress. Suddenly, a loud buzzing sound erupted from behind her, indicating the arrival of someone. Li Sheng hastily maneuvered the mosquito to the uppermost corner and concealed herself in a hidden nook. The individuals entering were the very ones who had confined her, a pair of an elderly man and a young boy. Upon entering the room, they proceeded straight to the innermost part, and Li Sheng carefully trailed behind, eager to ascertain their intentions. They were there to check the vital signs of the experimental subject to ensure stability. Chapter 78, The Surgery. The experimental subject at the far end shared a similar age with Li Sheng. From appearance alone, it was impossible to discern his gender. The child had shoulder-length hair and a delicate visage. Aside from his head, the rest of his body had been replaced with mechanical parts, with only the rotating orbs of his eyes indicating that he was still alive. Teacher, there are no issues. All vital signs are normal. The respiratory and cardiac systems are functioning properly, and the brain is alert, but the vocal cords remain non-functional. Very well. We shall move him to the laboratory shortly. The vocal cords require further surgery. The individual who requested this insisted on perfection. Nothing can be amiss. Understood. I will arrange for the surgery. Proceed. We shall commence in an hour. After making some notes, the young man exited the room, with Li Sheng stealthily following, clinging to his collar. He entered a sealed chamber filled with various instruments that Li Sheng could not comprehend. Once prepared, he used a walkie-talkie to summon assistants to bring the child over. When the child was placed on the surgical table, the elderly man also entered. He opened the mechanical casing at the child's chest, revealing that, apart from a still-beating heart, all other internal organs had been removed and replaced. The blood vessels connected to the heart had been severed and attached to mechanical tubes, through which a crimson liquid flowed, its nature unknown. This is our most successful subject. Once we complete his transformation, we can proceed with the new girl. If all goes well, we will be free from his control. Master, I fear we may not escape. What can we do? We have already gone too far with these heinous experiments. We are all in the same boat. But, Master, we are being coerced. Not coerced. We simply wish to survive. The assistant, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, plunging the surgical room into silence. The only sounds that remained were those of clashing instruments, as Li Sheng observed the elderly man connecting the child's vocal cords to a small mechanical box. Suddenly, the child on the operating table opened his mouth and softly uttered, "Brother." It worked. The voice modulation system is operational. Success.
Indeed.
Replacing the vocal cords with the voice modulation device proved effective. Xiao Long, proceed with the suturing. I will summon the evaluators. Li Sheng trailed the elderly man out of the surgical room. The mosquito had a lifespan of only 24 hours, and after 5 hours of observing the surgery, she realized she could not afford to waste time exploring the laboratory's layout, lest she have to purchase another mosquito. After the elderly man exited the laboratory, Li Sheng resumed her exploration, this time navigating with purpose, memorizing each corridor and blind spot, even the ventilation ducts spacious enough to accommodate her. At long last, she found the exit, directing the mosquito to fly outside and circle around. After nearly 10 hours, Li Sheng had mentally sketched the laboratory's layout and the route from their hotel to the facility. The mosquito was running low on power. Having spent a considerable sum on it, Li Sheng was reluctant to squander it. She aimlessly wandered outside the base, eventually entering a lavish-looking establishment. Has Xiaoling been found yet? Chapter 79, Tang Yao's younger brother. No, we have searched every possible location within the base. And no one has seen the young master at the auction. Continue searching. We must find him alive or confirm his death. He must still be within the base. We will dig him out if necessary. Yes, Brother Yao.
Wait. Double the bounty.
Anyone who provides credible information can claim 1,000 crystal cores upon verification. Understood. Brother Yao? Li Sheng scrutinized the troubled young man, pondering whether he was indeed Tang Yao. But who was he searching for? With a mind full of questions, she followed the suspected subordinate of Tang Yao to uncover the situation. Brother Yao has increased the bounty again. Go take care of it. How long has Brother Yao been searching? It seems hopeless now. Who doesn't he know? Do you think Brother Yao is foolish? He insists on seeing the living or the dead. Big brother, I am curious. Brother Yao is quite powerful and influential. How could anyone dare to kidnap his brother? Brother Yao wasn't he always the strong? After a trip to the base, who knows what opportunities he encountered, suddenly ascending to a level 5 ability. Now possessing a water-based ability. His brother went missing during this time, and Brother Yao became the strongest ability user in the base. Those who kidnapped him surely wouldn't he dare reveal themselves. Either they have dealt with the young master or hidden him away. But if they are hiding him, they would need to provide for him, and they would have to threaten Brother Yao for ransom. But if no one is showing up, it's likely they have already killed him. How unfortunate. The young master looks quite handsome in the photograph, a healing ability user. If he grows up, he would undoubtedly become a prominent figure. What a pity. Indeed, healing abilities are so rare. I wonder which fool dared to kidnap such a user. Never mind. I will go update the announcement for the brothers. By the way, a woman named Lin from the slums came looking for Brother Yao a few days ago, claiming her child had been captured. When I inquired, I found that the child had not paid protection fees. Should I even bother Brother Yao with this? When did this happen?
Just the night before last.
Why didn't you say so earlier? That woman has received Brother Yao's assistance. All her children were rescued from human traffickers, which is why Brother Yao helped her. You should have informed him. I'll go tell Brother Yao. And you hurry to post the announcement about the young master. Alright, big brother, I hope Brother Yao isn't angry with me for missing this. How could he not be angry? You know how much he despises human traffickers since his brother's disappearance. He often attends auctions to capture them.
You must handle this well.
I'll say the news is just slow to spread, and I'll cover for you. Thank you. Thank you, brother. I'll take my leave now. Go ahead. Li Sheng listened intently to their conversation, gaining a new understanding of Tang Yao. She too had experienced a surge in abilities under extreme pressure. It seemed that when pushed to the brink, individuals instinctively harness their latent powers. Previously, when she had inquired with the system, it explained that this explosive potential was a manifestation of the human will to survive, and abilities, being an innate force woven into one's very being, would erupt in response to the instinct for survival. However, her extraordinary enhancement of abilities had only occurred in that fleeting moment. Upon regaining consciousness after her fainting spell, although her abilities registered a 2-level increase, their effective range was limited to about 20 meters. On that day, she reduced half a street to ashes, and the power she unleashed was beyond mere level 5. Her glasses emitted a series of beeps, signaling that the text monitor had run out of battery, likely due to her extensive flight, leading to the premature demise of the mosquito. At the moment the mosquito powered down, Li Sheng caught a glimpse of a swiftly passing document, which bore an image. The fleeting visage of a face invigorated Li Sheng instantly. If her eyes did not deceive her, The child depicted in the photograph was indeed the one undergoing surgery today. The paper in question was none other than a missing person notice for Tang Yao's younger brother. While Li Sheng pondered how to tackle significant matters, fortune and opportunity had serendipitously arrived. As the night shift commenced, Li Sheng, stealthily evading the surveillance camera above her, meticulously sketched a map of the laboratory and the route to reach it, simultaneously jotting down an extensive message. The document was to be carried away by a hummingbird delivery machine. Climbing onto her bed, she feigned gazing out of the iron window overhead and swiftly dispatched the paper-clutching hummingbird through the opening. This avian messenger was preordained. Akin to the carrier pigeons of her era, it was rumored that a retro trend had taken hold in interstellar realms, leading to the creation of such whimsical devices. The hummingbird delivery machines, one male and one female, were designed to automatically locate their counterparts, no matter the distance separating them. On the other side, Yuan Mo had not yet retired for the night and promptly opened the window upon hearing the pecking at the door. He swiftly read the message, cursing under his breath. Li Sheng was indeed courting danger by venturing into the laboratory, a facility dedicated to human experimentation. Who could fathom the bizarre and perilous entities that awaited her within? With no knowledge of the circumstances, being seized as a test subject was a dire predicament. The world was filled with wonders, and the fact that they had commenced research into human augmentation raised alarming questions about the existence of drugs specifically targeting those with abilities. Old Taoist, Qi Nian, awaken. We must depart at once, Yuan Mo urged, securing the letter as he hastily knocked on the doors of the others. Both men, still bleary-eyed, were dragged from their hotel room before they could grasp the situation. They were aware of Tang Yao's residence. Yuan Mo had contemplated procuring information from him when Li Sheng had set off to become a captive. However, a minor complication involving Lu Sunan had momentarily stalled his efforts. As Qi Nian drove relentlessly towards Tang Yao's abode, they were halted before they even reached the entrance by one of Tang Yao's subordinates. "What is your intention?" the subordinate inquired. Yuan Mo, with an icy demeanor, rolled down the car window. The subordinate scrutinized Yuan Mo, harboring doubts, but eventually relented. "Disembark and accompany us. Vehicles are not permitted within." Upon entering another's territory, adherence to their rules was non-negotiable. Yuan Mo, accompanied by Qi Nian and the old Taoist, exited the vehicle and followed the subordinate to Tang Yao's residence. "Where is my brother?" he demanded. "At the base, in the Human Experimentation Laboratory." In Chapter 80, "The abilities are gone," Yuan Mo embellished the message Li Sheng had conveyed, aiming to provoke Tang Yao's ire. Already seething with rage over his brother's predicament, Tang Yao's fury intensified upon hearing Yuan Mo's vivid account of the surgical procedures. "Who controls the laboratory?" Tang Yao inhaled deeply, addressing his subordinate. "Yuan Dong is in charge. Summon our men. We will breach the premises," Tang Yao declared, rising from the sofa and striding towards the door. The subordinate interjected, "Boss, we agreed to refrain from venturing out at night. This would breach our pact. We could wait until morning to confront Yuan Dong. Surely he would comply. My brother has been missing for far too long, and despite the countless notices, I have also funneled money into locating him. Do you believe Yuan Dong is unaware that he has taken my brother? Not returning him means they wish for my brother to vanish without a trace. Even if they return him tomorrow for some reason, can they restore his body and spirit?" Tang Yao's gaze was icy as he regarded his subordinate. His brother was his sole remaining kin in this world. Any harm to him would incite an unrelenting vendetta. "Anyone wishing to follow me is welcome. But those who fear for their lives may depart now. I, Tang Yao, swear there will be no retribution afterward, and we can still greet each other in the future. However, those who attempt to obstruct me will become my enemies." "Boss, we will accompany you." "Yes, our lives were saved by you. Why would we not go?" Tang Yao's subordinates chimed in, displaying unwavering loyalty. "Thank you for the information. You may claim half of the reward now, with the remainder to be paid upon my return," Tang Yao announced, momentarily acknowledging Yuan Mo and the others in the room. "No need for that. My sister has also been captured in that laboratory. Just take us along. Our sole objective is to rescue her." "Very well, follow closely. Our team will ensure your safety as much as possible."
Yuan Montag nodded, smiling,
as he joined Tang Yao in exiting the premises. At that moment, Li Sheng lay on her bed, engaging in idle conversation with her audience in the live stream. The room, soundproofed to perfection, offered no external noise or companionship. Li sang Sai Gao. "Little lowly, when do you plan to venture out?"
I am unsure.
I'll wait for Yuan Mo and the others to arrive, which should be soon. Little 14. Host, could you wear Han for next time? I adore ancient attire. I long to see it. Certainly. I can wear it for you when we return to the base. Juzzy tong tong hong. Host, do you possess any other talents, such as singing or dancing? Not really, but I can perform a sword dance for you. It's a visually captivating martial art.
Juicy tonton. Awesome.
Bring it on. By the way, just chatting quietly feels quite pleasant. Indeed, it's rare to have such leisure in the apocalypse. Xing G666. Host, why do you never actively request gifts? Doing so would slow your progress. I prefer not to solicit anything. If others wish to gift, it reflects their affection. Asking for things would change that dynamic. Suddenly, the heavy iron door swung open. Li Sheng shifted her gaze from the barrage of comments to the entrance, where the same masked figures she had seen before now appeared, their garb altered from white robes to tightly fitted white suits, with only their eyes visible through transparent sections. Release the gate, the elder in charge commanded, as two young aides turned the valve on the tube they held. A dense cloud of white smoke billowed forth, prompting Li Sheng to hold her breath. Now, administer the enhancement injection, and remember to include anesthetic. First, check for any allergic reactions. The elder noticed Li Sheng's instinct to hold her breath, but paid it no mind, beckoning his students forward. The room filled with the noxious gas, and Li Sheng dared not open her mouth, realizing that her path to defection had been effectively blocked. As the two youths approached with the syringe, she resolved to abandon any notion of diplomacy and summoned her abilities to retaliate. Yet, despite her efforts, her powers felt entirely suppressed, as if shackled by some unseen force. Closing her eyes, she sought to sense her abilities' presence. They still existed, but remained inaccessible, seemingly imprisoned. Little one, do not fear. We will not allow you to perish. It is merely a minor procedure. One of the young men attempted to soothe her, catching the flicker of surprise in her eyes as the needle drew closer to her skin. In that instant, Li Sheng retrieved a long gun from her spatial system. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and in a swift motion, one of the young men was pushed aside by his quick-witted companion. The young man who had been thrust outside was still in shock, holding a syringe with a look of astonishment, nearly having his throat sealed. Li Sheng straightened her posture and regained her breath. The mysterious gas from earlier was not the mist she had imagined, but rather a substance specifically designed to suppress abilities. Although she was unsure why, despite holding her breath, the gas still managed to take effect. However, she was not one to be utterly dependent on her powers for survival. What was happening? Was it a spatial ability related to storage? The old man gazed in astonishment at the long spear that Li Sheng had conjured out of thin air. While spatial abilities were not unheard of, the kind that could store items, akin to something from a fantasy realm, had yet to be discovered. Most known spatial abilities were limited to remote retrieval or teleportation. The spray they had developed to suppress abilities acted upon the skin, effectively neutralizing all ability users in clinical trials. However, having never encountered a storage-type spatial ability user, the old man was uncertain whether Li Sheng's unique constitution rendered her immune, or if her ability was indeed special. Regardless of the reason, the surgery was imperative today. The researchers were quite pleased with their new experimental subject and demanded modifications to be made to the girl within a month, or they would face dire consequences. The lives of both herself and her family hung in the balance, and regardless of Li Sheng's capabilities, they had to take a risk. Chapter 81 Call Security. Call Security. The experimental subject is attempting to escape. Hurry for assistance. The old man retreated with his students, trying to confine Li Sheng back behind the iron door, which could not be opened from the inside, once shut. If the door closed, Li Sheng would be trapped with no way to flee. Clenching her spear, Li Sheng discerned their intention and leaped over their heads, swiftly exiting through the door. The old man and his students stood frozen in shock at the entrance. And seizing the moment of their daze, Li Sheng deftly avoided the spear's sharp edge, using the shaft to shove them back into the room. The individuals in protective suits tumbled like bowling pins, effortlessly rolling into the room, without Li Sheng exerting much effort. Realizing the situation, she quickly shut the iron door behind her. These individuals were not to be killed. They were essential personnel for the base. In this room, they would be safe and prevented from escaping. Most of the researchers were inside that room, and the few remaining outside, witnessing Li Sheng's formidable aura, dared not approach her, avoiding her as if she were a plague. They had all seen how she had nearly killed someone and how she had managed to confine the old professor. For these ordinary individuals without awakened abilities, it was wiser to avoid risking their lives. After all, they were coerced into working at this research facility, and the fate of the institute was a matter beyond their concern. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps echoed from outside, suggesting a considerable number of people were approaching. Li Sheng hastily consumed an enhanced physique potion she had exchanged for in the marketplace. It was undoubtedly ability users coming. The gap between martial arts and abilities was not apparent at the initial stages, but it had now widened significantly, making it impossible to compete without the aid of drugs. As individuals rushed into the laboratory, Li Sheng had just finished digesting the potion, feeling an invigorating surge of strength coursing through her body. Upon seeing her, the newcomers quickly grasped the situation. After a brief moment of surprise, they raised their hands to unleash their respective abilities. Li Sheng charged at a man emanating a white glow, indicating he was a physical enhancement type ability user, easily subdued in close combat. The man was taken aback by Li Sheng's proactive assault and raised his arm to block the spear aimed at his head. The spear emitted a sharp clang, prompting Li Sheng to raise an eyebrow and swiftly redirect her attack towards an ability user nearby. This man possessed skin-hardening abilities, making him tough to strike. However, beside him stood a fire ability user. Li Sheng's strike was so rapid that the latter was caught off guard and pierced directly. A chaotic fireball was hurled at Li Sheng, which she narrowly dodged by tilting her head. Blood gushed from the fire user's pierced palm as he clutched his arm in agony, unable to summon another fireball. Li Sheng, moving with the speed of lightning, prompted immediate caution among her adversaries. One man, hesitant to act recklessly, pointed his gun at Li Sheng and yelled to those inside the laboratory, "What is going on? Where's the ability suppression drug? Didn't he use it?" "We did, but she seems to possess storage-type spatial abilities. The drug appears ineffective against her. Call for backup. This child is peculiar." In the brief exchange, Li Sheng had already dispatched 2 ability users, rendering them incapable of using their powers. The questioning man shouted for reinforcements from the laboratory while pulling the trigger of his gun, firing repeatedly. It was futile. With her enhanced physique, Li Sheng perceived the trajectory of the bullets as if they were moving at 100-fold speed, allowing her to evade them effortlessly. The abilities wielded by these individuals posed no challenge for her to dodge. "The experimental subject is escaping. Hurry for assistance." "Assistance, my foot. Tang Yao seems to have lost his mind, bringing people over here. You all need to finish off the experimental subject first." Li Sheng's eyes brightened. If Tang Yao was here, it meant Yuan Mo and his companions had arrived as well. There was no need to wait any longer. She denied the man further opportunity to speak, swiftly smashing his intercom and delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the wall. The force of the kick was unrestrained, embedding the man within the wall, causing him to spit blood and slump down, unable to rise. After dispatching the last opponent, Li Sheng hurriedly exited the laboratory, rushing outside. As she neared the entrance, the surrounding clamor grew increasingly chaotic, prompting her to quicken her pace. Amidst the commotion, she spotted Yuan Mo and his companions meandering through the throng, seemingly out of place in the fray, akin to elderly men leisurely strolling along a street.
Yuan Montak.
Qin Yan, the old Taoist.
Hey.
What are you 3 doing?" Li Sheng could hardly contain her incredulity as the others fought desperately while these 3 appeared unconcerned. Hey, little Li, why did you come out alone? Why didn't you wait for us to rescue you? You're making us feel unaccomplished." The old Taoist approached Li Sheng cheerfully, teasing her. "If I waited for you, I would have ended up on the operating table. They developed a drug to suppress abilities and mine was sealed."
Li Shen Shukla Talpleshli.
The old Taoist was the type who became increasingly irreverent with age. When silent, he appeared ethereal and wise, but when speaking, his demeanor would completely falter. "By the way, the little boy you mentioned is back there. These people are here to find those boys." The old Taoist suddenly recalled the ongoing battle behind them. In the innermost room, many modified individuals are confined inside. "I can lead you there."
Hey.
"This way, little Li will guide you to find your brother." The old Taoist quickly beckoned Tang Yao over, establishing a cause and effect relationship due to their assistance in rescuing individuals. "You all hold your ground. A few of you come with me." After swiftly neutralizing an enemy, Tang Yao ran to Li Sheng's side, nodding in agreement for her to lead the way. Li Sheng recalled the route and guided the group towards the depths of the laboratory. When the boy had been modified the previous day, the researchers had mentioned that their superiors would come to inspect the results. It was uncertain if they had relocated the subjects. However, it was unlikely. as this child would still serve as a model for her modification. Upon reaching the location, Tang Yao's team assessed the situation and reported, "Boss, this is secured with fingerprint and iris encryption. We cannot open it. Even if we can't open it, we must force it. Get someone to come and break down the door." Chapter 82. Continuing to stir trouble. It seems there is no need for such complications. Li Sheng suddenly called out to stop the person who was about to dismantle the door. This door, heavily encrypted, must have numerous protective measures. Attempting to force it open would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. The last time, that old professor had entered with a student to inspect the experimental subjects. The door's code should be in their possession. The old professor and that young man had been confined in the laboratory which was nearby, making the round trip quite brief. What's the plan? Tang Yao inquired of Li Sheng, his expression one of confusion. There's an elderly man locked in the laboratory. He possesses the door code. The laboratory is just a left turn and straight ahead. There are no guards there. Li Sheng indicated a path. Tang Yao immediately led his companions towards the laboratory and shortly thereafter returned with the old man in tow. The elderly man, trembling, opened the door, revealing a scene that left everyone in shock. Thanks to Li Sheng's descriptions, Yuan Mo and the others had been somewhat prepared. However, the impact of reality was far more jarring than mere imagination. Upon witnessing the experimental subjects firsthand, they truly grasped the meaning of cruelty. In a modern era where civilization flourishes, countless works of literature and film depicting apocalyptic scenarios or supernatural phenomena have emerged from the depths of human imagination. Yet, regardless of whether one engages in imaginative reading or visualizes scenes from films, there lingers an unconscious belief that such horrors cannot be real. The timid may feel fear and dread, but most maintain a curious attitude. People often believe they are distanced from such atrocities, convinced that there exists a moral baseline, and that inhumane experiments cannot possibly occur. Yet reality brutally shatters their naive fantasies of humanity's ultimate goodness. You conduct such experiments without fear of retribution? One of Tang Yao's subordinates cursed, his heart heavy as he gazed upon the transformed children. Grabbing the old professor by the collar, he expressed his outrage. "What can we do? At the onset of the apocalypse, they placed our families under surveillance in the name of protection. Those who resisted were exterminated." Tears streamed down the old professor's face as he lamented the betrayal of a lifetime's faith, enduring sleepless nights in torment, yet yearning to survive. To ensure his family's survival. Wasn't he the Yuan family the mayor before the apocalypse? How could they be so heartless? Another bewildered subordinate muttered. The old professor glanced at them, releasing a deep sigh of resignation. The people in the base are unaware. The current elder Yuan is not the same as before. What do you mean? It is true that the mayor initially governed the base, but at the beginning of the apocalypse, a relative came to seek refuge. A local landlord from Lin City, notorious for unscrupulous deeds, who brought a multitude of followers. Later, a conflict arose between the mayor and this relative, resulting in the murder of all the mayor's loyalists. Very few have actually seen the mayor since. Thus, aside from us, no one is aware of this matter. It is precisely because they wish to conduct these inhumane experiments that we were not exterminated. The local landlord of Lin City. Li Sheng suddenly recalled the city overrun with mutated creatures. Could it be that very place? Indeed, where there are people, there exists a web of intrigue. The struggle for power and profit is eternally inescapable. It is no wonder that the Yuchuan base has become what it is, with malevolent individuals in positions of power, leaving those at the bottom to suffer. In which room is my brother confined? Tang Yao, uninterested in the base's leadership dynamics or its turmoil, was solely focused on swiftly locating his brother and settling scores with the Yuan family. Your brother is the old professor hesitated. Each day new experimental subjects were brought into the laboratory, and they did not inquire about their names or backgrounds, referring to all subjects solely by code names. How could he possibly know who Tang Yao's brother was? Look closely. This is the brother of our boss. Is he here? One of Tang Yao's subordinates presented a missing person notice to the old professor, its surface emblazoned with a photograph of Tang Yao's brother. Upon seeing the notice, the old professor immediately recognized him. While he might have needed to think about other subjects, the deceased were far too numerous. With only 20 surviving experimental subjects remaining in the laboratory. Although they had survived, each bore various complications. Yet Tang Yao's brother stood out as the only subject devoid of any complications. Regardless of the alterations made to him, even if only his heart remained beating, he was unscathed. This child underwent the final transformation just yesterday and was taken away by Yuan Dong, the old professor eventually divulged, his hesitation reflecting a glimmer of hope that these individuals might bring about a change in the base, restoring their freedom. Is he at Yuan Dong's residence? Tang Yao felt the last vestiges of rationality slipping away. The sight of the altered experimental subjects had overwhelmed him. Merely imagining his brother's situation was unbearable. His singular desire was to eliminate these wretches and reclaim his brother. It was Yuan Dong who instructed us to do this. He claimed he wanted to create the perfect robot, one that would neither age nor die, possessing independent thought and capable of combat. However, modern technology cannot fulfill the requirement of independent thought. Thus, Yuan Dong directed us to make modifications on living beings. The old professor trembled as he recounted the entire narrative, hastily shifting blame, fearful that a misplaced word might cost him his life. Having survived thus far, he had committed unspeakable acts and was no stranger to evading responsibility. Release these individuals and take them away. Find Yuan Dong. Tang Yao dismissed any further dialogue with the old professor, knowing that freeing them required the old man's fingerprint and iris scan. He intended to keep the old professor alive, should any issues arise with his brother's health in the future. Hey, Shaoli, where are you going? Seeing Li Sheng turn to follow Tang Yao, the old Taoist quickly pulled him back. Without his powers, wandering around was tantamount to courting death. I'm just here for the chaos. How could I possibly miss an opportunity to strike at the heart of the nest?
Li Shen raplia nonchalantly,
shaking off the old Taoist's grasp and eager to accompany Tang Yao. The old Taoist and Qi Nian exchanged glances, ultimately shifting their focus to Yuan Mo. Let us go. What else can we do?
Yuan Mo shrugged, somewhat resigned.
Li Sheng would do as he pleased, and there was no stopping him. Chapter 83. A single strike to the heart. A throng of individuals set forth towards Yuan Dong's residence, their demeanor unmistakably indicative of a brewing confrontation. This night, the Yuchuan base was unusually vibrant, as Yuan Dong, having received word from the laboratory, prepared himself for the impending clash. As Li Sheng and the others arrived at Yuan Dong's doorstep, they found him already seated there, awaiting their arrival. In the frigid air, Yuan Dong lounged in a flamboyant wine-red silk robe, having brought a sofa outside to sit upon, a high-stemmed glass of red wine in hand, swirling it leisurely as he regarded them with a smile. Behind Yuan Dong, a delicate young boy was ensnared by heavy iron chains, kneeling on the ground. It was none other than Tang Yao's long-lost brother, Tang Ling. His clothing concealed the metallic structure of his body, making him appear almost like a normal person if one overlooked the small mechanical fingers that were exposed. Yuan Dong, release my brother. Upon seeing his sibling chained like a dog, Tang Yao was consumed by rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Yuan Dong as he shouted, "Do you think I will simply release him because you asked? That would be quite embarrassing for me. Moreover, such a perfect piece of art would be ashamed to let go." Yuan Dong sipped his wine nonchalantly, his gaze taunting as he faced Tang Yao, his demeanor resolute, showing no intention of releasing the boy. Is that a confirmation that a fight is inevitable?
No.
There's another option. For instance, if you hand over that beautiful girl beside you, I'll return your brother to you. Yuan Dong's finger pointed at Li Sheng, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was enamored by Li Sheng's appearance. She epitomized the perfect masterpiece of his dreams. Dream on, Tang Yao scoffed, glancing at Li Sheng before spitting contemptuously and charging forward without hesitation. Just as Tang Yao was about to reach Yuan Dong, Li Sheng furrowed her brow, sensing the fluctuating energy of a fellow ability user emanating from Yuan Dong. The minions around Yuan Dong quickly scattered, and Li Sheng understood the situation immediately. Alarmed, she rushed ahead of Tang Yao, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling backward. Tang Yao was propelled away, while Li Sheng herself was drawn into Yuan Dong's sphere of influence. Fortunately, her abilities were merely sealed, leaving her other traits intact. For instance, ice ability users remain unfazed by cold. His powers are similar to mine. Do not approach, Li Sheng shouted, causing those who intended to advance to exchange uncertain glances. Tang Yao coughed twice, clutching his chest. Li Sheng's kick had been formidable, nearly causing him to faint. However, he recognized her intentions were noble. The sofa beneath Yuan Dong shattered into fragments the moment he unleashed his powers, creating a vacuum around him, save for Li Sheng and Tang Ling. All beings and objects had been reduced to ash. Oh, so the little beauty possesses absolute zero powers? How fortuitous. Yuan Dong rose, brushing off the dust, casting a secretive glance at Li Sheng. Absolute zero? Li Sheng tilted her head, puzzled. ISN Tishian Ice ability user? What on earth is absolute zero? Yes. Yes, the little beauty appears to be quite naive, not understanding, which is quite alright. After all, once modified, you won't be able to use your abilities, Yuan Dong continued, his excitement growing. Knowing your powers only heightens my enthusiasm. It seems I must modify you. After all, such a remarkable ability is something this world needs only one of me. As he spoke, his gaze turned increasingly frigid, and he reached out to grasp Li Sheng's neck. In his eyes, Li Sheng was but a weakling, easily subdued in his domain. However, such a notion was a mere fantasy. Li Sheng thrived in close combat. Before the apocalypse, Yuan Dong had been nothing more than a spoiled heir, living a life of ease, his physique weak. Even with the enhancement of abilities, he could not rival someone who had trained for years. In this scenario, it was Li Sheng's stage. Her powers may have been sealed, yet Yuan Dong had unwittingly created a disturbance-free zone for her. In an instant, a glint of cold light flashed, and a silver spear appeared in Li Sheng's hand. She deftly evaded Yuan Dong's assault, spinning around to deliver a lethal strike, the spear piercing through his chest with precision. Blood gushed from Yuan Dong's mouth as he clutched his chest, disbelief clouding his eyes. Damn, were Yuan Dong's last words, muttering a curse before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, never to rise again. It was likely he never anticipated that his own demise would serve as a gift for another. Li Sheng retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket, cleaning the spear before returning it to the system's storage. The onlookers stood frozen, unsure how to react. They had expected a fierce battle, yet this was the outcome? A mere puppet master uttered a few words before meeting his end? Or was he merely toying with a little girl, only to be outmatched? What a thrill! Truly, our little girl's style is to act decisively. It's exhilarating to witness, one exclaimed. Who could argue? Villains perish from verbosity, and so do heroes. Eliminating foes directly is immensely satisfying, another added. Yet, such a swift conclusion lacks drama. ISN Tieta Tadul? Someone mused. This isn't a drama, it's reality. One misstep could cost lives. Li Sheng chuckled at the banter. Having spent years on the battlefield, she had mastered the art of swift kills. Aside from a sword dance learned for her father's birthday, she possessed no elegant combat techniques. The battlefield was ever-changing, and during executions, she could not afford to grant her foes a final word. A moment's distraction could lead to her own demise. With your leader dead, will you continue to fight for vengeance or surrender? Yuan Mo approached Li Sheng, gently wiping the blood from her face as he pulled her behind him. Yuan Dong's lackeys fell into a hush, gradually retreating. What loyalty did they owe? They were merely hired hands, and in the harshness of the apocalypse, who would risk their lives for him? Now that he was gone, fleeing was their best option. Chapter 84. System Error. Tang Yao returned home after freeing Tang Ling from his chains, while Li Sheng pondered Tang Ling's departure. The house was built of concrete,
which should be metallic.
Yet, when Yuan Dong unleashed his powers, Tang Ling remained unaffected. The materials used to modify him must be extraordinary, and she resolved to inquire about them later. It seemed the night's escapades had come to an abrupt end. Li Sheng and her companions departed from Yuan Dong's residence, heading back to the inn for rest. None noticed the multitude of mutated creatures surrounding the Yuchuan base, consisting solely of serpents, insects, and rodents. They silently ascended the walls, swiftly dispatching the guards before infiltrating the city. As dawn approached, the base erupted with a chilling scream. Li Sheng awoke, gazing out the window to find the Yuchuan base crawling with mutated serpents and insects, slithering ominously across the ground. Countless lives had likely been lost. And Li Sheng recognized the species from the ambush in the previous mission. How did these mutated creatures arrive here? Confusion enveloped her. Logically, that small town was closer to the South City zombies. Were they choosing the longer route, or had the South City base fallen? Numerous unsettling thoughts raced through her mind, and Li Sheng felt an urgent need to return to the South City base. That was her creation, and if it were lost, she might very well choke on her own blood. Yuan Mo, come quickly. The base is under siege by mutated creatures. Li Sheng hurriedly knocked on her companions' doors, rousing them one by one. The odds of escape were 5 stars. Delay would escalate those odds to an insurmountable 10. Yuan Mo and Qin Yan swiftly gathered their belongings, while the old priest leisurely prepared to leave, seemingly unconcerned for his safety. Just as Li Sheng was about to exit the inn, she paused, turning to Yuan Mo. I feel as though I've forgotten something. I sense the same. It seems we've overlooked something, Yuan Mo replied, halting in thought. The host is correct. I too feel something is amiss, another added. Might we have forgotten about the beautiful doctor? Someone timidly suggested.
Damn.
Lu Sunan. Upon being reminded by the barrage of comments, Li Sheng suddenly recalled the situation. She expressed her bewilderment, realizing that they had forgotten one person. Where is Lu Sunan? Do you know? He is at a luxurious villa in the east of the city, easily recognizable. Let's hurry and find him. Apart from Li Sheng, Yuan Mo and the others were aware of Lu Sunan's current whereabouts, and they swiftly exited to their vehicle in search of him.
Fortunately,
Lu Sunan possessed a unique ability that ensured he would not encounter any issues, regardless of his location. The four of them sped down the base's road in a vehicle that Li Sheng had specifically purchased at a high price from the system's marketplace, a long-distance exclusive vehicle. It was spacious, comfortable, had excellent grip, and remarkable stability. Most importantly, the vehicle was exceptionally sturdy. Even in the event of a landslide or falling rocks, it would likely remain unscathed. It was, without a doubt, an indispensable tool for their journey. The only drawback was its excessive energy consumption, not in terms of fuel, but rather in the depletion of crystal core energy. Initially, when Li Sheng learned of this aspect, she was exasperated, for crystal cores were akin to currency. Driving this vehicle meant burning money every second. Were it not for the distance of this trip, she would have been reluctant to use it at all. However, now Li Sheng felt no regret. In fact, she believed taking this vehicle was the wisest decision. Just look at the feeble spiders before them. They could not damage this RV in the slightest. Observe those venomous snakes clustered together. The wheels would crush them to dust. As Li Sheng sat comfortably in her seat, a long-absent system suddenly spoke up. Dear host, the system has detected that your vehicle is a non-sellable item. Due to an operational error, we mistakenly delivered it to you. The host platform is now willing to offer 500 million star coins to reclaim this vehicle. Do you agree? What if I refuse? Li Sheng raised an eyebrow. She had purchased this vehicle for 30 million, and now the system was offering 500 million to buy it back? It felt like a windfall. This was the second instance of the system's blunder. First the energy crystals, now the vehicle. Li Sheng felt incredibly fortunate. She was able to outsmart the system. And it filled her with joy. Of course, such a windfall could not be simply attributed to the 500 million star coins offered. Given the system's nature, if it was willing to pay 500 million for the vehicle, its true value must far exceed that amount. Should she regret her decision later and wish to buy it back, she could only imagine the cost. Although the system could not forcibly reclaim the vehicle if the host disagreed, it urged careful consideration. Then I refuse, Li Sheng decisively stated. Whoever agrees to this is a fool. Who could know if the quality of the vehicle would remain the same if it were bought back? If the quality diminished, she would suffer a significant loss. Are you truly not reconsidering? The system inquired. No reconsideration. A refusal is a refusal. Dear host, the system has negotiated a deal for you. Should you agree to the buyback, your revenue share can be improved to 50-50 with waived additional exchange fees. And your host level will be increased by 10. Additionally, you will receive the 500 million star coins. Do you truly refuse?
What?
Is the system malfunctioning? This is quite a generous offer. Li Sheng steadfastly rejected the system's proposal once more, and this time the system ceased its attempts to persuade her, falling silent. Li Sheng examined the interior structure and decor of the RV closely. Nothing seemed particularly extraordinary. The system's sudden generosity must have hidden motives. As the saying goes, when things appear unusual, there must be something amiss. The stingy system had suddenly become generous, indicating that the vehicle's value might be exponentially higher. At least 15 billion or more. Nevertheless, aside from its sturdiness, she had yet to discover any other significant attributes. Upon returning to the southern base, she intended to conduct a thorough investigation. Chapter 85. A rescue mission. Qi Nian raced to Lu Sunan's location, and from a distance, they spotted him wandering down the street. Thanks to his abilities, all the mutated creatures and fleeing individuals ignored him as he ambled about like a carefree street urchin. Lu Sunan, get in the car. Li Sheng called out, poking her head out the window. Upon hearing her, he finally lifted his head, joyfully waving his arms. Lu Sunan hurriedly approached the vehicle. And once inside, he could not suppress his complaints. Wow, you all still remember me? You really shouldn't. I've been living with that old man for days. And it has been unbearable. My body and spirit are tainted. I can no longer face you. Here we go again. Li Sheng rolled her eyes at the sobbing Lu Sunan. Can you please tone it down? This environment is not suitable for jokes. Am I already being despised? Who am I suffering for? That old man is so repulsive, and I have to watch him squirm in bed every night. Do you know how much that damages my fragile psyche? Women are all the same, he continued. You grow tired of me and discard me. Are you seeing someone else? Li Sheng wrinkled her nose, feeling slightly guilty. Lu Sunan was indeed acting irrationally, yet what he said reflected the reality of their situation, which ultimately stemmed from their actions. All right, if you want to cry, then cry to your heart's content. Li Sheng, Qin Yan, the driver, Qin Yan called out. Li Sheng quickly stood up and moved to the front of the vehicle, escaping Lu Sunan's dramatics. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a pagoda. She whispered to Qin Yan, expressing her gratitude. Lu Sunan's low, whiny voice was grating, akin to an incessant torment. No, up ahead it's Xin Qin Yan said, shaking his head and pointing forward. Li Sheng shifted her gaze and spotted Xin, clad in a striking red lace nightgown, brandishing a large machete with fierce determination. Beside her, a figure shielded a woman in the center, fighting valiantly. That woman was the pregnant lady they had encountered the day before. Bring it on. Although it's a bit unfair, I must say, sister, I'm all in for you. Whoa, sister, don't kill me. That figure is undoubtedly the woman of my dreams. Indeed, since she is stunning, but my heart will forever belong to my little lowly. No one can replace her. We love the host, no doubt. But that doesn't stop me from drooling over Xin. She is simply breathtaking. Originally, my dream girl was named Xin. Noted. Am I the only one who is a fan of Yuan Mo? I adore him. He will undoubtedly be handsome when he grows up. I'm different. I ship Yuan Mo and Li Sheng, the so-called Pear Garden CP. The Pear Garden CP is amazing. I'm also a fan, but I adore my little lowly even more. Chapter 86. Splitting up for action saved the lady. Li Sheng pulled out her long gun and patted Qin Yan's shoulder. She still owed the beautiful lady 600,000 crystal cores. Xin, get in the car. Lu Sunan called out, rolling down the window. Xin turned upon hearing the call, her brow furrowing initially. But upon seeing the corrosive spiders charging towards the vehicle, which remained undamaged, her expression transformed into one of elation.
How tongue?
Quickly take the madam to that vehicle. After Xin severed the head of a spider, she shouted to those nearby. The girl named Haitang hurriedly helped the pregnant woman towards Li Sheng's vehicle. Li Sheng pierced a spider attempting to board the car, freeing one hand to grasp the pregnant woman's wrist and pull her inside. You all hurry and get in. No, we must assist Sister Xin. Haitang shook her head and, after ensuring the pregnant woman was safe inside, rushed back. Lu Sunan, noticing Xin still engaged in battle with her companions and reluctant to board, called out, Beautiful lady. Quickly get in. There's ample space in the vehicle for all of you. We still need to rescue other companions, and if we can't, please take my teacher's wife with you, considering the 600,000 crystal cores at stake. Xin responded affirmatively, and hurriedly departed with her group. Li Sheng quickly urged Qin Yan to follow, suddenly recalling Aunt Chen, whom they had known for less than a day. Damn it, we need to save both sides. Aunt Chen is a rare good person, and because of her, we're both spending money and getting into trouble. I must repay this favor. Especially since she is truly a good soul. Lu Sunan, come with me to find someone. Yuan Mo, you assist Xin. We'll split our efforts. Li Sheng grasped Lu Sunan and swiftly left the vehicle, promptly purchasing a similar RV from the system. The RV, towering over a person, suddenly appeared, drawing the attention of fleeing pedestrians. The vehicle crushed many mutated spiders as Li Sheng fought while assessing its sturdiness. Confirming that the spiders could neither corrode nor damage its exterior, he felt reassured, pulling Lu Sunan aboard. Seeing that Li Sheng was temporarily safe, Qin Yan started the vehicle to follow Xin, and they split up, with Li Sheng directing Lu Sunan towards the civilian area. Sister, I can't drive. Lu Sunan exclaimed, awkwardly gripping the steering wheel, swaying it back and forth, unsure if he might confuse the gas pedal for the brake. The vehicle wobbled as he drove, and Lu Sunan screamed in panic. I know you can't drive, but I can't reach the gas or steering wheel while standing. If I were tall enough, I wouldn't need you to drive. Stop dawdling, just drive confidently. This vehicle can withstand collisions. Li Sheng smacked Lu Sunan on the back of his head. How can a grown man be so whiny? After a tumultuous ride, they finally arrived at Aunt Chen's residence, miraculously without any accidents despite the swaying.
Li Sheng disembarca.
Signaling Lu Sunin to wait for her cue. After stepping out, she walked about 20 meters ahead, attempting to summon her abilities. Fortunately, the effects of the medicine had worn off, and her powers were successfully activated this time. The surrounding swarm of snakes was instantly frozen upon her command, and Li Sheng quickly signaled Lu Sunin to exit the vehicle. The two dashed towards the building, and upon reaching Aunt Chen's door, Li Sheng knocked vigorously. Aunt Chen. It's me, Li Sheng. Open the door.
Xiaoli.
Come in quickly. Chen Hai opened the door and pulled Li Sheng inside. Lu Sunin had grown accustomed to being overlooked. His abilities were mostly passive except when he was actively expanding them, making him perpetually ignored. Aunt Chen. We're here to take you away. The outside is filled with mutated creatures, and it's no longer safe in the base. I know. We saw it this morning and didn't he dare to go out. Xiaoli, how did you escape from them? Did they do anything to you? Aunt Chen's eyes brimmed with tears as she nodded, then crouched to examine Li Sheng closely, wanting to ensure she bore no injuries.
Aunt.
I'm sorry for deceiving you. I can freely enter and exit anywhere. That day, I wanted them to capture me to find something inside. It was a calculated decision, not out of desperation. I apologize for causing you so much trouble, Li Sheng explained, feeling a bit embarrassed as she recognized Aunt Chen's genuine concern. It's all right. As long as you're safe. That's what matters. Aunt Chen paused momentarily before breaking into a smile, unconcerned with the process, only relieved by the outcome. Aunt Chen, let us hurry. We can talk once we're in the vehicle. This is my companion. Just follow him. His abilities are unique, and as long as you stick close, the mutated creatures won't notice you. Li Sheng gestured to Lu Sunin behind her, who at that moment caught Aunt Chen's attention with his striking looks. Aunt Chen was puzzled. When did this young man arrive? Let us go. Don't just stand there. Don't bring anything except for your valuables, otherwise it will be a burden. Lu Sunin raised an eyebrow, leaning against the doorframe, his ability ensuring the outside creatures remained oblivious to the house, granting them time. Aunt Chen repeatedly nodded, instructing the children to each bring 2 of their most treasured belongings. She and Chen Hai only took the crystal cores and 2 plaques from the entrance, those of Aunt Chen's husband and child. The children quickly gathered their most important possessions, assembling at the door, ready to depart. Li Sheng opened the door and led the way, while Lu Sunin extended his abilities to shield the children behind them, maintaining a distance of 20 meters from Li Sheng. Chapter 87. The city gate blocked before ascending the stairs. Li Sheng had cleared a considerable number of mutated snakes while testing her abilities, so the snake swarm wouldn't gather quickly, making their descent relatively smooth. Upon reaching the vehicle, the children curiously explored their surroundings, everything within the RV unfamiliar to them. However, as it was someone else's vehicle, they were hesitant to touch anything. Yuan Mo, how is everything on your end? We've picked up Aunt Chen, Li Sheng inquired through the walkie-talkie, adjusting the signal. After a long pause, a voice responded, but it was not Yuan Mo, it was the old Taoist. Hey, Xiaoli, it's a bit chaotic here. I can't hear you clearly. We encountered Tang Yao on the way, and we're preparing to charge out together. All right, let us meet at the base gate. Sure. You all go ahead. We'll follow shortly, and we'll soon break through.
Got it.
Li Sheng turned off the walkie-talkie and instructed Lu Sunin to drive. Just as one child was made nauseous by Lu Sunin's driving, Aunt Chen couldn't help but remark, Xiaoli, is that child unable to drive?
Yes.
I can't drive either. He barely reaches the pedals, Li Sheng admitted, feeling a pang of sympathy. Then should I drive? Aunt Chen hesitated, contemplating for a moment before finally asking, Aunt Chen, you can drive? That's wonderful. Lu Sunin, get out. Let Aunt Chen take the wheel. Li Sheng felt a wave of relief. Finally, someone capable of driving. If this swaying continued, she would surely be ill. Overjoyed, Lu Sunin jumped out of the driver's seat as if handling a hot potato. Aunt Chen chuckled awkwardly, taking the driver's seat, and the vehicle started smoothly. The contrast between Lu Sunin and Aunt Chen's driving skills was stark, although Aunt Chen was not an expert. At least her driving was steady and wouldn't induce nausea. The vehicle gradually approached the city gate. From a distance, Li Sheng spotted a large crowd and mutated creatures gathered at the gate. This was the epicenter of the crisis. People were crying, shouting, and pounding on the gate, desperately trying to open it. Yet, the heavily fortified door stood firm, impervious to their efforts. After the last zombie siege, the base had reinforced the city gate, but now, what was meant to be a defense had transformed into a prison for them. The mutated creatures were mercilessly slaughtering people, while the ability users fought back desperately. But one moment of inattention could lead to being corroded by the creature's venom or consumed whole. Aunt Chen gazed in horror at the scene before her, uncertain of what to do next. Li Sheng instructed Aunt Chen to halt the vehicle, patiently awaiting the arrival of Yuan Mo and his companions. The mutated creatures relentlessly struck the car, causing it to tremble, yet no matter how fiercely they attacked, the vehicle remained steadfast. Initially, the children inside the car cried out in terror, but as they realized they were safe, their curiosity led them to gaze out the window, their fears dissipating. Many survivors soon noticed the peculiar situation surrounding Li Sheng and rushed over, crying out for help. Among them, Li Sheng recognized familiar faces, those who had abducted her just days prior for experimentation. Wait, what? The laboratory? She nearly forgot the pressing matter at hand. A group of elderly individuals was still confined within that facility. Yuan Mo, how close are you to the laboratory? Li Sheng quickly grabbed her walkie-talkie, relieved to hear Yuan Mo's voice on the other end. Are you suggesting we should retrieve those researchers? Rest assured, we've already done so. We encountered Tang Yao while rescuing them. Oh, splendid. The city gates have been obstructed by the mutated beasts. Please check if there are any other exits from the base. Attempting to leave through the main gate seems implausible. Understood. As it happens, we have captured a subordinate of the base leader. They should know the escape routes. Once I ascertain the information, I will relay the coordinates to you. Please do so promptly. Li Sheng could feel the vehicle swaying precariously under the relentless assaults, as if it were on the brink of collapse. Aunt Chen, drive. We must leave this place.
Li Shen urgea.
Her mind racing back to the vehicle that Yuan Mo had taken. Was it in a similar state? Perhaps it appeared more robust simply because it was not under constant siege. Chapter 88. Loading the vehicle as Aunt Chen prepared to drive. Many survivors became aware of their presence. The vehicle had withstood the assault for so long without issue, igniting a glimmer of hope among the survivors, who frantically rushed over, pounding on the doors and windows, pleading for Li Sheng to let them in. The car was soon surrounded, and Aunt Chen hesitated to press the accelerator, uncertain of how many lives might be lost with that single action. Li Sheng cast a glance outside. The city gates were lined with abandoned vehicles, all ravaged by the mutated creatures, leaving nothing but remnants behind. What was to be done with so many survivors? To abandon them would mean certain death, yet to rescue them could lead to tragedy as well. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Sheng chose the latter. Having already rescued so many from the Hope base, what difference would it make to save a few more from Yuchuan base? She quickly searched the marketplace for usable vehicles. Those comparable to her own were exorbitantly priced, with a single truck costing over 80 million. This is extortion. Yet, this truck was sizable enough to accommodate over 100 individuals if they squeezed together. Li Sheng utilized her remaining funds to purchase the truck, then turned to Lu Sunan, patting him on the shoulder. Brother, you must drive again.
What?
Lu Sunan exclaimed, startled, his body radiating resistance. Li Sheng, undeterred, pushed him out of the seat, swiftly shutting the door and calling out from the window, I am a spatial ability user. I have another vehicle that can carry you. Please make way for the truck, or I cannot be responsible for any casualties. Hesitation flickered among the survivors upon hearing Li Sheng's words, but they eventually gritted their teeth and stepped back, clearing a path. However, they still blocked the front of Li Sheng's vehicle, seemingly wary of being deceived. Li Sheng paid no mind to their doubts, releasing the truck and climbing out the window to retrieve her long gun. Children and pregnant women may board first. If I discover anyone attempting to harm those around them, they will not be permitted to enter. I can stay behind, but please let my son on the truck. A woman cried out, pushing through the crowd while cradling a baby. Li Sheng assessed the situation and replied, both of you may board. A baby cannot be separated from its mother.
Get off, you little brat.
The mother cried as she boarded, inciting a frenzy among the survivors. Everyone yearned to survive and to be the first to escape, jostling one another and disregarding Li Sheng's orders. Some even cursed and attempted to drag Li Sheng down, seeking to eliminate her as an obstacle. Fear of the mutated beasts loomed behind them, engulfing the crowd in a frenzy, their rationality slipping away. They no longer cared whether Li Sheng was their savior or whose vehicle it was. They simply wanted to escape. Some even rushed to the front, striking the windows with tools, attempting to force Lu Sunin from the driver's seat to seize control. Only violence can quell this madness. Faced with such chaotic desperation, Li Xing knew that only a shared threat to their lives would restore order. Without hesitation, she lunged toward the most vociferous instigator. With a swift thrust of her spear, the man's head was severed, blood spraying like a fountain, inciting further frenzy among the mutated creatures nearby. "I dare anyone to provoke me," Li Xing declared, her demeanor icy as she advanced. Perhaps it was her formidable presence that intimidated the crowd. With each step she took, they recoiled. As she gauged that the vehicle was no longer within her range of abilities, she halted, gripping her spear firmly in the ground and surveying the surroundings.
Suddenly,
a fireball hurtled toward her face. Li Xing did not flinch as she met the fireball with her powers, extinguishing it in an instant, freezing everyone nearby into ice sculptures that shattered upon contact. Having witnessed the terrifying extent of her abilities, the survivors no longer dared to approach. Even the other ability users ceased their harassment, complying as they allowed children and caretakers to board first. Due to the auctioning of people and the experiments orchestrated by Yuan Dong, the Yuchuan base had very few children remaining. Those aged 10 to 16 had been entirely captured, leaving only infants and toddlers who could barely walk. In total, there were fewer than 100. As the remaining survivors boarded in an orderly fashion, Li Xing leaned against the truck, watching them until it reached capacity, then slowly closed the iron door. The door was half open, ensuring sufficient oxygen. "I apologize. I can only take this many," Li Xing stated before returning to the RV, leaving numerous survivors behind, knowing she could only save so few. As she coldly instructed Anchen to turn off the ignition and prepare to depart, the remaining survivors wailed in despair.
"Ah! Zombies!"
A shriek pierced the air from a distance, and Li Xing quickly turned to investigate. How could there be zombies in the base? Wasn't it supposed to be only mutated creatures? Near the main gate, a zombie lunged with its gaping maw towards a nearby woman, its arm bearing clear signs of corrosion. It was the mutated creatures. Those infected by them would transform into zombies if not consumed. Li Xing hastily exited the vehicle, calling to those inside, "Check each other for signs of corrosion. Anyone infected by the mutated creatures will become a zombie." Her words ignited chaos within the vehicle. In such close quarters, if one person turned, they would all be doomed. The passengers exchanged worried glances, scrutinizing one another until they discovered a man with corrosion marks on his thigh. They hoisted the frail man overhead, passing him from hand to hand before tossing him out of the truck. In the instant a man was hurled from a vehicle and struck the ground, he transformed into a zombie. Li Xing swiftly severed the man's head. Immediately thereafter, others were cast out in succession, though fortunately no zombies mutated inside the vehicle. "If you wish to survive, pay up," Li Xing shouted amidst battling the mutated animals and zombies. 500 first-level crystal cores for each head. Gather 200 people, and I shall procure another vehicle. The urgency of the situation left no room for indecision. The Yuchuan base was far more populated than the South City base. If those corrupted became zombies, it would be disastrous. There were numerous mutated animals, but a single one could only yield a modest increase in level. However, should a formidable mutated zombie emerge as it had in a nearby town, the South City base, being the closest, would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences. The chilling reality was that Li Xing had no money left. Most crystal cores were stored in the base. As a circulating currency, crystal cores were essential. Those wishing to remain would need them just as much as those intending to leave. The base utilized currency minted from its own facilities, while crystal cores were necessary for travel outside. There existed an exchange mechanism between crystal cores and gold coins, and Li Xing had retained a fair number of crystal cores for liquidity. "I have money. Count me in."
Meh.
"I have some too." The urgency echoed around her. 500 first-level crystal cores might not seem like a large sum, but after enduring the apocalypse for so long, anyone willing to venture out to slay zombies could easily accumulate that amount. Moreover, higher-level crystal cores could be exchanged for more first-level ones. Considering today's common zombies were mostly of the second and third levels, even those without 500 first-level cores could possess equivalent second or third-level cores. The 200 needed were quickly filled, and Li Xing promptly exchanged star coins to acquire vehicles, placing them in a vacant area and instructing others to find drivers. Another 200 followed swiftly. Countless individuals could muster the funds, and even those without would plead for aid, as at such a critical juncture, most would willingly part with a core or two for a stranger in need. Li Sheng efficiently proceeded with the exchanges, ultimately acquiring over 150 vehicles, consuming considerable time. Fortunately, the vehicles were of robust quality, akin to RVs, impervious to mutated creatures. Safety was assured once aboard. Meanwhile, the front gate was devoid of any living souls, with the remaining individuals either devoured by mutated animals or turned into zombies. Subsequently, the last 30,000 managed to board the vehicles, and Li Sheng hurried back into the RV. At that moment, news arrived from Yuan Mo, that stubborn lad. It took some effort to locate him. They forcibly breached a door at the southeast corner of the base. Understood, we are on our way. The vehicle slowly commenced its journey towards the southeast. Except for Lu Sunen's vehicle, which she funded herself, all others were crowd-funded by survivors. Those wishing to follow could do so. Li Sheng was indifferent. However, these vehicles exhibited an uncanny uniformity, all trailing behind Li Sheng's RV towards the southeast corner. Observing the formidable procession behind her, Li Sheng could only shake her head in exasperation. With so many people moving together, the mutated animals would undoubtedly pursue them. Nevertheless, it was their choice to accompany her, and she could not impede them. After all, the southeast corner might be the sole remaining exit. Thus, she allowed them to proceed. Chapter 89. The pit. The Yuchuan base sprawled over a considerable area, and Aunt Chen pressed the accelerator to its limit, taking nearly half an hour to reach the southeast corner. From afar, Li Sheng spotted Yuan Mo's vehicle. Strangely, next to the shattered remnants of the city wall, only Yuan Mo's vehicle was present. Aunt Chen gradually brought the vehicle to a halt, and Li Sheng instructed the old Taoist to escort Yuan Mo's companions into her RV while she approached Yuan Mo. Where are the others? Xin Qi and the rest. I directed them to our base and told them to go ahead. Too many people make for a large target. Who are all these vehicles behind you?
Yuan Montag querit.
Gesturing to the long line of vehicles trailing behind. They came from the front gate. They offered crystal cores, and I provided vehicles, so they followed along. Li Sheng explained with an air of resignation. Oh, then let us return to the base, Yuan Mo replied, raising an eyebrow and instructing Qi Yan to start the vehicle and exit the Yuchuan base. The convoy continued to follow suit, as if it were a given that wherever Li Sheng went, they would follow. Departing from the southeast corner of the Yuchuan base, they would need to navigate a lengthy route to return to the South City. Qi Yan drove cautiously according to the map, while Li Sheng cast worried glances behind her. It seemed Lu Sunen was gradually mastering the art of driving. Aside from occasional slips, the journey remained relatively smooth. The passengers must have suffered greatly. The system detected the presence of energy crystal clusters nearby and activated a side quest. Locate the energy crystal cluster. Reward: 30,000 star coins. If the host submits the energy crystal cluster to the system, the reward will be 300 million star coins. In what direction? 5 kilometers southwest. The prospect of 300 million star coins beckoned enticingly, undoubtedly promising significant utility. Grateful for the system's assistance, Li Sheng was determined not to let such an opportunity slip away. She waved for Lu Sunen to pull over, leaping from the vehicle to announce, "You all return to the base. I have something to attend to. The old Taoist will accompany you back. If anything arises, just signal him." Lu Sunen, lacking physical prowess, possessed an ability that could only be overlooked by humans and zombies alike. However, he bore no offensive capability, and leaving him alone might attract unwanted attention. The old Taoist, being quite formidable, was perfect to protect Lu Sunen.
No.
Take me with you. You can't just use me and toss me aside. Lu Sunen protested vehemently, lamenting the dullness of returning to the base. Being near Li Sheng was both safe and exhilarating. Stop your fussing. There are only a few who know the way. If you don't go, who will? Hurry and get going, split up. Li Sheng coldly dismissed Lu Sunen's objections, turning away without a backward glance. Lu Sunen, exasperated, ultimately complied, following the old Taoist's vehicle towards the South City base. Qi Yan executed a turn, adhering to Li Sheng's indicated route. The advantage of a taciturn companion was that Qi Yan would simply carry out her decisions without question or comment. Yuan Mo followed Li Sheng closely, utterly uninterested in inquiries. The system provided only a vague direction to Li Sheng. She remained unaware of what lay at the designated location. Continuing southwest, they approached within 5 kilometers, only to be confronted by an enormous pit. Surrounding farmland lay barren, the once lush fields now desolate and lifeless. At the very center of the farmland stood an immense pit, seemingly beyond the capability of human creation. After all, who would be idle enough to excavate such a vast hole in the wilderness? Is this the place you mentioned? Are we looking for a pit to fill the water in your brain? Yuan Mo questioned, pointing at the gaping chasm. Li Sheng was equally perplexed, repeatedly calling out to the system, but it merely responded with, "The detected item is nearby. Please search carefully." Search for what? Are we truly descending into this pit? System. You truly excel at digging holes. Chapter 90. Meteorite, let us disembark and take a look. The desolate wilderness held nothing, not even a single zombie in sight. Li Sheng suggested they step out to investigate. The three descended from the vehicle, cautiously approaching the edge of the pit to peer below. At the bottom lay a black stone the size of a basketball, emanating a faint glow that stood out starkly against the night. That black orb down there. Could it be the item you seek? Yuan Mo inquired, pointing at the stone with confusion. It seems so. This area is devoid of anything else. So it must be what the system referred to. A meteorite, Qin Yan suddenly interjected, breaking his silence. Li Sheng turned to him, bewildered, and asked, "What?" It was a meteorite, reported in the news prior to the apocalypse. This place was struck by a meteorite, but before any investigation could be conducted, the world ended. Qin Yan had always lived in the southern city and had followed some news about the surrounding area. After the meteorite fell, the news was abuzz. But once the apocalypse arrived, no one paid attention to the incident anymore. If it were indeed a meteorite, it was reasonable to assume it could create such a large crater. Yuan Mo nodded slightly, but he was more curious about why Li Sheng wanted a meteorite.
What is a meteorite?
Li Sheng asked, bewildered, having never been exposed to astronomical knowledge. You don't even know what a meteorite is?
Why are you looking for it then?
Yuan Mo's face contorted in disbelief. Just tell me what a meteorite is. Li Sheng exclaimed, feeling as if a flock of crows had flown over her head. Yuan Mo raised an eyebrow and began to educate her. A meteorite, also known as a meteoroid, is an unburned fragment of rock, metal, or a combination thereof, that has fallen to Earth or another planet from outer space, having broken free from its original orbital path. I don't understand, Li Sheng replied, her mind spinning as she struggled to comprehend Yuan Mo's explanation. Yuan Mo frowned, nearly forgetting that Li Sheng was somewhat ignorant. Do you know what outer space is?
No.
Do you know what the universe is?
No.
Do you know what a planet is?
No.
How about a satellite?
No.
Yuan Mo was utterly defeated by Li Sheng's level of ignorance. After a moment, he said, just forget trying to understand. It's simply something that fell from the sky.
Oh. I see.
Why didn't you say so earlier? Yuan Mo internally raged, wishing to grasp Li Sheng's delicate neck in frustration. Li Sheng turned her head away, stifling a laugh. She had nearly grasped Yuan Mo's meaning. Though not entirely clear, she understood the essence of a meteorite. She was merely trying to tease Yuan Mo, relishing his discomfort. The Empress declared, I am quite pleased. Do you think I can just go down and retrieve this meteorite? She asked. Both Yuan Mo and Qin Yan immediately rejected her idea. Why not? The pit isn't that deep. I can easily get down and come back up using my lightness skill. There's no danger. I can see everything around me, and you can watch over me from above. Why can't I go down to get it? Some meteorites that fall from outer space may carry various forms of radiation or viruses. If this meteorite were just an ordinary rock devoid of energy, then you could retrieve it. However, no one can ascertain its true nature. Moreover, the meteorite emits such an eerie glow, I doubt it is merely an ordinary stone. Yuan Mo earnestly explained the potential dangers that a meteorite might pose. It was not a matter of the environment, but rather the nature of the meteorite itself. If something were to go awry, they would not have time to save her. Is it really that dangerous?
Li Sheng pundarat.
Though she didn't fully understand terms like radiation. Yuan Mo's serious demeanor suggested it was something significant. System, can I just go down and take the meteorite? The system replied. No harm detected from the item for the host. The host may retrieve it safely. Can I trust the system? Of course. But Li Sheng still felt a twinge of unease. She turned back to Yuan Mo, asking, under what circumstances can I go down to get it? When you have protective gear against radiation. Yuan Mo answered without hesitation. Wait a moment. Li Sheng opened the shop and browsed. The protective gear was likely listed under clothing. There it is. It's not too expensive, just over 1,000. Without hesitation, Li Sheng purchased it and donned the suit, asking, am I good to go now? You really have everything, Yuan Mo remarked, already accustomed to Li Sheng's extraordinary circumstances. Just tell me if it's acceptable. If you're sure it protects against radiation, then it's fine.
Yuan Mo shrugged.
After all, only Li Sheng could descend and ascend safely. Most of the time, she exhibited a maturity that belied her youth, capable of weighing her actions and avoiding perilous situations. All right then, I'll go down first. You both watch over me from above. With that, Li Sheng leaped into the pit. The crater was semicircular rather than vertical, which spared her considerable effort. She ran and slid to the bottom, cautiously approached the meteorite, and picked it up. The meteorite was not heavy. Lifting it posed no challenge. As Li Sheng examined it, curious about what made it so valuable in the system, she noticed the glowing points on the meteorite seemed to come alive, burrowing into her body. They penetrated the barrier of her protective suit and directly entered her palm. In that instant, Li Sheng felt a change within her. An unknown force surged against the core of her latent powers. Heat radiated through her body, and her vision blurred. She quickly stored the black orb in her system space, gathered her wits, and swiftly ascended. Upon safely landing beside Yuan Mo and Qin Yan, Li Sheng could no longer withstand the overwhelming heat and fainted. Yuan Mo, seeing this, hurriedly picked her up and placed her back in the vehicle on the bed. As he unfastened the protective suit, his fingertips grazed Li Sheng's skin, which felt scorching to the touch, almost as if she were on the verge of boiling. What is wrong with her? Qin Yan asked, a hint of concern in her voice. I don't know, but it should be related to that meteorite. Can you check if it's still at the bottom of the pit? Okay, wait for me. Chapter 91. False? True? It's gone. Qin Yan returned hurriedly, shaking her head at Yuan Mo. This area is relatively safe. Let us stay here for now and see if Li Sheng wakes up. Yuan Mo surveyed the surroundings. This terrain was indeed safe in the apocalypse. It was easy to flee, and they could quickly detect any impending danger. Running aimlessly could lead to lurking threats in dark corners, poised to strike. Li Sheng felt an intense heat enveloping her, yet she sensed a chilling coldness within. In her semi-conscious state, she drifted into a dream. Initially, the dream was shrouded in darkness, surrounded by softly falling white snow. As the snow thickened, the entire space transformed into a silvery expanse. There was nothing but snow. Li Sheng found herself unable to speak or move. The darkness above morphed into a starry sky. And as the moon took form, Li Sheng finally gained the ability to walk freely. In this dream, she realized she appeared as she did at the time of her death in her past life, an adult. Li Sheng wandered aimlessly, unsure of her purpose, yet instinctively aware of the need to press forward without looking back. Time seemed to stretch as she traversed the snow-covered ground, where trees and structures emerged, all encased in ice, resembling frozen sculptures. Li Sheng approached a wooden cabin, raising her hand to touch the icy surface, which felt painfully cold. In this place, she lacked powers, feared the cold, and experienced tangible sensations. Unsure, she continued onward, increasingly struck by a familiar sense of the environment. It wasn't until she beheld the imposing city gates and the resplendent palace that she recalled where she was. This was the very place where she had ascended to the throne in her previous life. How much time had passed? It felt as if a lifetime had separated her from this place. It was as if she had stepped through time itself. Li Sheng entered through the open city gates, and every architectural detail mirrored her memories perfectly. Upon entering the Golden Throne Hall, Li Sheng beheld two figures frozen in time. One was her deceased self, charred and unrecognizable from the lightning that had struck her down. The other was the strategist Yuan Mo. As Li Sheng approached the two entombed souls, she felt a pang of sympathy at the sight of the strategist's anguished expression. They had relied on each other for so many years, and her demise surely devastated him.
Li Sheng.
A voice called out to her.
Li Sheng.
Shatter this illusion. Do not succumb to it.
What?
As the words faded, the layers of ice around her abruptly dissipated, and a multitude of people inexplicably filled the Golden Throne Hall, living, moving, vibrant beings. Your Majesty, it is time to issue your decree. Came the voice of the old eunuch beside her. Li Sheng turned sharply, realizing she had unknowingly taken her place upon the dragon throne. What decree? Your Majesty, you have forgotten. After your ascension today, you are to grant a general amnesty. Li Sheng, still in a daze, nodded slowly and turned her gaze to the assembly below. There stood Yuan Mo, his face illuminated with a smile, alongside the officials of her former life, all positioned as they ought to be. You may declare it. Still incredulous, she addressed the eunuch and allowed her mind to drift, pondering the current circumstances. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, today I ascend the throne, and let the world rejoice. Behold, a 3-year tax reduction to celebrate this occasion. Thus it is decreed. The murmurs of the ministers faded into the background. She mechanically mimicked their responses, lost in thought. Is this a dream? The voice had warned her against sinking into this realm. Was it truly an illusion? Who was that voice? It was hoarse, unfamiliar. Your Majesty, Your Majesty?
Ha! What is it? Li Shen responda, momentari li disorienta.
The ministers have withdrawn. Do you wish to return to the palace of nurturing the mind? Yes, let us go.
Li Shen answara bacanli.
As she surveyed the palace's towering walls and familiar architecture, the palace of nurturing the mind, once a cherished dream, seemed terrifyingly real, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Could this truly be an illusion? Or was the post-apocalyptic system and its live broadcast the dream? Your Majesty, the Left Chancellor Yuan Mo has arrived. Shall I admit him? Let him in. Li Sheng waved her hand. Yuan Mo was the person she knew best. Surely, she could discern some flaw in his demeanor. Minister Yuan Mo pays his respects to Your Majesty. Long live the 5th Emperor. Yuan Mo entered briskly, clad in fresh official robes, kneeling before her.
Li Shen,
Filled with suspicion, fixed her gaze on him. When did you become so formal? You should be saying, Your humble servant rise. What is this? On your first day, you should be enjoying some leniency, yet you seem oblivious. Well, such cheek. This is indeed Yuan Mo's character. Honestly, have you considered the matters discussed in the Golden Throne Hall today? Consider what? Li Sheng replied, utterly bewildered. She had not caught a word from the ministers. About expanding the harem and establishing a consort. Although you are the only female emperor in history, you shouldn't lack what other male emperors possess. The ministers imply you should gather more handsome men for your palace. But their underlying message suggests you are wise and capable enough not to need competent individuals in your harem. Aside from the empress, the other consorts could be selected from common folk. Their words seemed laced with fear that she might favor their sons. Li Sheng felt exasperated. Arranged marriages were unacceptable. Why would she choose from a bunch of feeble scholars and good-for-nothings? Indeed, the harem cannot interfere with state affairs. Sending their sons into the palace would ruin their careers, and they would have to engage in the petty intrigues of the harem daily. From both a practical and psychological standpoint, they cannot reconcile with that. However, they have their eyes fixed tightly on the position of empress. What does that mean? Consorts are unacceptable, but an empress is fine? An empress is different. In a sense, she wields half the power of an emperor, being above all yet below one. Without favor, she still holds authority. With favor, her whispers can influence greatly. Do I appear to be someone who craves beauty? Li Sheng was baffled as to why the first order of business for any new emperor always involved matters of the harem. Would it not be more delightful to diligently pursue one's ambitions? Not at all. A beauty like you would certainly have no interest.
Chapter 92, Surprise?
You are becoming increasingly self-absorbed. Li Sheng rolled her eyes, dismissing the strategist's flippant remark. That is a mischaracterization. I am merely stating a fact. However, you must indeed contemplate the matter of establishing a consort. You need not worry about anything else. Once you have done that, such petitions will surely diminish. The strategist flamboyantly fanned himself with a folding fan, unbothered by the approaching autumn chill. Absolutely not. Why would I desire such a thing? I rebelled tirelessly to escape the fate of political marriages and the selection of a consort, to avoid being a mere tool in the hands of others. Choosing a man I do not like as my consort would change nothing about my previous circumstances. Li Sheng waved her hand in disdain, reflecting on her origins. Her ambition to be an emperor, to surpass men, stemmed from witnessing her foolish father send her elder sister to the frontier for a political marriage. Tragically, she had taken her own life before even arriving there, unable to endure the fate that awaited her, where brothers exchanged wives without a thought for ethics. Her aunt had also succumbed to despair, ending her life in protest against such indignity. Her foolish father lamented that those born into royalty were not free. Since she had enjoyed the privileges of a princess for so long, she must contribute something to the state. But what nonsense! In Li Sheng's view, it was pathetic that state affairs relied on women being given away in marriage. Her father was utterly worthless. After her aunt's death, her father sent out many more princesses, his daughters and sisters alike, all meeting unfortunate ends. It was then that Li Sheng's desire for power began to germinate within her, eventually growing into a towering ambition. Every emperor has traversed this path. If you do not wish to comply, no one can compel you, though the pressure may be considerable. Stay strong. I have faith in you. You can withstand the criticisms of those old men. I believe in you. The strategist offered words of comfort, yet his expression betrayed a delight in her turmoil. Li Sheng could no longer endure it. She seized him and hurled him from the palace of nurturing the mind, giving him a swift kick in the rear. Get lost. Do not trouble me. Leave me be. Oh dear, how heavy-handed. Such a temper, lacking any semblance of imperial grace. I can hear you. Goodness, your ears are remarkably keen. The strategist fled swiftly, aware that if Li Sheng emerged, he would surely face her wrath. Seated within the palace of nurturing the mind, Li Sheng had not truly heard what the strategist had said. She simply knew he would spin tales about her. Yuan Mo posed no issue. His habits, mannerisms, tone, all remained consistent. The tea on the table was drinkable, the pastries sweet, and pinching herself yielded pain. Could it be that the apocalypse, the broadcasts, and all that advanced technology were merely figments of her imagination? Li Sheng's mind was increasingly muddled as she closed her eyes, attempting to recall the visages of Hu Shiwesen, Qi Nian, and Yuan Shikai, yet she found herself unable to conjure their images. A haze enveloped her mind, leaving only the awareness of three individuals with whom she shared a profound bond. What could possibly be the matter? Your Majesty, the memorials have been submitted. Would you like to review them now? The voice of the eunuch drifted in from outside the door. Li Sheng gathered her thoughts and replied, Please bring them in. During the review of the memorials, Li Sheng was entirely focused. Once she completed her task, she stretched languidly, a sense of forgetfulness gnawing at her. Yet the specifics eluded her grasp. Unbeknownst to her, the memories of the apocalypse were gradually fading as she seemed to be assimilating into the world she once inhabited. The longer time passed, the more indistinct those memories became. Half a month later, Li Sheng could no longer recall any details of the apocalypse or modernity. It was as if her journey through time had never occurred. The vivid figures of people she once knew slowly slipped away from her mind. Your Majesty, the Left Chancellor, Yuan Mo, has come to request an audience.
Let him in.
She would immerse herself in the sea of memorials, for with the new emperor's ascension, numerous matters required her personal attention. The remnants of the previous emperor's advisors were not to be trusted with significant responsibilities, as she feared they might conspire against her. After all, many harbored opinions regarding a woman reigning as emperor. Your servant pays respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor. Yuan Mo entered, shouting as he knelt in reverence. Li Sheng quickly lifted her head and gestured for him to join her. Finally, you have arrived. These memorials are nearly drowning me. I am overwhelmed with work. Come help me review them. Seriously? I just finished morning court and rushed over to find you. You don't even offer me a cup of tea, and instead, you immediately drag me into more work. Does your court not have anyone else? Yuan Mo plopped down beside the dragon throne, casually flipping through a memorial while complaining. Isn't it true that there's no one to rely on? The people I brought are all busy with their own duties. Each day, 100 memorials arrive. It seems that only 100 officials can draft these documents, yet somehow, they all find endless matters to discuss. Is there some quota for memorials set by the throne? Before my time, did any emperor decree that every official must submit one daily? Li Sheng could not help but voice her own grievances, especially about the memorials, which began with monotonous pleasantries, dragging on to the point before finally revealing their main issues. Most of them elaborated on a single matter. Were it not for familiar names, she would almost suspect these old men had colluded against her. But what could be done? This realm belongs to you if you had nothing to attend to. Wouldn't he that imply the world was in chaos? Li Sheng rolled her eyes, defiant. Even with your capable governance, it is impossible for no issues to arise. Enough of this jesting. There have been some movements in the South Chong region. It appears they wish to recruit soldiers and dethrone you. How unfortunate that it has fallen upon us, the Mo family. Yuan Mo returned to the matter at hand. You ought to handle this. I don't want to be bothered with such foolishness anymore. If any of the late emperor's sons were competent, the throne would not have fallen to me. They are merely a troop of clowns. Li Sheng, unfazed, replied, Indeed, clowns are all they are.
Yuan Mo shrugged, raising an eyebrow.
All right, our illustrious empress. If you say so, I shall handle it myself. But it has been quite some time since your ascension, and yet you still refer to yourself as I and me. Are you not accustomed to your new title? Li Sheng's hand paused mid-review. This was unusual. She was accustomed to her new status. So, why had she instinctively referred to herself as I? Logically, even if she were still adjusting, she should have used titles befitting her rank. When did her self-reference shift from those grand titles to the simple I? A sense of confusion washed over her, as if she had forgotten something significant. Yet she could not recall what it was. Yuan Mo, can you help me think? Is there anything I have wanted to do, but have yet to accomplish? Since your ascension, you have addressed nearly all matters brought forth at this table. The only outstanding issue seems to be your marriage and establishing a consort. Yuan Mo pondered before responding. Stop joking. I mean it. I feel as though I've forgotten something, and many people as well. Among the officials, do you not recognize anyone? Those generals, your maids, your trusted eunuchs? Li Sheng recalled and shook her head. All faces were familiar, names easily recalled. There were indeed no strangers among them. Then I cannot assist you. Having known you since childhood, our social circles overlap entirely. I do not feel anything is amiss.
Li Sheng instinctively pouta.
Emptying her mind to reflect. Strange figures and odd attire flickered in her memory, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not grasp them. Perhaps it is not of great importance. After much effort yielded no results, Li Sheng decided to abandon her pursuit of clarity. You are not foolish. If it were truly significant, you would not forget it. If you cannot recall it, then let it be. Hearing this, Li Sheng turned her head slowly toward Yuan Mo. A hint of curiosity in her gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Or have you finally noticed that I am an exceptionally handsome man? After all this time, even if you are handsome, I find it rather dull. That is not the issue. You used to encourage me not to give up until I achieved my goals. Now, when I simply cannot remember something, you tell me not to think about it? Li Sheng found his attitude perplexing. This man was undeniably present before her, yet she sensed something unusual about him. She could not pinpoint why she felt this way. Do you not understand? Forgetting something is not the same as neglecting tasks. If you cannot recall it, why torment yourself? One day, you may encounter something or someone that triggers your memory. Fine, you may be right. Let us not dwell on it. We should return to reviewing the memorials. With so many, I shall likely work until the early hours of the morning, and I have court again at dawn. Truly, I am exhausted. Cease your complaints, my empress. These are the responsibilities you must shoulder. In the Hall of Nourishment, only the sounds of writing and the occasional discussion remained. Yet, the two of them worked in unison, finally completing all the memorials before nightfall. Seeing their efficiency, Li Sheng stretched and exclaimed, Ah, two working together makes all the difference. Tomorrow, you must come again to assist me. Yuan Mo rubbed his sore arms and back, replying no. As I approach the twilight of my years, my weary limbs can no longer withstand the trials of life. You are of the same age as I. So how can you speak of age? You hardly surpass the tender age of 24. Li Sheng rolled her eyes, expressing disdain for Yuan Mo's aversion to labor. Your Majesty, have you never heard a certain saying? She inquired. What saying? He asked. One does not allow others to slumber beside their own bed. Are you so at ease that you fear not my potential ambition to usurp the throne? Li Sheng regarded Yuan Mo with a discerning gaze, assessing him before stating, You? Usurp the throne? Spare me the notion. It is by sheer force that I have compelled you to undertake this role. Otherwise, you would have long since vanished to some secluded mountain retreat. Your words ring true, Your Majesty. You know I detest administrative affairs. Merely being the Left Chancellor is already a considerable concession. How can you burden me with even more tasks? Do you not fear that one day I might simply flee? If you dare to run, I shall pursue you relentlessly, traversing the ends of the earth to bring you back. You shall not abandon me to face everything alone. Li Sheng puffed out her cheeks in indignation. All right, I understand. I shall not forsake you. However, I do have some delightful news to share, Yuan Mo interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Indeed? What delightful tidings could possibly emanate from your lips? Pray tell, is it a surprise or a shock? For most, it would undoubtedly be a shock, but for you, it shall surely be a surprise, Yuan Mo replied, feigning an air of mystery. Li Sheng's curiosity was piqued, and she urged, Pray, do not delay. What is this matter? Years ago, when the emperor commanded the demise of the empress, one of the palace maids who executed the order had been a recipient of the empress's kindness. This maid, grateful and loyal, had tampered with the poisoned wine. substituting the lethal concoction with a potion of feigned death. She then clandestinely smuggled the Empress out of the palace and concealed her whereabouts. Just yesterday, this maid sought me out and revealed the location of the Empress. Would you care to accompany me to see her? Given my unfamiliarity with the Empress, I shall require your discerning eye to ascertain the truth.